Oh, what is happening? Jiang Mian stared at himself in the mirror, eyes wide with shock. Fortunately, he quickly remembered he was in the dormitory. No matter how bizarre it was, he hurriedly covered his mouth to stifle a scream. From the bathroom mirror, he could clearly see that he had completely changed, not uglier or more handsome, but had directly turned into a girl. A girl with long hair and almond-shaped eyes. He could feel the weight on his chest and dared not check what was below. Although he had been teased about looking like a girl since childhood, most of it was harmless praise, and he lived freely and casually. He didn't care about being called girlish because the girls around him were more envious and jealous of him. As a boy, his skin was fair and his facial features were so delicate and exquisite that they left no room. So even after entering university, Jiang Mian had never been in a relationship. Though his face was beautiful, he wasn't tall, and those girls only wanted to be sisters and best friends with him. Because of his face, he had long been used to these things. Although growing up among boys, most of his friends were girls. He would play Barbie dolls and jump rope with them and discuss which guy in class was handsome or which romance novel was better. Over time, he even began to fantasize what would life be like if he were actually a girl. And today that fantasy came true, but it brought more shock to his life. Anyone who woke up and suddenly found themselves turned into a girl would be terrified. And what was more troublesome now was that he was in the men's dormitory bathroom. If he walked out looking like this within half a day, he would definitely appear on the school's confession wall and forums, becoming known to the whole school. A perverted girl walking out of the men's dorm. No way. Jiang Mian was anxiously at a loss. His roommate Feng Jun, awakened by an urge to urinate, got out of bed and knocked on the bathroom door. Is anyone there? Yes. Jiang Mian, racking his brain for a solution, was startled by the knock and involuntarily answered. But the voice was soft and delicate, which frightened even himself. What the hell? Feng Jun outside was stunned. Jiang Mian. It's me, Jiang Mian replied with a grimace, praying that the other wouldn't notice anything unusual. Then he deliberately deepened his voice. I have a bit of diarrhea. Go borrow the restroom next door. Diarrhea first thing in the morning. Feng Jun teased. Did you get your period? Go to hell. After teasing, Feng Jun, aware his bladder was about to burst, hurriedly went next door to borrow the bathroom. As he left, he murmured to himself. Jiang Mian's voice sounded like a girl's. Almost got me hard. At this moment, Jiang Mian still dared not go out. He pressed his ear tightly against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. This was a 4-person dorm. The studious Chen Yutian had gone to the library at dawn. The rich second-generation He Yubai had gone out last night with friends returning from abroad and hadn't returned all night. As for him and Feng Jun, the two idlers, they did whatever they wanted. Today was Saturday, no classes all day. Feng Jun, the single dog, had been gaming with people until midnight last night to pick up girls, so had probably catch up on sleep today. Originally, Jiang Mian planned to attend the drama club's activity, but now it seemed impossible. As Jiang Mian guessed, after Feng Jun relieved himself next door, he immediately returned to the dorm, climbed onto his bed, and fell asleep. Jiang Mian quietly opened the bathroom door. Feng Jun was already fast asleep, his breathing steady. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, Feng Jun's bed had a curtain. Even if the other slept with eyes open, it would block all view. Jiang Mian didn't dare waste time. He gently but quickly rummaged through the wardrobe for clothes, fearing that Chen Yutian or He Yubai might suddenly return. Fortunately, autumn had arrived. Worried about a cold snap, he had sorted out autumn and winter clothes a few days ago. Jiang Mian pulled out a loose hoodie and a pair of jeans. He put on the hoodie to hide his long hair, but the men's sweatshirt fabric was too stiff. Even though he chose a loose fit, his bare chest was rubbed, itchy, and painful. A girl's body was too soft to bear such suffering. Jiang Mian was about to break down. What if he stayed like this and could never change back? Would he have to learn how to pick the right bra size? Help! But no matter how uncomfortable, he had to escape the men's dorm. Grabbing his phone, pulling up the hood, and putting on a mask, Jiang Mian sped downstairs and ran away. Standing outside the dorm building, he almost cried, feeling for the first time so vividly. The outside air was so free and comfortable. But the consequence of running and walking was that his chest hurt even. Damn, it seemed he had to buy a bra no matter what. Fortunately, their school was situated within the university town, where everything from entertainment and dining to large supermarkets was readily available. Jiang Mian quickly found an underwear store, following the navigation on her phone. Previously, he had thought it felt strange to have those 2 pieces of cloth hanging on his chest. Didn't they feel uncomfortable? Now that he had become a girl, he could not only empathize, but also experience it firsthand. Finally, he realized how foolish his previous thoughts had been. Jiang Mian truly wanted to kneel before the underwear store and repent for having spoken too loudly in the past. As she walked into the store, a sales assistant quickly approached. Miss, what would you like to buy? Jiang Mian was stunned. How could the assistant recognize her as a girl, even when she was almost wrapped up like a mummy? But then she suddenly felt relieved. After all, when she had followed the trend and kept a wolf-tail hairstyle to look cool and tough, many people still called her beautiful lady. It wasn't her fault, it was her face. Was this the trouble of being too pretty? Underwear. Jiang Mian forced out those 2 words dryly. He never imagined that after being teased since childhood for looking like a girl one day at age 19, he would actually stand in an underwear store and tell a sales assistant he wanted to buy underwear. What an incredibly absurd and surreal scene. Oh heavens. If this is a dream, let me wake up soon. The sales assistant, unaware of her inner turmoil, simply followed procedure. What style do you like? Tell me your size, and I'll help you find it. No, Jong Mian waved her hands repeatedly. He'll take care of it myself. The sales assistant, a married woman in her 30s, saw Jong Mian wrapped up like a zongzi and knew she wouldn't earn much commission, so she let her be. But before leaving she muttered, I don't know what's wrong with today's young people. Grown adults still pretending to have social anxiety, acting all embarrassed. A socially anxious girl had come to the store before. The assistant had thought that since the girl was so shy she would buy whatever was recommended. But who would have guessed? The assistant talked endlessly, brought out piles of underwear, socks, nearly talked her throat dry, yet the girl completely ignored her, silent from start to finish. When it came time to pay, the girl simply picked up one bra, efficiently scanned, and paid, then left without looking back. It was a complete waste of effort. With the sales assistant gone, Jong Mian could finally breathe again. Her eyes swept over the racks of bras and panties. Although she had many female friends, this was her first time in such a... The dazzling array of styles stunned her. Leopard print, lace, embroidered trim, 3.1s. Truly she had seen too little of the world. She measured her chest through her clothes with her hand. It seemed quite big, probably a C or D, but she had no idea of the exact size. After all, this thing had to be worn. Too small would be tight, too large would waste money. At the counter, the rejected sales assistant was watching the security monitor and noticed Jong Mian's actions. She clicked her tongue. This little girl, does she not even know her own size? She muttered, but still didn't bother to help. Why waste effort on such a thankless task? Outside the underwear store, campus beauty Lu Yitong walked with her good friend Xinjia. Xinjia looked dejected. This morning was so unlucky. Not only did I not drink the soy milk, but it also spilled all over my clothes. Lu Yitong comforted, be grateful it was cold soy milk. Otherwise you'd be heading to the hospital instead of the underwear. Xinjia's roommates had all left early that morning and the dorm door was locked. Without her keys, she couldn't even You usually drink milk for breakfast. Why soy milk today? Asked Lu Yitong. Milk gives me pimples. See these on my face? Xinjia pointed to her acne. And I heard soy milk helps with breast enhancement, so I wanted to try it. But the damn soy milk cup leaked from the bottom shortly after she held it. At first only a few drops, which she didn't notice. Then the bottom gave way completely, and the whole cup spilled onto her clothes. Worst of all, the chest area got the most. Her entire bra was soaked, so she had to come buy a new one. Lu Yitong glanced at her flat chest and said, indeed, you do need some supplementation. Xinjia responded playfully, raising a pinky and speaking in a coquettish voice. Who would have thought that the famously pure campus beauty Lu Yitong is actually a pervert who likes looking at girls' chests? TSK, TSK, TSK. Get lost. Lu Yitong feigned disgust. She just liked being close to girls. And they had to be cute, pretty, and with a great figure. The two entered the store together. After walking all this way, the soy milk was nearly dry from the wind, and the sticky feeling made Xinjia uncomfortable. She told the sales assistant her size and style, then quickly borrowed the restroom to wash. Bored, Lu Yitong wandered around the store, and soon spotted Jong Mian, who was agonizing over which bra to buy. From behind, the young woman wore a men's hoodie and jeans with a cap, making Lu Yitong mistake her for a shy boy too embarrassed to buy underwear. When Lu Yitong walked to the other side, Jong Mian happened to turn around. Their eyes met, and Lu Yitong, even though Jong Mian was tightly wrapped, wearing a cap and mask, her exposed eyes were watery like an innocent fawn's, lively and endearing. A few unruly strands of long hair escaped from under the hood. Anyone could tell at a glance that she was definitely... Soon Lu Yitong noticed that those clear big eyes held a hint of helplessness and frustration. Her first thought, this person was in trouble. The greatest weapon in the world is a girl's innocent watery big eyes. Anyone who sees them will be drawn and unable to resist approaching. Lu Yitong's second thought, she must help her. Her third thought, she absolutely had to be close to her. Hello, classmate. Lu Yitong walked behind Jong Mian and spoke softly. Startled by the sudden voice, Jong Mian almost dropped the bra in his hands, as if it were a scorching hot potato. When he turned around and saw it was Lu Yitong, the campus belle, the bra did slip from his fingers and fell to the floor. Damn. Why was the campus belle here? As for why he recognized her at a glance, he had Feng Jun to thank for that. At the start of their freshman year, the department heartthrobs and the campus beauties had all been voted on in the forum. And that toad Feng Jun, dreaming of a swan, would hug her photo in the dorm all day long, muttering, Lu Yitong, left and right. He even compared Lu Yitong's photo with Jong Mian and ended with a feigned sigh, little lamb, if only you were a girl. Look how pretty you are. Even if I were given 10 Lu Yitong's ID, still choose to chase you. Jong Mian just sneered, then you definitely have no chance. Snapping back to the present while Jong Mian was still dazed, Lu Yitong had already bent down to pick up the fallen bra. This was truly mortifying, sneaking around in a lingerie store only to run into the campus belle. Could anything be more awkward? But judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had come specifically for him. Jong Mian could only reply, Hello, class. Lu Yitong raised an eyebrow. How do you know my surname is Lu? I not only know your surname, I also know you're the campus belle. Lu Yitong smiled. That's just something the school kids made up for fun. She was aware of being voted campus belle. After all, what girl doesn't like being praised for her looks? I saw you seem troubled. Can I help? Lu Yitong asked. Jiang Mian, who had felt frustrated and helpless, now seemed as if he had seen an angel. Lu Yitong smiled gently, of course. But no sooner had he rejoiced than Jiang Mian dropped his head again. How on earth could he bring himself to say this? Arg. Seeing him lower his head, Lu Yitong asked again, is it inconvenient to talk about? Not inconvenient. Just embarrassing to say. Jiang Mian muttered under his breath, but since the store had no other customers, even his quiet words were audible to Lu Yitong. We're both girls, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's just. Are you on your period and didn't bring a pad? No. Then are you? Afraid she might say something even more outlandish, Jiang Mian quickly interrupted in a low voice. I came to buy a bra, but I don't know my size, so. His voice trailed off into a whisper. He wished he could dig a hole and crawl in. Arg. Uffed. Jiang Mian's cute and flustered look instantly amused Lu Yitong. But seeing his cheeks grow even redder with embarrassment, she quickly contained her laughter. It's okay. So you don't have experience choosing lingerie. I can help. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Not at all, it's just a small favor. I can't tell just by looking, Lu Yitong suggested. Let's go to the fitting room. Okay. Inside the fitting room, after Lu Yitong locked the door, the already cramped space felt even smaller. Jiang Mian whispered, what do I do now? Take off your clothes. Huh. Jiang Mian panicked, covering his chest with both hands and staring at Lu Yitong with a bewildered look. His expression seemed to shout, female pervert, in bold letters. Lu Yitong chuckled. I don't have X-ray vision installed in my eyes. How can I tell your size with clothes on? If I don't know the size, how can I pick the right bra for you? Oh, that makes sense. Jiang Mian looked apologetic. The blush that had almost faded now crept back onto his cheeks, reddening even more. The sweatshirt slipped off and hair as dark as ink cascaded down. Jiang Mian casually flicked it a few times, and the effortless motion left Lu Yitong momentarily stunned. She was going braless. How daring. Not only that, but this female classmate was astonishingly beautiful, poised between cuteness and allure with a wild, captivating charm. Wow. Today must be her lucky day. Snapping out of it, Lu Yitong blushed too, cleared her throat, and asked, I still don't know your name. Name. Jiang Mian nearly blurted it out, but stopped himself just in time. In the same school, the chance of having the same name and surname was extremely slim. His own name was a ticking time bomb. What if she remembered today's lingerie incident and asked around on a whim? She was the campus belle. If she asked for a favor, boys would flock to help, and it would only be a matter of time before his identity was exposed. And then, social suicide. He would be completely humiliated in front of the entire school. No way, no way, no way. Thinking this, Jiang Mian replied, my surname is Jiang. I'm from the art college next door, not from your school. Actually, this excuse was full of holes. He had just recognized Lu Yitong as the campus belle, but now claimed they weren't from the same school. It was a classic case of protesting too much. But at that moment, Lu Yitong's mind was racing just as much as Jiang Mian's, so she didn't catch the inconsistency. Gazing at Jiang Mian's figure, Lu Yitong exclaimed, classmate Jiang, you have an amazing body. I couldn't tell with the sweatshirt on, but now I see. You're really curvy. If such a beautiful girl were from their school, she might have to give up her campus belle title. But hearing that Jiang was from another school, Lu Yitong felt a pang of regret. Moreover, Jiang only gave her surname and refused to give her full name, only saying she was from the neighboring school. Probably she was often harassed because of her beauty. Having such awareness, Lu Yitong felt somehow relieved. Only giving her surname was fine. Oh, she could go to the neighboring school in a few days when she had time, look around, and find classmate Jiang to hang out. Having his body exposed to the campus belle was bad enough, but then being complimented so sincerely. Jiang Mian was mortified and could only mutter a thank you. After a visual estimate and a few measurements with her hands, Lu Yitong reached a conclusion in her mind. In the cramped room, neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew even more awkward. Do you remember the size you wore before? No, Jiang Mian said sheepishly. I didn't expect to develop again. He had never worn a bra, but the development part wasn't a lie. He had indeed been flat before, only to grow. Wait a moment. With that, Lu Yitong pushed open the fitting room door and went to pick out a bra for her. Waiting in the locker room with his upper body bare, Jiang Mian felt a chill and couldn't help rubbing his arms. Then he accidentally touched the thing on his chest. How to put it? It was quite soft to the touch. But he couldn't feel any joy about this kind of blessing. Not only had he become a eunuch, but something that shouldn't be there had also grown. Heavens, was this a joke on him? Lu Yitong soon returned. Knowing the cramped changing room made it hard for Jiang Mian to change, she didn't go in. Instead, she passed a few selected bras through the crack in the door. Try these and see which one feels comfortable, she said. Jiang Mian took the bras and thanked her. In truth, for someone who had never worn a bra, none felt comfortable, but Lu Yitong was waiting for an answer outside. So not wanting to disappoint her kindness, Jiang Mian seriously tested them. A few minutes later, he handed the bras back. The pink one is more comfortable. Lu Yitong glanced at the tag on the back of the pink bra. It was just as she had expected. 36D. When Zhang Mian came out of the changing room in his hoodie, Lu Yitong had already picked out several bras for him. He picked them up and saw lace frills, solid colors, and even a three-point style. Wait, why was there a three-point style? Zhang Mian was stunned, his eyes wide as he tried to process this. The next second, Lu Yitong snatched the three-point style and hid it behind her back, coughing. Sorry, I picked it without thinking. Please pretend you didn't see anything. What? School beauty, do you know what you're saying? Zhang Mian's shock was indescribable, but seeing Lu Yitong's serious expression, he wondered if he had misunderstood. The styles were similar. Zhang Mian picked a few with nice patterns and went to the counter to pay. Seeing his balance drop by a few hundred, he sighed inwardly. Girls' money was indeed easy to make. Grumbling aside, after paying, he tore off the tags and changed into one in the changing room. It felt awkward, but it was better than the chafing on his chest. With the bra issue resolved, Zhang Mian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Before leaving with his black bag, he thanked Lu Yitong. Without her help, he would have been stuck standing in the store fretting. Lu Yitong smiled and said it was nothing. After they parted, Xinjia came out of the changing room. Where did you go? I couldn't find you. Helping someone. Seeing Lu Yitong smile, Xinjia said, why does helping someone make you smile so lewdly? If you can't speak, shut up. Lu Yitong cupped her face. Lewd. That's not the word. This is a happy smile. Fine, a happy smile. Xinjia brushed it off, thinking the girl seemed a bit dim. While paying at the counter, Xinjia asked casually, who were you helping? A very pretty girl. From our school. From the neighboring school. Oh. Xinjia lost interest and was about to leave after paying. Suddenly, Lu Yitong slapped her forehead in regret. I'm so stupid. I should have asked for her WeChat right then. Why go to the other school to inquire? What if the girl was low-key? How long would she have to search? Watching Lu Yitong's self-flagellation, Xinjia confirmed her earlier suspicion. Her school beauty friend was indeed not very bright. Meanwhile, Zhang Mian wandered aimlessly down the street with his bag. His mind seemed to split into two little figures battling each other. Figure A said, go to the mall and buy some women's clothes. What if you stay like this forever? Will you wear men's clothes for the rest of your life? Figure B retorted, don't listen to him. What if you change back? Then the money would be wasted. And where would you put women's clothes? Wouldn't your roommates suspect something? Figure A scoffed, so what if they see? With your current appearance, if they saw you, it would be even more troublesome and cause bigger misunderstandings. Unconsciously, Zhang Mian reached the bus stop. Forget it, it'll just buy a few outfits. Then Figure B was kicked away by Figure A. Figure B was no more. While waiting for the bus, Zhang Mian couldn't help searching on Baidu. What to do if you wake up and suddenly find yourself turned into a girl? The replies online were all over the place. Netizen A, you're still dreaming. Go back to sleep. Netizen B, what to do? Just go with the flow. Netizen C, choose between pleasing yourself or letting your bros have fun. Netizen D, go live stream and get the top spender to gift you 100 million. Netizen E, never mind. Zhang Mian put down his phone and gave up. Yubai sat in the passenger seat of his good friend Yang, his car still nursing a hangover from last night, but now they had another party to go to. He leaned back, rubbing his temples, and idly gazed out the window. Passing a bus stop, he caught a glimpse of a figure and murmured, Zhang Mian. What? Yang He focused on the road ahead. Nothing. Yubai looked away. Saw someone who looked like my roommate. Probably mistaken. Your roommate. Male or female? Piss off. Yubai laughed. Male, of course. Do you think we're that open with co-ed dorms? No. Yang He said righteously. I'm a gentleman. Even if it were co-ed, I'd stay pure. He patted his chest confidently. Quit your bullshit. Just drive. Yes, sir. Master, he speaks, and I obey. They exchanged a few jokes. Zhang Mian, waiting for the bus, sneezed. Was someone talking about him? The morning sun felt warm on his skin. The bus jolted forward, and Zhang Mian got off at the square, where shops sold everything. He browsed a few women's clothing stores, each time flattered by sweet-talking salesgirls who then pushed their products. This overwhelming enthusiasm was hard to fend off. Even with a thick skin, he eventually gave in and bought a few. Though he was in a girl's body, the awkwardness inside was hard to shake. Walking down the street in women's clothes drew many glances. The weird feeling grew stronger. Mainly it was too embarrassing. Zhang Mian felt for the first time that time could pass so slowly. Now she couldn't even return to her dormitory and had no choice but to kill time in a coffee shop. Playing games, the matchmaking system seemed to target her, making her lose 9 out of 10 rounds. Scrolling through videos, she was almost brainwashed by a live streaming seller and nearly made another foolish purchase. She then turned to catching up on the manga and novels she had hoarded for 2 months. Yet when she glanced at the time, only half a day had passed. Just as she was yawning from exhaustion, she realized her phone battery was nearly dead, so she went to rent a power bank. She waited and waited until it felt like the flowers would wither. During this time, the young barista at the counter, blushing, brought her a small slice of Black Forest cake, claiming this is a special gift from our store's promotion. She also turned down several men who tried to strike up a conversation, exuding an aura of utter disinterest and a clear "don't bother me." But Zhang Mian forgot that coffee only keeps you awake, it doesn't fill your stomach. After her stomach ached with hunger for the third time, she decided to go get a meal first. Just as she was about to leave, the young barista who had been psyching himself up finally mustered the courage to walk up to her. He asked with a simple and shy demeanor, "Can I add you on WeChat?" As a man himself, Jang Mian knew exactly what she replied with a completely expressionless face. No. Flustered by the rejection, he asked why. Jang Mian countered, "Then why do you want to add me on WeChat?" "To be friends with you." "What kind of friends?" "Just someone to chat with when I'm bored. When I'm bored, I prefer to sleep. I could sing or tell stories to help you fall asleep. I already have plenty of friends like that on my WeChat." His face fell hurt. "I thought you'd agree since you didn't refuse the cake I gave you. And that cake money comes out of my salary." Jang Mian rolled her eyes so hard they almost disappeared. Sure enough, in this day and age, while rain doesn't fall forever, some men's audacity knows no bounds. She used to find it strange when the girls around her complained indignantly, but now that she had experienced it herself, she was thoroughly disgusted. A tiny piece of cake in exchange for a chance, and when rejected, he didn't hesitate to start putting a price tag on it. Not wanting to get entangled, Jang Mian walked straight to the counter, scanned the payment code, and asked how much was that cake. 25. Hearing the price nearly made Jang Mian laugh out of anger. So she was the sucker, a small piece of cake used as a pickup tool by this despicable man. If it worked, he got what he wanted, but if it didn't, he'd turn around and ask her for the money. When water is too clear, there are no fish. When a man is too cheap, he is invincible. What a brilliant scheme he had. The abacus beads were practically flying in her face. Jang Mian decided to treat it as a lesson learned, too lazy to haggle over the price. She simply paid up. Seeing this, he said with an unnatural expression, "You don't have a boyfriend anyway. What's the harm in being friends? It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh." Jang Mian had been ready to let it go, but seeing his argumentative attitude, she knew if she backed down, she would seem too easy to push around. After thinking it over, she opened Hyubai's moments. Apologizing profusely in her heart, she thought, "Brother, don't be mad. I'm in a tight spot now. I have to use you to save face." Pointing at Hyubai's selfies and the photos of luxury cars at his home, Jang Mian told him word by word, "Sorry, but I have a boyfriend, and he's a rich second generation with his family's wealth." Hyubai had been raised well with handsome features, a tall and straight figure, and a certain aura that made him the ideal perfect boyfriend. He could easily outshine this pathetic loser in front of her. Even though he was thoroughly put in his place, the man still stubbornly refused to back down. As Jang Mian turned to leave, he muttered sarcastically behind her back, "A boyfriend? It's obviously a lie. If he were really your boyfriend, would he stand you up and leave you waiting half the day in a coffee shop?" The absent boyfriend Jang Mian mentioned made him think she was just putting on a show to save face. He wouldn't take a second look at such a pretentious, shameless woman. But inside he was fuming with jealousy. If he were rich, he would have thrown money in her face. Jang Mian, however, couldn't be bothered with him anymore. She couldn't stop rolling her eyes internally. It was precisely because she had been stood up that it was normal. If Hyubai had actually shown up, that would have been a real disaster. But he didn't know that today's events would later on eerily come true. Finding it inconvenient to carry her things, Jang Mian entered the mall and stuffed everything into a locker. There were many couples walking by, heads close together, shoulders brushing. Perhaps because she had become a girl, watching them made her feel a twinge of envy, and she couldn't help but fantasize about having a boyfriend herself. Oh, no way. Was she even starting to think like a girl now? Jang Mian quickly shook her head, forcing these dangerous thoughts out immediately and completely. A boyfriend? That was impossible. It would never happen in this life. Back off. After a whole day and night of partying, Hyubai said goodbye to his friends and prepared to return to school. Yang He's cigarette dangling from his lips teased, "Young master, he drives luxury cars everywhere. Can't you even afford to rent a place outside? Can you even stretch your legs in that tiny dorm room?" Hyubai flipped him off. "I may be wild, but I'm not as pampered as you. Go to hell." Yang He exhaled a puff of smoke. "I was thinking of keeping a mistress in a gilded cage." "Then you'd better keep all your mistresses in check. If the fire ever burns through the paper, watch out they don't team up and beat you up. Don't jinx me." "You on the other hand, Yang," he said, "next time we hang out, remember to bring your girlfriend along." Hyubai ignored him, giving another international gesture as he walked away. "I'm off. Let's catch up another time." Hyubai had never considered renting an apartment outside. Although everyone knew his family was wealthy, he generally kept a low profile at school. As for those who always think rich second generations are flashy, they must have read too many web novels. When he returned to the dorm, Feng Jun was playing games with a girl. Chun Yu was watching online courses, but Jang Mian's spot was empty. Hyubai asked casually, "Where's Jang Mian?" "No idea. He went out early this morning and hasn't come back yet," Feng Jun replied, pulling off his headset. "Don't engage, wait for me to group up." Hyubai raised an eyebrow. So the person he saw at the bus stop today must have been Jang Mian. How strange, he hadn't heard of Jang Mian having any plans today. Could he be secretly dating? Oh, little sheep, not bad. Could he be the first in their dorm to get a girlfriend? As the time grew later and the sky darkened, Jang Mian finally chose to compromise. It seemed that tonight was destined to be spent outdoors. Cinderella's magic would vanish at midnight, but the dormitory gate closed at 11 p.m. He couldn't afford to wait. The thought lingered. The mall had closed. Jiang Mian, carrying a pile of bags, once again wandered aimlessly along the streets. He consoled himself, perhaps after a good night's sleep this strange transformation would disappear and he would return. Then he began searching on the navigation app for a hotel to spend the night, but just at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind: gender transformation experiment successful. You can now freely switch genders. To transform, simply say the word transform directly. After the strange voice faded away, Jiang Mian finally snapped back to reality. This was nothing but a system. So this was the culprit behind all this mess. How infuriating. He had been terrified all day, thinking he could never change back. His poor heart. He had nearly broken down. Being a woman wasn't scary. What was terrifying was the trouble that came with it. A painless gender transformation. That was a living medical research specimen. If discovered, he would definitely be treated like a lab rat. This broken system must be a starfish. How could it stay so hidden? With the trouble finally resolved, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. He found a public restroom, and taking advantage of the dim light, he slipped inside. Then he tentatively spoke transform. Instantly his long black hair shortened, his chest flattened, and his male parts reappeared. He was back. Jiang Mian felt like crying. He had finally returned to his original form. The joy was heartfelt. If not for fear of starting a ghost story about the public restroom, he would have wept openly. He wanted to test other functions of the system, but no matter how he called the expected panel and space did not appear. After multiple attempts, he found the system utterly useless. Aside from gender transformation, it served no other purpose. What a waste of his efforts. No wonder it could stay hidden all day without showing itself. Even if it malfunctioned, he might not even know. Damn it. After transforming back to male, Jiang Mian quickly changed out of the women's clothes into his own. Without the constraint of underwear, he felt much freer when walking and running. But a glance at the time told him he was doomed. If he didn't hurry back, he'd be locked out of the dorm again. The dormitory aunt, if in a good mood, might come to open the door. If not, she could lecture him through the door for half an hour. Jiang Mian dared not delay and hailed a taxi to rush back. As the security guard prepared to close the school gate, he dashed in just in time. There were still 5 minutes left, enough to make it. Jogging all the way, Jiang Mian soon arrived at the dormitory building where he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. It was Yubai. The other was smoking and scrolling through videos, head down. Jiang Mian walked over with his bags and asked, "Who are you waiting for? The curfew is almost here, aren't you going back?" Yubai looked up at the sound, stubbed out his cigarette, locked his phone, and slipped it into his pocket, all in one. Jiang Mian thought to himself, "Damn, he's handsome again." "Waiting for you," Yubai replied, glancing at the bags in his hand. "Done with your date with your rich girlfriend. Bought so much stuff." "Come on, what rich girlfriend? Am I worthy?" Jiang Mian explained. "These are all for myself." "So you got rejected, got upset, and went on a shopping spree?" Yubai raised an eyebrow. "My mom does the same thing when she's sad." "Oh really?" Jiang Mian forced a smile. "Then my good son, please help your mom carry these bags." He was tired of carrying these clothes all day. Yubai found it amusing, but maintained his cool, expressionless demeanor. As he took the bags from Jiang Mian, his steps became lighter. In truth, he didn't know why he had come downstairs. It felt like an instinctive reaction of his body. Ever since he heard that Jiang Mian had gone out early in the morning, he had been frequently checking the time. After dinner he waited, but Jiang Mian still hadn't returned. As the night grew late, he even began to wonder if Jiang Mian was planning to spend the night with his girlfriend. But for some reason the thought of that boy dating a girl made him feel uneasy. He even maliciously imagined that Jiang Mian's frail frame might get worn out. Yet he still came downstairs to wait, feeling irritated with himself. Jiang Mian was indeed good-looking. If he were a girl, he would certainly be pretty. But that didn't mean he would turn gay for a handsome guy, right? The thought only made him more agitated, feeling like a fool. But when he heard Jiang Mian self-deprecatingly claim he had no girlfriend, he inexplicably felt a huge... Then he teased Jiang Mian, "All 4 of us in the dorm are single dogs. No one gets to break up first, and if someone does, it should be me." Yes. Having been frightened all day, Jiang Mian was exhausted and too lazy to argue. "Handsome, he with your outstanding family background and dashing looks, if you don't get a girlfriend before us, the heavens must be blind." Now relaxed, Jiang Mian felt sleepy and yawned, covering his mouth. When he looked up again, he saw Yubai staring at him intently, making his skin crawl. He even began to wonder if the other had discovered something. But he hadn't said the word transform just now, had he? The curfew time had passed, the dormitory aunt had already closed the door and gone to bed. Only a single light illuminated the first-floor lobby. Yubai remained silent, the atmosphere eerily quiet. Jiang Mian swallowed and broke the silence. "Don't be mad, I wasn't being sarcastic. That was my true feeling. Really, look how handsome you are. It would be a waste if you didn't get a girlfriend soon." But before he could finish, Yubai said, "Jiang Mian, if you were a girl, would you be my girlfriend?" No matter how he calculated, he never expected the young master to make such a unique confession in such an awkward... Nearly scared to death by the suddenness, Jiang Mian rolled his eyes. "Wait for your next life." Watching the annoyed figure walk away, Yubai murmured, "So heartless. But the next life is too far away." Yubai picked up the bags and followed. The black bag's tie was loose, and in the dim corridor light, He couldn't see clearly what was sticking out. He only glimpsed a pink object. A grown man liking pink things. It was a pity Jong Mion wasn't a girl. After a week had passed in this manner, Jong Mion initially believed that this transformation was merely an accident and that he would never again need to utilize the gender swap system. But things turned out contrary to his wishes. All past experiences had proven that one should never casually set up a flag lest one easily gets slapped in the face. He had just resolved to forget about the system when in the next instant the gears of fate began to turn silently. Hyubai's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID on the screen and immediately felt a strong reluctance to answer. The ringtone persisted again and again. Feng Jun, who was engrossed in a game nearby, couldn't help but lean over to take a look. Brother, which little girl is calling you? Not a little girl, it's a guy. Hyubai turned off the screen and tossed the phone aside. To be precise, it was Yonghe. A guy. Whoa, Feng Jun teased. As expected of my brother, he truly irresistible to both men and women. Get lost, Hyubai laughed and cursed. It's a good buddy of mine just back from abroad. Oh, I see. Because he was distracted by the conversation, his hero was suddenly ambushed by the enemy and instantly killed. The screen went black. Feng Jun felt a tinge of annoyance. Indeed, one cannot multitask. Fortunately, the girl he was carrying this round had a good disposition. The support player kept following him and didn't complain when he died. Previously, Hyubai had also mentioned this buddy from abroad to them. How to put it? Different people have different fates. Some people's families are wealthy, so they went abroad early to gild themselves. If it weren't for getting into college, they would probably have rarely even visited other cities. Hyubai originally intended to pretend he hadn't received the call, but the other party had obviously anticipated this move. After a brief silence, the phone on the table rang again. After ignoring it several times, he continued to call persistently. Finally, on the sixth attempt, Hyubai's patience wore thin. He answered the phone coldly. What? Oh, what's wrong with Master He? Unhappy. Who made you angry? You? Me? He clicked his tongue. Don't wrong me. I called you several times and you refused to answer. Are you deliberately pretending to ignore me? You know it in your heart. Damn, Hyubai said indifferently. What is it? If nothing, I'm hanging up. No. He hurriedly said. About that thing I mentioned to you last time, I've arranged to meet a few brothers the day after tomorrow. Well, meet at the usual place. You must come. They'll see when the time comes. He didn't forget to add. Remember to bring your girlfriend along. Then the call was mercilessly terminated by Hyubai. Tisk, so heartless. He curled his lips as he stared at the hung-up phone. But that guy Hyubai probably doesn't have a girlfriend, right? If he had one, given his personality, he would have brought her out to show off to us long ago. Staring at the WeChat interface on his phone, he shook his head helplessly. Xiao Ye, your brother Yang here, has really screwed over my own buddy to help you. You'll have to pull your weight then. As Hyubai hung up the phone, the dormitory atmosphere immediately became gloomy. Even Feng Jun, who usually liked to chatter with girls while gaming, sensed something was amiss, and simply shut up, focusing on the game instead. He repeatedly urged him to bring his girlfriend. Was he genuinely just wanting to meet his girlfriend? Hyubai felt deeply uneasy, always sensing something peculiar about this gathering. Jong Mion emerged from the bathroom after showering, drying his wet hair with a dry absorbent towel. The steam from his body collided with the cold air outside as he stepped out, instantly bringing a refreshing coolness. He couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. Indeed, being a boy was better. Bathing was convenient and quick. Unlike girls who had to put in such great effort just to wash their hair. Jong Mion keenly noticed the uneasy atmosphere and asked while drying his hair, why is everyone so quiet? Feng Jun was frantically gesturing to him, while Hyubai directly turned his head and stared at him. In an instant, it made Jong Mion's hair stand on end. Alright, he shouldn't have spoken up. Then he pretended to ignore Hyubai's gaze and directly sat back in his own seat. As luck would have it, his and Hyubai's beds were directly parallel to each other. Even after sitting back down, Jong Mion could still clearly feel Hyubai's unyielding gaze fixed on his back. After enduring for a while, he finally couldn't take it anymore and turned around to ask, President, is there something you need? President, was the nickname they had given Hyubai. Nothing. Hyubai withdrew his gaze, his tone indifferent. Damn. Seeing that expression of wanting to speak, but hesitating, Jong Mion felt as if he were some kind of villain. After another moment of silence, Hyubai suddenly spoke. I'm going to a friend's gathering the day after tomorrow. As if hearing some gossip, even Shunyu, who was diligently studying nearby, couldn't help but glance over. But this time all my brothers said they'll be bringing their girlfriends, so. Hyubai didn't finish. But Jong Mion and the others understood. Hyubai didn't have a girlfriend. In the rigid and stubborn impression of others, people born into wealth relied on their family's money, indulging in decadence, and behaving like scumbags. But only the people in their dorm knew that Hyubai was actually a person of excellent upbringing and cultivation. He was easy to get along with day to day, and when friends were in trouble, he would help without a second thought. Feng Jun spoke up. With conditions like yours, brother, finding a girlfriend is a piece of cake. Hyubai smiled helplessly. It's not like picking cabbages at the market. I can't just find a girlfriend carelessly just because of a gathering. Damn. What kind of pure-hearted warrior's speech was that? One must be on guard against others. Hyubai was worried about being pestered, and besides it would be too irresponsible towards the girl. How about this? Feng Jun turned and pointed at Jiang Mian. Let little sheep wear women's clothes and pretend to be your girlfriend. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Mian directly threw the towel in his hand at him. Get lost. I refuse. He was like a cat with its fur standing on end, immediately jumping up. Not for any other reason, but because after hearing Feng Jun's suggestion of pretending to be his girlfriend, he actually entertained the thought of whether to use the gender swap system to help Hyubai. But quickly this idea was turning into a girl. Such a thing only happens 0 times, or infinitely many times. He absolutely must not break the taboo, and set this precedent lightly. Hyubai deliberately put on a dejected expression. Little sheep, are you disgusted with me? I'm a real man. What cross-dressing? Impossible to cross-dress. Never in this life will I cross-dress. Feng Jun picked up the towel. A real man uses a pink one. My mom bought it for me. At the gate of the art academy, Jiang Mian, who had transformed again, couldn't help but press his forehead. Why did it have to come to this? It was all because he was too soft-hearted. After hearing about Hyubai's plan to attend the gathering that day, he had indeed contemplated transforming to help. However, troubled by his inner conflict, he quickly dismissed the thought. But Hyubai remained dejected in the dormitory, and Jiang Mian wondered if the gathering was that important to him. Feng Jun, however, told him, this isn't about whether the gathering is important. It's a matter of a man's dignity. Dignity? Could it be eaten or spent like money? Jiang Mian sneered, showing his confusion. Feng Jun, claiming to be a loyal roommate, declared he would take Hyubai to a mixer for the sake of his dignity. But Hyubai refused. For him, romance was about feelings. There was no need to force himself into a charade just to save face at some gathering. After speaking, Hyubai stretched lazily, leaned back in his chair, and said with a resigned tone, I can stay single. They'll just mock me a bit, I suppose. Yang He, that bastard, would surely mock him even more, probably even tease him about being a virgin or something. It seemed he was bound to lose face at this gathering. Overhearing this, Jiang Mian felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Could it really be that serious? Then came Hyubai's faint sigh. Instantly, Jiang Mian's fruit salad didn't taste as good. After a whole day of Hyubai's gloominess, Jiang Mian finally couldn't take it anymore. He made up his mind. It was just a gathering to save face. For the sake of his good buddy, his brother, his roommate's dignity, he was willing to go all out. Having decided to transform and help, a sense of loyalty surged within him. But he still needed a plausible excuse. You said you have a cousin at the neighboring art academy. Hyubai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. With the excuse in place, Jiang Mian spoke without blushing. I told her about your gathering, and she agreed to pretend to be your girlfriend. Though it was all fabricated, his gaze was utterly sincere. Hyubai countered, your cousin is that easygoing. After all, the whole idea of a fake date was absurd enough. That someone would agree without any ulterior motive seemed even more far-fetched. Indeed, was suspicion a common trait among the wealthy? Fortunately, Jiang Mian had anticipated Hyubai. He explained further, of course it's not for free. My cousin's family is strict and her living expenses are limited, so she's been looking for ways to earn some money. Seeing Hyubai's expression soften, Jiang Mian pressed on. Besides, she's very professional. It's a straightforward transaction, no strings attached, so don't worry. Feng Jun, listening with interest, asked, is your cousin pretty? Jiang Mian nodded seriously. She's not just pretty, she's stunning. Feng Jun's interest piqued. Hey, Hyubai is a purist in love. He needs feelings. He'd surely scoff at this dirty money for show deal. So Feng Jun grinned slyly. Little lamb, why not introduce your cousin to me? Does your cousin play games? I'm a top-tier jungler on the national server. I can carry her any day. Jiang Mian wanted to refuse, but my cousin is older than you. Feng Jun shamelessly replied, no problem. Older women are a blessing. Would be a perfect match. Jiang Mian. He didn't even say she was 3 years older. What was happening? They were supposed to solve Hyubai's problem, yet Feng Jun was trying to sneak in. He ignored Feng Jun's eager look and turned to Hyubai. If you don't want to ill tell my cousin no. Feng Jun immediately shouted, I'm willing. I'm willing. Jiang Mian wanted to kick him out. This had nothing to do with him, so why was he so eager? I didn't say I wasn't willing. Hyubai pushed Feng Jun's hand away. But does your cousin really trust you? Of course, Jiang Mian patted his chest. I'm her most beloved cousin. After all, the cousin he spoke of was actually himself, loving life and himself, so it was true. Oh, then why have I never heard you mention this cousin? That's because, as expected, one lie required 1,000 more to cover it up. Jiang Mian stumbled, mentally drawing circles in his mind. He had underestimated Hyubai's suspicious nature. Who knew he would ask so many details? Our families live far apart. After college, we each have our own circles, so we didn't want to disturb each other. But earlier I heard she was doing part-time jobs for pocket money, so I casually asked. Yes, that was it. Believing his lie was perfect, Jiang Mian had no idea that Hyubai had already sensed something. If they were truly the closest of cousins, even with distance their bond wouldn't fade just because they started college. Moreover, the neighboring art academy was only a few kilometers from their school. None of the dorm mates had ever heard Jiang Mian mention visiting his cousin. Hyubai narrowed his eyes, slightly pondering. Jiang Mian was naive. Whatever crossed his mind showed on his. Right now he looked like a typical innocent college student. Hyubai couldn't imagine Jiang Mian lying to him. Could he really conjure up a fake girlfriend? The more Hyubai thought, the more curious and amused he became. In the brief silence, Jiang Mian grew nervous under Hyubai's gaze. He wondered inwardly, could the other have sensed something? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Whether Jiang Mian was telling the truth or not, Hyubai felt a flicker of anticipation. How's the payment? Send me your cousin's WeChat. I'll add her to chat. Jiang Mian suddenly realized what he had been missing all along. After all his careful planning, he had completely forgotten this one detail. He hadn't registered a new WeChat account. But Jiang Mian forced calmness. The fee is 3,000. I just texted my cousin, but she hasn't replied yet. I'll send you her WeChat once I've spoken with her. Hyubai nodded, all right. As he turned to leave, his steps were noticeably lighter. Feng Jun came over again. Little lamb, can you send me your cousin's WeChat too? Jiang Mian refused with a sweet smile. No. He'll beg on my knees. Please pity me. I've been single for so many years without finding a partner. I'm so unlucky. Knowing Feng Jun would throw a tantrum, Jiang Mian sidestepped just as he was about to pounce. He dashed out of the dormitory. The first priority now was to register a new WeChat account. After leaving the dormitory, Jiang Mian registered a new WeChat account to pretend to be the cousin he mentioned. Heaven knows he felt like a thief stealthily doing something wrong. Having learned from Hyubai's suspicious nature, he finally became clever this time. After setting his WeChat moments to be visible for only 3 days and finishing his profile picture and signature, he stared at his phone and suddenly discovered the most fatal flaw. He didn't have a spare phone. If he were to transform later and then appear before Hyubai holding his original phone, it was easy to imagine how awkward that scene would be. But his living expenses were limited. If he bought a new phone, he would have to live on air for the rest of the month. Oh, so annoying. If only he hadn't been so quick to volunteer help. It was all because he was too soft-hearted. But words once spoken cannot be undone. Jiang Mian stood dejectedly on the street, then looked up and saw a phone case store not far away. Got it. Since he couldn't buy a new phone, he would take a different approach. Buy a new phone case and pretend it was a new phone. No time like the present. Jiang Mian immediately ran into the store and started picking out cases on his own. College students nowadays only shopped online. Offline stores had a tough time. So when the phone case store owner saw Jiang Mian walk in, he almost wept with joy. This was the first customer, so he eagerly accompanied him, and after learning Jiang Mian's phone model, he enthusiastically recommended many attractive phone cases. But Jiang Mian didn't fancy any of them, feeling utterly annoyed. What girl would like a mecha phone case? It was either Transformers or plain matte leather. Seeing Jiang Mian uninterested in any, the owner thought this transaction was probably doomed. But who would have thought that the next second Jiang Mian found his ideal phone case? Sailor Moon's Usagi Tsukino. This was it. When the owner saw Jiang Mian paying, he couldn't help twitching his lips. Nowadays, even good-looking boys had such distinctive tastes in phone cases. Jiang Mian tore open the packaging and immediately put on the new case. After all, time was pressing, ordering online would be too slow, so he had to make do. Finally, Jiang Mian checked everything again. Phone case okay. New WeChat account okay. Profile picture, signature, and moments also okay. Fortunately, his phone had a dual system, and as long as the unlock passwords were different, he could switch between them. After switching to the other system and setting a new wallpaper, everything turned pink and girly, full of maiden heart. The phone belonging to his cousin was born. Without further delay, Jiang Mian sent a message to Hyubai. I've recommended your WeChat to my cousin. Shall I? Hyubai replied with an OK emoji. Then Jiang Mian switched systems and logged into WeChat. Now this new WeChat account only had his own main account added. From the chat history on his main account, he added Hyubai's WeChat. It had to be said, whenever Hyubai wanted to reply, he almost always did instantly. Just a few seconds after sending the request, Hyubai accepted the friend request. Then, like a typical straight guy, Hyubai sent 2 words, hello. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and replied in a soft tone, hello to you too. The other party was typing. Hyubai. Damn. Shoot. He forgot to give himself a name for the new identity. Jiang Mian was stunned for several seconds, searched his mind for all vocabulary, then typed back, Jiangwan. Phew, that was close. Jiang Mian patted his chest to calm down. He had almost tripped over the name again. Over there, Hyubai looked at the name sent to him, feeling a trace of doubt. Jiang Mian. Jiangwan. Why did it always feel somehow familiar? Sensing Hyubai typing the idle, Feng Jun immediately leaned over. Who are you chatting with, boss? Hyubai didn't raise his head. Jiang Mian's cousin. Whoa, really? What did you talk about? Let me see. Feng Jun said unceremoniously, leaning in. That heartless guy, little sheep. Why did he only look after Hyubai? They were all brothers in the same dorm, and he didn't having a pretty cousin, and he didn't introduce her to him first. That was too much. He wasn't that much worse than Hyubai. It was just that his family was a bit poorer, he looked uglier, and he was shorter than Hyubai. So how much difference could there be? Forget it, let's just look at the chat history first. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Anyway, there was nothing shameful in the chat, so Hyubai, being open and honest, didn't bother to hide it and let him look. So her name is Jongwon, Feng Jun said longingly. Just hearing the name makes me think she must be a beautiful girl from a gentle water town. He envied. He was jealous. But he couldn't hate. Hyubai ignored Feng Jun's dejection and typed another message. Jiang Mian should have told you about pretending to be my girlfriend at the party. No problem, boss, don't worry. As long as the money is right, I guarantee your satisfaction. So this made Hyubai feel a hint of anticipation. He immediately transferred 3,000 yuan. Advance payment for your service. If you perform well, the bonus will be doubled. Boss is awesome. Wait till you transferred the money just like that. Feng Jun was dumbfounded. Aren't you afraid she'll stand you up? Actually, he had wanted to say scammer, but thinking that she was Jiang Mian's cousin, he changed his words. After all, this so-called cousin was only known from Jiang Mian's words. Who knew what kind of person she really was? What if she took the money and ran or claimed an emergency and stood him up? Then the whole dorm would be awkward with Jiang Mian living there. Hyubai turned off his phone, put it back in his pocket, and patted Feng Jun's shoulder meaningfully. Classmate Feng Jun, you can't want to destroy something just because you can't have it right. Feng Jun. Damn. What did he take him for? Would he be that kind of person? Hyubai's home and school were in the same city, so he decided to go home first. On the day of the party, he would drive out the Ferrari his father had given him when he turned 18. Besides, he needed to spruce himself up properly. Indeed, when it came to matters of face, boys might say they didn't care, but inside they were secretly competing. Watching Hyubai leave with a smile, Feng Jun looked like a puffed-up pufferfish. You guys are so mean. All leaving me behind. How can I live alone as a single dog? He turned to look at Chunyu. Chunyu, at least you're still here in the dorm. But before he finished, he saw Chunyu packing his laptop into his backpack. Then this studious scholar who only cared about reading sage books seemed to have been corrupted by someone. Now he also smiled and said, sorry, I have to leave you too. The library is calling me. Heavens! Feng Jun immediately cried out, just take me away. On the other side, Jiang Mian looked at the 3,000 yuan that had been transferred. Without hesitation, his heart almost soaring with joy. As expected of young master, he's such a generous gesture. That swift transfer with few words. He almost fell in love with him. On the day of the party, he would definitely perform well. Guaranteed satisfaction. The scene shifted, returning to the present. Since the gathering was scheduled for the evening, Jiang Mian did not leave the dormitory until dusk, seeking a place to transform and change attire. She now stood not far from the entrance of the Academy of Arts. When sending her location to Hyubai, she deliberately chose a conspicuous milk tea shop as a landmark. Yet, Jiang Mian failed to realize that after her transformation, she had become the most striking and eye-catching presence on the street. Her outfit that day was simple, a sleek black fitted dress with a round neckline and a cinched waist accentuating her fair skin and hourglass figure. The autumn weather was capricious, so she had thoughtfully added a white faux fur coat, long in silhouette like the dress. Regarding makeup, she was not particularly concerned. In fact, from the moment she first beheld her transformed self in the mirror, she had already observed. Her transformed appearance, even without any makeup, was simply breathtakingly exquisite. Her skin was flawlessly smooth, her nose delicately upturned, her lashes long enough to mimic eyeliner, and the harmony between her brows and eyes allowed her to be alluring or innocently charming at will. The only makeup she applied that day was a swipe of lipstick. Armani in a tomato red shade, with no other virtue than making her complexion appear strikingly fair. Adding to this, a tiny crimson mole adorned the outer corner of her left eye, complementing her features so that even the faintest smile would burn with seduction. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mian, she was committing a crime of beauty. Yet there were always those drawn to such thorny roses. As she waited, students from the Academy of Arts streamed in and out. Her presence alone commanded a 200% turning rate. A male student who stole an extra glance was promptly reprimanded by his girlfriend, who twisted his ear and demanded, "Is she that good looking? Do your eyes nearly pop out?" The young man denied it fervently. "No, not at all." "Then why do you keep turning back? Do you take me for a fool?" Even Jiang Mian, usually indifferent, could not help but smirk upon hearing such exchanges. Yet that single smile caused many male onlookers to lose their composure entirely. In the next moment, someone forgot to watch his step and collided head-on with a lamppost. His eyes were spellbound, but his head nearly paid the price. The appointed time was 6 o'clock, and as the hour approached, Hyubai had still not arrived. Jiang Mian was about to send a message to inquire. She then noticed two young men approaching, clearly heading in her direction. Inwardly she groaned. Ever since becoming a woman, such unsolicited advances had become inevitable. Looking up, the two men stopped right before her, wearing what they considered charming smiles. Jiang Mian asked flatly. Undeterred by her cold tone, they found her aloofness all the more intriguing. After all, a beautiful woman with attitude was more thrilling to conquer. Lu Wen and Wu Yuan, broadcasting majors at the Academy of Arts, had amassed a following online solely through their voices. Despite their average looks, this had inflated their confidence to the point of arrogance. Just moments ago, as they stepped out of the campus, they spotted Jiang Mian from a distance, and quickly conspired the two friends would approach together, and whoever won her over would claim the prize. Driven by this unspoken rivalry, they refused to be dismissed by her cold demeanor. Luwen smiled and asked, "Miss, are you waiting for someone?" "Yes," she replied, tersely, not even sparing him a glance. But Luwen considered himself a masochist at heart. Jiang Mian's haughty poise only intensified his infatuation, and his gaze grew fervent. Wu Yuan sneered inwardly at his companion's pathetic display, so easily stirred before even winning the girl over. Truly a useless failure. Yet this worked to his advantage. Feigning friendliness, he spoke. "Hello, we're students from the Academy of Arts Broadcasting Department. Would like to be friends. Would you honor us with dinner?" Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh at his audacity. Last time she encountered a creep, and now it was an overconfident fool. Their blatant intent and casual presumption reduced others to their own low standards. Seeing her sudden laughter, the two were puzzled. Had they said something amusing? "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but you're just too hilarious," she said, dabbing at the tears of mirth. "Why would I want to be and why would I eat with you?" Was the cost of approaching a stranger so low? Did they think a mere invitation would make any woman fall into their arms? Undeterred by her mockery, Wu Yuan seized the opportunity. If dinner doesn't work, how about a late-night snack? A late-night meal would lead to other amusements, and then, while the degenerate thoughts danced in their minds as they eyed her beautiful face, their greed intensifying as they plotted who would be the first to claim her. Jiang Mian could see the blatant lecherousness in their eyes. As a man herself, she knew with absolute certainty what vile schemes they harbored, and the disgust overwhelmed her. "Sorry, I'm busy," she lied. "I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He'll be here shortly." But the two refused to leave. They had heard such excuses countless times before from other girls they had approached. Often they had seen through the ruse. Women like Jiang Mian, the more haughty they were, the more they fueled the desire. Moreover, they were curious to see what kind of boyfriend such a proud woman would choose. On the surface, Wu Yuan maintained a gentle and refined demeanor. But after being repeatedly snubbed by Jiang Mian, anger simmered within him. He even entertained venomous thoughts. What nonsense about waiting for a boyfriend. Dressed so provocatively, she was surely waiting for a sugar daddy to sell herself. Like stubborn leeches, the two refused to leave, as if determined to see for themselves the caliber of this so-called boy. Jiang Mian silently prayed, "Hiyubai, please don't let me down. Don't disgrace your daddy." She had considered frightening them off. If she uttered the word, transform, she could instantly revert to her male form. The sight of a cross-dressing man would surely be horrifying enough. And perhaps it would scare these two wretches so badly they'd never harass another woman again. But that was just Jiang Mian's wishful thinking. If she actually did it, it would be like hurting the enemy by 1,000 and losing 800 of her own. Scaring those two bastards into impotence would be a minor matter. For her, being publicly humiliated would be a disaster. Fortunately, before long, a black Ferrari pulled over by the road. Hiyubai pushed open the driver's door and stepped out, his face full of apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect traffic on the way from my home to school." Jiang Mian almost wanted to laugh uproariously on the spot. Young master, he was truly impressive. Not only did he drive a luxury car, but he had also carefully styled his hair, which accentuated his chiseled features and handsome face. Indeed, a guy's looks depend 80% on his hairstyle. Upon seeing this, Wu Yuan and Lu Wen were both instantly dumbfounded. In their hearts, they had indeed suspected that Jiang Mian's so-called boyfriend was fake. Even if it were real, the other person had such a haughty demeanor. She looked like a complete gold digger. They were sure she would find a pot-bellied middle-aged man with a modest career. But they were all wrong. This guy was and he could afford a luxury car. Last night, they had been drinking at a bar, and they had only just woken up and left the dormitory to get food. Their hair was a mess, and their clothes were thrown on haphazardly. Their haggard appearance compared to the meticulously groomed Hiyubai made them feel even more ashamed of themselves, like a pair of clowns. Jiang Mian's heart instantly blossomed with joy, feeling the satisfaction of thoroughly slapping those arrogant men's faces. At this moment, she didn't even mind Hiyubai's lateness, and the anger from being harassed earlier dissipated like smoke. Young master, he was so impressive as she had to make good use of this opportunity. She immediately called out affectionately, "Darling, you're finally here." Then she happily ran over, threw her arms around Hiyubai, and whispered in his ear, "Classmate, he helped me. These two have been harassing me." After being suddenly embraced, Hiyubai felt the soft, fragrant body in his arms, and his mind went completely blank with a boom. He had heard of romance, even if he hadn't experienced it himself. But when her warm breath brushed against his ear, he couldn't help his earlobes turning red. Jiang Mian's mind was completely occupied with how to teach those arrogant men a lesson, so she didn't notice Hiyubai's innocent reaction. Hearing Jiang Wan's words, Hiyubai's mind, which had been wandering, instantly calmed down. Men all have a possessive instinct, even if it was just a fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship based on a monetary transaction. But upon hearing that someone had improper thoughts about what was his, Hiyubai's expression instantly turned cold. His gaze at the two men was also utterly frigid. "Is there a problem?" Just two simple words, yet they contained suppressed chill and fury. Jiang Mian was pressed against Hiyubai's chest, and his strong heartbeat thumped rhythmically. Hearing Hiyubai's icy tone, she had to admit shamefully, "Damn. Holy shit. That guy was handsome again. Although Hiyubai had good manners, it didn't mean he had no temper. His family background had nurtured him such that when he was angry, even a cold expression and tone could command respect and inspire fear. They were all the same age, but Wu Yuan and Lu Wen were clearly intimidated. Aura was something you couldn't fake. After helping Jiang Wan into the passenger seat, Hiyubai coldly warned them, "Stay away from my girlfriend from now on." Wu Yuan and Lu Wen could only nod dumbly, not knowing why they had been so easily intimidated. But once Hiyubai drove off in the Ferrari, they started to act arrogant again. "Pa, it's just a luxury car. What the hell is there to show off? That bitch thinks she's found a rich boyfriend. Don't let her get dumped by some rich second generation after he's done playing. I wouldn't take such a slut even if she paid me. I wouldn't either." Look at her slutty face as she threw herself into his arms. Fucking disgusting. If Jiang Mian were still here, she would probably give them 4 words. Impotent rage. In the car, thinking about the 2 arrogant men who had been so cowed just now, Jiang Mian felt tremendously pleased. The smile on her face couldn't be hidden, and it infected Hiyubai, who was driving beside her. Laughing so happy. Of course, Jiang Wan looked at Hiyubai with admiration in her eyes. "My dear boyfriend, your performance just now was really cool." At those words, Hiyubai's earlobes reddened again. Ahem ahem. Boyfriend. Those 3 words seemed to have a bewitching magic. Jiang Wan's beauty exceeded Hiyubai's imagination. Although he never judged people by appearance, everyone had an appreciation for beauty. Having such a beautiful girlfriend by his side, any man would feel proud, right? But when he remembered that they were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, Hiyubai's heated mind instantly cooled down. A trace of disappointment welled up in his heart. Hearing Hiyubai's cough, Jiang Mian thought she might have been too blunt and scared him off. She quickly soothed, Sorry, I spoke without thinking. Don't worry. I absolutely didn't mean to tease you. I'm very professional and will definitely fulfill my role as your fake girlfriend." Hiyubai. The disappointment in his heart seemed to grow, but he couldn't help secretly thinking that being teased actually felt quite nice. He turned his head and saw Jiang Wan's phone on her lap, then started a topic. "Do you really like Sailor Moon?" "Your phone case," Hiyubai said, looking straight ahead and motioning with his chin. "The Sailor Moon character. Do you like her a lot?" Since Jiang Wan's WeChat profile picture was also Sailor Moon, he casually asked. Jiang Mian was shocked. Was Hiyubai this secretly cool? He even knew the characters from Sailor Moon. Tisk tisk tsk, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Jiang Mian hadn't watched this anime. She had simply chosen Sailor Moon Wallpaper's avatar and phone case to handle this transformation mission. It was convenient and easy to build a persona. Now being asked, she could only answer bravely. "Yeah, I really like watching Sailor Moon. Don't you think Sailor Moon is beautiful?" While waiting for a red light, Hiyubai secretly glanced at Jiang Wan. She was bending her head, fiddling with her phone. The warm sunlight streamed in through the car window, enveloping her entire body. Her fair skin was impossibly soft, and her seaweed-like hair cascaded down, breathtakingly beautiful. Very beautiful. His words were a double entendre, but Jiang Mian didn't catch it. The Ferrari drove fast, and after arriving at the gathering spot, Hiyubai had intended to show gentlemanly manners by opening the door for Jiang Wan. But by the time he got out and walked around, she had already pushed open the door and stepped out with her long legs. He felt a little disappointed, but it didn't affect anything. Before entering the restaurant, Hiyubai suddenly said to Jiang Wan, "Don't you think we should practice a bit first?" Jiang Mian was puzzled. "Practice what?" "Practice." Hiyubai's voice was low. "Intimate gestures between lovers." "So how should I practice?" "I mean, can I put my arm around your waist?" Hiyubai looked a bit nervous. With his impeccable manners, he felt that saying such a thing might seem too abrupt to her. "Of course you can. I'm here to pretend to be your girlfriend anyway." Jiang Mian blinked twice. "If you don't hold my waist when we go in, that would be really strange." Lovers are supposed to be intimate in their gestures. But Hiyubai's reaction was like that of an innocent young virgin. Jiang Mian found it amusing. Seeing him so cautious, wanting to reach out and hold her waist, yet afraid of applying too much force, he was caught in a dilemma. She simply grabbed Hiyubai's arm and pressed it against her lower back. "You have to do it like this, understand? Be natural. Don't be so stiff as if I'm going to do something to you. Besides, I'm not made of paper. Why be so careful?" Hiyubai's face flushed slightly. "I'm not that stiff." But his bulging muscles betrayed him. His posture was indeed extremely rigid. Jiang Wan was still wearing that woolen coat. Even if he really reached out to touch his palm, would only feel the fuzzy texture with no softness of skin-to-skin contact. "Still saying you're not stiff? Look at your bulging muscles. You could probably knock me out with one punch." Jiang Mian couldn't help poking his biceps, which were firm and full. So rich people did spend time improving themselves. "Master, he must have a great physique, right? I wonder if he has abs." Wait a minute. No. Why would a grown man be interested in another man's abs? Back off. What kind of lousy metaphor is this? Hiyubai was speechless. "I have a good temper. I don't hit people, especially not women." After practicing a few times, Hiyubai's posture finally relaxed. And Jiang Mian finally understood the saying, why men are bad, women love them. If all men were innocent boys like this, needing women to guide every move, patience would have run out long ago. Men are born hunters and dominators, but Hyubai was clearly still a greenhorn. Seeing such a bashful side of Master Jang Mi-on suddenly felt a mischievous urge. She recalled the romance manga she had read where the heroine usually did something like this to tease the male lead. So she deliberately faced Hyubai, and as he looked at her with confusion, she reached out and placed her hands on his shoulders as if she were about to hold his neck. Then her red lips parted. At today's party, what kind of girlfriend persona do you want me to pretend to be? Lively and cute? Or like this? Jang Mi-on winked at him. Seductive and charming. As soon as she said it, she noticed that Hyubai's face was visibly turning red. Oh dear master, he is so easy to tease. After teasing him, Jang Mi-on planned to stop while she was ahead. But the consequence of not taking responsibility was backlash. She had just withdrawn her hand and was about to step back from Hyubai's presence. But the next second, the man in front of her suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed her waist, pulling her back toward him. Warm breath sprinkled on her face, and the aggressive aura of a male surrounded her tightly. Seeing Hyubai's restrained expression, Jang Mi-on's mind went completely blank. No way could it be that she had teased Hyubai to the point of arousal? Scared. Seeing Hyubai's expression as if he wanted to devour her, Jang Mi-on immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Master He, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Realizing the situation was dangerous, she quickly surrendered. She felt she must have gotten carried away. Now that she had turned into a girl, she actually dared to provoke a man. One wrong move, and she would be devoured without a trace. The Jiang Wan who had just teased him was like a sly fox. Now her timid appearance was like a frightened rabbit. No wonder they say a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the ocean. Her mood changed faster than flipping a book. Hyubai felt he must be bewitched. How could a woman he had just met arouse him? And what was even stranger was that he seemed to see a familiar shadow in Jiang Wan. Jang Mi-on didn't dare move, waiting for Hyubai's passion to subside. But then he buried his head in her shoulder. Jang Mi-on was puzzled. What was happening now? At that moment, Hyubai's nose was filled with the unique scent of Jiang Wan's body, stirring many greedy thoughts in his heart. He wanted to hold her. He wanted to kiss her. He also wanted to hold her like this forever, never letting go. But she wasn't really his girlfriend, so he could only resist with all his might. When Hyubai lifted his head again, his voice was slightly hoarse. You don't need to imitate any persona. Just be yourself. Jang Mi-on nodded repeatedly, understood. Also, moi, don't provoke me anymore or else. Or else. Hyubai raised an eyebrow. I'll kiss you. I promise to keep my mouth shut. Jang Mi-on immediately made a zipping motion across her lips. Seeing this, Hyubai inexplicably felt his mood lift. Let's go. We should head inside. The night was growing dark and the lights were just coming on. At some point the wind had picked up. The cold breeze made Jang Mi-on shiver and pull her white woolen coat tighter. Be careful not to catch a cold, Hyubai said as he was about to take off his coat and put it over Jiang Wan. But she refused. It's fine. Let's just go inside quickly. The temperature difference between day and night was huge that day, and he had indeed dressed too lightly to maintain his style. Hyubai moved his hand from her waist up to her arm and rubbed it to generate warmth. Bear with it a little longer. Once we're in the restaurant, it'll be better. The first 3 words were too fast, and Jang Mi-on almost lost her composure. When they entered the magnificent restaurant, the warm air instantly dispelled the cold. The restaurant had a personalized design, with no private rooms, only booth-style seating. It was mid to high-end, offering both Chinese and Western cuisine, so it usually attracted many young customers. Yang He had chosen a seat with a wide view, and quickly spotted Hyubai entering. But because Jang Mi-on was petite, hidden behind Hyubai, she wasn't noticed. Hyubai remembered Yang He saying that his seat was easy to see. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Yang He waving at him from not far away. Then he held Jiang Wan and walked toward that seat. Hyubai knew that Yang He liked to organize lively gatherings, and he had guessed which friends would come. But he never expected Su Ranyue to show up. So when Hyubai appeared with Jang Mi-on in his arms, Yang He was stunned, and Su Ranyue's face instantly turned pale. The other friends Yang He had invited to liven up the party looked on with expressions of eager gossip. Yang He's expression stiffened. Old He, who is this? Hyubai gave him a cold glance, and then said, let me introduce everyone. This is my girlfriend Jiang Wan. Jang Mi-on also smiled and greeted everyone. Hello, I'm Hyubai's girlfriend. Nice to meet you all. Her every move was natural and graceful. The two stood together truly like a perfect couple. Upon hearing their words, Su Ranyue's face turned even paler and more unsightly. Jang Mi-on was puzzled. Was this girl's bladder about to burst? Why did she look so awful? Yang He's initial suggestion for Hyubai to bring his girlfriend to the gathering was originally just a joke. Based on his many years of knowing Hyubai, if his good buddy had someone he liked, he would never hide it from their group of friends. But who could have guessed? Hyubai not only suddenly had a girlfriend, but actually brought her along. The others who had come for the excitement were even more astonished. Having been summoned by Yang He under the pretext of a surprise after they saw Su Ranyue appear, they all understood in their hearts what Yang He was planning. But now Hayrace the thing Hyubai did come, but he brought his girlfriend along. This caught them all off guard. Looking at Yang He's dumbfounded expression, Su Ranyue, who was sitting beside, also had an ugly look on her face. What an interesting turn of events. This wasn't a surprise at all. It was clearly a scene of deadly rivalry. Yang had counted on Hiyubai's personality, knowing that even if this gathering could make him lose face, he would still show up. Therefore the seat he had chosen was perfectly arranged. Not too few, not too many, leaving exactly one empty seat, which was reserved for Hiyubai. Moreover, the seat was placed exactly next to Su Ranyue. Seeing this, Hiyubai immediately furrowed his brow. The atmosphere became extremely awkward in an instant. Among them, Shun Hao, who had the temperament of an older brother, quickly stepped forward and smiled to smooth things over. Let the waiter add a seat. Look at what Yang Guzi has done. Can't even count how many people are coming. Yang He's face also showed embarrassment. He had calculated everything, but who would have thought that plans wouldn't keep up with changes leading to this situation? Well, now he had offended both of them. But since the gathering was his own arrangement, he could only make the best of a bad situation. It was my oversight. He'll go get the waiter to add another seat right away. No need. Let's change the place. Hiyubai's face was cold. Zhang Mian, sitting close to him, could clearly feel the anger suppressing within him. Hiyubai was indeed very angry at the moment. Not because of Yang Yi's lie to trick him, nor because Su Ranyue had left without a word before and now suddenly reappeared. Rather, he was angry at the way they tried to smooth things over. Adding another seat. Who was it for? For him. Or for Zhongwan? This made Hiyubai feel that the person he brought had not been treated with respect. Everyone present knew it. Well, Hiyubai had always been good-tempered and rarely got angry. But at this moment, those who noticed his expression understood in their hearts. This young master, he was truly furious. Shinhao smoothed things over again. Yes, let's change the place. With so many of us, why squeeze into this small area? Aren't you feeling cramped? Yang Guzi, when you're treating, don't be so stingy and tight-fisted. Change. Yang He felt his head was about to explode. He was really the scapegoat, pleasing neither side. He quickly called the waiter and said they had too many people and wanted to switch to a larger booth. This request was not difficult. The waiter soon led them to a new booth. After all, the restaurant had high prices, and although the customers it served were usually wealthy or noble, it wasn't fully booked every day. Actually, the people in their circle knew a thing or two about what had happened between Hiyubai and Su Ranyue. It was simply that at the time the man had feelings and chose the graduation party after the college entrance exam to confess, but the woman was not interested and went abroad to study. The Su family was no worse than the He family. All their family backgrounds were within the same circle. Back then, Su Ranyue's mother and Hiyubai's mother were good friends, and they had even discussed arranging a child marriage for their future children. Fate was so wonderful. The two not only knew about their relationship since childhood, but were also in the same class. Su Ranyue had essentially been carrying the title of Hiyubai's fiancée all along, which made her very resistant in her heart, and she was determined to sever the connection between them. Even though Hiyubai followed his mother's words and took care of her in many ways, Su Ranyue still didn't appreciate it. The teasing from classmates, both boys and girls, made her feel humiliated and ashamed. Moreover, Hiyubai had been excellent not only in family background, but also in academic performance since childhood. Because of this title, she not only felt immense pressure, but was often ridiculed as a burden to him. A young girl's thoughts were sensitive and fragile. She rejected the kindness Hiyubai offered, and was determined to prove herself. That was why on that day at the graduation party, she mercilessly rejected Hiyubai's confession and afterward packed her bags to study abroad. But life abroad was not as simple as she had imagined. Because of the pent-up frustration in her heart, she became impatient for success in everything she did, leading to more mistakes and turning her life into a complete mess. Even her friends said she was pushing herself too hard. Were others' opinions really that important? Indeed, were others' opinions really that important? In a foreign land, whenever Su Ranyue suffered insomnia at night, she would ask herself this question. The moon outside the window was as round as the one she used to see in her homeland. As she gazed, her heart couldn't help but think of Hiyubai. Her mind seemed to flash with images like a revolving lantern, a young boy's tender face, afternoons drenched in sweat, shadows stretched long by the setting sun. She realized belatedly that she had already fallen for him long ago. The title wasn't laughable, it was just her pride playing tricks. She couldn't bring herself to lower her head and refused to admit it. She forced herself to strive upward only because she wanted to work harder to be worthy of him. Now that she had seen the light, she hurried back home, hoping to reclaim the feelings she had once discarded. But God loves to play tricks. The young man whose heart and eyes were once full of her is now holding someone else's hand. When Su Ranyue approached Yang, he also thought that mending a broken mirror would be a good ending, so he cooked up this scheme. On one hand was his good buddy, on the other was his good friend. Since they had once loved each other so intensely, rekindling the old flame was not impossible. The two families were also old friends. This would have been a perfect match to strengthen the bond. But cleverness overreached itself. This time he ended up shooting himself in the foot. The seat originally arranged for Hiyubai was right beside Su Ranyue. When the time came, with a little drinking and the group talking about past memories, the sentimental atmosphere would be set. Perhaps the two could get back together again. But who would have thought that an unexpected obstacle would appear out of nowhere? And now, after reseating, the seating arrangement was even more disrupted. Jiang Mian and He Yubai sat together, and across from them were Yang He and Su Ranyu. What infuriated Su Ranyu the most was that from the moment He Yubai entered until now, apart from a slight surprise at seeing her at first, after that he hadn't even glanced at her. At this moment, He Yubai softly asked Jiang Mian, "Are you hungry? Should we order food?" "Oh." Jiang Mian quickly nodded. She didn't dare to speak recklessly now, but her stomach was truly hungry. Besides, she also noticed that the girl across the table was really terrifying. Was it because they arrived late, causing the whole group to wait too long and become starving? Look at the way she was glaring. Oh my god. She really couldn't handle it. So hungry, so eager to eat quickly, but being stared at with such a direct gaze, she was also very scared inside. Jiang Mian secretly tugged at He Yubai's sleeve and whispered, "Can we order more dishes later?" He Yubai chuckled. "Are you that hungry?" The melancholy lingering in his heart instantly dissipated. He thought at least Jiang Wan didn't know about these old stories. Jiang Mian. "Huh, what are you laughing at?" She was just worried that if they didn't order enough food, she might end up fighting with the girl across the table over the dishes. During the meal, Jiang Mian felt a bit warm. The indoor temperature was too high, and the woolen coat she was wearing made her sweat. Seeing her put down her chopsticks, He Yubai asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm so hot." With that, she slipped off her woolen coat, revealing her fair jade-like arms. A few strands of her hair, dampened by perspiration, clung to her neck. Jiang Mian picked up a tissue to dab at herself. Her black dress with its round neckline revealed a hint of her cleavage with each movement, as if teasingly exposed. He Yubai felt a pang of displeasure. He took off his own thin jacket and moved to drape it over her shoulders. "Wear mine lest you catch a cold." "No need, I'll go to the restroom." He Yubai instinctively asked, "Want me to accompany you?" Jiang Mian smiled. "Darling, that's the ladies' room. How would you get in? You might be mistaken for a pervert." He Yubai relented. Nodding apologetically to the group, Jiang Mian rose and left. Watching this, Su Ranyu seethed with jealousy. What a shameless flirt. As she left, many eyes followed her. They only withdrew their gazes when that enchanting black and white figure vanished around the corner. He Yubai asked, "Is she good looking?" Among the group, Lin Zhou, a bit dazed, answered absently, "She is." Then he felt a chill. Looking up, he saw He Yubai staring at him with an icy, terrifying gaze. As the saying goes, a friend's wife is not to be coveted. "No, I mean your girlfriend is very beautiful." "Thank you." Lin Zhou was utterly embarrassed. Since he said thank you, why did he keep glaring at him? He Yubai regretted it. Had he known the gathering would turn out like this, he would never have come. Instead, he wished he had taken Jiang Wan somewhere else to have fun. He mused over where they could have gone, perhaps to the cinema to watch a movie, or to the amusement park for a Ferris wheel ride. If they passed a flower shop, he would gladly buy her a bouquet of roses. "Lao He, where did you find your girlfriend?" Shen Hao couldn't help asking. He had to admit, her looks and figure were absent. "At the art college," He Yubai replied, taking a sip of water from his glass. "What? None of you have girlfriends? Are all girls from the art college so beautiful?" Shen Hao, flushed with alcohol, said sheepishly, "I'd like to find one, but if you could ask your girlfriend to introduce someone, that would be great." "Is that so?" He Yubai turned to Yang He. "Wasn't today's gathering supposed to be about bringing your girlfriends? Why is it that I'm the only one with a date while you're all still single?" Suddenly put on the spot, Yang He could only smile awkwardly. "Come on, we haven't seen each other for ages. We just met a few days ago." He Yubai refused, not picking up his glass. "Sorry, I have to drive later." "You can get a designated driver. I'm not comfortable leaving a stranger alone in the car with my girlfriend after I've been drinking." That refusal was final. Everyone present knew that Yang He had indeed offended him gravely today. What was meant to be a pleasant gathering had turned sour, and all enthusiasm was lost. Even Shen Hao felt that Yang He had handled things poorly. If he wanted to rekindle He Yubai and Su Ranyu's old flame, he should have at least checked whether the man was already taken. Besides, Su Ranyu had left without a backward glance back then. Now she suddenly wanted to return. Did she really think he was some unwanted cabbage no one would pick? She had disdained him before, now she had no chance even to pursue him. The atmosphere at the table grew heavy. Su Ranyu could no longer bear it. The friends who once supported her now cast reproachful glances her way because of some woman who had appeared out of nowhere. "Excuse me, I'll also go to the restroom." Su Ranyu muttered and hastily left the table. She was determined to see for herself what kind of enchantress this woman was. The ladies' restroom was always a place for women to touch up their makeup and tidy their appearance. But Jiang Mian truly needed to relieve herself. The drinks at this upscale restaurant were so delicious that she had become addicted. After a satisfying release, she went to wash her hands. The reflection in the mirror showed her still as beautiful as ever, except that her lipstick had smudged slightly from eating. As she was reapplying her lipstick, another woman entered. It was the one who had been glaring at her from across the table. From what she had observed, Jiang Mian sensed that this woman harbored considerable hostility toward her. Could it be jealousy of her beauty? Oh well, just a joke. Jiang Mian wasn't afraid of a woman crying, but she did dread a woman throwing a tantrum. Seeing the other woman approach, she quickly put away her lipstick, gave a slight nod as a greeting, and prepared to leave. But as they brushed past each other, Su Ranyu coldly snorted, "Flirt." In the well-echoing restroom, the words were neither loud nor soft, but clear enough for Jiang Mian to hear. Flirt. Was she referring to her? She hadn't seduced her boyfriend, so why call her a flirt? Jiang Mian thought the woman must be mentally ill and decided to ignore her, continuing toward the exit. Su Ranyue spoke again. Hyubai did it on purpose, didn't he? He deliberately found a woman to put on a show of lovey-dovey in front of me. Jiang Mian was certain. The woman was indeed deranged. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you the truth, Hyubai used to love me. Su Ranyue suddenly sneered. Our families are close friends. My mother and aunt, he had already arranged a childhood betrothal for us. You are just a third party who has come between us. An unloved third party. Jiang Mian was stunned. She had come here for a part-time job to earn some money, and she ended up hearing such a huge piece of gossip. About Hyubai no less. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't right, otherwise she would have loved to dig into the gossip with this woman. But her current identity was Hyubai's girlfriend, and the woman clearly saw her as a rival. What a mess. Hyubai, that handsome disaster. She thought back to the manga and novels she had read. How did the strong female lead usually deal with such a venomous supporting female character? All right. Jiang Mian tossed her hair and raised an eyebrow. So what? Su Ranyue frowned. He used to like you, so what? You were engaged, so what? If what you say is true, then why am I the one by his side now? Su Ranyue gritted her teeth. You were just a substitute for me. So what if Hyubai didn't like her anymore? As long as she could drive away this brainless vase of a woman, she would win him. Su Ranyue refused to believe that all of Hyubai's past kindness to her was a lie, or that he felt no lingering affection at all. Jiang Mian was amused. She had barely said a few words, and this woman had already broken down, making it seem as if she, Jiang Mian, were the villain bullying her. Sister, you must have misunderstood, Jiang Mian said with a radiant smile. The one who is not loved is you. From just now until now, Hyubai's eyes have been only on me, never once glancing at you. Hearing this, Su Ranyue trembled with rage. She had been able to deceive herself, but now that thin veil of comfort was brutally torn away. Yes, it was true. Hyubai no longer loved her. His gaze would never follow her again. Just before leaving, Jiang Mian turned back. Oh, and don't treat me like a naive fool. You can save your melodramatic plots. Sowing discord to ruin someone's relationship will bring down divine retribution. Sister, you should take care of yourself. With that, she walked away victoriously. She was just doing her job, taking money to solve a problem. She hoped that Mr. Hito would double her bonus this time. Hee. Jiang Mian thought the other party would stop while they were ahead, but she didn't expect Su Ranyue to pursue her again. Stop right there. What else? The moment she turned around, Su Ranyue, who had chased after her, reached out to slap her. This is too outrageous. Jiang Mian's eyes turned cold. She was easygoing, but that didn't mean she had no temper. This woman had been provoking her time and again. Even an uncle can endure, but an aunt cannot. If she still had lingering feelings for that guy Hyubai, she should go talk to him instead of acting like a coward and picking on her. This woman really thought she was a pushover. Don't forget, even a rabbit bites when cornered. She was about to grab the hand swinging toward her when someone beat her to it. What are you doing? Such a familiar voice. Jiang Mian turned her head and her eyes widened instantly. Wasn't this the campus belle Lu Yitong? What was she doing here? But the other party was now glaring at Su Ranyue. There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. For intentional assault, I can call the police right now. Let go. Su Ranyue's face turned extremely ugly. She had only wanted to teach this wretched woman a lesson, but the words intentional assault brought her some rationality. Then you'd better behave. If you dare to make another move, I will definitely ask the manager of this restaurant to retrieve the footage and hand it over to the police. After speaking, Lu Yitong shook off her hand. Then, unafraid of provoking Su Ranyue, she deliberately took out a tissue and wiped her right hand in front of her, as if she had touched something filthy. This humiliating scene infuriated Su Ranyue even more. But no matter how angry she was, she couldn't lose her temper again. She had been completely out of her mind earlier, acting like a shrew. Such a disgrace to her refinement. Lu Yitong turned to Jiang Mian with concern. Jiang, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Jiang Mian smiled at her. Thank you for your help, Lu. In truth, if the other party hadn't reminded her of the surveillance cameras, she would have grabbed Su Ranyue's hand and given her several slaps by now. Close call. She nearly ended up meeting the police instead. Lu Yitong's heart was pounding. Jiang looked exceptionally beautiful today, especially when she smiled. Oh, she was done for. Suppressing the urge to have a nosebleed, Lu Yitong asked, our department's student union is having a dinner here. What about you, Jiang? Jiang Mian glanced at Su Ranyue, who had been ignored by the two of them, and curled her lips. My boyfriend brought me here for a gathering. What? Oh. Lu Yitong's pupils shook in shock. You have a boyfriend? Jiang Mian nodded with a smile. It was just fake though. Lu Yitong could clearly feel her heart shatter. But it was fine. She had to see with her own eyes what kind of person what if he was a jerk? She couldn't let Jiang be deceived. The two linked arms and walked away, leaving Su Ranyue standing there stewing in her own frustration. Hyubai had been keeping an eye on the time. Almost half an hour had passed, and Zhang Wan still hadn't returned. And Su Ranyue hadn't come back either. He had a bad feeling about this. Although he could roughly guess why Su Ranyue had shown up today, she wouldn't deliberately cause trouble for Jiangwan, would she? But the longer he sat in his seat, the more uneasy he felt. Just as he was about to get up and head to the restroom, he looked up and saw Jiangwan returning. The person walking arm in arm with her seemed to be the campus belle, Lu something. What he Yubai could see, so could the others. Shinhao even rubbed his eyes. Am I drunk? I'm seeing such a pleasing two stunning beauties arm in arm walking toward their booth. Lu Yitong quietly asked Jiang Mian, which one is your boyfriend? This group was all men. Leaving Jiang here alone was way too dangerous. Seeing He Yubai stand up, Jiang Mian smiled and walked over to stand beside him, introducing him to Lu Yitong. Lu, this is my boyfriend He Yubai. Yubai, this is my friend Lu Yitong. He Yubai nodded politely and extended his hand. Hello. But Lu Yitong didn't move. Instead, she gave him a thorough once-over before shaking her head and clicking her tongue. Your girlfriend was being bullied over there, and here you are eating and drinking quite happily, huh? Then she admonished Jiang Mian. Jiang, a man like this is unreliable. You should break up with him right now. Jiang Mian was speechless. They were just pretending to be a couple. There was no breakup to speak of. Probably once they walked out of this restaurant, they'd go their separate ways. He Yubai frowned at these words, but instead of arguing with Lu Yitong, he turned to Jiang Mian. Who bullied you? His gaze was dead serious. Damn it. He was being handsome again, that he. But Jiang Mian wasn't one to suffer in silence. She wouldn't be like those saintly heroines in cheesy melodramas who swallowed every humiliation. Seeing Su Ranyue trail back, and she pointed at the woman and said, that lady over there told me that the one you love is her, and the one you're engaged to is also her. I'm just the third party disrupting your relationship, her substitute. Jiang Mian had a smile on her face, but inside, she was cursing up a storm. She was a guy and being sneered at as a seductress. What was all this about? Before He Yubai could speak, Lu Yitong exploded first. Jiang, a man who can't even handle his own relationship issues and still has ties with his ex. If you don't break up with him, are you keeping him for the new year? With that, she was about to drag Jiang Mian away. But He Yubai didn't let go either. Don't go. Jiang Mian was caught between them, full of question marks. She was the one who had been insulted and provoked. So why did he look so wounded? Lu Yitong leaned in and whispered in Jiang Mian's ear, Jiang, don't be soft-hearted. Pitying a man will bring you a lifetime of bad luck. In truth, Jiang Mian was also a bit angry at this point. She shouldn't have agreed to meddle in this mess in the first place. Now she was being called a seductress or a third party. But she couldn't afford to be soft-hearted either. It was just that He Yubai's grip was as strong as an iron chain, and she couldn't pull her hand free. The more she tried to pull away, the tighter he held. It hurts. Jiang Mian wanted to strangle herself. Why did she have to let out such a coquettish whine? Oh, it was all the transformation's fault. The moment Jiang Mian cried out in pain, Lu Yitong's heart ached too. Let go. Didn't you hear her say it hurts? He Yubai did hear, and he quickly loosened his grip. Sorry, let me rub it for you. And he really did start rubbing. He Yubai lowered his eyes, his expression serious, as he gently massaged Jiang Mian's reddened wrist. So a girl's skin really was this soft. He Yubai couldn't help thinking. But to Lu Yitong, this scene took on a complete. This wasn't just rubbing her hand. It was clearly an excuse to cop a feel. He looked like a gentleman, but underneath all those scheming thoughts. In that moment, Lu Yitong saw He Yubai as nothing but a stinking pig trying to defile her precious cabbage. He Yubai was oblivious to Lu Yitong's thoughts, and even if he knew, he likely wouldn't care. If he could truly win over Jiang once such a fine cabbage, he wouldn't mind being called a filthy pig. Sensing the gaze above, Jiang Mian looked up and met He Yubai's eyes directly. His face bore a pleading expression. Don't leave, okay? Gosh, it's Master, he's sending out pitiful rays. This is the first time I've seen this since I met him. Jiang Mian's heart was naturally soft, the same for everyone. Yet she wasn't fooled by He Yubai's pitiful expression. Instead, she turned to look at Su Ranyue over there. The meaning was obvious. She could stay, but at least that trouble over there needed to give her an explanation. He Yubai understood instantly and couldn't help leaning in to kiss her forehead. I'm sorry, you'll handle it. Jiang Mian. Bro, if you have something to say, just say it. Enough with the hands, now you're using your mouth. What's next? No way. Jiang Mian immediately purged those sudden dirty thoughts from her mind. Good thing she stopped in time, or she'd have nearly sped off the highway. Lu Yitong watched in stunned disbelief. That filthy pig. Not only was he rooting for her fine cabbage, but he also dared to kiss it. She really wanted to grab a butcher knife and slaughter that pig right now. Even He Yubai, after kissing her, suddenly realized his move was too presumptuous. But since it was done, explaining now would seem contrived. He decided to just let it slide. He turned to Su Ranyue, his face cold, his tone icy. I admit that because of our family's relationship, I confused my feelings when I was young, but not too much. Besides, didn't you reject my confession at the graduation party? So, He Yubai said word by word, Su Ranyue, whatever was between us ended when you went abroad. He looked at everyone present and spoke earnestly. Let me reiterate, my girlfriend is not a substitute for anyone. Impossible. Su Ranyue's eyes were full of disbelief. If you didn't like me, why did you take care of me in so many ways at school? He Yubai said indifferently. That was because Aunt Sue told me your grades were poor, and you had a strong sense of pride, so she asked me to help you with your studies. Uffed. Jiang Mian swore she really couldn't help it. Today's good karma was gone from laughing. Master, aren't you afraid of death? With such a blunt straight man remark. Look at Su Ranyu's expression of self-doubt. Killing someone with words. Nothing more than this. It's getting late, we're leaving first. Hiyubai finished speaking, picked up Jiang Mian's jacket from her seat, took her hand, and departed under everyone's gaze. The sheer volume of information from earlier had left Lu Yitong slow to react as well. By the time she looked again, they were long gone. Damn it. That filthy pig had not only rooted for her fine cabbage, but also stolen it away. Even more infuriating, she had forgotten to add Jiang Mian's WeChat again. On the way back, the car's warm air made Jiang Mian drowsy. As she was about to doze off in the seat, Hiyubai suddenly spoke. I'm sorry about today. I didn't expect Su Ranyue to show up. At the mention of gossip, Jiang Mian instantly perked up. Since you said you didn't like her that much, why did you confess to her back then, eh? That question. Hiyubai thought for a moment. Probably an illusion I developed after taking care of her so much at Aunt Su's request. An illusion, the illusion that I had fallen for her, Hiyubai said. Plus the arranged marriage. Many classmates knew about it. At the graduation party, everyone was drunk and urged me to confess. At the time, I really thought that feeling was love. Then Su Ranyue rejected me and went abroad. For a while, I thought I was heartbroken, feeling miserable and listless. But later, I gradually realized I had been trapped in a fantasy world of my own making. Too bad there were no chips, cola, or sunflower seeds here, or else Jiang Mian would have chatted while munching away. So now you've figured out your relationship with Su Ranyue. There was never much between us. It was just youthful indiscretion. Looking back now, my care for her was more like treating her as a little sister. You, what a typical jerk line. Can't have her, so she's like a sister. The next second, Hiyubai pulled the car over to the side of the road. He turned to her, a mischievous curve on his lips. So are you jealous? Huh, why would she be jealous? She was just stating the facts. Before getting to know Hiyubai better, she thought he was really aloof. After spending just half a day with him, she had witnessed the many childish sides of this master he. And besides, as the future heir to the family business, why was he starting to talk so greasily? She wanted to get out of the car. Jiang Mian raised 3 fingers. I swear, I am not jealous. Why would I be jealous? She didn't deserve it. Please don't drag her into your rich folks' love entanglements. She just wanted to earn some part-time money. Why, oi? Hiyubai's face instantly filled with hurt again. Oh, this was way too unfair. Jiang Mian had always been helpless against such contrast cuteness, but Hiyubai kept doing it. Her poor little, she couldn't stand it anymore. Ignoring his expression, Jiang Mian coughed and said solemnly, because we're just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Our status doesn't match, and I have no grounds to be jealous. Can you understand? The atmosphere in the car felt so strange that Jiang Mian used this cheerful tone to lighten the mood. Got it. We'll take you back first. Something in her words seemed to have struck a nerve in Hiyubai, but in a moment his expression turned cold again. When they reached the art academy, Jiang Mian got out, and Hiyubai rolled down the window to ask her, Jiang Wan, what are your requirements for a boyfriend? This was a total trick question. Saying nothing would be too fake. And some people who claim to have no requirements actually have a laundry list in their minds. But seeing Hiyubai's serious expression, Jiang Mian felt she should give an answer. Tall and handsome. I meet that. Rich and polite. I meet that too. Can cook and do housework. I can learn those. Jiang Mian. So you master here just messing with me? Hiyubai asked. Anything else? Jiang Mian snorted. No. That's all for now. Her requirements weren't high, which meant he still had a chance. Somehow his mood lifted instantly. But at the same time he feared someone else might beat him to it. Maybe he should sign up for a cooking class first. The wind outside was strong, and worried that Jiang Wan might catch a chill, reluctant as he had to say goodbye. I'm off. Go back to your dorm. Bye. Bye. Watching his car drive away, Jiang Mian nearly jumped for joy. Oh yeah, today's mission was finally successfully completed. But this wind was freezing. She'd better transform back quickly and get to her dorm. Just then her phone vibrated with a message. Jiang Mian opened it. It was 3 WeChat messages from Hiyubai. About today, I want to say sorry again. Compensation transfer, 10000 yuan. Good night. Damn, he looked so cool again. Though she wanted to refuse, Jiang Mian shamelessly clicked. Once again she succumbed to the charm of Master He's money, power. How was the date, President He? Have a good time. As soon as Hiyubai returned to the dorm, Feng Jun immediately sidled up to him. Not bad, pretty enjoyable. He originally intended to reply with just alright, but upon seeing the other's plaintive gaze he changed his words. Originally, after the gathering ended, he planned to take Jiang Wan elsewhere for a stroll. But after such an unpleasant incident, he only wanted to take her away quickly. That departure led directly to all his envisioned plans were disrupted, leaving Hiyubai somewhat disgruntled, so he sought an outlet to vent. Just then Feng Jun approached him. Humph, of course you had a great time riding in a luxury car with a beautiful woman by your side. Feng Jun couldn't help but complain bitterly. But poor me. The girl I invited to rank up together stood me up. Observing the sorrow on Feng Jun's face, Hiyubai sensed something unusual. Why did she stand you up? She said her boyfriend was coming from out of town today to see her, so she had no time to play games with me. Feng Jun grimaced. She's too cruel. She clearly had a boyfriend, yet she deceived me for so long. Chen Yu, who had been diverting his gaze from the online lecture on his computer, spoke softly to Feng Jun. Is it possible that she never intended to hide it from you? The one deeply deluded was clearly you, the simp. Chen Yu's remark was the final straw that broke Feng Jun. Heavens! Feng Jun cried out, looking up. How can you be so cruel as to torment me, an innocent young lad? Knock knock. Innocent young lad, may we conduct the dormitory check now? The dormitory management staff at the door looked exasperated. Please come in. Seeing outsiders, Feng Jun instantly returned to normal. 4-person dorm, right? The person pointed to Jiang Mian's bed. And this person? Gonna buy a late-night snack. Feng Jun quickly made up an excuse. The other frowned. Then register your names. When he returns, tell him to come to room 208 on the 2nd floor and find me to clear the record of being absent during the check. Feng Jun made an okay gesture. After the dormitory staff left, He Yubai asked, has Jiang Mian still not returned? Not yet. But you two are really in sync. Either both in the dorm or both out of the dorm. Feng Jun took out his phone, ready to find a new girl to rank up with, and said casually, as if unintentionally, if Xiao Mianyang were a girl, I'd suspect you two were sneaking out on dates behind our backs. But the speaker meant no harm, while the listener took it to heart. He Yubai was also full of suspicion. One Jiang Mian, one Jiang Wan, though cousins share the same surname. Yet his time with Jiang Wan today gave him an inexplicable familiarity. That feeling was like being with him back. He Yubai, still deep in thought, was startled by the voice. Yes, that feeling was exactly like being with Jiang Mian. Feng Jun clicked his tongue. See, was I right or what? Right about what? Jiang Mian asked curiously. I said you and young master here either both in the dorm or both out of it. Comrade Xiao Mianyang, you have the right to remain silent, but everything you say can be used as evidence in court. Feng Jun rolled a notebook into a microphone shape and handed it to Jiang Mian. Come on, confess. Are you and our scholar Chen sneaking out on dates behind our backs? Date your big head. Jiang Mian felt a flush of embarrassment at having his secret exposed. He snatched Feng Jun's notebook and swatted him on the head. Ouch! It didn't actually hurt, but Feng Jun still feigned pain. Why so fierce? Did I hit a nerve because I guessed right? Jiang Mian snorted. I don't know what you're talking about. Fortunately, Feng Jun's attention was on scouting pretty girls, and his sharp mind was not focused on the right matters, otherwise the secret of his transformation would likely have been uncovered by him first. Chen Yu chimed in at the right moment. Jiang Mian, did you see the message I sent you? Yes, I saw it. Jiang Mian thanked him. Luckily, I ran into the dormitory management staff on my way back, and the name has been cleared. To secure the scholarship, Chen Yu could not afford any issue with the dormitory evaluation. That's good. Satisfied with the answer, Chen Yu put his headphones back on and continued watching online lectures. Having scoured the game forums in vain for a girl to rank up with, Feng Jun couldn't help but feel bored again. Xiao Mianyang, what did you do today? Huh. Young master, he went out on a date with your cousin. What about you? On a date too. My club, a gathering. Feng Jun eyed him suspiciously. Then why are your lips so red, like you're wearing lipstick? Did you kiss someone? You're the one who kissed someone. Jiang Mian's voice suddenly rose. The moment he heard the word kiss, the image of He Yubai kissing his forehead instantly flashed through his mind. Oh, forget it. Feng Jun, on the other hand, looked dejected. I'd love to kiss a pretty girl on the lips, but no one wants to. Jiang Mian twitched the corner of his mouth. Good thing we live in a society governed by law, or a pervert like you would have been locked up for disturbing public order with harassment. Noticing He Yubai's gaze fixed on his own lips, Jiang Mian subtly grabbed a tissue from the table and wiped his mouth. It's not lipstick, and I didn't kiss anyone. It's from the hot pot we had at the gathering. The spicy broth was too strong, and my lips got burned. Curses. I should have wiped off the lipstick after transforming. Alas, what a pity. Feng Jun shook his head regretfully. I don't dare to pry into young master his romantic affairs. I was hoping to pick up some tips from you, but nothing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian wanted nothing more than to kick him out of the dorm. Go to hell. Jiang Mian. Huh. It was He Yubai calling him. What are your cousin's requirements for a boyfriend? Hearing this question, Jiang Mian instantly became alert. What did He Yubai mean? Judging by his expression, was he suspicious? Trying to fish for information? I don't know. My cousin seems to prioritize her career over relationships. Jiang Mian feigned ignorance. Is that so? He Yubai mused. I asked her too, but she said she doesn't care about external conditions, only about the feeling. Doesn't care about external conditions. That's great. Feng Jun immediately volunteered. Xiao Mianyang, young master, he is already in the past with your cousin. So look at me. Ugly, rejected. Jiang Mian didn't even bother to glance at him. Where am I ugly? Feng Jun retorted. When I help those girls rank up, they all say Brother Feng is so handsome. Sometimes a kind lie can make one lose self-awareness. Jiang Mian patted his shoulder. But you still need to know. He Yubai frowned. Who said we are in the past? Feng Jun asked. Then what do you mean, boss? I'm figuring out how to pursue her. Jiang Mian, well, That's really unnecessary, hey. Sometimes it's tough being able to transform. Jiang Mian swore once more that he would never transform again. The sweet romance he had envisioned akin to a maiden's had never come to pass. Yet the excruciating embarrassment of nearly being exposed at any moment perpetually haunted his mind like a lingering shadow. Even though he had logged into the WeChat account of Jiang Wan, he could still see messages sent by He Yubai from time to time. If that party made you unhappy, could I treat you to another meal? Good morning. Are you there? Classmate Jiang. If I'm bothering you, then I apologize. Who would have thought that the aloof He Yubai, when pursuing someone in private, could be so childish and talkative? But Jiang Mian felt no thrill in discovering this unknown side of He Yubai. On the contrary, he was even more terrified of his own disguise being revealed. He Yubai had sent messages to Jiang Wan for several days, but she hadn't replied a single word, as if they had vanished into thin air. Could it be that Su Ranyu's scolding in the restroom that day had been particularly harsh? Had Jiang Wan not shown it on the surface, but was actually deeply angered inside? He wanted to make amends, but with Jiang Wan not even replying to his messages, he was powerless despite his good intentions. Moreover, that kid Jiang Mian had been acting strange these past few days, as if deliberately avoiding him. He wanted to find him to get in touch with Jiang Wan, but neither of them could be seen anywhere. But the art academy was vast, and finding someone there wasn't easy. If he could have even a fraction of Yang He's romantic experience, he wouldn't be so troubled now trying to guess a girl's thoughts. Yang He. The thought of this guy made He Yubai rub his temples. Since this whole mess was his fault, he should pay a small. He then called Yang He's father Uncle Yang as Yang He's good brother. I think there's something I must tell you. Yang He hasn't been studying hard abroad at all. I heard he rented an apartment and brings different women back every day for pleasure. Not long after hanging up, He Yubai checked Yang He's social media. A moment ago, this guy was bragging that his dad was going to buy him a new car, and the next moment, he posted a new update. Damn it. I don't know which bastard snitched to my dad about me renting an apartment and hooking up with girls abroad. Now my credit cards are all frozen and my dad kicked me out. I'm begging any good brother to take me in. This outcome was within He Yubai's expectations. For a brother, you'd stab yourself in the ribs. For a woman, you stab your brother in the back. After doing this, He Yubai inexplicably found himself looking forward to meeting Jiang Wan again, just so he could. Yang He had shot himself in the foot. He wondered if Jiang Wan would feel a bit happier and less angry upon learning this. The phone on the table suddenly chimed with a notification. Thinking it was a reply from Jiang Wan, he quickly picked it up but the excitement he felt moments ago was only matched by the disappointment upon seeing the message. It was from a freshman in the organization department. Wu Feng Sr., are you free the day after tomorrow? Since it wasn't someone he cared about, He Yubai's tone was indifferent something. Wu Feng, it's like this to promote friendly exchange activities with other colleges in our university town. The school leaders have asked the student union to organize a basketball game with the sports academy, and we're looking for participants. He Yubai refused bluntly. I'm busy. Don't say no, senior. You haven't even heard me out. Couldn't they talk it over? He Yubai was indeed busy. He felt that Jiang Wan's silence might be because she thought he was all talk and no action. If he truly wanted to apologize sincerely, he had to do it face to face. So he decided to go to the art academy in the next few days to find her. So he asked Wu Feng, do you know anyone at the art academy? No. Then there's nothing to discuss. Wu Feng felt like kneeling before him. Couldn't Senior He's train of thought be a little less erratic? He couldn't keep up. He was just a messenger, and this was too much for him. He also didn't understand why organizing a basketball game was such a big deal. Couldn't they just get people from the college's basketball team? But the directors had refused without a second thought. They only said the essence of this basketball game is far from just playing basketball. Indeed, it wasn't just about playing basketball. If it were merely to appease the school leaders, the student union could just go. But this time the school leaders demanded they put in their best effort, and the event would be filmed for a promotional video. That changed everything. Put in their best effort meant no slacking off was allowed. To be filmed meant the event had to be grand. A grand event required atmosphere and excitement on the basketball. Who creates the atmosphere? The more girls, the better. So they chose the neighboring art academy as the venue where there were plenty of girls. How to attract the girls? They had to start with the participants. The student union's criterion for this basketball game was one thing: there must be handsome guys. Finding handsome guys wasn't hard, but finding handsome guys who were also skilled at basketball was. After screening a list of candidates, the student union found that He Yubai fit the bill perfectly. Good family background, good looks, and good skills. He was the one. But how to persuade this young master? The student union president assigned the task to the organization department director, who in turn passed it down to a member, Wu Feng. Poor Wu Feng, unaware of all the scheming behind this basketball game, suddenly burdened with a heavy responsibility, could only steel himself and go for it. Hearing He Yubai's refusal, without any room for negotiation, Wu Feng panicked instantly. This was his first task. If he couldn't complete it when the time came for the leadership change, forget about competing for director, he might not even have a chance at being vice director. Seeing the mention of Art Academy, Wu Feng had a sudden flash of inspiration. Senior, would you reconsider? The venue for the basketball game will be at the Art Academy. Art Academy. Seeing those words, He Yubai quickly pondered. If the basketball game was at the art academy, it meant Jiang Wan might also be drawn there. Based on the personality she had shown before, she would probably be interested in something like this, right? If he could attract Jiang Wan there, he could meet her and find a chance to apologize. After that, things might fall into place naturally, and he wouldn't have to search for her like a headless fly. The idea was, Hiyubai immediately replied, "Okay, I'm in." Huh, that was so quick. Seeing the message of agreement, Wu Feng's eyes widened in shock, almost unable to react. He had thought Hiyubai was ignoring him after reading the message and was about to say something more persuasive. Unexpectedly, he agreed so readily. Truly, heaven never seals off all exits. He finally believed those inspirational sayings. When facing difficulties, one should persist a little longer. But he never imagined that the seemingly aloof senior, he had a crush on someone at the neighboring art academy. Truly, even heroes have a weakness for beauty. Wu Feng, having obtained Hiyubai's consent, promptly expressed his gratitude repeatedly before heading off to report this splendid news to his minister. After all, the student council had unanimously regarded Hiyubai as a tough nut to crack. Thus, the requirement given to Wu Feng was not necessarily to conquer this stubborn bone, but merely to do his utmost. The higher-ups were already pressing for the list, and Zhao Xingyan, the organization minister, was deeply troubled. He suddenly felt assigning this task to a subordinate was indeed a foolish arrangement. It seemed he should start contemplating other candidates earlier. Just as Zhao Xingyan was mulling over whom else to approach, Wu Feng sent him a message saying that Hiyubai had agreed to join the basketball game. Who? Hiyubai. This time it was Zhao Xingyan's turn to be dumbfounded. That young master, he had actually agreed. What on earth? Pressed by Zhao Xingyan, Wu Feng had no idea how to explain and simply forwarded the chat history. After reading it, Zhao Xingyan's conclusion was not much different from Wu Feng's. Indeed, no matter how aloof a handsome guy might be, he would bow down for the girl he liked. Hiyubai's agreement to participate in the basketball game did ease the student council's minds. At least for now, the task assigned by the school administration could be met with a satisfactory response. But as for that satisfactory answer, it would depend on the game's ranking. Friendship first, competition second. That was all polite nonsense. Who would willingly claim second place when they could be first? If they said otherwise, where would the business school's face go? After securing someone to stir up the atmosphere, they had to think about other capable candidates. Of course, appearance couldn't be too shabby either. But these matters were no longer Hiyubai's concern. At that moment, after agreeing with Wu Feng, he turned around and sent a message to Jiang Wan. The day after tomorrow, the basketball game between our college and the physical education college will be held at your art college. I will also participate. Will you come to watch? After sending the message, Hiyubai waited and waited. He counted the seconds, finding that time was passing so slowly, but still Jiang Wan had not replied. He even suspected that time was moving too slowly, so the other party hadn't seen it. Time, oh yes, if I knew I'd be blamed, I shouldn't have been created in the first place. But fortunately, Hiyubai was already used to it. The moment of waiting for a reply was indeed so agonizing and disheartening. At this time, the Jiang Wan in question was actually Jiang Mian. She was out shopping with the campus belle Lu Yitong, and Jiang Mian's heart was utterly crushed. Turn back the clock 2 days. It had to be said, this girl was truly impressive. Though she was the campus belle of the business school, she had infiltrated the confession wall of the neighboring art college and posted a missing person notice. Moreover, due to her fame as a campus belle, the suitors from the art college all expressed their willingness to help. Jiang Mian discovered this while browsing the college forum. The post title was blunt and straightforward, stating that the campus belle Lu Yitong was looking for someone in the neighboring art college, and that person was a girl. When Jiang Mian saw this, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was looking for him? When he clicked on the post, he nearly blacked out. Indeed, she was looking for him. Lu Yitong's missing person notice on the confession wall was also direct enough. Please, almighty confession wall, help me find someone. She's a girl surnamed Jiang, about 168 centimeters tall, with a great figure, and very beautiful. Remember, very beautiful. If you have any clues, you can message the confession wall for my WeChat ID. In the comments below were a string of suitors. Damn. The neighboring campus belle has appeared on our confession wall, really. I know the operator behind the confession wall very well. He'll go ask for the WeChat ID now. If I can't catch the goddess of our own school, the neighboring goddess is giving me a chance. Why not take it? I'm from the student council. Finding someone is super easy. Wait for me, campus belle Lu. So the campus belle also likes pretty girls, and I like pretty girls too. That means I like both the campus belle and the pretty girl she likes. The guy upstairs must have watched too many movies. How can it still be dark while you're daydreaming? Jiang Mian originally thought about pretending to ignore it and not see it. But 2 days later, he received a message from Hiyubai sent to the Jiang Wan account. Basketball game. The venue. At the art college. And he asked if I would go. Good heavens. These two are both coming at the same time. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that he learned from Feng Jun that his goddess Lu Yitong would go to the art college to watch the basketball game on that day. Jiang Mian had an unrealistic thought. He felt both of them had ulterior motives. Hiyubai agreed to join the basketball game to see Jiang Wan. And Lu Yitong would come to watch the game for the same reason, to see Jiang Wan. He was about to faint. He had wanted to keep his disguise and not transform again. but events seemed to be spiraling beyond his control. If these two didn't see him and then tried to check the art college's admissions office for his identity, they would be shocked to discover that there was no one named Jiang Wan in this college at all. Even if there were girls with the same name, their appearances wouldn't match. Then young master, he would suddenly realize he had been deceived and would come to confront him, demanding to know where Jiang. Why had he fabricated a non-existent cousin, and why had he deceived him? Whether Jiang Mian would go mad was still unknown. But based on his understanding of He Yubai, the latter would definitely go berserk upon learning he had been deceived. The world was vast, yet it seemed there would soon be no place for Jiang Mian to hide. Sob sob. Life is hard, Jiang Mian sighed. He seemed to recall a classic saying from a certain great figure, cross-dressing, it's either never or countless times. And what's more absurd was that when he checked the confession wall of the neighboring art college, he found that the guy who claimed to be from the student council had already obtained the entire student list and was now filtering out girls surnamed Jiang. What, brother? Even a donkey in a production brigade wouldn't work this hard. For the sake of world peace, Jiang Mian quickly sorted out his thoughts. First, he had to transform, meet Lu Yitong, and calm her down to have the missing person notice on the confession wall deleted. Then he would find an opportunity to meet He Yubai and clear things up, telling him to stop lingering on the thought of him. After that, accomplish the deed, then fade away, hiding fame and merit. But fantasies are beautiful while reality is cruel. Jiang Mian knew that girls were formidable at shopping, yet he never anticipated just how formidable they could be. To prevent that male student from actually filtering out a female student surnamed Jiang, Jiang Mian promptly contacted the confession wall of the art academy, declaring outright that he was the person Lu Yitong was looking for. Searching for him 1,000 times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, he was there in the dimming light. What nonsense. He had completely delivered himself straight to her doorstep. After sending over Jiang Wan's WeChat ID, Lu Yitong quickly applied to add her as a friend. Jiang, is it you? It's me. Really? I don't believe it. If you truly are Jiang, please provide evidence, otherwise I'll take you for a fraud and block you without hesitation. Oh wow. The campus bell's guard was indeed high. Oh no. What the hell was he even praising? It was far more crucial to prove his identity. In the dormitory, he was the sole occupant. Feng Jun had gone to his elective class, Chun Yu was toiling away in the library, and He Yubai had been summoned for intensive basketball training. What a godsend. Without a moment's delay, Jiang Mian hastily murmured, transform. Although he had experimented several times before seeing himself metamorphose into a girl, once more still left him feeling utterly disoriented. Indeed, his heart remained that of a true man. Jiang Mian twisted open the bathroom faucet, scooped up handfuls of water, and splashed them recklessly over his face and hair, feigning the appearance of having just bathed. He then snapped a photo and dispatched it to Lu Yitong, explaining, Lu, I'm no imposter, I am genuinely the Jiang you've been seeking. On the other end, Lu Yitong picked up her phone and tapped to open the image. The girl in the photograph possessed delicate features, gentle and captivating. Her cascading long hair resembled spilled black ink, and the undried water droplets on her face made her appear as a lotus emerging from the water. With a single glance, Lu Yitong could affirm that the other party was indeed the Jiang she sought. Those familiar features were instantly recognizable. She looked a second time. Oh, she was utterly captivated. How could Jiang be so stunning? Woo. She would preserve this photograph preciously. From now on, whenever she had a chance, she would take it out and plant kisses on it. Right. Now that Jiang had taken the initiative to connect, the photo matter could be temporarily set aside. After all, Jiang was more important. On the other side, Jiang Mian waited with a fluttering heart, especially when Lu Yitong remained silent, worrying that she hadn't seen his message. Just as he was about to inquire again, Lu Yitong finally replied, You really are Jiang? Yes, I help. As the saying goes, fellow townsfolk meeting each other bring tears to their eyes. Yet he felt that his chat history with campus belle Lu resembled that of an utter fool. After a few more exchanges, Lu Yitong said apologetically, Jiang, I'm terribly sorry, though I forgot to add your WeChat twice before, so I had to post on your school's confession wall to inquire. You're not angry, are you? I'm not exactly angry, but now that we've added each other, so can that post be deleted? That makes sense. I'll go DM the confession wall and ask them to delete it now. Upon receiving a definite answer, Jiang Mian was on the verge of tears of joy, his heart blossoming with happiness. Meanwhile, Lu Yitong believed that this Jiang disliked being in the spotlight, and her action had somewhat infringed on the other's privacy. She felt sorry in her heart, but then reconsidered and thought it wasn't bad. She could monopolize the low-key Jiang. However, she quickly recalled that the other had a boyfriend. Another arrow struck her chest with heavy force. Lu Yitong kept her word, and the confession wall over there acted swiftly. By the time Jiang Mian checked again, that post had been removed. The heavy stone in his heart could finally be laid to rest. Not long after the post was deleted, the male student, who claimed to be from the student union, finally finished screening the list. There were over 20 female students surnamed Jiang in the entire university, and the one Lu Yitong specifically sought was described as exceptionally beautiful, exquisitely so. But this posed a challenge for him, Since it was the art academy, every student's photo in the system was a beautified artistic ID portrait. In his eyes, the beauty or plainness of these girls looked identical. He genuinely could not distinguish which girl Louis Tong was looking for. Fortunately, his mind was quick enough, since he couldn't decide why not directly ask the person herself. And he might even seize the chance to obtain Campus Belle Lou's WeChat. Just imagining chatting with the campus belle from the neighboring business school made him feel he would laugh in his sleep. After deciding on this course, he quickly sought out the confession wall, only to find that the post had vanished. After making an inquiry, he was informed that Campus Belle Lou had already found that girl. Holy shit. How could he have arrived one step too late, eh? Meanwhile, Louis Tong, who was chatting with Jiang Mian, endeavored to hypnotize herself into forgetting that Jiang had a boyfriend. After learning that the other's name was Jiang, she initiated a topic. Then I'll call you Wan from now on. Wan, do you have any plans later? Plans. During these days, he had been deliberately avoiding Bai, not even daring to return to the dormitory. Now that master he was finally not in the dorm, he only wished to climb into bed and sleep soundly. Outside, the weather was overcast, yet rainless, and the breeze was comfortably soothing. Such weather was far more pleasant than scorching heat or bitter cold. Moreover, it was the ideal weather for sleeping. But Jiang Mian dared not speak the truth. He feared that if he said he was resting in the dormitory, Campus Belle Lou might invite him out to hang around. Thus, he fabricated an excuse to brush her off and conclude the conversation. I just took a shower and blow-dried my hair. I don't have enough clothes for the changing season, so I'm about to go shopping with a friend. He thought saying this would be foolproof. But who could have guessed that Louis Tong would immediately reply cheerfully, "You're going shopping? Great. I also need to buy clothes for the season change. Oh, we can go together." Upon seeing the message, Jiang Mian was instantly petrified. Damn. After all his meticulous planning, he had ended up shooting himself in the foot. He should have just told the truth and said he wanted to sleep in the dormitory. Fast forward to now. Louis Tong picked up a garment from the rack and held it against herself, asking Jiang Mian beside her, Wan, what do you think of this dress? Jiang Mian forced a smile and replied, "It's lovely, the color really suits you." Really? I always feel something's missing. Louis Tong's perfectionism was triggered in front of someone she adored. She had to achieve flawless results in, by the way, why hasn't your friend arrived yet? She had an unexpected engagement as she just texted me saying she won't come. Please, this friend conjured from thin air, come and whisk her away. She had already accompanied Louis Tong shopping for nearly 5 hours. Her legs were about to break. Heavens above, are girls this fierce when shopping? Though they claimed to be shopping for clothes together, Louis Tong was clearly more enthusiastic about picking outfits for her. Wan, this dress suits you perfectly. Go try it on. Gazing at the dress that would perfectly showcase her cleavage, Jiang Mian inwardly resisted. The weather's getting chilly now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to wear such a revealing dress? Louis Tong hummed. Wan, you don't get it. It's precisely because the season is changing that these summer dresses are on sale. Look at this style. It won't go out of fashion even next year. Jiang Mian teased. Didn't know you were so good at saving money. No, Louis Tong wagged her right index finger. I'm just being a good homemaker. She wouldn't say it outright, but she just wanted to see Wan in that dress. Shed looked stunning. Those smooth long legs, that curvaceous figure. Hee. Wait, was that a bit pervy? Louis Tong snapped back to reality, relieved she hadn't drooled like a lovesick fool. Under the other's eager gaze, Jiang Mian reluctantly took the dress. Fine, I'll try it on. But if it doesn't look good, I'm not buying it. No matter how it looked, Shed just insist it was ugly and avoid the purchase. Yes. Jiang Mian still hadn't given up. Accompanying Louis Tong shopping was part of her plan. Shed used the identity of Jiang Wan to tie up loose ends, then slowly fade from the lives of those who knew. Even if they later realized something was off, what could they do? Jiang Wan had existed, but then vanished. With memories of their time together, even if they missed her, they could only cherish those memories. She swore again she would never transform again. After changing in the fitting room, the warm air from the AC brushed against her skin. The dress' scant fabric left much exposed, making her feel a tingling sensation. Jiang Mian hunched slightly, recalling her earlier plan to avoid buying the dress. She feigned dislike. Does it look good? I think it's just okay. Too little fabric and not warm at all. It'll pass. Don't. Louis Tong quickly stopped her. It's a summer dress, of course it's light. Who wears a warm dress in summer? You'd roast. And how is it ugly? Stand up straight. Louis Tong said, giving her back a gentle slap. For a moment, Jiang Mian wondered if Louis Tong had been possessed by her mother. The tone was so similar. The hand on her back made her instinctively straighten up. Shed noticed the dress was too sexy from the start, so Shed deliberately hunched when coming out. But now her already impressive cleavage became even more prominent when she straightened up. Louis Tong looked on with envy. Tisk TSK, 36D indeed lived up to its reputation. How mortifying. Jiang Mian wished she could crawl into a hole. Because just now, when she abruptly straightened her back, she could clearly feel her two sizable assets jiggle. Oh. Every time she experienced these distinctly female physical traits, she felt her manly worldview. Even without seeing it directly, her mind could vividly sense it. Before, when scrolling through short videos and stumbling upon suggestive clips, she'd react like any other guy. But now transformed into a girl and making such alluring moves, her heart remained calm. Mainly because a certain part was gone, so there was no reaction to be had. Damn it. But while she had no reaction, others certainly did. Though it was a women's clothing store, there were plenty of guys accompanying their girlfriends. Jiang Mian's sudden yelp, both startled and coquettish, not only scared herself, but also drew the attention of every guy in the store. Holy crap. This wave, those balls were huge, round and pale, and those long legs fair and slender. Sigh. Every guy present wore a stunned, wide-eyed expression. What kind of lucky day was this? Out and about, and they got to see such a sight. At home scrolling through videos and live streams, those female streamers were charming too. But cup sizes could be padded and faces could be enhanced with filters and beauty modes. The top donors might throw money at tech and tricks, but they watched for entertainment. However, seeing it online was a far cry from witnessing it in person. Two beauties standing together, faces prettier than the other, figures hotter than the next. Damn, this scene was priceless. Today's outing was totally worth it. They even had material for dreaming tonight. Many guys stared blankly, their intentions blatantly obvious. The atmosphere grew silent, triggering the sixth sense of many women. Initially chatting with their boyfriends, while happily picking clothes, they eventually realized they weren't getting any response. Annoyed, the women turned to look at their boyfriends, only to find them all staring in the same direction. When they followed their gazes, their faces darkened instantly. Everyone appreciates beauty, that's unavoidable. But having a girlfriend and still ogling other women, that was unforgivable. Suppressing their anger, they asked, "Honey, does this dress look good on me?" Good, amazing. It makes you look slim and complements your skin. It's perfect for you." The guy, still stealing glances at Jiang Mian, blurted out the compliments without a second thought. After all, after being with their girlfriends for a while, they'd learned that being too straightforward or oblivious often caused trouble. At first they were baffled and helpless, but over time they figured out some tricks. Namely, whenever their girlfriend asked a question, regardless of right or wrong, they had to agree. Regardless of beauty or ugliness, they had to say she was beautiful. In short, they had to pamper and flatter. After all, girls love sweet talk. So when he heard his girlfriend's question, the guy immediately showered her with praise. As long as he could sweet talk head, let his girlfriend handle the decision paralysis. Thinking head dodged a bullet, he was smug, until he sensed a murderous aura beside him. Oh no. Sure enough, his girlfriend twisted his ear. "You didn't even glance my way, and you know this dress looks good. Flatters my skin. Makes me look slim. Did you grow a third eye on the back of your head, like Erlang Shun?" The guy weakly retorted, "Erlang Shun's third eye is on his forehead, girlfriend." Then she exploded, "Was I asking about where Erlang Shun's third eye is?" This quarrel sparked others among the couples. "Is that beauty pretty?" No, you're the prettiest, my wife." "If she's not pretty, then why are you bleeding from the nose?" "It's just the store's heater. It's too hot." "I am a bit overheated." "Blame the heater for your own nature." "You're not overheated, you're just horny." The once peaceful atmosphere suddenly turned chaotic. The store owner rushed to mediate. "Folks, if you're going to argue, please don't tear my clothes in anger." Jiang Mian felt even more embarrassed, wanting to drag Lu Yitong away quickly. But before leaving, Lu Yitong insisted on buying everything. One looked too gorgeous in those clothes. Not a single piece could be left behind. Take it all. Coming out of the women's clothing store, Jiang Mian still wore an embarrassed expression. Although she was reluctant to admit her own overconfidence, she felt as though after her transformation, she had mistakenly picked up the script of a universally adored charmer. No matter where she went, she attracted the attention of other boys. This was truly too embarrassing for her. But beside her, Lu Yitong wore a face full of happiness. Because today she not only went shopping with Jiang Wan, but now they were also arm in arm. So this was the joy of paying for the person you liked. "If only I had known, I would have shopped a bit more and bought one dozens more clothes." Jiang Mian, since starting university, had never had such a large amount of exercise unless it was the annual physical fitness test. After accompanying Lu Yitong on several hours of shopping, her legs were about to break, let alone her stomach, which had long been growling with hunger. "Classmate Lu, shall we go for dinner?" "Why are you still calling me classmate Lu?" Lu Yitong looked dissatisfied. "See, we're good sisters now. I call you Wan, so just call me Tang Tang. Calling me classmate Lu is too distant." "All right then," Jiang Mian corrected herself. Tong, let's go for dinner. Are you hungry?" "Mom." Jiang Mian looked helpless. She didn't want to act like a foodie in front of the campus beauty, but her stomach simply wouldn't cooperate. Whimper. Puffed. Lu Yitong couldn't help it, and covered her mouth, chuckling secretly. How could Wan be so— Jiang Mian was puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Nothing. Lu Yitong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sorry, I really couldn't help it." In the eyes of outsiders, Wan was like a lofty flower, a gorgeous, yet thorny rose, only to be admired from afar, not to be touched. But once you got close, you would discover. The fairy-like Wan didn't only eat flower petals and drink dew. She also, like an ordinary person, would feel embarrassed in awkward situations and would want to eat when hungry. Oh, this heart-fluttering contrast cuteness. Lu Yitong felt she was dying over and over. Because of this playful behavior, it once again drew many people's gazes. Zhang Mian was greatly embarrassed and couldn't help reaching out to tickle her. Nothing. Then why are you laughing? It's just that Wan is too cute. Haha. Lu Yitong laughed and dodged. The prestigious business school beauty queen had completely lost her usual aloof demeanor. Zhang Mian saw that she wasn't watching the road, fearing that she might laugh too hard and twist her ankle, so she hurriedly tried to support her. But Lu Yitong mistakenly thought she was going to tickle her again and quickly turned to run. Oh dear. I'm not laughing, don't tickle me. I'm done playing, ha. Even though she said she wasn't laughing, Lu Yitong seemed to have a glitch. She kept running and laughing heartily. Zhang Mian was also amused and exasperated, but seeing her run far, worried she might trip without watching the road. She could only chase after her. Don't run. I want tickle you, slow down. Watch the road, don't fall. Two beautiful figures chased and played on the street, their laughter and joy spreading outward, causing many passers-by to look askance. When can I be chased by two girls? Then my life would be complete. Keep dreaming in your sleep. Maybe in your next life as a rich second generation this wish can come true. Seeing beauties playing around late at night. Pinch me quick, let me see if I'm dreaming. Fuck. He'll fuck your uncle. I told you to pinch, but you pinched so hard trying to kill your daddy. You unfilial son I should have. Oh. TSK tisk, the world is going downhill. What's wrong with girls nowadays? They don't chase after a handsome guy like me. Really bad eyesight. Damn. Is that even human speech? Brothers, get him. After running until tired, Lu Yitong finally stopped. No more running, I have no strength left. Although being chased by Wan was blissful, she had never been this tired even after running 800 meters. Today's exercise not only met the target, but exceeded it. Zhang Mian was also exhausted. Her legs, which were about to break, now seemed numb. Strangely, her stomach was no longer hungry, probably because the running had jostled her insides dizzy. Just then the aroma of delicious food wafted over, captivating both of them. I'm hungry too, let's go eat quickly. After catching her breath, Lu Yitong straightened up and said to Zhang Mian, finally they could eat. Zhang Mian quickly made an okay gesture. The aroma came from a ramen shop. The moment the two entered the shop, because they had just exercised, the warm air rushing toward them made their minds grow a bit, but the food fragrance permeating the room awakened the greedy bugs in their stomachs. Zhang Mian's mind was now full of thoughts. After a warm bowl of ramen, she would have a wonderful good sleep. That taste, that feeling, incredibly comfortable. There were quite a few customers in the shop, but after they ordered, the staff quickly brought out their 2 bowls of ramen. Zhang Mian ordered char siu ramen. The shop was very generous, with no skimping at all, giving 3 large pieces. Lu Yitong preferred sweet and sour flavors, so she ordered tomato beef brisket ramen with several generous chunks of brisket. The enticing aroma made Zhang Mian unable to help swallowing her saliva. As the noodles slid down her throat into her stomach, it stimulated a warmth in her body, and her empty stomach received the gift of food. She let out a comfortable sigh, finally feeling alive again. The ramen is so delicious. Mine is also delicious. The brisket is especially tender and soaked with broth. I have to bookmark this shop. They'll come again next time. Zhang Mian excitedly took out her phone to record the address. She herself found it strange. Before university, she liked buying all kinds of clothes to dress up, wearing them like a peacock around campus, but not to please anyone, as if just to satisfy herself. But after starting university, Zhang Mian changed. She no longer obsessed over buying clothes and outfits, but instead fell in love with food. Most of her daily expenses went to buying eats, and even when scrolling videos, she especially liked watching others cook. The staff member saw them eating happily and smiled with joy. Thank you both for liking our ramen. Since this shop is close to the sports academy next door, the boss, to take care of the students who train hard every day, gives generous portions of ramen ingredients to all guests, whether they are sports academy students or not, and cooks them carefully. Zhang Mian gave a thumbs up while eating, as she really loved this kind of fair boss. When she used to eat in the school cafeteria, the serving auntie, seeing that he looked thin and weak, would simply give him a small lump of rice. When he asked for a bit more, he got a disdainful glare from the auntie. So skinny and small, yet you want to eat so much rice. At that time, Zhang Mian was so angry, he almost threw the food tray at her face. But now it's fine, as she has finally found a shop she likes. Zhang Mian decided for the next month she would come here for ramen every day. Just then the shop door was pushed open again, and a group of boys walked in. Despite the cold weather, they wore sports shorts, and though they had jackets, they were thin. It was dark, and the wind blew cold and fierce. Oh, Zhang Mian felt cold for them. But when she caught a glimpse of the basketball in their hands, that worry instantly vanished. Looking at their vigorous demeanor, it was obvious they were sports academy students. Each young man was a walking little furnace. There was no need for her to worry. These boys had clearly just finished playing basketball, for Zhang Mian could glimpse traces of sweat still clinging to their hair, even though the wind had dried it. The boy walking at the front had an excellent physique. His thin jacket could not conceal his broad shoulders, and the hard lines of his muscles suggested he was a frequent athlete, towering over the others. Zhang Mian stole a few glances, then silently made her assessment in her mind. Nice body, handsome face too, though his skin was a bit dark. But as a physical education student exposed to sun and wind every day during training, his complexion could hardly be fair. Just as she stole another glance, her gaze unexpectedly collided with his. The boy had sharp brows and eyes, and when expressionless, he carried a wild wolf-like intensity. Jang Mi-on was startled and quickly averted her gaze. At that moment, she felt like a rabbit suddenly locked onto by a wolf's stare. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Even in her wildest imagination, she shouldn't picture herself as a rabbit. But that boy's gaze just now, it was fierce. Were all PE boys so wild? Never mind, never mind. Better focus on eating. Isn't the ramen fragrant? Isn't the char siu fragrant? With such delicious food before her, it was a shame to be distracted sneaking glances at a boy. She was doing the bowl of ramen a disservice. After Zhou Ziyu and the basketball team members sat down, he inadvertently glanced at Jiang Mi-on's back. Jiang Mi-on, who had been slurping noodles intently, immediately felt a strong gaze fixed on her back. That feeling of being a rabbit targeted by a wolf returned. Though she had an inkling of who it was, she did not want to turn around. It was best to nip any ill-fated connection in the bud. After the boys walked past, Lu Yitong wrinkled her nose and with a hint of disdain pulled out perfume from her bag and sprayed it around. Can't they shower after playing ball? The stench of sweat is ruining my appetite. Seeing Lu Yitong spray perfume where they had passed, Zhou Ziyu frowned slightly and sniffed himself. So that girl had been stealing glances at him because his sweat smell was strong. Too bad he couldn't smell it himself, so he asked his buddy nearby, "Quick, smell me. Is my body odor really strong?" The other replied with disbelief and disgust, "Zhou Ziyu, what's wrong with you? What do you take me for? A guy who... I've got a girlfriend, no interest in sword fighting with guys." He was about to snap back when he saw the girl who had sprayed perfume giggling behind her hand, saying something to the girl across from her. Then the girl who had been sneaking glances at him turned her head and looked at him again. For some reason, the rude words that were about to slip out were instantly choked back, and he even unconsciously straightened his posture. Only after she looked away did Zhou Ziyu relax his tense nerves and slowly let out a breath. Once he realized what he was doing, he was completely baffled. Why had he suddenly become so affected? There was an inexplicable feeling in his heart, an itching sensation that he didn't understand. But one thing he did grasp, he didn't want to show a bad side of himself in front of that girl. The reason Jiang Mi-on had turned around was because Lu Yitong covered her mouth and whispered with a giggle, "There's a guy over there who looks a bit silly. When he saw me spray perfume, he thought it was because of his own sweat smell, so he kept lifting his arms and sniffing himself." But when she turned, she saw no such clumsy scene of him smelling himself. After being stirred by Lu Yitong's words, she felt as if she were a pervert taking an interest in such a sight. Now turning around again to meet his eyes gave her the distinct feeling of being caught doing something wrong. Fortunately, her loose hair covered her embarrassment, preventing her from betraying herself in front of him. The ramen the boys ordered was soon served, and they ate and chatted loudly, making quite a ruckus. Lu Yitong had originally imagined how lovely it would be to sit with Jiang Mi-on eating ramen and chatting in such an environment. But the appearance of these boys shattered that beautiful fantasy. Now she just wanted to finish quickly and drag Jiang Mi. The chatter continued. "My girlfriend will come cheer for me on the day of the basketball game." "Stop bragging. The game is at the art school. There will be plenty of beauties. I wonder if there will be cheerleaders dancing during halftime." "No, women in heart, draw your sword like a god. Women don't matter." "Rubbish. Women are important. You two stop arguing. Let's thrash the business school first, then discuss whether women matter." Business school's beauty, Lu Yitong. Jiang Mi-on, who was wearing the art school's cloak, but actually belonged to business school. What was going on? People from business school were right here. Couldn't they be more tactful in their conversation? "What do you think, brother Zhou?" Zhou Ziyu suddenly called out, cast a subtle glance at Jiang Mi-on's seat. In the past, he would have arrogantly declared that they'd crushed the business school. But now he simply said, "Just eat quickly and perform well when the time comes." This drew disdain from the other boys. There he goes again, either playing aloof or acting coy. "What's up with you, brother Zhou? Gone soft already? Can't even speak properly." No man tolerates being called weak, especially with pretty girls around. Zhou Ziyu suppressed his anger and glared at the buddy who had called him soft. "Feeling brave? Want to do an extra 2 hours of practice with me after we finish eating?" The wind outside was biting cold at night. 2 extra hours of practice. Even Superman couldn't handle that. No, brother Zhou, I was wrong." The boy apologized profusely. "I've got a loose tongue. I have a date with my girlfriend tonight, so extra practice is totally unnecessary." "Screw you guys. You bunch of dogs always blabbing about girlfriends. Having a girlfriend makes you special. Yeah, we all agreed to stay single, but you went and got girlfriends. So tacky. Don't you agree, brother Zhou?" "Brother Zhou." Only after being called several times did Zhou Ziyu snap back. He rubbed his chin awkwardly. "Actually, having a girlfriend is pretty good." At these words, the boys who had sworn to remain single were dumbfounded. "Whoa, brother Zhou, have you lost your mind? Didn't you used to despise having a girlfriend, eh? You said we'd stay single forever. Now you've defected just like those traitors." Jiang Mi-on felt that the delicious ramen was becoming more and more tasteless. The boys' noise continued, and the gaze on her back grew stronger, making her restless. After quickly finishing her bowl, she grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth and said to Lu Yitong, "It's getting late. Let's—" Zhang Mian's words echoed Lu Yitong's thoughts. Their lovely dinner for two had been ruined by these stinky boys. As they paid and left, Lu Yitong shot the boys an angry glare. Zhou Ziyu, who had been watching Zhang Mian's movements, felt utterly confused at being glared at for no reason. Why had they left so abruptly? What had he done wrong? Though puzzled, he guessed their group had been too loud and annoyed them. He had finally met a girl who caught his interest, planning to chat her up after eating, but now she was driven away by the commotion. Zhou Ziyu was furious and his face turned cold. "Still have energy to shoot off your mouths? Then we're doing an extra 3 hours of practice after eating." With that single sentence, everyone immediately shut up. What the hell? Why did Brother Zhou look so scary? Was he on his period or something? After parting with Lu Yitong, Zhang Mian transformed and returned to the dormitory. The moment he pushed open the door, his eyes were dazzled by a set of fair, chiseled six-pack abs. What a scene of a handsome man emerging from a bath. Although he prided himself on being a true man, Zhang Mian shamefully couldn't resist stealing several glances at those abs. The sound of the door opening startled the people inside. When Feng Jun looked over, he saw Zhang Mian with a guilty expression, as if he wanted to look, but dared not. He immediately chuckled and teased, "Little lamb, we're all men here. If you want to look, just do it openly. Boss, he has such a great physique, why are you sneaking glances?" "Afraid, boss, he won't let you see." Zhang Mian. No, he wasn't, he didn't. He simply thought He Yubai had an amazing figure and couldn't help stealing a few glances, just admiring it. How come when Feng Jun said it, it made him sound like a perverted voyeur? As soon as Feng Jun finished speaking, He Yubai's head emerged from the collar of his shirt, and his gaze directly met Zhang Mian's. "Back." "Yim, back." Zhang Mian didn't dare look into his eyes. He lowered his head, walked past He Yubai, and sat down on his own chair. Because he had just taken a shower, He Yubai hadn't had time to dry his hair. Although the strands weren't dripping, they were still damp. Usually He Yubai's hair was styled to stand up, complementing his chiseled features, making him look both handsome and cool, intimidating people from approaching or meeting his gaze. But now, with his hair hanging down, he seemed particularly puppy-like, and his features appeared much softer under the influence of the hairstyle. At that moment of eye contact, Zhang Mian saw He Yubai's puppy-like appearance. His damp hair resembled a big dog at home that, unable to wait for its late returning owner, had taken a bath all by itself. It seemed as if he was showing off to his owner how capable and smart he was, yet his eyes were filled with endless grievance. Though he held back his temper, he was still unhappy that the owner had come back too late. Zhang Mian didn't know what had come over him. At that moment, his heart felt as if it had been struck by something, suddenly beating so fast. His face flushed instantly, and his mind became dizzy. So he quickly lowered his head, afraid that He Yubai might notice anything unusual. How could he feel a fluttering emotion towards a good brother in the dorm? This was too outrageous. At this moment, two little figures inside his heart jumped out. "Little figure, hey, what's there to be afraid of? Isn't He Yubai still obsessed with your transformed self, Zhang Wan? Since that's the case, you're even. Why waste mental energy on yourself? Little figure B, that's not fair. Mian Mian is a true man, and the transformation is only because of the system. Besides, the identity Zhang Wan is temporary. Since you've decided to keep your secret, you shouldn't form attachments to avoid unnecessary trouble." Little figure A retorted, "Damn you, are you determined to oppose me?" Little figure B rolled its eyes. "Stop flattering yourself. I'm doing it for Miamian's sake." Touching his slightly burning cheek, Zhang Mian felt that the chill he had brought in from outside was completely dispelled. After a long while, he murmured to himself, "You're right. Better not to create unnecessary trouble." Having finally gained the upper hand, little figure B's eyes immediately gleamed, a cold smirk curling at the corner of its mouth. Then it hoisted a big iron hammer and smacked the bewildered little figure A flying. Oh yeah. After He Yubai finished drying his hair, he picked up his phone and opened WeChat to send a message. Zhang Mian guessed that the message was probably sent to Zhang Wan again. He set his phone to silent and logged into Zhang Wan's WeChat account. Sure enough, he saw a red notification bubble in the lower left corner showing a new message from He Yubai. "Can you come watch tomorrow's game? If you don't want to see me, at least give me a chance to make amends." Still angry. Last time it was my buddy Yang He who was in the wrong. If it comes to that, I'll go beat him up again to calm you down. Though it was very affectionate, Zhang Mian felt sorry. Seeing that He Yubai was going to beat up his buddy to vent, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. At this point, he really had no choice, so he simply turned around and went to the bathroom to shower. Even though they were dorm mates, Zhang Mian didn't know He Yubai that well. He hadn't expected the other person to be so persistent. It was a pity that this persistence would ultimately be wasted on him. Tomorrow's game, as a dorm mate, Zhang Mian would definitely go. As for Zhang Wan, it would be better to wait until after the game, then transform and meet He Yubai to clear everything up. Zhang Mian was determined not to transform again to create more trouble. But plans always fall short of changes, and life loves to play tricks. Even Zhang Mian didn't expect that during this basketball game, he would not only transform, but also appear before everyone in a stunningly beautiful form, drawing the attention of the entire crowd. On the day of the basketball game, the weather was clear and refreshing, not a cloud in the sky. The sunlight poured down, making people feel a bit hot from the sun. Truly, the weather was cooperative, adding a festive touch to the game. The basketball court of the art college was already crowded with many people. Jiang Mian squeezed in with Feng Jun and Chen Yu, and upon a quick glance there were indeed mostly girls. Damn, how can there be so many girls? Feng Jun was shocked. In his 20 years of life, this was the first time he had seen so many beautiful girls. And he could even be squeezed among the girls. He was almost fainting with happiness. The art college's reputation really had its merits. Chen Yu asked suspiciously, I don't mean to discriminate, but I just wonder, do these girls even understand basketball? They probably don't even know the rules of the game right. It wasn't that Chen Yu was too narrow-minded or a typical straight guy. This top student, always immersed in the ocean of knowledge, would rather solve 10 calculus problems than interact with girls. In his mind, female creatures were usually more interested in makeup and bags, weren't they? Whether they understand or not, why should you care? Are you the ocean police? With so many girls around, Chen Yu's harmless comment still stirred up some public anger. Who says you have to know the rules to watch a basketball game? Exactly. We don't know the rules of basketball. So what? Does it bother you? We're here to see the handsome guy. Okay, sorry, I misspoke. Facing the glares from a group of girls, Chen Yu felt immense pressure and quickly bowed repeatedly to apologize. Seeing their attitude, it seemed that if he continued to be stubborn, he would be pinned to the ground. Chen Yu decisively chose to back down, recalling the ancient saying, only petty men and women are hard to deal with. Looking for handsome guys. Jiang Mian glanced around and immediately understood. No wonder these girls were all wearing exquisite makeup. Even though it was already late autumn with unpredictable weather in terms of dressing, they still prioritized style over warmth. Those in the know would say it was a basketball game. Those not in the know would think it was a runway show at the art college. Soon a commotion arose from the crowd, as if someone had arrived. Look, it's Zhou Ziyu, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Jiang Mian and her two companions were utterly bewildered by the commotion. Not a few girls let out squeals, yet the crowd parted automatically. When Jiang Mian finally saw who it was, she could only sigh at how small the world was. They had already crossed paths last night at the ramen shop. Except that what the other party had seen was her transformed self. After getting a clear look at Zhou Ziyu's appearance, Feng Jun remarked with a tinge of sourness, isn't he just a bit good-looking? Why make such a fuss like a celebrity's appearance? Fortunately, his voice was low, and the surrounding noise was so boisterous that his words were as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Otherwise, he might have drawn the same public wrath as Chen Yu. Jiang Mian said nothing. She knew Feng Jun was feeling disgruntled. He resented that so many girls were going wild for a handsome guy. Yet one couldn't accuse the girls of being hypocritical. After all, when guys seek partners, they too are visual creatures, picking pretty girls with their eyes. Swapping the genders, it was equally understandable for girls. After all, who doesn't like good looks? Admittedly, when Jiang Mian first saw Zhou Ziyu last night, he was sweaty from training, looking more rugged than handsome, rough around the edges. But seeing him today, after washing off the sweat, he appeared utterly refreshed. Dressed in a white basketball uniform, his figure stood tall as a poplar with clear training marks on his body, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and the muscles on display defined with sharp lines. With his handsome face and that walking clothes horse physique, it was only natural that so many girls would go wild for him. Amid the unceasing clamor, Zhou Ziyu scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering for a moment, as if searching for someone. When he looked their way, many girls around them gasped. Jiang Mian accidentally locked eyes with him for a split second, but he quickly averted his gaze, exuding a cold, aloof demeanor that warned others to keep their distance. Such a peacock. Well, that complaint unmistakably came from Feng Jun. Soon after, Yubai's team also made their entrance. As expected of a basketball game that could draw so many girls, the entrance order was meticulously arranged. The handsome Zhou Ziyu was the first to step out, and now Yubai was also the first of his team. Compared to Zhou Ziyu's wildness born from sports, Yubai exuded more of an aura. Both were handsome, but Zhou Ziyu was a headlong wildness while Yubai was a seductive allure. Admittedly, even though Jiang Mian had seen Yubai shirtless and knew he had six-pack abs and an Adonis belt, watching him now in a black basketball uniform with the important parts covered, the fabric was light and breathable, hinting at what lay beneath. Jiang Mian felt as if her mind had installed an X-ray machine. Even though Yubai was wearing the uniform, she could still vividly imagine the contours of his abs. Damn, that shameful thought crept up again. She was sure her face must be flushed red. But Feng Jun, utterly oblivious, noticed that many girls were also praising Yubai's handsomeness and curious about his identity after his entrance. Seeing this, he became even more excited, waving his arms and shouting, "That's my good buddy. We share a dorm. See, isn't he handsome? Let me tell you, he's not only good-looking, but also filthy rich, and still single." His exuberance made it seem like he was introducing himself unbeknownst to anyone. Jiang Mian couldn't help but facepalm. With his idiotic gaffe, she now wished to sever ties with Feng Jun. But no one paid his words any mind. Some girls even rolled their eyes upon hearing him. They were deeply contemptuous. The real handsome guy kept a low profile, while this brainless roommate was making a loud spectacle. Unbearable, truly unbearable. To emphasize this friendship match, once both teams had assembled, several leaders from the sports academy and the business school also arrived at the scene. But everyone present understood full well that despite the superficial pleasantries and mutual politeness, they all secretly wished for their own college's students to win. After all, no one wanted to be overshadowed in terms of prestige. The school officials were merely going through the motions, and after a brief glance at the leaders' seats, the crowd lost interest. After all, the match and the handsome guys were far more captivating. Thanks to Feng Jun's boisterous behavior, Hyubai quickly noticed them. He gave his roommate a slight nod as a greeting. Before withdrawing his gaze, however, it lingered on Jiang Mian. This left Jiang Mian puzzled, with an inexplicable feeling stirring inside. Following her subconscious, she logged into Jiang Wan's WeChat, and sure enough, that young master, he, after changing into his uniform and heading for the court, hadn't forgotten to send her a message. The game is about to start. I'm wearing the black uniform and white sneakers. He still hadn't given up on meeting Jiang Wan. Fortunately, she had already planned to clear things up face-to-face after the game. Otherwise, with Hyubai's persistent pestering, Jiang Wan would remain in a state of vanishing into thin air. The referee was borrowed from the art academy, which was ideal since neither side would be favored. After some volunteers in red vests helped clear the court, the players entered. The referee blew the whistle and raised his hand to signal. Both teams, take your positions. The game officially, Hyubai and Zhou Ziyu, being the centerpieces of their teams, and blessed with height, naturally took on the duty of the jump. They stood facing each other. Because they represented different colleges, their gazes toward one another were hostile. The referee stood between them holding the basketball and gave a pre-game reminder. I won't go over the rules in detail, but anyone who deliberately disrupts the game will receive a yellow card warning. The match should be peaceful, no fighting, no violence. Understood? Understood, they chorused. Their eyes met in midair, still sparking with friction. Though both aimed to bring glory to their colleges, each harbored a certain selfish motive. That selfish motive, oddly enough, coincided. After Jiang Mian and her companions left last night, Zhou Ziyu eagerly asked the shopkeeper about their identities. Though he gained nothing, the shopkeeper was honest, saying that their shop was located in the university town, so it was not uncommon for art academy students to visit. If that pretty girl was around, she was likely an art academy student. Zhou Ziyu thanked the shopkeeper and began to formulate a plan in his mind. There were plenty of girls around, but in his brief scan earlier, the striking face he remembered was not among them. A little disappointed, he consoled himself that perhaps there were too many people and he had simply missed her. If she truly came to watch the game, then he absolutely had to win. As a student of the sports academy, if he lost a sport he excelled in, he would have no face left to confess his feelings to. Zhou Ziyu's plan was simple. After winning the game, he would find that girl from last night, and amid the trophy and glory, his confession would surely succeed. But what he had in mind was exactly what Hyubai had in mind as well. So, Hyubai, I must win. Zhou Ziyu, I must win. Jiang Mian was unaware that his very presence had ignited a fierce blaze of competitive spirit between two innocent young men, even before the match had begun. But because Hyubai and Zhou Ziyu kept incessantly mentioning him, he ended up sneezing several times in a row. Shen Yu, as the big brother of the dormitory, asked with concern, caught a cold. No, Jiang Mian sniffled. It might be because winter is approaching and my nose has become sensitive and prone to sneezing. As the whistle sounded, the referee tossed the basketball upward. Hyubai and Zhou Ziyu leaped up, simultaneously glaring at each other. But in the end, Hyubai was a step ahead, slapping the ball to his teammate. After landing, catching a glimpse of the other's slightly provocative gaze, Zhou Ziyu's anger flared up instantly. Go. Get the ball back. He gestured to his teammates with his eyes. After all, they had trained together, so even though they had lost the initial advantage, but their tacit understanding remained unaffected by this. The team centered around Zhou Ziyu as the main force. Whenever they got the ball, they would pass it directly to him. They were responsible for defending the opponents, while the tasks of attacking and shooting were left to Zhou Ziyu. On the business school side, Hyubai was likewise the central mainstay. Both sides scrambled for the ball, passed, attacked, and were then defended, pulling at each other, playing a back-and-forth game, yielding nothing. Several times Zhou Ziyu from the physical education department was about to shoot from beyond the three-point line, only to be intercepted by Hyubai midway, who then snatched the ball and drove down the court to attack. Both wore fierce expressions. Because their fighting styles were identical, they were clearly seen through by each other. The posture looked as if they were about to start a fight. The first to score a basket would naturally break this deadlock, thereby gaining more attention and applause. And this was what both of them wanted. What if she came? What if she was watching the game right now? The one who scored the first basket would naturally have more glory. So as the game progressed, it somewhat deviated from its original purpose. Especially Hyubai and Zhou Ziyu both seemed to be holding a grudge in their hearts. Since they couldn't score themselves, they wouldn't let the opponent score either. Thus they struggled for 10 minutes. The bell rang, the first game ended, and the score was still 0-0. This result was unexpected to everyone. In their perception, the physical education students train physically every day, rain or shine. Though often joked about as having simple minds and strong bodies, these sports students certainly had excellent physical fitness and athletic potential. In the end, the first game ended in a tie with the business school, which was quite interesting. The first game was just a warm-up. Although everyone was a bit sweaty, it exactly stirred up their vitality. Originally, many girls came to watch the game for Josiu, but unexpectedly the business school had Hyubai. Immediately, many girls began to waver in their loyalties. Josiu was certainly good-looking, sturdy, and strong. Whoever could date him would surely enjoy that kind of happiness. But unfortunately, there were too many competitors. In contrast, Hyubai, from the moment he appeared, had a different aura, an ascetic look keeping people at a distance. He seemed like a divine lord untouched by the mundane world, but now he was just like ordinary people, tired and sweaty after playing. It was as if the ascetic divine lord had been tainted with the flavor of the mortal world instantly, creating a sense of contrast that was particularly striking. They wanted to bully him to see him with red-rimmed eyes, a face full of enduring pain. Hee. They were indeed bad people. During the 2-minute break, many girls stepped forward to offer water. In terms of popularity, Hyubai was slightly inferior to Josiu. After all, everyone had come initially for Josiu. Now that they realized there were too many rivals, they could only target. Once there was the first person to offer water, there would be a second, third, fourth. An endless stream of people running towards Josiu. Everyone was young once. The leaders in the stands and the coaches on the field just smiled and said nothing when they saw young men in splendid attire riding spirited horses. If they were decades younger and played a game on the court, there would probably be many girls vying to offer them water, right? No wonder they are physical education students, so lively and energetic, not only full of vitality, but also handsome and popular with girls. Oh, mutual compliments. The business school students also performed well. It seems your business school truly hides talents, both literate and martial. The leaders smiled on the surface, but their thoughts were quite different. The physical education department felt unconvinced. Those business school students who only stare at computers analyzing data all day were clearly lacking in exercise, yet now they were competing neck and neck with their physical education students. Was this acceptable? The business school leaders, however, smiled genuinely from the heart. These good lads were hiding. They had originally thought that after entering university, these students would just stay in their dorms sleeping and playing games, or simply bury themselves in books, even abandoning exercise. After all, every year during the physical fitness test of running 1,000 meters or 800 meters, these students looked as if they were mourning the dead, and after running they would all lie on the playground panting heavily. Unexpectedly, their business school still had physically talented individuals. They actually managed to tie with the physical education department. This really brought honor to their college. However, facing the water offered by many girls, Josiu was not interested. On the contrary, he found the crowd too noisy. He frowned, his face full of impatience, and refused bluntly, "No need, I have my own." After saying that he didn't care about the embarrassment and disappointment of those girls, he just nonchalantly twisted open the mineral water handed to him by his teammate. After taking a few small sips, holding the water in his mouth and swallowing slowly, he was still carefully observing the surroundings for a familiar face. If it were that girl coming to offer him water, he would without a second thought take it and drink it immediately, even if it... The girls who had been rejected by Josiu were particularly disappointed. After all, they had offered their sincere intentions only to be directly refused. Anyone would feel a bit resentful in that situation. But when Josiu was drinking water, his mind was entirely on that girl, and his gaze gradually became serious and wild, like a fierce beast charging straight into everyone's hearts. The girls who had been resentful upon seeing this scene immediately couldn't help but feel their hearts flutter. Classmate Joe was just too handsome. That expression, that look, that hair-tossing move. It was simply breathtakingly handsome, wasn't it? Oh, what the hell is he showing off? A girl kindly offered him water, and he dared to refuse. Seeing this, Feng Jun was naturally the first to object. Does he even know what it means to be ungrateful for blessings? So what if he's handsome? Rude jerk. On the other side, Hyubai was also looking for Jiangwan's figure, but unfortunately among the vast crowd, he could never see the figure he wanted. His heart was inevitably filled with disappointment. Was she really that unwilling to see him? The sorrowful expression on Hyubai's face caused many girls to feel sympathy. A beauty shedding tears attracts pity. A handsome man in sorrow is also particularly touching. Especially an ascetic handsome man with such an expression on his face. The impact was absolutely overwhelming. Classmate, this bottle of water is for you. Several girls handed over their water bottles, thinking that he hadn't scored in the game, so they said words of comfort. But Hyubai also refused bluntly. "Sorry, I can't drink mineral water from outside." He looked like a young master who kept everyone at a distance. Before those girls could even feel embarrassed, Feng Jun was the first to explode again. What does this guy think he's doing? Just because we call him young master, he actually thinks he's a young master. What a spoiled attitude. Jiang Mian. Jealousy makes one's face contorted. They had agreed before as good buddies in the same dorm. Now for the sake of a woman, they attacked indiscriminately. Truly a fickle man. The second game quickly began, but before long Josiu seized an opportunity and sank a three-pointer. The defender guarding him thought he was going to pass, but was deceived by Josiu's feint. Then leaping from his spot, he released the ball from his hands, sending it directly into the basket. The turn of events happened so swiftly that the crowd was momentarily stunned, and once they snapped out of it, the entire venue erupted in cheers. They had assumed it would be like the first game, with both sides fiercely contesting the ball back and forth. Though the match was intense and evenly matched, showcasing considerable skill, the score had remained stagnant, showing no change, nearly lulling the onlookers into a state of boredom. Now that the physical education team had taken the lead with 3 points, the dynamics had shifted, making the game somewhat more interesting. Zhou Ziyu's female fans erupted in screams, the entire venue filled with the sound of his name. On the court, the player who had failed to see through Zhou Ziyu's feint was filled with regret, realizing he had become the opponent's breakthrough point. Meeting Hiyubai's gaze, Zhou Ziyu mimicked his earlier demeanor and taunted, "If you try to outlast us physical education students in a stamina battle, be careful. You might lose badly." The implication was clear. The tactics of the previous game were no longer effective for the business school. In the first game, both sides had tried every means to block the opponent's shots, so the effort expended was equal. But they had evidently failed to consider that a basketball game is a battle of endurance, how relying solely on tactics, without stamina, was utterly futile. Moreover, the daily training of the business school's basketball team paled in comparison to that of the physical education team, creating a significant gap. Assuming the business school players had to match their speed in the first game to thwart the physical education team's scoring. The human body is like a container storing energy. During the first game, both the physical education and business school players had expended about 80 to 90% of their strength. At this point, the benefits of the physical education students' daily training began to pay off. After the business school players had exerted themselves, the 2-minute rest was far from sufficient for them to recover their form. But the physical education team was different. Day after day of training had ingrained muscle memory, and their energy recovery rate was exceptionally fast, almost inexhaustible. That was precisely why Zhou Ziyu, upon noticing the opponent's players showing signs of fatigue, immediately seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Hiyubai replied with a deadpan expression, "You're so full of boasts, be careful not to lose face in the end." Their gazes clashed once more in midair, sparking tension. Each mused inwardly that this game was about to get serious. Youth is truly wonderful. Brimming with vitality, it's enviable to watch. Indeed, when we were in college, conditions were far tougher. Forget about phones, even computers were confined to computers. Back then, entertainment options were scarce. Would just play basketball or go for a run with friends. Even if we weren't in the same class, many friendships were forged on the basketball court. The leaders exchanged polite smiles and pleasantries, but their inner thoughts were already buzzing. The physical education representative, so what if we're always dismissed as simple-minded and brawny? Sports are still our domain. The business school representative, look at them strutting around. It's just a measly 3-point lead. Their wrinkles are practically laughing out loud. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu had realized that Hiyubai was the opponent's key player. Leveraging their physical advantage, they decided to gang up on Hiyubai alone. Every time Hiyubai grabbed the ball, 2 or 3 physical education players would immediately swarm him. Even if Hiyubai managed a perfect pass to a teammate after a feint, the ball never found its way into the opponent's hoop. Zhou Ziyu, like Hiyubai in the previous game, intercepted the ball midway whenever the opponent attempted a shot. With Hiyubai, the linchpin neutralized the rest of the business school team, scattered like loose sand, and the court was essentially under Zhou Ziyu's command. Following the 3-pointer, Zhou Ziyu continued to seize opportunities, charging forward with relentless ferocity and sinking several more baskets. The score leaped to 9 points while the business school remained at 0. Zhang Mian watched the physical education teams score, his athletic instincts non-existent. Even though he knew nothing about basketball, he could tell their school's team was off to a rough start. Chen Yu, the academic star, immediately spotted the problem. Something's off. Old, he seems to be targeted. Feng Jun, the ever-present trash talker, chimed in, "Damn. Are these teammates even competent? Don't drag down Master He." Zhang Mian wanted to retort, "If you're so good, why don't you go play? All you do is blabber on after the fact." But before he could speak, his phone buzzed several times. Since he had logged into the Jiangwan WeChat account to check messages, he had forgotten to switch accounts. There were only 2 people on this WeChat, and Hiyubai was currently sweating it out on the court. So, this person had to be the campus belle Louis Tong. Zhang Mian unlocked his phone and saw it was indeed her. "Wanwan, our business school, is playing a basketball game against the neighboring physical education college at your school. Are you coming to watch? How's the game going? Which school is leading? I just finished my student council meeting and am heading to your school. Let's watch the game together." After sending that, Louis Tong felt the tone was a bit too assertive. She quickly added, "If you don't want to watch, it's fine. We can go shopping instead." She had later learned that Wanwan's boyfriend was also participating in the game. The thought of that pig defiling her precious cabbage made Louis Tong wish Jiangwan wouldn't watch the game at all. If she saw the 2 of them being all lovey-dovey in public, she would surely die of heartbreak. Seeing the word shopping, Zhang Mian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He could already feel his calves aching and throbbing. No, he was not going shopping with Louis Tong again. And he didn't want to watch the basketball game with her either. This was completely outside today's plan. He had only wanted to take the opportunity to talk things out with Hyubai and make him abandon his groundless feelings. But why did the campus bell have to come and stir things up? Louis Tong had already hailed a taxi and was on her way to the art college. When she didn't receive a reply for a while, she couldn't resist and directly called a voice call. Zhang Mian was still in a daze when his phone suddenly rang loudly, startling him so much that he nearly dropped it and drawing the attention of those around him. He was so frightened that he almost dropped the phone. When he saw who was calling and Feng Jun was looking his way, "Little lamb, what are you spacing out for? Your phone's ringing." Since he had saved Lu Yitong's name, Zhang Mian was terrified of exposing the secret to Feng Jun. So without a second thought, he immediately hung up and apologized to those around him. Sorry. It's not a call, just a wrong alarm I set." The crowd clicked their tongues in annoyance. The sudden ringtone had interrupted the game, and they were somewhat displeased. But seeing Zhang Mian apologize sincerely, they let it go. After the gazes shifted away, Zhang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. But another problem soon arose. He should have simply turned off the screen and silenced the ringtone. Now that he had hung up, it meant he was definitely online and had seen the messages. If he didn't go meet Louis Tong, she would surely think he was deliberately avoiding her again. Then she'd post a search notice on the confession wall. The thought made Zhang Mian's scalp tingle, and he hurriedly found a place to transform and change clothes. Today he really should have checked the almanac before going out. "Wanwan, where are you?" "I'm already at the entrance of your college." Zhang Mian, who had just finished transforming and changing clothes, was now running towards the school gate. Coming. I'm on my way." While running, she still couldn't help tugging at the hem of her skirt on her thigh. This skirt was the one she tried on yesterday while shopping with Louis Tong. She had initially thought it didn't look good, but in the end Louis Tong bought it for her. It was a fitted pencil skirt with a cinched waist. Whenever she took a big stride, the hem would ride up to the top of her long legs were already exposed, and with every run it threatened to reveal far too much, forcing her to constantly pull at the hem as she sprinted. Girls' skirts are such a hassle. At the school gate, Louis Tong stood quietly looking down at her phone. Dressed in a campus-style outfit, she appeared sweet and innocent. Tang. Zhang Mian nearly threw up from running. She swore that even during her physical fitness test, she had never run 1,000 meters with such desperate effort. The last time she had been searched for on the confession wall like a manhunt, it had scared her half to death, almost leaving her with psychological trauma. Now she was truly terrified of ending up on that wall again. And even if she ended up on the confession wall, it would be the Art Academy's confession wall. If she couldn't be found in the end, a harmless missing person notice would turn into an urban campus ghost story. She should never have joked about being from the Art Academy. Now wearing this disguise, she was tied to the academy forever. Wanwan. Seeing Zhang Wan running toward her, Lu Yitong beamed with joy and waved eagerly. When Zhang Mian finally stopped in front of her, she was so exhausted that she bent over, gasping for breath. Good heavens. She felt as if her body was running ahead while her soul was chasing behind. Louis Tong chuckled helplessly. "Slow down. Why are you running so fast?" As she spoke, she patted Zhang Mian's back to help her catch her breath. Deep down, Louis Tong was delighted that Zhang Wan had rushed to see her. See, she was still very important to Wanwan. Wanwan still loved her. For now, forget about that stinky pig. While panting, Zhang Mian managed to say, "I was afraid." "Afraid you'd post another message on the confession wall." Louis Tong looked puzzled. "Post a message? What message?" Good grief, was this what they called a goldfish memory? "Nothing, I'm just talking to myself." Since she didn't remember, it was fine. Better that she forgot. After her breathing steadied, Zhang Mian straightened up and tossed her hair back. That radiant, stunning face once again struck Lu Yitong's heart. Oh my heavens! What kind of fairy was Wanwan? Every time she saw her, she was overwhelmed by Wanwan's breathtaking beauty. Oh, she was destined to die again and again. Seeing Lu Yitong lost in thought, Zhang Mian waved a hand in front of her eyes. Tang. Are you okay?" "Off." Lu Yitong snapped back to reality. "I'm fine." She blushed. "It's just that Wanwan, you're so beautiful, I was completely mesmerized." Zhang Mian tossed her hair with a smug look, saying provocatively, "I think I'm pretty good looking too." After that, both of them burst into laughter. Lu Yitong adored Zhang Wan like this, someone who accepted compliments gracefully and acknowledged them. Humility was important, but excessive humility was hypocrisy, and she had seen too many hypocrites around her. She loathed that kind of plastic friendship full of insincerity and polite refusals. Being with Wanwan was so much more comfortable. Zhang Mian had no idea what Lu Yitong was thinking, but she herself was a deeply rebellious person. Because of his delicate and handsome features since childhood, the bad kids would verbally abuse him for no reason, follow him to the restroom, and use vulgar words to tease him. For a time, he truly withdrew into himself, doubting whether fate had played a cruel joke on him. He wondered if he was supposed to be a girl, but a mistake had made him a boy. During that period, he was afraid to go to the restroom. To reduce the number of trips, he forced himself not to drink water. Avoidance was shameful, but surprisingly effective. On the surface, he acted like a social butterfly, getting along with other classmates while secretly using jokes to heal himself. As he grew older, his understanding of things began to change. The saying was true: knowledge can indeed change destiny. Since others were wrong, why should he punish himself with their mistake? It was only later that Jiang Mian gradually understood the meaning of those words. Yes, he lived with integrity, but why should he suffer so painfully? From then on he began to reconcile with himself. The oppressed heart began to explode, and the seed of rebellion was quietly planted. And the things he had wanted to do, but dared not attempt after obtaining the gender transformation system, he dared to try them. As Jiang Mian himself, he was considered a handsome boy with a gentle and shy personality in the eyes of. But when he became Jiang Wan, she was a wild rose who wielded her beauty like a weapon. Although she resisted being a girl, she had to admit that under this disguise she became unexpectedly bold and confident. Fearless of others' words and stares, following her true heart, and using this appearance to live boldly, and Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile wryly. He had once read a bizarre post where some guys claimed that wearing women's clothes gave them a thrill and excitement. Although they were afraid of being discovered, cross-dressing was either never or forever. At the time he thought it was perverted, but now that he could transform, Jiang Mian suddenly felt this feeling wasn't so bad. It secretly delighted her. Wan, can you show me around your campus? Lu Yitong asked. To be honest, I knew there was an art academy here, but this is my first time stepping inside. She had just realized that Wan wasn't answering her calls, probably because she didn't want to go shopping. Not shopping was fine. Oh, just strolling around the campus with Wan was wonderful. The weather was so nice today. Being able to wander hand in hand with such a beautiful Wan on campus was truly a happy thought. She had her selfish motives. She didn't want to go to the basketball court, and she didn't want to see that stinky pig he you buy. Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, Jiang Mian's lips twitched slightly. Oh, this. Show her around the campus. She was a business school student. How could she know the layout of the art academy? What if the school had an unconventional design, like building restrooms as luxurious as the cafeteria? If she said something wrong and led them astray, wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? 1,000 curses raced through Jiang Mian's mind. Just as she was racking her brain for an excuse to avoid it, a few girls walked past them chatting about the basketball game. Did you see the group chat? Oh my god, it's hilarious. What were the business school leaders thinking? Why challenge the sports school to a basketball game? Isn't that just asking for a beating? Exactly. Look at the scoreboard in the group. Sports school got 32 points while business school only has 10. The game is basically decided, but they're still hanging on. I'd be too embarrassed to stay. Especially that guy from business school. He looks decent, but his words are so nasty. If he didn't want to drink someone else's water, he could just say so. Instead, he made up a lame excuse like I don't like drinking bottled water. Ugh, look at him acting all high and mighty. Anyway, the sisters in the group said that during halftime, we'll all go give water to Zhou Ziyu and snub the business school team. Right? Since they want to show off, we'll hit them where it hurts. Cold shoulder them. After they left, Jiang Mian finally spoke. Sorry, Tong, I can't join you for a campus tour. She tossed her hair and fixed her gaze. Because I have to go support my boyfriend. Oh, so they thought they could bully the business school, did they? Jiang Mian's eyes narrowed with determination. Seeing Jiang Mian finish speaking and turn to leave, Lu Yitong hurried after her. Wan, wait for me. He'll go with you. Off. Jiang Mian was a bit surprised. You want to come with me? Lu Yitong snorted. Of course, after all, I'm also a member of the business school. Supporting the school's team is something I should step up for. But you're a student of the art school, she said, looking troubled. If they find out you're helping us, will they start isolating you? It's fine. Jiang Mian patted her chest reassuringly. They were in the wrong anyway. Even if they isolate me, I'm not afraid. They're just petty people not worth minding. After all, she wasn't even a student of the art school. Want to isolate her? Not in this lifetime. Lu Yitong sighed inwardly. Wan had been so cool and handsome for a moment. Just now, want to snub their school's team? No way. Let's go to the supermarket right now and buy a bunch of delicious drinks. We'll deliver them in front of everyone and make those narrow-minded gossips furious. Lu Yitong linked her arm with Jiang Mian's, and the two walked side by side. To make her intention clear, the other girl said with a touch of tsundere, let me make this clear first, I'm just supporting our school's team. But I still don't like your boyfriend. That stinky pig who has designs on her sweetheart. She would never have any good feelings toward him in this life. But Wan, where are we going? To the supermarket. Are you sure this is the right way? Jiang Mian actually didn't know either, but she could only bluff and nod. Of course I know my own school. Well, I see those people carrying things that seem to have been bought from over there. Lu Yitong pointed to a small path stretching off to the right. Jiang Mian turned her head and looked around. From a distance, she vaguely saw what seemed to be a supermarket sign. She pretended to suddenly realize, oh, I completely forgot there's a shortcut through here. It's fine. Actually, taking the main road is also good. This way she could spend more time with Wan. Anyway, after buying water, they would definitely deliver it. As for you buy that stinky pig. Huh, let him wait. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing her acting was convincing. The other didn't suspect anything. They walked through the small path and entered the supermarket, choosing the drinks they wanted. Considering that the players still had to continue the game, carbonated drinks were definitely out, so they only bought a few bottles of water. Looking at the identical bottles of water, Lu Yitong couldn't help sneering inwardly. Stinky pig, weren't you so fond of showing off? You even dare to be stubborn saying you don't like drinking bottled water from outside. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because your family has some dirty money. This is water personally bought by Wanwan. Let's see if you dare refuse. If you do dare to refuse, then she would do whatever it takes to kick that stinky pig away from Wanwan. A stinky pig coveting Wanwan's beauty, does he really think he's the Marshal Tianpeng? Lu Yitong couldn't wait to see what kind of expression He Yubai would show when he saw those bottles of water. The first half of the game ended with a 15-minute break. The moment the buzzers sounded, the smiles on the faces of the physical education school team were impossible to hide. For no other reason than seeing the score, they felt ecstatic. 4026. Needless to say, the most points were scored by their PE school. The entire court erupted with crazy screams from fangirls, and among those voices more were calling Zhou Ziyu's name. Zhao Luan felt envious. We didn't play badly, either. Why are all these girls cheering for brother Zhou? Come on, you sound so sour, like someone knocked over your vinegar jar. This is an era of judging by looks, get it? Look at your brother Zhou, his build and looks, then look at us. Getting outshone is only natural. Those girls aren't blind. I thought we could bask in brother Zhou's glory, show off at the art school today, and maybe even find a pretty girlfriend. Zhao Lun sighed helplessly. I never thought we'd just be green leaves serving as a foil for the flowers. What's wrong, brother Zhou? You look upset. Did you twist your ankle? Seeing Zhou Ziyu's expressionless face rather showing disappointment, Lin, you couldn't help asking. Nothing. Zhou Ziyu's expression was indifferent, clearly unwilling to discuss the topic. Don't say any more or brother Zhou will feel even worse. What? You know about it? How could I not know? Zhao Luan said in a mischievous tone. Our brother Zhou is suffering from unrequited love. Unrequited love? Who's he pining for? Who else? Have you all forgotten? When we ran into those two pretty girls at the ramen shop last night. Zhao Luan helped everyone recall. When those two girls left, didn't we see brother Zhou ask the staff about their hearing that the few of them recalled? Remember now, Zhao Luan said like a love advice guru. And the staff also said those two girls might be from the art school. Seeing how hard brother Zhou played today, he must want to impress them. It was a pity he didn't have a palm leaf fan, otherwise after finishing this theory, he would have wanted to wave it to show off. Didn't he play well in the first half? So why is he looking so unhappy now? Do you even need to guess? Zhao Luan said with a tone of frustration. It must be that those girls aren't here. Our brother Zhou has great eyesight, he can definitely see if they're present. So he didn't see them, and he's feeling disappointed. Yo little Lin, you've become the worm in brother Zhou's belly now. You know everything he's thinking. Yao Guang couldn't resist giving him a slap on the back of the head. Damn, don't hit my head. If you make me stupid, how will you compensate? Zhao Luan covered the back of his head and protested. What worm? What the hell is that? If you can't make a metaphor, don't just blabber. I'm telling you I know more than that. I even know brother Zhou. Are you done talking? Zhou Ziyu emerged from behind him. You're pretty brave, huh? Never been in love, but your mouth sure can flap. Zhao Luan turned around and saw Zhou Ziyu looking like he was about to eat him and was so scared that he wanted to flee immediately. What are you running for? Zhou Ziyu grabbed the back collar of his jersey. Tired from the first half. Come on, let me. No need, brother Zhou. Oh. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Lin was pinned to the ground by Zhou Ziyu, like folding a blanket, pressing his head toward his knee. The whole court was filled with his howls, but even so those fangirls who wanted to bring water pretended not to see and all flocked over to curry favor. Thanks to Zhou Ziyu, the other teammates also enjoyed the treatment of being offered water. Twisting open the caps and taking a sip, they had to admit. Drinking water delivered by girls was different. It not only quenched thirst, but also had a strangely sweet taste. It was a pity that Zhao Luan happened to have that mouth, otherwise he could have enjoyed this blessing too. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu still didn't drink any water anyone offered. Their PE side was bustling with excitement, while on He Yubai's side it was incredibly quiet. The girls who had been bringing them water earlier were now avoiding eye contact and staying far away. Wu Feng felt displeased. Is our school being treated differently? As the minister Zhao Xingyan remained composed and instructed him, the leaders are still watching over there. Don't make this scene too ugly. Now hurry to the supermarket and buy a few bottles of water. Even if no one offers, our own people have to prepare. Okay, I'm going now. He Yubai ignored the quietness around him. Oh, on the contrary, he thought it was good, peaceful with no one to disturb him. Just as he was about to raise his head to drink, teammate Chun Jian suddenly spoke. Look, isn't that our school beauty Lu Yitong? She's walking over here. Strange, it looks like there's another girl with her. When he heard the name, Lu Yitong, He Yubai's mind began to churn. Then after hearing the next sentence, he immediately stopped himself from drinking and quickly looked in the direction the teammate indicated. Sure enough, the figure beside Lu Yitong was exactly Jiang Wan, the one he had been yearning for all this time. From afar, the warm sunlight spilled over her, as if she were wrapped in tenderness. He Yubai felt that his heart, which had been so disappointed it was near death, suddenly regained vitality, beating vigorously and powerfully once more. Everyone from the School of Business. Lu Yitong greeted them politely. You've all worked hard. I wanted to buy you some nice drinks, but I was afraid it might affect your upcoming match, so I bought you mineral water instead. I hope you don't mind. As she spoke, she opened the bag in her hand and handed out the bottles of mineral water. Holy crap! The campus bell really came to give us water. Not at all, not at all. I'd love whatever the campus bell gives me. Am I dreaming? How about I slap you to get lost? You bastard. Li Chuan wanted to yell, but remembering the campus bell was still there, he decided not to be too crude. Cursing his best buddy was fine, but scaring the campus bell would be bad. In this lifetime, I actually got to drink water from the campus bell. My life is complete. Then I won't drink it. The campus bell's water is too precious. I really can't bear to. Then don't drink it and take it home and worship it, you idiot. You're the idiot. Lu Yitong was amused by these guys and covered her mouth to chuckle, momentarily forgetting that she usually despised these smelly boys. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Men who are bad are loved by women, but dumb silly men are even more endearing. Jiang Wan. Seeing that she was staring blankly in Lu Yitong's direction, He Yubai felt a bit unbalanced. She had been avoiding him for so long, and now that they finally met, her attention was elsewhere. Huh. Jiang Mian reflexively turned her head, a look of confusion on her face. Daydreaming and night dreaming. It was this face that often appeared in her dreams lately. But every time she got close, she would suddenly wake up. Checking WeChat, she hadn't replied to a single message. This made He Yubai both angry and resentful. Why wouldn't she give him a chance? Why wouldn't she listen to his explanation? Even if she didn't believe his words, she could let him prove it through actions. She vanished like she had evaporated, leaving him helpless with no one to call upon. Driven mad by longing, he even entertained some wicked thoughts. If he ever saw Jiang Wan again, he would bully her mercilessly. Bully her until her legs went weak, so she couldn't walk and wouldn't dare leave him again. That little rascal who made him wait in despair deserved a severe punishment. But now she stood right in front of him, so close. A wisp of cool autumn wind drifted by, brushing the hair by Jiang Wan's ear and sending a faint fragrance to He Yubai's nose. The scent was familiar. He clearly remembered it as the unique natural fragrance from her skin when he buried his face in her neck last time. Seductive yet refined, charming yet delicate. Just like Jiang Wan herself. One more look, and he couldn't restrain himself. But no matter how angry he was, seeing her innocent and dazed expression, somehow all his anger dissipated in an instant. However, as punishment, he flicked her forehead with his finger. You've been deliberately avoiding me lately, huh? It hurts. Jiang Mian rubbed her sore forehead, thinking, what's wrong with young master? Didn't I just see his abs last night? But the pain snapped her back to reality. She almost forgot she had transformed. And it wasn't that she was deliberately avoiding him, she simply couldn't meet him. Determined to protect her disguise, Jiang Mian chose to accept her fate. Let him flick, let it hurt. It was a way for young master He to vent his frustration. Seeing Jiang Wan still rubbing her forehead and complaining of pain, He Yubai realized he might have used too much. The smug look of successful punishment on his face gave way to concern. He reached out to rub her forehead. Sorry, I didn't control my strength. Admittedly, when young master He comforted someone, his voice was deep and charming. If she were truly a girl, she would probably have blushed by now. But seriously, didn't he know how strong his hands were? Jiang Mian couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He said he would rub it, but the calluses on his fingertips were hard, rubbing against her forehead, as if they were about to bore. The tender scene suddenly turned bizarre. Fortunately, he stopped after a while and withdrew his hand. Taking advantage of his height, He Yubai looked down and asked, now you're willing to come out. Why not keep hiding? If she kept hiding, she was afraid this young master would do something drastic. Right now, he just flicked her forehead as a minor punishment. If she really angered him, he might crack her skull open. Jiang Mian trembled inside. She just wanted to keep her disguise, but now she found danger everywhere. Was she really that unlucky? Jiang Mian muttered softly. I do want to keep hiding, but I'm afraid you'd dig 3 feet under to find me. What did you say? He Yubai bent down and brought his ear close to her lips. Nothing. Jiang Mian handed him the bottle of mineral water. I saw you guys seemed left out, so I came with classmate Lu to bring you some water. He Yubai looked at the bottle handed to him and raised an eyebrow. Just a plain bottle of water. No extra little gift or token of affection. Truly a young master from a wealthy family. So hard to please. Feeling guilty toward him, Jiang Mian had no choice but to indulge him. She thought to herself, He Yubai's tantrum was like a grade schooler's. She'd change his WeChat nickname to grade schooler later. Despite her busy mental commentary, Jiang Mian obediently added a little token of affection, lifting the bottle and planting a kiss on it. Is this enough? Jiang Mian handed him the bottle again. Beside them, Lu Yitong was already grinding her teeth. This pig dared to make demands. She wanted to snatch the bottle from Jiang Wan, poke a few holes in the cap, and spray water all over that pig's face. Li Chuan saw this and came over, foolishly reminding her, beautiful lady, our brother, he never drinks store-bought, so maybe this bottle should go to me instead. Who said I don't drink it? He Yubai replied, reaching for the bottle in Jiang Mian's hand. But another hand suddenly intervened, grabbing the bottle from Jiang Mian's grasp and saying harshly, stop dawdling. If you don't want it, get lost. Jiang Mian looked up. It was Zhou Ziyu. What was he doing here? Zhao Luan rubbed his eyes, barely able to process. Holy crap. When did brother Zhou get over there? Luo Chu timely reminded. Right after he saw the girl from last night. Everyone was stunned. 2 guys fighting over 1 bottle of water. What kind of romantic battlefield was this? Two guys fighting over one bottle of water. What kind of romantic battlefield was this, say? Who said I don't want to drink? Hiyubai retorted in an equally sharp tone. Wasn't it you who said I never drink bottled water from outside? Zhou Ziyu sneered. You play basketball like a scrub, but you sure have a hotshot attitude, don't you? None of your damn business. Hiyubai's voice turned cold as he reached for the bottle at the same time. The two refused to yield, glaring at each other. Jiang Mian was utterly exasperated. One immature brat like Hiyubai was bad enough, and now another one showed up. We're all handsome guys this childish. Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, Lu Yitong stepped in. While the two were distracted, she snatched the bottle away. Before either of them could react, the bottle was already in Lu Yitong's hands. She flashed Hiyubai a tight, insincere smile. Since Hiyubai can't drink bottled water, we must have been remiss in our preparation. Perhaps you'd better not drink this one. Then she turned to Zhou Ziyu. As for you, Zhou Ziyu, I see a whole crowd of girls lining up to bring you water. It seems you hardly need the water our business school offers. So, she concluded, we'll just keep this bottle for ourselves. How cool. Jiang Mian looked at Lu Yitong with pure admiration. The campus beauty Lu was absolutely badass. With just a few light words, she resolved the childish conflict between those two little brats. But Jiang Mian was completely mistaken. Lu Yitong hadn't stepped in out of kindness. It was her feminine intuition. She sensed a hidden threat. Hiyubai, that filthy pig, was obviously always coveting her precious Wanwan. And now this Zhou Ziyu. Countless girls had thrown themselves at him with water, but he hadn't given any of them a second glance. Yet he had set his sights on the bottle in Wanwan's hand, the one with the lipstick kiss mark. She didn't believe for a second that this was just because of some personal grudge between him and Hiyubai. These dumb boys were childish enough, but their thoughts were written all over their faces. They couldn't hide a thing. So she was utterly convinced here was yet another stinking pig lusting after her precious cabbage. Seeing the bottle snatched away, Zhou Ziyu's face instantly darkened. But since she was a girl, no matter how hot-tempered he couldn't lay a hand on her, especially not in public. Hiyubai was fully aware that Lu Yitong didn't like him. After all, the first time they met, she had tried to persuade Jiang Wan to break up with him. Even though they were only pretending to be a couple at the time, hearing talk of a breakup still annoyed him. But on second thought, her wishes didn't count. The final decision was Jiang Wan's alone. Glancing at Zhou Ziyu's dark face, Hiyubai silently cursed him as an idiot. He didn't know what bug had bitten that guy to make him fight over that particular bottle, but his gut, a man's instinct, also told Hiyubai something was off. With so many other bottles to choose from, he had to fight for this one. Obviously, his real target wasn't the water. It was, admittedly, Hiyubai's mind worked fast when it came to Jiang Wan. The way that guy looked at her was clearly laced with improper intentions. Hiyubai's eyes darkened. He sneered inwardly. At least the fool had good taste. He didn't understand why Jiang Wan hadn't replied to his messages, but the fact that she showed up here meant he still had a chance. And from what Lu Yitong had said, Jiang Wan hadn't revealed that they were only pretending to be a couple. So now in name at least, he was still Jiang Wan's boyfriend. Zhou Ziyu was furious, but dared not speak out because he had no legitimate claim. All he could do was fume in helplessness. But Hiyubai was different from that fool. Even though the bottle was currently in Lu Yitong's hand, the real solution lay with Jiang Wan. Holy crap! Feng Jun exclaimed. What's going on over there with Hiyubai? Two handsome dudes about to throw down over a bottle of water. And even more absurdly, the bottle ended up snatched by the campus beauty Lu. As expected of his goddess. Even stealing water, she looked amazing. Still, the girl beside her was pretty too. The late autumn weather was fickle, yet she was dressed so lightly. Gotta admit, she had a great figure. His goddess Lu was all campus-style, cute and pure. But that girl was a different vibe. Long, straight, pale legs you could hold on to for years. He couldn't help asking Chinyu, who's that girl beside the campus beauty Lu? Chinyu rolled his eyes. What was the point of asking him about anything outside of studies? He had no idea either. They were almost juniors now, and he had only just learned all the names in his own class. No clue. But she came straight to talk to Hiyubai, so she must be here to bring him water. They probably know each other. Makes sense. Damn, what kind of insane luck did Hiyubai have? Not only did the campus beauty Lu deliver water for their team, but a pretty girl like this was chatting with him face to face. He was green with envy. If it weren't for the public spectacle and his own pride, he would already be writhing in the shadow. Wait, she came specifically to bring water to Hiyubai. They know each other. She's really pretty. Holy crap. Feng Jun's pupils dilated. That's Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan. Chinyu finally caught on. Oh, you mean Jiang Mian's cousin. Damn it. What the hell? Feng Jun erupted. What's up with Jiang Mian? I'm single too. Why wouldn't he introduce such a pretty cousin to? He was so angry he wanted to beat his chest. Everyone had been quietly watching the drama, but Feng Jun's loud outburst drew annoyed glares from all around. His bluster instantly wilted under the scrutiny. Chinyu kindly offered. If you honestly compare yourself with Hiyubai, you'll understand why Jiang Mian didn't introduce her to you. Feng Jun. Thanks a lot. That wasn't comforting at all. Over at Hiyubai's side, he had been looking up tips on how to pursue someone. One comment said, crude but true. You have to be thick-skinned and clingy. In the past he would have scoffed, but now to seize this chance and win Jiangwan over. Under everyone's gaze, what did a little shamelessness matter? As long as he could win the beauty. Meanwhile, that idiot Zhou Ziyu was just standing there like a fool, trying to compete with him. Dream on. He Yubai suddenly spoke up. But I have no water to drink now. Before Zhang Mian could say anything, Lu Yitong directly exposed his shoddy lie. That bottle of water with the brand logo on the chair behind you. It's yours, isn't it? She stated it as a fact, not a question. She was certain there was still water inside. Look at this disgusting pig spouting all sorts of lies to get what he wanted. Now that she had called him out, what would he do next? It is mine. He Yubai walked over and picked up his own bottle. The moment he twisted off the lid, the bottle slipped from his hand and crashed heavily onto the ground, splashing water everywhere. Sorry, my hand slipped. So now I really have no water to drink. Lu Yitong. Zhou Ziyu. Everyone present. Zhang Mian holding back laughter is so painful. How could he Yubai be this childish? Ha ha ha. What? Are they all blind? This is no accident, you did it on purpose. Lu Yitong was absolutely furious inside. She had underestimated this dirty pig. To achieve his goal, he would smash a brand-name water bottle without hesitation. Zhou Ziyu was even more shocked. Damn, why hadn't he thought of this trick? Now the water bottle was smashed, and there was no water to drink. He Yubai immediately went to Zhang Mian to play the victim. Wan, I have no water to drink. After saying this, he discreetly glanced at the bottle of water in Lu Yitong's hand. The implication was clear, he wanted that bottle. Zhang Mian lowered her head, covering her mouth, barely suppressing a burst of laughter. What's going on? Young master, you're such an actor. That pitiful look almost made her fall for it. After all, what girl could resist such a handsome guy pouring out his grievances with a pleading face? Although she was a tomboy at heart, those big watery eyes and pouted lips made her maternal instincts surge. She almost wanted to snatch the water from Lu Yitong's hand and thrust it into his. But in the end, reason prevailed. And Lu Yitong, upon witnessing this, was so furious that the veins at her temples throbbed. This filthy pig. At this moment, she wished she could grab an M98K sniper rifle and turn this dirty pig into a sieve. He did it on purpose, didn't he? Knowing that Wan had a soft heart, he shamelessly pulled this stunt right. What? He Yubai's sudden feigned weakness gave Zhou Ziyu goosebumps. Holy crap. Was this the same guy who had been playing so fiercely against him just now? How could he become such a sissy over a bottle of water? Zhou the straight male was full of disdain. Girls like real men. Playing weak and pitiful like this would surely be despised. But the next second the situation completely exceeded his expectations. Maybe Tong, you should give him this bottle of water. Zhang Mian swore that she was not soft-hearted, nor was she charmed. It was simply out of roommate concern. She couldn't stand seeing him without water. Yes, that's it. Damn, even that works. What? This time it was Zhou Ziyu whose pupils dilated, his face full of disbelief. Damn it. Which bastard had told him before that women must not be spoiled, that men must be tough and take the lead, otherwise they would appear weak, incur the disgust of girls, and eventually be dumped. Shit. If he had known, he could have played pitiful too. Lu Yitong, on the other hand, was unwilling to comply. Clutching the water bottle tightly, she whispered a reminder. Wan, a man's mouth is the devil's deception. As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. If this dirty pig can even discard his own water bottle, he will surely betray you in the future. Zhang Mian was utterly embarrassed. What on earth was she talking about? The campus belle Lu was worrying too much. Besides, their relationship was merely a fake one. How could there be any question of betrayal? Seeing Lu Yitong not letting go, He Yubai had no choice but to continue playing pitiful. Wan, I'm so thirsty, I want water. Zhou Ziyu was disgusted once again. Oh, his belief system was shattered. Did one have to go this far to act? Hiss. He really couldn't bring himself to do that. And Lu Yitong felt nothing but contempt for He Yubai's shameless. She wanted nothing more than to spit at him and utter those profound 4 words, eat shit. Zhang Mian was extremely troubled, even more torn between the two sides. She knew that the campus belle Lu disliked He Yubai, but she had never heard the reason from her. Moreover, it seemed that Liu's reaction today was even stronger. Seeing that the break was almost over, Zhang Mian had originally planned to finish giving the water and then after the game arrange a place with He Yubai to clear things up. But now with Lu Yitong's interference, the sequence of this plan had been disrupted. He Yubai seemed to have caught on as well. This campus belle Lu didn't like him apparently because of Wan. But could it be that she was jealous because she liked Zhang Wan? Zhou Ziyu at this moment felt like an outsider. He wanted to intervene, but didn't know how to start. The 3 people over there didn't seem to care about him at all. Meanwhile, the group of fangirls, upon seeing this, were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Even though they didn't understand basketball, they had endured the boredom and waited until this break time just for the opportunity to give Zhou Ziyu water. Then through the chance of giving water, they could talk to him, become acquainted, and ideally end up as boyfriend and girlfriend. But in the end, at such a perfect moment, it was ruined by 2 women. They had heard of the campus belle Lu from the neighboring business school. But where did that other, even more beautiful girl come from? What? This was too annoying. First she started talking to that handsome he from the business school, And then Zhou stared over there, as if bewitched, unable to look away, and finally completely ignoring them he walked over. Even though Zhou was being snubbed right now, he still showed no intention of coming back. Even more infuriatingly, the two of them were just fighting over the same bottle of water. Curse it. This is absolutely infuriating. Why couldn't this overwhelming luck with men fall on them? Was that girl a reincarnated fox spirit? She managed to captivate the handsome guys from two schools just by showing up. They were so jealous they wanted to slither away in darkness. At that moment, they were frantically complaining in the group chat, "Damn. Who came up with this stupid idea? If we had known this would happen, we might as well have sent a few people to give water to the business. What should we do now? We had planned to snub the business school, but in the end we became the ignored ones. I'm so screwed. Even Zhou Ziyu has been lured over. What do we do?" For the first time in my life, I'm both furious and laughable. The art school has so many beautiful figures and faces, yet we can't even compete with an unknown girl. Isn't that grinding our school's reputation into the ground? To be honest, that girl really is beautiful. Strawberry soft candy has been muted for 3 days by the admin. This little disturbance naturally caught the attention of the leaders at the table. From the physical education school, if youth is not reckless, then it's wasted. Back when I was young, in order to pursue my wife, I shamelessly brought her breakfast for 3 months, wearing down her temper until no other suitors dared to come around, and in the end, she had no choice but to be with me. Inwardly, however, he was contemptuous. Damn it, where did the business school learn these sneaky tricks? Sending a beauty to muddy the waters. Are they trying to numb our school's strongest player? What? The business school outwardly agreed back in the day, we'd just go for it. Now we're older, past our prime. But back then, I was also in a business school with a 1:1 male-female ratio, and it was easy to find a girlfriend. Inwardly, however, he sneered, heroes are often trapped by beauty. With such a beautiful girl boosting our business school team's morale, we'll go all out and crush you physical education guys. To avoid delaying the ensuing match, Zhang Mian had no choice but to pull Lu Yitong aside and quietly disclose the truth of the matter. What? Lu Yitong was stunned. So you two were just pretending to be a couple? Zhang Mian smiled bitterly. At that time I was forced by circumstances, so I played the role of his girlfriend. Then why are you here today? After delivering this bottle of water, I want to meet him after the match and clear things up. Clear things up? Yes, the fake relationship can end here. I don't want to keep being entangled with him. Really? Really? Lu Yitong's face immediately lit up with joy. She quickly handed the water back. Then go ahead, Wanwan. Clearing things up is for the best. Neither of you will be held back. She naturally wanted to be with Wanwan forever. As for that stinking pig, well, he could just go cool off somewhere else. Zhang Mian looked at the water bottle returned to her hands and felt even more embarrassed. Truly, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the deep sea. How had the school beauty Lu suddenly become so agreeable? Little did she know what the other was thinking at that moment, or she would surely have secretly complained. Once she could shake off Yubai, it would be time to wave goodbye to her too. The two of them understood each other tacitly, yet each harbored their own thoughts. But Zhang Mian didn't dwell on it for now. After handing the bottle of water back to Yubai, she added, let's meet after the match. I have something to tell you. Fine. Yubai's gaze lingered on her, unwilling to look away, even for a moment, afraid that in that instant she would vanish again. She was a repeat offender. She had given him all the illusions of a romantic spark, only to coldly refuse to respond to any of his messages. Now looking at her again, Yubai's eyes were still full of longing. I have a lot to say to you too. Lu Yitong, standing nearby, was so disgusted by this cheesy talk that her scalp crawled. She knew a bit about Yubai's family background. As expected of a rich second-generation heir, he must have frequented all kinds of entertainment venues. Such cheap, sentimental words rolled off his tongue effortlessly. What a rogue and scoundrel, deceiving an innocent girl. Fortunately, Wanwan was only pretending to be his girlfriend and had already decided to cut ties, so the two would go their separate ways. Otherwise, she would have rushed up right then and torn off the mask of that sanctimonious hypocrite. Not only was Lu Yitong displeased, but even Zhou Ziyu, who was nearby, felt sick to the stomach. He felt like a complete clown, a dazzlingly bright light bulb. What a damn farce. The two of them kept flirting back and forth, making his heart even more clogged, and now he had to listen to this sappy talk. It gave him goosebumps all over. Seeing that Yubai was even more dawdling than a mill donkey, he couldn't hold back and tried to snatch the water. If you're not going to drink, then get lost. I'm dying of thirst listening to your rubbish. Although Yubai hated to part with his time alone with Jiang when he knew the annoying fool beside him was still there, so he kept a watchful eye on him. Seeing him about to steal his water again, he quickly sidestepped and dodged. Zhou Ziyu, charging too fast, couldn't break in time and nearly lunged at Zhang Mian. Lu Yitong, terrified, cried out, Wanwan. This guy from the sports academy was huge and burly. If his body landed on Wanwan, she'd probably end up in the ICU. But Yubai was quick. He grabbed Zhang Mian's hand and pulled her toward him. Everything happened too fast. Zhang Mian was still bewildered and inertia took over. Like a hooligan driven by instinct, she spread her arms and lunged at Yubai, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Good heavens! Was she throwing herself into his arms again? Realizing what had happened, Jiang Mian wished she could dig a hole and hide. In front of so many people, did she have no dignity left? Are you hurt? A familiar voice came from above. Jiang Mian wanted to cover her face and flee this world. She felt her social anxiety kicking in. Sorry, it was urgent. I didn't control the strength when I pulled you. Is your arm okay? Yubai's tone was still full of concern, and as he spoke he began to massage her arm where he had grabbed it. Whether she was hurt or not in pain or not, Jiang Mian didn't care anymore. She just wanted to shout at him, hey, you can use your mouth, but why do you have to use your hands? With so many people watching. Wan. Lu Yitong ran over anxiously. Seeing that she was still in Yubai's arms, she didn't bother to reproach him for now, quickly scanning her up and down. Wan, are you okay? Are you hurt? After checking on her, she couldn't help scolding Yubai. Couldn't you have been gentler when you pulled her? What if her hand was injured? Jiang Mian was utterly embarrassed. She wasn't a child nor made of paper. She wasn't that fragile. Even though he was being scolded, Yubai didn't get angry. He apologized sincerely. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Lu Yitong felt no consolation. Next time? He wanted a next time? Was this stinking pig hoping to turn the fake relationship into a real one? No way. Don't even think about it. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu, who had nearly crashed into Jiang Mian, had to brake suddenly in midair. He didn't collide with her, but he ended up falling himself. Fortunately, his muscle memory kicked in. Though he fell, his arms braced against the ground, preventing an embarrassment. At that moment, his heart was a mix of joy and disappointment, an indescribable feeling. He was glad he hadn't hit her, or it would have been a disaster. He knew well the destructive power of his physique. But the disappointment came from the fact that he had been so close to holding that girl. Hearing them call her Wan. What a beautiful name. However, when he looked up again, his originally silly grin froze. Because at that moment, Yubai was holding the girl and looking down at him with a condescending gaze. You almost crashed into my girlfriend. His expression was cold, and upon hearing those words, Zhou Ziyu's face also turned ugly. Girlfriend? Yes, he had suspected it from the moment they started talking. But he had never dared to guess the most unlikely possibility, and now this guy had bluntly exposed it. So what if she's your girlfriend? Zhou Ziyu pretended nothing was wrong, stood up, and brushed off non-existent dust. If she were my girlfriend, I would have handled it properly, and never let her suffer such a situation. Both of them glared at each other with discontent, and the air was thick with gunpowder. At that moment, Yubai unhurriedly unscrewed the cap of the water bottle, tilted his head back to drink, and let out a satisfied sigh. Then with a hint of provocation, he looked at Zhou Ziyu. The water from my girlfriend is the sweetest, just as sweet as my baby. Seeing this, Jiang Mian thought, what? EW. So childish. Lu Yitong, who had inadvertently become a bystander, clenched her little fists in anger. These two stinking pigs. Arg. The match resumed, and the irrelevant personnel were cleared from the field. As Jiang Mian was about to leave with Lu Yitong, Yubai called out, your boyfriend is competing. As his girlfriend, shouldn't you say something? He knew Zhou Ziyu was staring at Jiang Wan, so he said this deliberately to provoke him. Jiang Mian had no idea what Yubai was thinking, or otherwise she would have grumbled that this young master he was indeed quite immature. Since he had spoken, Jiang Mian couldn't refuse, so she gave a token encouragement. Then do your best. Win the game, and he'll give you a reward. Yubai's eyes lit up instantly. What reward, oi? Heh. Jiang Mian sneered inwardly. A reward of breaking up with you and severing ties. Daring to tease her in public. Didn't she have any dignity? Humph. Wait until you win. Jiang Mian smiled and turned to leave. No matter if you win or lose, this breakup is set in stone. Even though Yubai knew it was a little game of playing hard to get, his heart still bloomed with joy. So this is what it felt like to be willingly strung along by someone you love. Zhou Ziyu kept his eyes fixed on Jiang Mian's figure, fuming inwardly. Here I am, a living, breathing person, and she doesn't even spare me a glance. Hey. Zhou Ziyu looked over at the sound. He saw Yubai smirking at him. Don't you have a girlfriend? Is that why you love staring at other people's girlfriends? Or is it because you always stare at other people's girlfriends that you can't get one yourself? Cuckold. Zhou Ziyu sneered. Don't celebrate too soon. If your skills aren't as sharp as your tongue, watch out. Someone might steal your girlfriend. Who would steal her? The answer was obvious. The two glared at each other, the air thick with tension. Zhou Ziyu's fangirls naturally hated Jiang Mian to the core. They had dressed up so nicely today, yet Zhou Ziyu hadn't spared them a single glance. But this femme fatale appeared and instantly bewitched him. This hateful vixen. Frustrated, they shot venomous glares at Jiang Mian. Unaware of the hostility, Jiang Mian and Lu Yitong stood among the crowd watching the next match. Suddenly a chill ran down Jiang Mian's spine, making her shrink her neck. Lu Yitong noticed her discomfort. Wan, what's wrong? How strange, Jiang Mian said, looking up at the sky in confusion. The sun is so hot, but why do I feel cold all over? Lu Yitong's face immediately showed concern. She reached out to touch her forehead. Are you catching a cold? Are you dizzy? Any other discomfort? The dress Jiang Wan was wearing today was the one Lu Yitong had bought for her last night. She felt a pang of resentment. Such a cool dress. Wan should have worn it just for her. Why did she have to wear it out? Wan was so beautiful that even if she wore a burlap sack, she would still outshine everyone. Today's outfit was a waste on those two pigs who got an eyeful. Lu Yitong was both angry and worried. Jiang Mian shook her head. I'm fine everywhere, just a sudden chill. Lu Yitong muttered sudden. She glanced around casually and suddenly understood. Good heavens. A group of women as if possessed were glaring at Wan Wan with venomous hatred. Under these circumstances, feeling cold was the least of it. If it were her, she would probably be numb with fright and have a heart attack. Since it wasn't a physical issue, let them glare. If they dared to glare at Wan Wan, she would glare at Zhou Ziyu. May he be in poor form and lose the match. These fangirls were utterly insane. Couldn't they use their brains? It was clearly Zhou Ziyu, that pig, who was coveting her cabbage. Why were they all glaring at Wan Wan? Woman, why torment woman? As a fellow female, her misogyny triggered. Lu Yitong glared back at Zhou Ziyu. It's all your fault. All your fault. You pig. If they wanted to treasure that Zhou guy, they could take him home and worship him. Zhao Luan nudged Luo Chu. Look at the audience. The beauty from the business school is also watching our brother Zhou. Luo Chu rubbed his chin. I think her gaze is pretty fierce, like she's glaring at him. So what if she's glaring? I'd take any look from a campus beauty. Are you brain dead? I'm so jealous of brother Zhou. No matter where he goes, girls adore him. Now, even the neighboring school's beauty has her, but brother Zhou likes the girl next to her, doesn't he? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear earlier? She has a boyfriend. What do you take brother Zhou for? A Shimanqing who goes after married women. Zhao Luan couldn't help shouting out. Then the next second, Zhou Ziyu turned around with a dark face. Zhao Luan, you go as forward. Don't attack, just defend the ball. If you can't hold it, it'll make you the tiger, and Wu Song fights the tiger. Zhao Luan was stunned. No, brother Zhou. Luo Chu could only clasp his hands together, giving him a look that said, you're on your own. You asked for it with your big. On the business school side, He Yubai rallied the team. Brothers, help me out. My girlfriend is waiting for me to win them. Sure. If young master he says so, no problem. Li Chuan joked. Even if brother he didn't say anything, we'd give it our all. After all, we drank the water the campus beauty brought us. Now we've got endless energy. Right? I never thought I'd get to drink water delivered by the campus beauty. This was something to brag about to his buddies for a long time. What made them even prouder was that no matter how many fangirls cheered for Zhou Ziyu from the phys ed department, what did it matter? That guy was still completely smitten by brother he's girlfriend. The way he lost his soul earlier was just embarrassing to watch, but they had to admit brother he had great taste. Where did he find such a beautiful and lively girlfriend? It made their. Then it's settled, He Yubai said, beaming. If we win today, he'll treat you all. Pick any place you like. Yeah. Brother he is awesome. Damn, brother he, I love you. Screw you. Brother he has a wife. Who? He Yubai saw his plan working and smiled. Glancing at Jiang Wan watching from the stands, he had his own thought. Win or lose after the match, he would probably have to eat with his teammates. But he only wanted to be alone with Jiang Wan, so he needed to find a way to get rid of them. Thinking of the reward Jiang Wan had mentioned, He Yubai's gaze hardened. No matter what, he had to win this match. The incident of Campus Belle Lu Yitong bringing them water reignited their spirits, filling them with renewed. Though they couldn't find a girlfriend as beautiful as brother he, the Campus Belle's encouragement instilled in them a firm belief that they must win. It was just the physical education college, wasn't it? They would defeat them. The business school's morale soared, while on the opposite side, Zhou Ziyu's gloomy aura weighed heavily on his teammates. Zhao Luan couldn't help muttering, brother Zhou really is something. Just because the girl he likes already has a boyfriend, does he have to react so strongly? Zhou Ziyu's harsh voice came from behind. What did you say? Zhao Lun's scalp nearly went numb with fright. Nothing. I was just cheering myself up. Then play well. If you hold us back and we lose, we'll break your legs. Zhou Ziyu threatened coldly. Zhao Luan felt like crying. Was a little slip of the tongue worth such treatment? The referee's whistle blew and the ball tossed into the air was first snatched by the business school. Lin Yu shouted, get the ball back. Zhao Luan, what are you standing there for? Zhao Luan was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What was wrong with the business school? Had they been possessed by Superman? In the moment he hesitated, the opposing team leaped up and stole the ball. Hadn't they said the business school was exhausted? This was supposed to be exhausted. Zhao Luan regretted his carelessness and, throwing caution to the wind, chased after them. But He Yubai and his teammates coordinated perfectly. Having lost the tip-off advantage, and with Zhou Ziyu abandoning his forward position, they found a gap to exploit. They charged straight to the opposing basket. He Yubai faked out several defenders and leaped for a shot. The ball went in. The scorer added 2 points for the business school. Lu Yitong and Jiang Mian suddenly stood up, clapping enthusiastically and cheering, go business school. Go business school. Caught up in the excitement, Lu Yitong wanted to shout the players' names, but she had only glanced at the roster. The name that stood out most was He Yubai, that annoying pig. But how could she cheer for that pig who coveted her precious cabbage? Not a chance. Humph. Jiang Mian, though she didn't know the others, knew her fake boyfriend's name. Since He Yubai had blurted out their fake relationship, everyone knew about it. It would seem odd if she didn't cheer for him now. So Jiang Mian reluctantly called out, Yubai, go for it. There were few supporters for the business school, especially compared to Zhou Ziyu's fangirls, who were numerous and eager to intimidate the business school. They had planned to scream Zhou Ziyu's name once the physical education college scored. But seeing the business school score first, they pretended not to notice, refusing to cheer for their rivals. What was the big deal about scoring 2 points? That fox-faced girl looked so unsophisticated. The stadium wasn't loud, so Jong Mion's soft voice reached many ears. Her sweet natural voice was pleasant to hear. The spirited young men on the court, upon hearing it, felt their bones go weak despite their adrenaline. Li Chuan remarked, "I admire no one but brother he. That girlfriend of his, I couldn't handle it." Xiao Ji joked, "Why can't you handle it?" "Not enough stamina. Brother he, am reporting them for joking about your girlfriend." "You're lying." That Xiao bastard twisted my words. He Yu Bai ignored their bickering, not even sparing a glance, his eyes fixed on Jiang Mion's position. This wasn't joking, it was pure jealousy. They were jealous he had such a wonderful girlfriend. Feng Jun couldn't bear to watch Ugh. Look at He Yu Bai. Just because Jiang Mion's cousin showed up, his eyes are practically glued to her. Is it that serious? Chen Yu timely interjected, "You're one to talk. Your gaze was just as intense." "I am not. Don't slander me. You know the truth in your heart." On the court, He Yu Bai was smiling at Jiang Mion. Oh, her fake boyfriend was smiling at her. To maintain his dignity and not make people doubt their affection, Jiang Mion decided to go all out. She blew him a kiss. "Go get him." He Yu Bai's smile widened, and he mouthed 2 words, "Wait for me." Those were the most romantic words in the world, full of infinite promise. Wait for me. What would happen then? The audience was stunned. What the hell? So this aloof, ice-cold, handsome guy could actually smile. His expressionless face was chilling, but his smile melted hearts like spring snow. "Okay, he'll wait for you," Jiang Mion replied with a smile, thinking, whatever, as long as I keep brother he happy and help him win glory for the business school. He'll deal with the rest later. Zhou Ziyu couldn't help glancing at them several times. Zhao Lun dared not complain aloud, only grumbling inwardly, "Brother Zhou, why are you still looking? That girl is flirting with her own boyfriend." No matter how much he coveted her, what could he do? Could he snatch her away? He was handsome, but her boyfriend wasn't ugly either. Judging by their affectionate interaction, brother Zhou had no chance. Zhou Ziyu suddenly turned around and saw Zhao Lun's constipated expression of misery. "Cursing me in your head, aren't you?" Startled, Zhao Lun's face twitched. "No. Brother Zhou, how could you think that? I'm a simple, honest man." "Oh," Zhou Ziyu sneered, "simple, honest man. You know everything you're thinking is written all over your face." Zhao Lun panicked and raised his hand to touch his face, only to realize he had fallen for the trap. Looking up, he saw Zhou Ziyu's benevolent smile. "They'll deal with your slacking after the game." "No, please." The match continued, but Zhou Ziyu, the main center of the physical education college, had his emotions affected, allowing the business school to seize the initiative. The previously widening score gap suddenly narrowed. Now the score was 3-2-2-6. He Yu Bai and his teammates fought with increasing vigor, and the game became intensely contested. Brother Zhou, Zhao Luan finally managed to snatch the ball, only to find himself double-teamed. He promptly tossed it toward Zhou Ziyu without a second thought. But unexpectedly, He Yu Bai intercepted it midair and even taunted them. "Thanks." Jiang Mian on the stand saw this and cheered joyfully. He Yu Bai, He Yu Bai, He Yu Bai. In truth, witnessing their fierce battle and the score gradually closing in, Jiang Mian felt deeply moved. Several times the words that nearly slipped from her lips were almost uncontrollably turned into things like, "Honey, you're amazing," or "Hubby, you're so mighty." But with Louis Tong by her side and a shred of sanity remaining, she knew that shouting such things in front of so many people would lead to instant social death. Although in this fake couple game, He Yu Bai was clearly getting a little too immersed, she couldn't afford to fall into the same trap. Otherwise, she would have to loathe herself severely. Moreover, she had realized something ever since the system and the cross-dressing influence took hold. She had become increased. What could be done about this? While she was lost in thought, He Yu Bai had already sunk a three-pointer. The entire crowd's enthusiasm was ignited, and they erupted into wild cheers. The halftime buzzer rang, allowing the tense minds of the players to finally relax. Some were stretching, others grabbing water from the rest area, and He Yu Bai, without a second thought, walked straight toward where Jiang Mian was. Zhao Luan looked distressed. "Brother Zhou, why were you spacing out just now?" He had passed the ball so well, yet it got intercepted by the business school. The thought gnawed at him. Glancing at the scoreboard, the business school had already scored 29 points, leaving only a 3-point gap. What infuriated them even more was that the physical education college had barely scored during this period, and it seemed they would soon be overtaken. But look at their brother Zhou. He showed not a hint of tension. Instead, his gaze was fixed on He Yu Bai's direction. To be precise, he was staring at the spot where his girlfriend was. Beauty was his undoing. Zhao Lun lamented bitterly. Sure enough, women only slowed down their brother Zhou's sword-drawing speed. And she already had a boyfriend. "Brother Zhou, wake up. Do you want to become a chow thief, or what?" He Yu Bai walked up to Jiang Mian, drenched in sweat with mischievous droplets sliding down his cheeks. An ascetic-looking heartthrob suddenly appearing so down-to-earth made many nearby girls' loyalties waver. A few drops of sweat were heading straight for his eyes, and sensing this, He Yu Bai lifted the front of his shirt and wiped. 6 chiseled abs, pale and striking, once again came into Jiang Mian's view. Other girls screamed with delight at the sight. They immediately forgot everything. Who needed photos? Just keep staring. The only exception was Louis Tong, who rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the back of her skull. "Sly little pig." So what if you have abs? Seducing one alone isn't enough? You want to create this many rivals. Do you think you're the heavenly marshal or something? Pig, pig, pig. She cursed silently dozens of times. After wiping his face, Hyubai turned to Jiang Mian and demanded matter-of-factly, I want some water. Jiang Mian was puzzled, pointing toward their rest area. Don't you have water and towels over there? Master, he was seriously unwell, using his shirt instead of a towel to wipe sweat. Luckily, he was handsome, otherwise if that shirt could talk it would have said I wish I had rotted in the factory. Now he went even further. He had his own water but insisted on taking hers. Did he think she was easy to bully? Humph. No way. Hyubai immediately put on a pitiful pout, but I only want to drink from my girlfriend's bottle. Jiang Mian retorted proudly, I've already drunk from this bottle. I don't mind you, but I mind you. That last line Jiang Mian only dared to scream in her mind. After all, there were plenty of girls around who were ready to pounce. She feared that if she said it out loud, she would get beaten up, and then they would brand her as an unworthy girlfriend. Because how could a boyfriend be so handsome, so devoted, even flirting with her during a game, and she still refused him? What kind of girlfriend was she? And sharing a bottle of water, what was that? An indirect kiss. Seeing her unmoved, other girls couldn't help but offer, would you like to drink mine? Mine hasn't been opened yet, it's clean. Better take mine, it's soda water. You've been playing so hard, this will quench your thirst and refresh you. Take mine. Mine too. Goodness, just offering water. Did everyone have to be this competitive? Jiang Mian was already thinking when she eventually talked things out openly with Hyubai. If he refused, could she use this as an excuse? She would say there were too many admirers around him, and she simply didn't have the energy to eliminate rivals all over the world. Yes, that was a perfect reason. While Jiang Mian was daydreaming, Hyubai reached out with his long arm and effortlessly took the bottle from her hand. In a flat tone, he rejected, everyone sorry, I'll just drink my girlfriend's bottle. The crowd felt a pang of regret. Damn, what an exceptional man he was. This wall was truly unbreakable. Yet glancing at Jiang Mian, they couldn't help but fume inwardly. Though they often called her a vixen, they had to admit this girl was breathtakingly beautiful. If they were a man and had such a gorgeous girlfriend, they would surely coddle and cherish her by any means necessary. Seeing her bottle snatched away, Jiang Mian could only swallow her anger and mutter screw it. Zhou Ziyu had somehow wandered over again, and seeing the bottle in Hyubai's hand, his eyes darkened. My name is Zhou Ziyu. If it's possible, may I must say my girlfriend's water is simply divine. So Zhou Ziyu had barely mustered the courage to address Jiang Mian when Hyubai ruthlessly cut him off. He turned to glare at him, only to see Hyubai looking back with undisguised defiance. Sorry, my girlfriend is very busy. She can't and doesn't have time for your request. He said it as if it were the most natural thing, without a blush or a racing heart, seemingly forgetting that he and Jiang Wan were merely playing at being lovers. Jiang Mian silently scoffed. This young master, he was so childish. Only Lu Yitong roared in her heart, you greasy, stinking pig. How dare you make decisions for Wan Wan? She was absolutely furious. Let him gloat for now. When the game ends. Then he will know the pain of loss. Zhou Ziyu was about to flare up again, but the bell rang once more. Everyone had to return to the court, yet before leaving his gaze could not bear to tear away from Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian felt a bit uneasy under his stare. It was like a hunter eyeing an easy prey. She was no prey at all. Unfortunately, Zhou Ziyu had no idea what Jiang Mian was thinking, or else his seemingly cold, hard face might have cracked into a smile. It was just his personality. He seldom smiled, which often made him appear intentionally stern. But he was a grown man, not a giggling sycophant. What use was a grin brighter than a flower? The reason he kept staring at Jiang Mian was simply that he found her truly beautiful, with fair skin and a great figure. Her long legs made his face flush slightly, though his dark skin hid any sign of embarrassment. Even if he blushed to the roots, no one would notice. Watching that guy ramble on, he felt nothing but disdain and contempt. A smooth-talking pretty boy. As a sportsman, he wasn't gifted with silver words, and his mind was rather straightforward. Zhou Ziyu couldn't utter sweet nothings, so he resorted to actions. Because Jiang Mian was so beautiful, he simply wanted to keep staring. As for that guy, he could be completely ignored, even though he kept calling Jiang Mian his girlfriend from start to finish. But Zhou Ziyu felt the two of them didn't match at all. After much thought, it seemed this girl looked more fitting standing beside him. Exactly. Something must have crossed his mind, for his face suddenly puffed up like an angry pufferfish. Zhou Ziyu was almost amused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Yet this seemed displeased Hyubai. Hey, had enough staring. None of your damn business. Zhou Ziyu shot him a sidelong glance. Then under his teammates, urging, he returned to the team. As for that pretty boy, I'll show. Useless in real action. If it came to a real fight, who knew if he could even withstand two of my punches? When the competition resumed, Lu Yitong hugged Jiang Mian with a hint of grievance. Wan, once you've cleared things up with that guy, let's stay far away from these stinky boys. These pigs on all sides were coveting her Wan every day, and she was about to explode. I'll try my best. Jiang Mian forced a helpless smile. She wished she could distance herself from these people. But alas, being too good-looking was also a curse. Blame her soft heart for agreeing to help Hyubai in the first place, which led to all this trouble. Wait a little longer, and she'd soon bid farewell to all this mess. If Zhang Wan said so, Lu Yitong would believe it. She had been longing to get close to her for so long, and finally today, she got to hug her. She wouldn't waste this golden opportunity. She had to get as close as possible. Oh, Wan smelled so good. Her body was soft, and those little hands were so tender. Thinking about those stinky pigs possibly defiling her precious cabbage, Lu Yitong wished she could off them all. The competition resumed. Perhaps because he had mustered the courage to talk to Zhang Mian, Zhou Ziyu shook off his earlier slump. His face turned solemn like a nimble leopard. He coordinated with his teammates while seeking out the opponent's weakness. He Yubai also warned his team. Knowing the other side was getting serious, they all perked up. The two sides were back to the first game, pulling and pushing, exchanging blows. He Yubai knew he absolutely couldn't lose. Zhang Wan was watching, and he had to win. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu harbored a fire in his heart. He not only wanted to win, but also to crush that guy's arrogance. Zhang Mian, the femme fatale, had no idea that these two were again competing over her. If she did, well, it seemed she couldn't change much anyway. After all, she'd only recently discovered that the better-looking the guys, the more childish they tended to be. The battle grew fierce, but everyone could clearly see the physical education team gradually exerting themselves, trying to widen the score gap. Yet the business school team clung tightly, chasing like mad dogs. As the score shrank from a dozen-point gap to just a few, the audience watched with surging excitement and tension. Zhang Mian fixed her eyes on the ball being tossed back and forth, her mood rising and falling with it. When the ball fell into the PE team's hands, she silently prayed, "Don't go in, don't go in." But it still went in. Fortunately, her prayers for the business school also worked. The shots she silently willed, and then the final bell suddenly rang, startling everyone. In the next second, He Yubai's three-pointer also swished, but the referee ruled that the ball went in after the bell, so it didn't count. Damn. Yes. The two sides reacted very differently. Final score: business school, 59, physical education, I 60. Just a 1-point difference. He Yubai and his teammates waved their fists in frustration. What a shame. Not only they, but even many in the audience who had disliked the business school felt it was a real pity. Still, considering that bookworms glued to computer screens all day could nearly match athletes who trained daily, it was truly impressive. He Yubai regretted his hesitation. If he had released that three-pointer a bit earlier, they might have won. But after the regret, he comforted his teammates with the same thought everyone else had. Though they lost by 1 point, for the business school to push the PE team to such an edge was undeniably amazing. True to being the future tycoon, He Yubai's words of encouragement soon lifted the team's spirits. On the PE side, Zhou Ziyu frowned. "We won the game. Why do you all still look unhappy?" Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, sharing the same thought, but keeping silent. Except Zhao Luan, who feared nothing, stepped forward with visible disgust. "The PE team almost tied with the business school. Does that seem right? A championship like this, I wouldn't want it even if you paid me." He actually wanted to complain about Zhou Ziyu's slacking in the third game. If not for that, the score wouldn't be so ugly. This 1-point difference meant the business school lost honorably. But for the PE team, it was different. They couldn't outshine in studies, and now even their sport was nearly overtaken. They'd surely be laughed at by other schools. Oh, feeling brave, Zhou Ziyu grabbed the back of his neck. "Come on, looks like you're itching for a score to settle." No, brother Zhou. I was wrong." Zhao Luan, tough for only 3 seconds, went limp. Damn, what kind of training did brother Zhou do to make his grip so strong? He felt his neck might snap. After the competition came the usual speeches, leaders giving remarks, mutual encouragement, and flattery. At the award ceremony, the business school leaders beamed, not the least bit ashamed of their students' loss. Each sly fox knew perfectly well if the bell had rung just a few seconds later, the business school would have won. This thought brought them great comfort. Those rascals really brought honor to the school. On the other hand, the PE leaders, though aware of the business school's polite formalities, had to swallow their anger. As they accepted the trophy, their twisted purple faces were a truly comic sight. The competition concluded, arriving amid everyone's anticipation and departing amid the cheers of Zhou Ziyu's little fangirls. They failed to grasp the truth behind the match's outcome, merely delighted that the sports academy had won and rejoiced for their sake. The leaders of the business school greeted with smiles, suggesting that since it was still early, they might dine together with the sports academy's officials. Unfortunately, the sports academy was seething with suppressed anger, yet unable to refuse outright. They could only offer fake smiles and make excuses. One claimed family obligations, another cited academy affairs. The plan to dine together thus dissolved in discord. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziyu found himself surrounded by numerous girls. Though the match had ended, it didn't stop them from continuing to offer water and towels. Amid the persistent clamor, he strained to peer toward the business school. Sure enough, that pale-faced fellow was standing beside Wan again. Taking the towel, she thoughtfully handed over to wipe his sweat. He exchanged a few words with her, his expression softening considerably. His tall, upright figure and her graceful, curvaceous form complemented each other perfectly. Damn, Zhou Ziyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. He must have been blind earlier to think they somehow looked fitting together. That pale-faced pretty boy didn't deserve her. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere at the sports academy, the business school was cheerfully arranging a post-match dinner. Chun-Jin came over and patted Hyubai on the shoulder. Brother, let's go eat together. You go ahead. Hyubai wiped the sweat from his hair, tossing back his slightly long locks, looking as if he had just stepped out of a bath. The contrast between his aloof demeanor and puppy-like softness was now laid bare before everyone. The girls who had harbored thoughts of defecting found their inclinations tipping further toward Hyubai. But unfortunately, even if they harbored such intentions, they dared not approach him easily. As for why? Ridiculous. Hadn't they seen that beautiful vixen? When she stood beside Hyubai, the picture was already too perfect. If they were still foolish enough to intrude without self-awareness. It would be a case of comparison driving one mad. It wasn't that they felt inferior, but simply that they didn't want to embarrass themselves. Besides, at that moment, Hyubai's heart and eyes were wholly fixed on the person before him. They would rather not court. Ignoring Jiang Wan's outstretched hand to take the towel, Hyubai directly tossed it to Chun-Jin. Tell them I won't be joining. Pick a good spot, eat, and drink your fill. Don't worry about the cost. Send me the final bill, and he'll cover it. The towel was soaked with his sweat. You better not dirty Wan's hands. Chun-Jin hesitated. But we've only just met. The brothers all want to have a meal together. I understand, but... Hyubai glanced sideways at Jiang Wan. I don't have the time. I really can't get away. Since he had already decided to foot the bill, those guys shouldn't complain. At worst, they'd just make him pay through the nose. That didn't matter. Chun-Jin, quick-witted, caught the implication and nodded with a grin. All right, brother, have a good time with our sister-in-law. We'll take off now. With that, he tactfully slipped away, afraid that his presence as a third wheel might hinder their time together. From a distance, Li Chuan, upon hearing that Hyubai wouldn't attend the party, immediately shouted, Damn. Brother, he is such a letdown. We all agreed on the dinner, how could? The next second, Chun-Jin must have explained something to him. The carefree fellow instantly beamed. That's great. I know just the place. It's absolutely awesome. Jiang Mian didn't catch what Li Chuan said next. She only sensed that the group seemed agreeable and departed. When Jiang Mian turned her gaze back to the young master, before her, she sensed something amiss. The fastidious Hyubai seemed oddly unkempt. Finally decided to look at me, Hyubai said unexpectedly. Jiang Mian could tell from his tone that this young master's jealousy had been stirred. She smiled. If brother, he feels I've interrupted your dinner, let's talk another time. Bye-bye. She made to turn. She could play that tsundere game too. Don't go, I was joking. Hyubai quickly backtracked, immediately surrendering, even reaching out to grab her arm. Her skin was as soft as fragrant jade, and fearing she might truly leave in anger, he unconsciously tightened his grip. Then in the next moment, a soft sensation filled his palm. Even though he was accustomed to entertainment venues, Hyubai couldn't help but feel his heart race. The tender touch in his palm muddled his thoughts. After a long moment, one thought surfaced: was Wan boneless? So soft. He would never admit, even if beaten to death, that he had indeed been jealous earlier. He had been standing right before her, so why wouldn't she look at him? Yet despite his jealousy, the moment she turned to leave, without hesitation he panicked. Truly a heartless little rascal. Jiang Mian hadn't intended to leave, and Hyubai's grip was firm. She felt like a cat scruffed by the neck. Was that joke funny? Hyubai immediately shook his head. Not funny. Will you do it again? No. He looked like a perfectly... This scene made the other girls envious. How could they find such a well-behaved and handsome boyfriend? They longed to ask the vixen beauty for her secret. But after seeing Jiang Mian's face, they had a sudden epiphany. If they had a face like that, they wouldn't just date one handsome guy, they'd date 10. Seeing Hyubai calm, Jiang Mian felt it was time to bring up the matter. Let's find a quieter place. It's too noisy here. It was mainly too inconvenient. If the other girls found out she was about to dump such an obedient and handsome boyfriend, their judging stares would probably kill her. Alright. He too found the surroundings too chaotic for their time alone. Especially with that idiot Zhou from the sports academy looking restless. If looks could kill, he would have slain that guy hundreds of times over. Coincidentally, Zhou Ziyu felt the same. Seeing that pale-faced pretty boy leading her away, he couldn't stay put in. Muttering, "Excuse me," he shoved his way through the crowd, ignoring whether the girls heard him, and followed the direction. Zhao Lun rubbed his chin, squinting as he said to his buddy, "Don't you think brother Zhou is like an old house cat?" Owing to his family background, Hyubai at 21 had never wanted for anything since childhood. Whatever he desired, his family would exhaust every means to fulfill, so long as it didn't violate the law. He considered himself truly fortunate, clothed, fed, and sheltered in abundance, with robust health and a life free from calamity. Yet a minute ago, he suddenly experienced what it felt like to have his emotions plummet like a roller coaster, plunging straight from heaven into hell. With a light heart, he had led Jiang Wan to a lakeside within the Art Institute. The lake was named Heart-Calming Lake, but Hyubai's heart could not find peace. After days of despondency, it finally began to beat with renewed vitality upon seeing the one he had longed for day and night. His mind was brimming with words to say and questions to ask, yet when she stood before him, his thoughts seemed to jam. He could utter nothing, nor could he ask anything. So it was that human greed could be sated. In Jiang Wan's absence, he had conjured countless scenarios in his mind. But upon seeing her he marveled at how instantly one could be fulfilled. It sufficed that the one he cherished and adored was before his eyes. Both had words for each other, but when they opened their mouths, what were you about to say? What were you about to say? Yet they spoke in unison. You go first. You go first. Unprepared for such a moment, they stared at each other frozen. Then they both laughed. After the laughter, Hiyubai, adhering to gentlemanly decorum, said, Wan, you go first. His words held no urgency for as long as she was still willing to see him. Then they would have ample time ahead. But the next second, Hiyubai was filled with regret. For the person before him suddenly withdrew her smile, her expression turning solemn. Her opening words shattered all his beautiful illusions. Hiyubai, let's end this pretense of being a couple right here. What did you say? Hiyubai was stunned. Such a light, flippant sentence struck him like a violent storm, nearly overwhelming him. For a moment, he even doubted whether he had misheard. But Jiang Mian was no fool. The moment she finished speaking, she saw the smile on his face visibly crumble. Such agony. Why must she be the one to inflict this pain? An overwhelming sense of guilt surged from the depths of her heart. Yet Jiang Mian knew that for such matters a swift, sharp pain was better than prolonged suffering. There was no need for them to sink deeper into this quagmire. For the inevitable consequence would be that one day the internet would explode with headlines air of the He Group's partner suspected to be their dorm mate. A single short title could cause one's mind to shrink several times over. Such explosive news would surely go viral. What would become of the He family's honor? And what of the friendship between her and Hiyubai? He was human, not a deity, and lacked such noble sentiments. She dared not test Hiyubai's true limits. The human heart was beyond measure. Jiang Mian considered herself neither a saint nor a soft-hearted deity, nor was she acting in some cliched melodramatic idol drama. But if this matter spiraled beyond her expectations, she could neither fathom the consequences nor bear them. When the secret of her transformation was finally exposed, how would Hiyubai see her? As a pervert coveting her own roommate, toying with his feelings. Such a brutal thought brought Jiang Mian a chilling clarity. Yes, she had to nip this dreadful outcome in the bud. So at this moment, despite Hiyubai's incredulous expression, she had to act swiftly. She had to cut through the tangled mess with a decisive stroke. Thus, in the face of Hiyubai's helpless look, she could only repeat herself once more. I mean, Hiyubai, our pretense. Enough. Don't say another word. The helplessness on Hiyubai's face vanished, replaced by an expression even calmer than Jiang Mian's. He spoke again, his voice tinged with bitterness. Why? Why was he always treated so cruelly? Why give him hope only to personally deliver despair? Because. Jiang Mian lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. In her memory, Hiyubai was always a man of boundless confidence and ambition. Whether it was the power granted by his family background or the confidence it instilled, he was someone she deeply envied. Why? Jiang Mian silently repeated the question. Perhaps it was because she lacked Hiyubai's confidence. She couldn't afford to gamble or lose. So it was best to act as if it had never begun. Because this was always a transaction. I pretended to be your girlfriend, and you paid the fee. To seem heartless, she deliberately emphasized the word fee, hoping to disgust him. Hiyubai took the bait, his tone laced with gritted teeth. Must you put it so harshly? It's the truth. There's nothing. Look up at me. Hiyubai's voice grew impatient, though he struggled to contain it. Jiang Mian feigned ignorance. Sorry, I got a stiff neck last night. I can't lift my head. This cold, distant tone finally snapped the last thread of Hiyubai's composure, his reason consumed by to hell with gentlemanly decorum. He cast it all aside. I said, look up at me. No matter how furious he was, Hiyubai couldn't bear to frighten her. Even his curses were uttered in a lowered voice. The storm was brewing, but he no longer held back. His right hand suddenly appeared before Jiang Mian's eyes, as if to lift her chin. A fusion of restraint. She had driven this composed, restrained young man to such a state. Jiang Mian thought to herself, what a scoundrel. But before Hiyubai's hand could move further, a familiar voice interrupted. What do you think you're doing? Another hand suddenly shot in, seizing Hiyubai's outstretched one. Wasn't this scene oddly familiar? Jiang Mian looked up to see Zhou Ziu's face twisted with rage, glaring at Hiyubai. Get lost. Having abandoned all pretense of courtesy, Hiyubai had no patience for sarcasm. He cut straight to the point with brute force. So this is the pretty boy full of hot air. Looking for a death wish, you fool. Seeing them on the verge of a fight, Jiang Mian had no desire to let them sideline her issue. The sooner this was settled, the better, to avoid future complications. Hiyubai, I've said my piece. Let's not see each other again. With that, Jiang Mian turned and walked away. A note of pleading crept into Hiyubai's voice, his expression desolate. Wan, please don't go. But Jiang Mian acted as if she hadn't heard her steps, unbroken as she left. She didn't turn back to see Hiyubai's expression, afraid of the pain it might cause. Yet her mind involuntarily recalled the moment he had kissed her forehead and his mildly threatening words. Keep provoking me, and I'll kiss you. Damn it. This was just a breakup, not a farewell of life and death. Why did the atmosphere feel so bizarre? Why are you following me? Jiang Mian turned back, her face full of displeasure. After leaving the tranquil heart lake, Zhou Ziu was like a plaster, always sticking behind her. Who's following you? Called out bluntly by Jiang Mian. Zhou Ziu's expression couldn't hold. But he still shamelessly said, "This road wasn't built by you, so why can't I walk here?" That's pure sophistry. Jiang Mian couldn't be bothered with him and simply rolled her eyes. Although his behavior was strange, she had roughly guessed something but wouldn't take the initiative to point it out. The labels of little princess and overconfident girl from the internet she couldn't bear. But this tale behind her was hard to shake off. When she walked, he walked. When she stopped, he stopped. Jiang Mian angrily looked back, but Zhou Ziyu shamelessly acted as if nothing happened, looking at the sky, the ground, the air, anything but her. This made Jiang Mian a bit frantic. If the other party had thin skin, she could make some sarcastic remarks to drive, but his skin was obviously not ordinary thick. Even if she deliberately scolded him, he would pretend not to understand, and she would end up being the one angry. She felt displeased, but had no choice. In a contest of strength, she definitely couldn't beat him. Although Zhou Ziyu looked fierce in public, he would probably just passively take a beating. Wouldn't that make her look like an unreasonable shrew? No, better not to resort to violence. But Jiang Mian still couldn't help silently drawing circles in her heart, cursing him. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone passing by and bumped straight into them. Jiang Mian's first reaction was, "Damn, why is this person so hard? Almost knocked myself out." Her second reaction was to quickly apologize. "Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going and bumped into you." The things in the other person's arms scattered all over the ground. She quickly bent down to help pick them up. At that moment, she noticed several strangely packaged medicine boxes and couldn't help curiously looking at them more. The boxes were labeled with words like wind heat, cough phlegm, clear fire, and detoxify. Jiang Mian felt even more guilty at that moment. The other person was ill, and she had accidentally bumped into them. If the other person had fallen to the ground, she would be in big trouble. While she was thinking whether to apologize more sincerely, the other person had already picked up the items and said, "It's okay, thank you for helping me pick them up." Such a strange voice, neither male nor female, as if deliberately pinching the throat to speak. But recalling the cold medicine boxes from earlier, Jiang Mian seemed to understand. After all, with the cold causing a sore and hoarse throat, a strange voice was normal. Until the other person sensed that she was about to look up, they quickly lowered their head and hurriedly ran away. Holy crap! Leaving Jiang Mian stunned in place, she seemed to have seen something. At that moment, Zhou Ziyu came up to talk to her, waving his hand in front of her eyes. "Hey? What's stunned? You're the one who's stunned." Coming back to her senses, Jiang Mian's expression was undisguised disdain. "Don't you look in the mirror yourself? Look at your own silly grin. And you still have the nerve to call others stupid?" Zhou Ziyu was amused. He had been scolded by girls before, but he still found Jiang Mian's mix of 3 parts temper and 7 parts tsundere utterly adorable. "If you're not stupid, why were you staring?" Zhou Ziyu teased. "Did you find someone prettier than you?" The young master, he was right. This is indeed a fool. So stupid that your eyes are glued shut with sleep. Prettier than her? Jiang Mian didn't think so. But that person was bolder than her. Even though the other person wore a mask and Jiang Mian didn't know if they were deliberately lowering their voice under the pretext of a cold, she could still see through it directly. That person was an authentic boy. A boy wearing women's clothing. She had to admit that person really had courage. She herself could only transform because of the system. Otherwise, no matter how handsome her male appearance was, she would never be caught dead wearing women's clothing in public. Actually, the other person's disguise was quite good, but perhaps because of her own transformation, she had inexplicably awakened a girl's sixth sense. Perhaps because they didn't wear makeup, so they wore a mask, but the exposed upper half of the face still gave them away. Compared to a boy's strong and angular face, a girl's facial lines are softer. This has nothing to do with weight, it's just the physical difference between male and female. A sharp-eyed and observant person could tell at a glance. She was precisely such a sharp-eyed and observant person. Plus, there was one thing Jiang Mian really wanted to complain about. She hoped this brother would not be tricked into buying a cheap wig. It might not be noticeable at night, but wearing it out in broad daylight, the color difference was really obvious. The other person ran away so fast, probably because they were afraid of being recognized. This kind of thrill and anxiety-induced pleasure, she understood it too well. However, Jiang Mian didn't take this matter to heart. Now society is open and freedom of dress is natural. Since she didn't live by the sea, she naturally wouldn't meddle and certainly wouldn't be crazy enough to criticize. After all, everyone has their own way of living. Jiang Mian casually dismissed the matter from her mind, but she never imagined that sometimes the world is so damn small. As far as I know, the Physical Education Institute isn't in this direction, is it? The cross-dressing warrior was already out of sight. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes and swept her gaze over Zhou Ziyu in front of her. Having followed her for so long, wasn't that enough? If Zhou Ziyu could hear the question in her heart, he would surely shake his head again, without blushing or skipping a beat. Not enough? I'm not going back to the PE Institute. Then where are you going? Why do you care where I'm going? Anyway, when it comes to pursuing someone, Zhou Ziyu was the kind who sticks to his principles and just shamelessly persists. Seeing that she was close to He Yubai, he instinctively assumed Jiang Wan was from the business school. Of course, he knew how to get to the business school, but now it was different. He had a purpose. That purpose was to keep following Jiang Wan. No kidding. The entire business school was huge, but compared to their PE institute the area was not much different. But he hadn't found a single girl he liked in the PE institute. They all worked out and had muscles fiercer than the guys. In the end he preferred girls who were delicate and dependent, like the one in front of him. Even when she throws tantrums, she's adorable. And the business school was such a big school with so many departments and so many dormitory buildings. He couldn't be bothered to care why that pale-faced guy surnamed he had been dumped. The dialogue he had overheard while following was incomplete. But he swore he didn't intentionally listen, it was just that those words happened to enter his ears. However, one thing worth celebrating was that he could now legitimately pursue this girl in front of him. Zhou Ziyu knew he was clumsy with words, many times had rather do more than say more. So what he wanted now was to find out which department of the business school Jiangwan was in, and then follow her back to the dormitory building. Of course, he wouldn't follow her inside. He just wanted to know, so that later when he wanted to curry favor by bringing breakfast or gifts, he would know which dormitory building to wait under. Fine, don't tell me. Zhou Ziyu heard a humph, and then the girl in front of him puffed up into a pufferfish face again. In an instant his heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. So cute. I want to poke those soft cheeks. No matter how much she scolded or tried to drive him away, he simply wouldn't leave. Zhou Ziyu was like a hero from a game clad in both physical and mental armor. Zhang Mian felt utterly helpless. She had originally planned to find a secluded spot on the street to transform and change her appearance. But with that persistent little shadow trailing behind her, she couldn't even outrun him. Moreover, she had been so focused on discussing matters with He Yubai that Zhou Ziyu had barged in, forcing her to hastily finish the conversation. She could only hope that master he would stop being so stubborn. And in her rush to leave, she seemed to have forgotten something. After a long pause, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Damn. She had left the campus beauty Lu Yitong behind on the basketball court. Before leaving, the other girl had urged her to come back quickly as they had planned to go shopping together. For that reason, Lu Yitong had childishly declared it a happy-go celebration for regaining her single status. Speak of the devil. Just as she thought of Lu Yitong, the girl called her via WeChat. The phone rang, but Zhou Ziyu still lacked the tact to stay nearby. Zhang Mian had to subtly hint, I need to take this. The straightforward guy replied with exaggerated generosity, go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Was he really such a domineer? He wouldn't even allow someone to take a call. Damn. Since he couldn't take a hint, she had to be direct, move away. I need to. The implication was clear. She didn't want him eavesdropping. Zhou Ziyu gave a faint laugh. So much trouble. He walked over to the roadside greenery. Is this far enough? Cover your ears. He frowned. Are you discussing state secrets? Such a hassle. Zhang Mian retorted matter-of-factly, shut up. Mind your own business, it's a lattice affair. Alright, I'll listen to you, Miss Jiang. Though his tone was dismissive, Zhou Ziyu actually obeyed. He covered his ears with both hands and signaled with his eyes, is this good enough? Zhang Mian gave him an okay. These girls are such a bother. Though Zhou Ziyu felt disdain inside, he was obedient enough. For no other reason. The girlfriend he had set his heart on, he had to pamper her no matter what. He might be a bit chauvinistic, but when he decided to treat someone well, he would devote himself entirely. A real man knows how to cherish his wife. Seeing that Zhou Ziyu probably couldn't hear, now Zhang Mian dared to press answer. Wanwan, how did it go? Zhang Mian felt a bit awkward. We talked, but I. Then she recounted everything to Lu Yitong, including He Yubai's emotional agitation during the conversation, Zhou Ziyu's sudden appearance, and how he had been following her ever since. Lu Yitong listened silently on the other end, but inside, she was already furious. Damn. One stinky pig He Yubai gone, and another stinky pig Zhou Ziyu comes. It was indeed her oversight. Had she known this would happen, she should have accompanied Wanwan in the first place. Then when necessary, she could have driven away all those ambitious stinky pigs. So did he do anything to you? Did he bully you? Cough, no. Zhang Mian discreetly glanced at Zhou Ziyu, who was covering his ears and tilting his head to look at her. How to put it? He was foolish, yet somewhat endearing. Where are you now? Should I come find you? Find her. To fulfill the shopping promise. Cough. She really couldn't handle that. So she quickly dismissed Lu Yitong's idea, half covering her mouth as she spoke. Don't come yet. They'll just let him mistakenly think I'm a business school student, and then. Seeing Zhang Wan covering her mouth while talking on the phone, occasionally glancing at him, Zhou Ziyu couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Who was she talking to? A close friend. What was she saying? And she kept looking at him. He couldn't help but narcissistically wonder. Could she be praising how handsome he was to someone else? Zhou Ziyu wasn't that delusional. He just let the thought pass without taking it seriously. Zhang Wan's hair was so thick, when she slightly bent over it cascaded down like a waterfall. But he couldn't find the right words, his vocabulary of praise was limited. He wasn't the type to sweet talk, nor was he like the ancient scholars who had a honeyed tongue spouting idioms and poems endlessly without repeating a single phrase. His specialty was just one word, straightforward. But he had to admit Zhang Wan's face was so delicate, probably smaller than his own palm. Her slender figure, fair skin. She was like a Barbie doll girls play with, but dozens, no hundreds of times more beautiful than a Barbie doll. Is that okay? Lu Yitong was truly furious now, wishing she could fly to Zhang Wan's side and kick that stinky pig Zhou Ziyu to death. It's fine, Zhang Mian said with a sly smile. Go back to school and wait for me at the east side gate of the dormitory area. He'll be there soon. Okay. Lu Yitong was worried about her, but she knew Wanwan was not only beautiful, but also clever. However, after hanging up, she suddenly realized, how did Wanwan know there's an east side gate at the business school dormitory? She then belatedly assumed it must have been that guy who told her. Zhou Ziyu didn't know what delightful topic Jiang Wan had been discussing, but her gleeful expression was just like a little fox. Why did that sound a bit cunning? Seeing Jiang Mian hang up, he walked over again. Done with your call? None of your business. Oh, she's throwing a little tantrum. That meant the call was probably about scolding him. Scold away, it wouldn't cost him any flesh. Zhou Ziyu thought nonchalantly. Back in his hometown village there was a man who wasn't good-looking but had grand delusions. He set his sights on the village head's youngest daughter, a beautiful girl, and the villagers often mocked him for being a toad lusting after a swan. But the man ignored the gossip, focusing solely on winning the girl. He brought her an umbrella in the rain, charcoal in the cold, and helped harvest the crops in autumn without a word. In short, he applied shameless persistence to the extreme. Some called it devotion, others called him a lovesick fool. Villagers couldn't keep secrets, and both nice and nasty words circulated, but the man wore them down with sheer stubbornness. Eventually the village head relented, and the girl nodded. She had no choice. Wherever she went he followed, and any man who tried to approach was driven away. He guarded her like a rare treasure that no one could touch. After marriage the man indeed cherished his wife as he had vowed. Now their daughter was old enough to run errands, and the family lived in harmony. Later no one spread the toad lusting after swan nonsense anymore. They only spoke of how enviable the couples. Now Zhou Ziyu thought to himself, wasn't he exactly a toad lusting after a swan? But at least he was a handsome toad, so wasn't it reasonable to want the swan? If Jiang Wan could be his wife, he swore he'd make her happier than anyone else in every way. And he hoped they'd have several daughters who would be as beautiful as Jiang Wan. Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking, but his eyes staring at her made her skin crawl. She felt like giving him a couple of punches. If Jiang Mian knew he was not only planning to marry her, but also thinking about having children, she would definitely punch him. Damn, this was no longer a toad lusting after a swan, it was pure wishful thinking. And children, she would punch him censored. Since she had arranged to meet Lu Yitong at the east gate of the dormitory area, the two of them would definitely need to coordinate with each other. Jiang Mian was in no rush to go back now, and since she had nothing else to do, she simply sat down at the bus stop to wait. But the moment she sat down, Zhou Ziyu followed, and plopped himself down right beside her. And on the same bench, no less, with less than half a person's width between them. Jiang Mian couldn't help but wrinkle her nose and turn her head to look at him. As it happened, Zhou Ziyu, bored and idle, was also staring at her. Their eyes met. Seeing her delicate frown, Zhou Ziyu assumed she was complaining again about him sitting too close. So he trotted out the same twisted logic as before. This bench wasn't built by your family, right? I can sit here too. You may. Jiang Mian replied with a look of slight disgust, but I just think you stink. The implication was clear, you're offending my nose. Jiang Mian finally understood that old saying, sweet girls, stinky boys. No wonder campus beauty Lu always called these guys smelly boys. After playing ball, the body odor of sports students really is that strong. Although he had been following her earlier, the distance hadn't been that close, so she hadn't noticed anything. But now the stench of sweat hit her full in the face. EW. The close friends and sisters she used to hang out with always said that when looking for a boyfriend you should pick a sports student. As for the benefits, you'd have to slowly discover them for yourself. But Jiang Mian couldn't stand it. This kind of blessing was better left to others. Speaking of which, when Yubai played basketball, even though he was drenched in sweat, it never felt unbearable. After all, it was still the innate aristocratic aura of Master He that made the difference. Shameless face connoisseur that she still preferred someone fair and handsome. She wondered if Master He would be so heartbroken after being rejected that he'd jump into a lake. Ba. What? Was Yubai some kind of bitter woman? Would he really do something so extreme just because he was rejected? This young master, raised in a greenhouse, had rarely suffered hardships. He had sailed through life, smoothly getting whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. Now that she had ruthlessly abandoned him, he would most likely follow the script of TV dramas and drown himself in drink. Then he would forge a heart as cold as the snow on Kunlun Mountain, thus completing his transformation into a domineering CEO. Such a brilliant deduction made Jiang Mian want to applaud herself. In this life, she could probably only be brothers with Master He. As for being his wife, that would have to wait until the next life. If she was still a face connoisseur in her next life, Master He could be given priority consideration. Jiang Mian let her mind wander to other things, but her expression of disgust remained unchanged. Seeing her look of disgust, Zhou Ziyu didn't feel embarrassed at all. He raised his arm and sniffed it, finding that the smell was actually fine, just the usual odor. Jiang Mian was utterly shocked by this sight. What's wrong with this guy? Though he couldn't tell, judging by Jiang Mian's expression, he knew he probably did smell a bit. Haven't gone back to shower, so maybe I do have a bit of a smell. Then go back and shower. No one's stopping you. Jiang Mian couldn't help rolling her eyes. He had to stick to her like glue. Zhou Ziyu muttered inwardly, showering is nowhere near as important as chasing after my future wife. Besides, he was usually quite hygienic. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. Spotting a convenience store nearby, Zhou Ziyu tossed out that line and dashed straight over. Wait for you. Huh. Jiang Mian wanted to run away, but no bus was coming and there were no taxis either. With her short little legs, she couldn't outrun his towering height of over 1.8 meters and she'd just exhaust herself. It really wasn't worth it. And just as Jiang Mian was lost in thought, Zhou Ziyu came rushing back like a gust. That fast. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. Had she really been spacing out for that long? The street-sweeping grandpa across the street had only moved 2 meters, yet this guy had already made a round trip to the convenience store. Holy crap. I just want to buy a pack of wet wipes. Zhou Ziyu showed her the pack in his hand, looking utterly sincere and honest. On the surface he was calm, but inside that remark had made him a bit uneasy. Did one just drop a double? In the boys' dormitory, such risque jokes were common. Besides, as sports students, they had already been saddled with all sorts of labels. Good, bad, funny, nasty. You name it. He had long grown accustomed to it. And he kind of wanted to argue back. He wasn't actually that fast. He was very slow. Why did you buy wet wipes? To wipe off sweat, Zhou Ziyu said as he tore open the package. Aren't you complaining that I stink? Jiang Mian. What did body odor have to do with wet wipes? If sweat smell could be wiped away with wet wipes, why would humans have invented shower gel? The corners of Jiang Mian's mouth twitched as she simply couldn't keep up with this guy's bizarre train of thought. Zhou Ziyu, oblivious to her thoughts, opened the wet wipe package on his own and pulled out a sheet to wipe his body. Still, he felt a little regret. He had clearly been too hasty. Whoever chased after their future wife didn't dress up sharp and shiny. But here he was sloppy and unkempt, getting scorned for his sweat stench. Fortunately, he had thick skin. In his world, wife came first, and everything else was trivial. If it had been some other pretty boy, being rejected and insulted like this would have made him lose his composure and start cursing. No wonder he had set his sights on her. Even that little furrowed brow expression was adorable. Zhou Ziyu silently vowed that once he found out Jiang Wan's dormitory building today, he would definitely come clean and fresh tomorrow. As for today's embarrassing scene, well, he hadn't been prepared. Best to just turn the page. After wiping himself down, Zhou Ziyu raised his arm and sniffed. The smell seemed to have dissipated. There's no odor anymore. Want to take a whiff? Jiang Mian. Why did this handsome Zhou guy always give her the impression that sports students had no brains? She raised a hand to refuse. No thanks. She really wasn't that perverse. Even though she herself was fragrant, she didn't go around sniffing herself all day. Feeling like her CPU was constantly overheating, Jiang Mian had no idea what to say. Luckily, a bus pulled into the station just then. Without a second thought, she boarded it and scanned the QR code. Zhou Ziyu followed her on, but since he hadn't scanned the code or paid, the driver stopped him. Tall and sturdy, he already stood out like a crane among chickens in the cramped bus. Now, with the driver's words, countless eyes turned toward him. A large, imposing man suddenly seemed helpless and panicked. But Zhou Ziyu knew who to seek help from. He kept staring at Jiang Mian. In turn, the other passengers followed his gaze to Jiang Mian. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Helpless Jiang Mian had to speak. You didn't bring cash. Zhou Ziyu obediently shook his head no. Then what about your phone? Too busy chasing after you. Left my phone. Hearing this, the surrounding passengers instantly turned into gossipers, their eyes growing brighter. Jiang Mian. This guy had no brains and a missing screw. Why did he have to say something so misleading? At that moment, the driver glanced through the rearview mirror and said, "Miss, help your boyfriend scan the QR code." He was in a hurry to depart, yet this young man still hadn't paid. "He's not my boyfriend," Jiang Mian retorted, instantly blaming Zhou Ziyu for his reckless words that had led everyone to misunderstand. "I saw you two sitting together chatting and laughing from afar," the driver said, almost rolling his eyes. What was wrong with young people these days? If they wanted to have a lover's quarrel or play their little games, couldn't they do it at home? Must they occupy public resources in broad daylight? Initially, after Jiang Mian's denial, the other passengers had believed her. But now, hearing the driver's description, the scales of doubt tipped back. Oh dear. So it was just a little tiff between. Among the amused onlookers were elderly folks. An old man leaning on a cane, revealing his toothless grin, chuckled. "Young man, with such good looks, can't you even say a few sweet words to win her over?" Hearing this, Zhou Ziyu's face flushed with a barely perceptible blush. Yet he obediently followed the advice and turned to Jiang Mian, saying, "I'm sorry. From now on, I'll listen to you and won't make you angry again." His posture was humble and sincere. In this day and age, tricks might win hearts, but only sincerity was the ultimate killer move. The lad was teachable. Watching this scene, the old man beamed with satisfaction. This kid was still a bit lacking compared to him in his youth, when he had charmed countless girls with his silver tongue. Lost in memory, the old man's face was full of nostalgia, even though his aged body was no longer robust. Yet his charm remained undiminished. He could still make many old ladies laugh with delight. At this point, Jiang Mian could barely conceal her murderous intent. She forced a stiff smile and said, "Classmate Zhou, you're not ignorant of the law, are you? Don't you know that spreading rumors will lead to criminal liability?" "I'm not spreading rumors," Zhou Ziyu said with earnest eyes. "First of all, I don't have a girlfriend, and you don't have a boyfriend. So my pursuit of you is legitimate. No cheating involved. Alright, let me scan the code first. Though there were many curious onlookers, impatient expressions were also abundant. After all, everyone had their own matters to attend to, and these two couldn't keep occupying public resources forever. Moreover, Zhou Ziyu, for some unknown reason, had suddenly regained his intelligence. Although his words were more coherent now, Jiang Mian was still wary of him. Who knew if this guy would blurt out something that would shrink her brain again in the next second? She was truly scared. With a beep signaling successful payment, the bus started moving again. The driver couldn't help shaking his head. What was going on? This batch of passengers was really hard to handle. As the bus lurched forward, Jiang Mian walked back, while Zhou Ziyu kept his eyes on her. Fearing she might fall, when the bus jolted, he quickly reached out to steady her careful. Just as Jiang Mian was swayed by the motion, she accepted his help and placed her hand on his "thank you." Her reply was polite, yet distant. Though she accepted his kindness, it didn't mean she was giving him a chance. Zhou Ziyu, being straightforward, didn't realize she was trying to draw a line between them. But when he tightened his grip, enveloping her small hand in his palm, his mind went blank. Wan's hand was so soft. So girls really were fragrant, soft, and adorable creatures. No wonder the guys at school, before finding girlfriends, had sworn off worldly desires, eager to attain enlightenment. Yet once they got a girlfriend, they willingly turned into devoted husbands, always talking about what their wife said or did. Back then he thought it was vulgar, utterly vulgar. He had once scoffed at it, but now reality had slapped him in the face. Zhou Ziyu mused that he too was beginning to want to become a doting husband. To be the ordinary man he had once despised. There were no empty seats on the bus, so they had to stand and hold it. But Zhou Ziyu was considerate, shielding Jiang Mian with his body in case the driver braked suddenly and she fell. Seeing this, the old man chuckled knowingly. He understood exactly what the young man was up to. It was fine to be a warm man, but what was the difference between unconditional devotion and being a simp? Love was like flying a kite. You had to occasionally tighten and loosen the string, making the other person feel uncertain, and then they would cling to you even more. But most young lads were greenhorns, stumbling through relationships by trial and error. The elderly naturally doted on the younger generation, treating any handsome youth like their own precious grandson. Thus the old man decided to give a hand. "Young man, you're pretty good protecting your girlfriend like this." He directly voiced Zhou Ziyu's inner thoughts, knowing that although these youngsters had mouths, when faced with relationship, their mouths seemed loaded with explosives, afraid to utter a wrong word. So they simply forgot they had a mouth, and just, what use was that? Hearing them constantly mention girlfriend, Jiang Mian felt utterly resigned, and just wanted to let everything burn. Zhou Ziyu only smiled, and said nothing. Since everyone had misunderstood, he was willing to let the misunderstanding continue. On the seat beside them sat an elderly woman with streaks of gray in her hair. Having lived so long, her eyes were naturally sharp. When the old man praised the young man's looks, though he was indeed handsome, the old woman, having decades of life experience, was far more discerning than the average person. Nowadays, even ugly people could get plastic surgery. Besides, could good looks be eaten as food? She almost fell for the old man's trick, but fortunately she saw through it clearly. The older the ginger, the hotter it is. She immediately teased, "He is indeed a caring lad." The old man chimed in, exactly. But before he could continue, the old woman pivoted. "If you're really worried about your girlfriend, why not buy a car? Taking your girlfriend on a crowded bus is so inconvenient." "What do you know?" the old man retorted, displeased. "Life is so stressful nowadays, young people can't afford cars or houses. I think taking the bus is fine. It saves energy, reduces carbon emissions, and the squeeze only deepens their bond." Then he clapped his hands and spread his palms. "See, isn't this good?" The old woman's eyes seemed to curse him. "Nonsense. No matter what, you men always benefit, and we women lose out. Of course you think it's great, you old fool." Zhou Ziyu didn't know how it happened, but the old man and old woman who were originally talking about them started bickering with each other in the next moment. Although he didn't consider himself especially clever, he could still sense the gunpowder in the air. Eventually, after a few more exchanges, the old woman said with a strained smile, "With your bad legs you still wander around everywhere. Aren't you afraid of wasting money and energy and worrying your sons?" The old man chuckled and pulled out a worn little booklet with bent corners. "What money does riding a public bus cost?" Jiang Mian took a closer look. Good heavens, a senior citizen card. It allowed him to ride the bus for free. The old woman was left speechless. Jiang Mian and Zhou Ziyu silently averted their eyes. This old man had clearly milked the system for all it was worth. The bus jolted along, and Zhou Ziyu, playing the role of a devoted guardian, had his attention fixed entirely on Jiang Mian. But after the old man exposed his intentions, Jiang Mian naturally caught on and held tight to the handrail throughout the ride. There was no chance of her stumbling when the bus swayed or jolted. Thus Zhou Ziyu was left without an opportunity, for reality was no romantic youth drama. She wouldn't go out of her way to make trouble for herself. The old man watched them, sighing to himself at how handsome and pretty they were, but wondering why the girl was so slow to react. Hadn't the young man's attentiveness moved her heart at all? Gossip lovers came in all ages, and elderly folks like him especially loved to play matchmaker. After all, as the saying goes, better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. Within the university town, the campuses weren't far apart, and soon they arrived at the business school. Watching them get off, the old man felt a pang of regret. He had taken a liking to the young man and wanted to share a few more tips on wooing a girl, but it seemed had lost the chance. After alighting, Zhou Ziyu looked at the massive sign of the business school and asked in surprise, "Aren't you from the art school? What are you doing here at the business school? Do you live by the sea? You sure mind a lot of business." Jiang Mian couldn't even be bothered to roll her eyes. Since the bus stop was right at the east gate, she looked around searching for Louis Tong. Snapped at for no reason, Zhou Ziyu rubbed his nose and let it slide. A thorny rose always stirred a male's desire to conquer. Seeing Jiang Mian looking around, he asked again, "Who are you looking for?" "None of your damn business." While there, he was snapped at once more. Zhou Ziyu was getting used to it, but then an alarm rang in his mind. If Jiang Wan was from the art school, why was she coming to the business school? Hadn't she already broken up with that pretty boy surnamed He? And she had just taken a phone call. Could it be? A thought struck Zhou Ziyu like a bolt of lightning, and he felt a chill run through him. Noticing he had gone quiet, Jiang Mian thought had finally learned to shut up, but when she turned to look at him, she exclaimed, "What's with that expression on your face?" It was a face full of disbelief, shock, and a sense of betrayal. Zhou Ziyu was one of those who always spoke his mind. "Did you break up with that pretty boy, He, because you've already hooked up with another guy?" Huh. This time it was Jiang Mian who was stunned. She even wanted to dig out her ears to make sure she hadn't misheard. "What did you say?" It was an accusation, but the dense Zhou Ziyu took it as a question. So he prepared to repeat himself. "I said you, and that he." Stop. Jiang Mian quickly cut him off. "Don't say anything else, just shut up." "Damn it. Hell. Shit." Jiang Mian cursed inwardly 3 times. If murder weren't illegal, she would have slit his throat right then. She was a law-abiding citizen, a model student. Was she the kind of fickle heartbreaker? Huh. At that moment, Jiang Mian really wanted to slap him across the face. Wait. She stole a glance at Zhou Ziyu's expression and found that he indeed looked hurt. He was like a big, dejected puppy, as if he had been massively deceived by his owner. But compared to He Yubai's shrewdness, his silly, straightforward expression wore his heart on his sleeve. This could be a golden opportunity. What did men love most? Face. If she let Zhou Ziyu know that the girl he liked was a heartless player who treated love like a game, then his Dao heart would surely collapse, and he would keep his distance from her. Yes, that was it. With that thought, Jiang Mian suddenly tossed her hair and feigned a seductive air. "You guessed right. I dumped He Yubai because I've been with another guy." To make her words more convincing, she tried to act as nonchalant as possible, mimicking the way a villainous female character would behave in a TV drama. If eyes could seduce, Jiang Mian felt that hers were about to cramp up. But as she twisted her waist in a deliberately provocative manner, almost bending it out of shape, Zhou Ziyu showed no reaction at all. He was just staring at her dumbfounded. After a long pause, he blurted out, Wan, you're so beautiful." Jiang Mian nearly spat blood on the spot. "Bro, your focus is totally off. According to the scenes in TV dramas and novels, shouldn't you be heartbroken and accusing me? I never thought you were this kind of person." Then she would make a graceful exit, tossing out the classic line of a vicious femme fatale, "Don't love me, it won't end well." But this guy wasn't following the script at all. She was so furious she could scream. The act of playing the wicked seductress had to be declared a failure. Is that guy tough enough to take a beating? What? Jiang Mian, who had been dejected, suddenly perked up at those words. She looked up and saw that Zhou Ziyu had somehow put on a completely expressionless face, his brows sharp as blades, strikingly handsome. Holy crap. What was he planning? Calm down, Jiang Mian hurriedly said. "Assault will land you in jail. Don't do anything reckless." Imperfectly calm, Zhou Ziyu replied, "I just want to see if this new guy of yours is any better than that he. If he's another wimp, they'll beat him to a pulp." Damn it. Though the blood of these jocks was full of violent impulses, Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel a shameful flutter of excitement. Especially that last line, "beat him to a pulp," had a certain rough macho charm that really struck a chord. Zhou Ziyu hated wimpy men the most, especially domestic abusers, guys with a pair of balls who were all meek and mild outside, but only bullied their own family. What was the damn difference between them and a waste? If he ever came across such a man, he'd grab him by the collar, drag him into an alley, and give him a thorough beating until the guy went to see his great-grandma. Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking, but the veins on his neck were bulging. She drifted off into a daze, wondering if a needle jab there would make blood spurt. She was getting sidetracked. But seeing Zhou Ziyu like this, she was afraid he might cause trouble for innocent bystanders. She quickly explained, "Don't get worked up. I was just joking. I lied to you." "Lied to me?" Zhou Ziyu's expression instantly relaxed. "That's good, because I was thinking I'd beat that guy up first, and then take you for myself." Jiang Mian. If she really were a heartbreaker, this guy would be quite the stoic. Wan, you're very... Zhou Ziyu's gaze fell on Jiang Mian's face. He had almost been fooled by this little rascal and had struggled inwardly for a long time, so asking for a little compensation wasn't too much, was it? He wanted to pinch her cheek, but his hand had just risen halfway when a loud shout came from not far away. "You dirty pig. What do you think you're doing?" They turned in unison toward the direction from which the voice came. Lu Yitong was rushing toward them, as if stepping on flaming wheels, her movements swift and urgent. Before Zhang Mian could register, Lu Yitong had already stopped in front of her, shielding her like a protective mother hen. Without Zhang Mian noticing, she subtly swatted away Zhou Ziyu's restless, meddlesome hand. Damn, this annoying pig was bothersome enough, and now he kept touching her. What difference was there between him and that guy? Just when she had managed to get rid of one troublesome pig, another one came clinging on. Lu Yitong's heart was resolute. It was up to her to protect Wanwan. Because of her outcry, quite a few people around them turned to look. Everyone found the scene exceedingly peculiar. Their school beauty Lu was shielding a pretty girl behind her, and across from them stood a tall male student. The more naive boys thought this guy was truly blessed with romantic fortune, entangled with two beautiful girls at once, one of them being their school beauty Lu. But when they looked at Zhou Ziyu's looks and height, all they felt was sourness, nothing but sourness. If their parents had given them such good hardware, would they ever worry about not having girls or girlfriends around? The other girls, however, sensed that there must be a story here. Their sharp minds had already launched a storm of speculation. As excellent and standard 5G netizens, given Lu Yitong's protective stance and hostility toward that handsome guy, they concluded. They unanimously believed he must be a heartless scumbag. School beauty Lu was standing up for her best friend. These days the term scumbag had become all too common. Whether handsome or ugly, in the end they would always be. Though there were plenty of plastic sisterhoods among girls, when a sister was truly bullied they would firmly stand by her side. At the same time they felt nothing but contempt. What had happened to all the handsome guys these days? Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Still, they thought Zhou Ziyu looked vaguely familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere. Oh, whatever. Probably because they had watched too many borderline male influencers on short videos. After all, good looks were a dime a dozen. The thoughts in the onlookers' minds were as varied as they could be. Lu Yitong turned her head and asked Zhang Mian in a low voice, Wanwan, are you okay? I'm fine. Zhang Mian smiled at her. Though she had only known school beauty Lu for a few days, she could clearly feel that the other girl genuinely cared for her. Even though she didn't understand why the girl was so good to her, Zhang Mian narcissistically guessed, could it be that she had become so beautiful after her transformation that she had inadvertently slain all females, making Lu want to stick close to her? Even though Lu Yitong deliberately lowered her voice, the distance between them and Zhou Ziyu wasn't great. So whatever Zhang Mian heard, Zhou Ziyu could also hear. Although he had no interest in girls' whispers, the fact that she cared so much about Wanwan made him feel a vague fondness for. Hearing her ask about Jiangwan's safety, he also replied, I've been protecting her all the way. She didn't get hurt or fall, so don't worry. Protecting. At those words, Lu Yitong nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Did he really think he was a knight in shining armor? She was worried about Wanwan's safety, but she was even more worried that this disgusting pig would bully Wanwan. Ignoring Zhou Ziyu's words completely after confirming Zhang Mian was truly fine, Lu Yitong. She finally shifted her gaze to Zhou Ziyu and pretended to be surprised. Classmate Zhou, aren't you from the physical education college? Why have you come to our business school? Did you get lost after the competition at the art college? How about I call you a cab? What she really wanted to say was, did you get your brains knocked out after the match? With so many girls around, why do you have to pester this scoundrel? Even worse than he you buy. A scoundrel. Lu Yitong's words sounded strange to Zhou Ziyu, and he completely missed the implication that she was trying to send him away. So he directly declined her kindness. Thanks, but not for now. I'll send one. Zhang Wan back to her dorm first. Though Zhou Ziyu wasn't the brightest, he knew that they hadn't established a relationship yet, and calling her Wanwan in public was somewhat inappropriate. He couldn't articulate exactly what was wrong, but he felt that feelings should be mutual. If he overstepped too much or took things for granted, how would that be any different from being a scoundrel? He was no scoundrel. Lu Yitong raised an eyebrow. You want to enter the girls' dormitory? No, Zhou Ziyu quickly shook his head. I'll just stand outside the dorm building and watch until Jiang Wan safely goes in. What to do? Lu Yitong was now stuck. In her mind, he was nothing but a disgusting pig coveting Wanwan, so she had no kind expression for him. But this disgusting pig really had some skill. He hadn't done anything too excessive. On the contrary, he pretended to be a gentleman, making it quite tricky to handle. Even if she wanted to make things difficult for him, this guy either genuinely didn't understand or pretended too well, and he defused every attempt. Merely wanting to see Wanwan safely back to the dorm was indeed not an excessive request. If she kept pressing, it would seem forced and make her appear overly aggressive to the onlookers. Zhang Mian caught the lip-read message from Lu Yitong and had already figured out a plan. Don't worry, she replied with the same lip movement, just take me to any dorm building. Lu Yitong was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on. All right. He said he wanted to see Wanwan safely return to the dorm, but he didn't know which building she lived in. Even if they casually walked into any building, it would fulfill his purpose. Then they'd see what excuse this disgusting pig could have to keep hanging around. Why hadn't she thought of that? Only her Wanwan could come up with such a brilliant idea. So clever. With a plan in mind, Lu Yitong stopped panicking and walked arm in arm with Zhang Mian toward the dormitory area. You'd better keep up. The business school dormitory buildings are separate from the campus area. If you get lost, we won't bother. Actually, Lu Yitong's words were somewhat redundant. because from start to finish Zhou Ziyu's gaze was locked on Moreover, with his tall stature he stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens, so there was no way he would lose them. Once inside the dormitory area, Lu Yitong casually led Jiang Mian into a girls' dormitory building. Before entering, she didn't forget to tease Zhou Ziyu classmate Zhou Wanwan, and I are going back to the dorm now. You can call a cab for yourself. Earlier she had decided to bear the expense of calling a cab for him just to get rid of this disgusting pig as soon as possible. But now, go cool off somewhere else. Even without looking back, Jiang Mian could feel Zhou Ziyu's gaze boring into her back, as if trying to drill a hole through it. Watching the two leave, Zhou Ziyu memorized the location of this dormitory building. On his way back, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Damn, he had forgotten to ask Jiang Wan what she liked for breakfast. So what should he bring tomorrow? After waiting a few minutes in the lobby, Jiang Mian speculated he should have left. I should go back too. But Lu Yitong grabbed her. Wanwan, it's not easy for you to come here. Don't rush off. Come, I'll take you to my dorm. Your dorm is in this building. Yes. Jiang Mian was shocked. Didn't I tell you to just take me to any? Lu Yitong blinked her clear and innocent big eyes. But the nearest one happens to be my dorm building. Jiang Mian. She felt that Lu Yitong seemed like a sly one. Seemingly casual, but actually had long premeditated. Oh, let's not talk about that now. Hurry, let's go. My roommates happen to be all out. Lu Yitong wore a smile, and without explanation pulled Jiang Mian away. Hey, she didn't even have a chance to speak before being dragged away. The layout of the female dormitory was identical to that of the male dorms, but this was Jiang Mian's first time visiting a girl's dorm. She followed behind Lu Yitong the whole time, silently lowering her head. Her mind was full of silently chanting, see no evil, hear no evil. Lu Yitong was still introducing to Jiang Mian. To be honest, our business school dorm is pretty good. Quad room with bunk beds and private bathroom. Huh. Wanwan, why are you always looking down? As she spoke enthusiastically, she didn't hear Jiang Mian's echoing voice, so she couldn't help turning back to look, and found that the other seemed like a quail, her head almost lowered to her chest. As if caught doing something wrong, Jiang Mian's face flushed with shame. She stammered, I feel so embarrassed. After all, in her heart, she was still a real man. Strolling through a girl's dorm as if no one else was around was really too embarrassing. If not for the system's transformation, she might have been mistaken for a pervert thrown out by the dorm matron and then publicly criticized by the whole school. What's so embarrassing about that? Lu Yitong rubbed her little head. It had to be said, Wanwan's hair texture was really good. It felt smooth and fluffy to the touch. Unable to help herself, she couldn't resist stroking it a couple more times. Jiang Mian felt an itch on her head, as if Lu Yitong was patting her head. Don't keep your head down all the time, it's bad for your neck and spine. While saying that, Lu Yitong placed her hand on Jiang Mian's back, and then pushed firmly, forcing her to lift her head and straighten her chest. After all, she was someone with a 36D figure already burdened enough. Wouldn't bending over like that make her tired? Lu Yitong simply assumed Jiang Mian's shyness was due to being new to the business school's female dorm. It was like a cat entering a new strange environment. It would also feel uncomfortable and unadapted, wanting to make itself invisible. After being forced to straighten her back, Jiang Mian suddenly felt that this was truly a heavy dose of maternal love from Lu Yitong. Fortunately, the other's dormitory floor was not high. It was on the 3rd floor. When the door opened and they entered the dorm, the scene inside came into view. It was not much different from what Jiang Mian had imagined, and Lu Yitong and her roommates must have spent time and effort. The room was decorated with a girlish heart, and compared to the mess and certain unknown odors of the male dorm, the female dorm was obviously much cleaner and tidier, and with a slight sniff one could detect a pleasant fragrance, neither too sweet nor too cloying, and not overpowering. What was she doing? Jiang Mian felt like beating her chest in frustration, actually commenting on a girl's dorm like that. At this moment, how was she any different from a pervert? Lu Yitong didn't know Jiang Mian's feelings at the moment, only feeling happy that Wanwan could come. There was a water dispenser in the dorm. She filled a disposable cup and handed it to Jiang Mian. Wanwan, you're thirsty, right? Have some water first. Thanks. Suppressing many thoughts in her mind, Jiang Mian took the water and quietly glanced around the surroundings. It had to be said, it was worthy of a girl's dorm. The equipment and hardware were indeed top-notch, having everything one. Lu Yitong cupped her face in her hands and looked at Jiang Mian with adoration, seeing the other drinking water in small sips, like an adorable little hamster. Her heart was about to melt. How could Wanwan be so adorable? I'll wait, come out and make an appearance. Even though Jiang Mian wasn't looking in her direction, she could clearly feel Lu Yitong staring at her. It just felt weird. And with only the two of them in the dorm, the surroundings were quiet, making the atmosphere even stranger. After drinking a few sips, Jiang Mian started thinking of a topic to talk about. Where are your roommates? Them. 2 went to hang out with their boyfriends, and the other, a studious one, is in the library. Jiang Mian nodded. The situation was somewhat similar to their dorm, because they also had a studious one who spent every day in the library. As she thought, Jiang Mian couldn't help but drift into a daydream. She even speculated that being both studious Chunyu and Lu Yitong's roommate might be a good match. After all, both were devoted to their studies, they would surely have more common topics. 1-1. A sudden call in her ear startled Jiang Mian back to reality. What? What are you spacing out about? Lu Yitong asked with a smile. Are you feeling unwell? Or had that stinky pig Zhou Ziyu carried some unclean germs and infected 1-1? Damn, can't that stinky pig go take a shower right after playing ball? He had to wander around with a stinky sweat smell. It was annoying just to look at. She reached out and touched Jiang Mian's forehead to check her temperature. Good, no fever, it's not a cold. 1-1 was so delicate as she needed to stay away from those stinky pigs. I'm fine, Jiang Mian said. What's up? Why did you call me so loudly? Because you were spacing out. Oh, I called you several times, but you didn't respond. Lu Yitong puffed out her cheeks, feeling that 1-1 was never serious when she was with her. Sorry, my fault. Jiang Mian clasped her hands together in apology. She had just accidentally been playing matchmaker in her mind. After apologizing, Jiang Mian asked again, so why did you call me? Nothing much, it's just that the temperature difference is huge now. Don't be fooled by the bright sun outside. You're dressed so lightly you'll probably get cold soon. Lu Yitong said it with an air of seriousness. Luckily I have clothes here for you to change into. Hurry, try them on. Well, Jiang Mian hesitated. That's not good. If I wear your clothes, what will you wear? Don't worry about that. The one thing girls never lack is clothes. Sure enough, when Lu Yitong opened the wardrobe under her bed, it was stuffed full of clothes. Jiang Mian. She had overthought it. The weather is getting colder now. Girls must remember to keep warm or they'll easily get sick. You still have to go back to school later, and you'll definitely be exposed to wind on the way. How can you do without warmth? Lu Yitong coaxed gently like the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Unable to decline, Jiang Mian finally gave in. Then, thank you, Tang Tang. No need to thank me for such a small thing. But after changing into the clothes, Jiang Mian realized her face was blushing so hard it felt like it would bleed. Tong Tong, are you sure this kind of clothes can keep you warm? She had a feeling as if she had been tricked. Gazing at the outfit she had been changed into, Jiang Mian sank into deep doubt. These clothes were even more revealing than the ones she had originally worn. Lu Yitong began to play the fool. Let's set warmth aside for now, but 1-1, don't you think this dress looks absolutely breathtaking on you? There was a rectangular floor-to-ceiling mirror in the dormitory. Lu Yitong pushed Jiang Mian in front of it to admire herself. Was it beautiful? Looking at her reflection, Jiang Mian asked herself, and indeed, she seemed quite pretty. The deep brown fitted strapless short dress featured cascading shoulder straps that hung delicately over her pale jade-like arms, complementing each other perfectly and accentuating her smooth, creamy skin. The bodice was cut low with snowy fullness that seemed ready to spill out. If any boys were to witness this scene, they would probably all have collective nosebleeds. Jiang Mian had lost count of how many times she had changed into women's clothing. From the initial resistance and discomfort, she seemed to have grown somewhat accepting of it now. However, compared to men's clothing which bared arms and calves, this dress was still far too cool. The parts not covered by fabric felt strangely exposed. She was about to change out of it when Lu Yitong suddenly pulled out several more outfits. 1-1, want to try some others? No, I'm all thumbs. What if I damage your clothes? It's fine. Clothes are meant to be worn. If they get ruined, I'll just buy new ones. Lu Yitong wore an expression that said, do I look like someone who would be so petty? She was clearly too enthusiastic, just like when you pass a snack stall, can't help but glance a few times, and then the stall owner nags you relentlessly to make a purchase. Jiang Mian could hardly resist. As always, two little figures jumped out inside her mind. Little figure A said, just try it. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Besides, being alone this close to school, beauty Lu. If word gets out, those guys would be green with envy over you, Mian Mian. Little figure B quickly stopped her. Shut up, Aya. Mian Mian, don't listen to her nonsense. You've already completed today's primary task. You should now put the transformation system behind you, slowly return to your original life, and fade out of these people's world. Little figure A sneered. I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so worked up? Besides, what if Mian Mian herself is maybe she also wants to try these beautiful clothes. A gentleman does not deprive others of their enjoyment. Don't you understand that? Oh right, I forgot. You've always been a petty person. Little figure B was choked you. And as little figure A had predicted, Jiang Mian did feel a shameful flutter of excitement when she saw the pretty clothes Lu Yitong had brought out. What's more, Lu Yitong herself was like a tempting demon pleading with her to try them on. Well, alright, I'll give it a try. Jiang Mian feigned calm on the surface, but inwardly, she comforted herself it was all because school beauty Liu's enthusiasm was too overwhelming and she was too embarrassed to refuse, so she had been forced to accept. Exactly. That was it. As soon as she said that, the smug, devilish smirk on little figure as lips was almost impossible to suppress. She gestured to little figure B, 2-1 you lose. Then amidst little figure B's look of utter disbelief, she gave it a slap and sent it flying to the horizon. The clothes Lu Yitong had brought out were all in a sexy, pure and tempting style. Such clothes were picky. Not only did you need a pretty face, but also a good figure. And coincidentally, Jiang Mian met both requirements. Seeing her change into another outfit, Lu Yitong's mouth gaped open in astonishment, as if it could fit an egg. 1-1, you look absolutely stunning. Delighted Lu Yitong dashed over and hugged Zhang Mian, nuzzling and shaking her with abandon. Such a beautiful Wanwan was for her eyes, only those stinky pigs didn't deserve even a glimpse. In the mirror, Zhang Mian wore a short yellowish-brown linen crop top and jacket on her upper body paired with a light blue body-hugging miniskirt. The waist revealed in between was slender and supple, like a classic handspan waist, creating a perfect hourglass. Lu Yitong found a pair of unopened white stockings for her, and in an instant the pure and tempting aura rose another notch. Wanwan, let's try some more. Without giving her a moment to think, Lu Yitong coaxed Zhang Mian into 2 more outfits. One consisted of a tight brown short t-shirt, paired with ultra-short denim shorts, her fair smooth long legs making one want to drool. The other was more girlish, a short camisole-style beige top, with a pink bodycon skirt still tight, with 2 little pom-poms hanging at the waist, also paired with white stockings. Zhang Mian's figure was the kind that men would adore, proportioned perfectly slim where she should be, and with ample curves where needed. Looking at Zhang Mian's long legs and white stockings, Lu Yitong wondered if she touched Wanwan's thigh now, would she be mistaken for a pervert? As she thought this, her hand had already reached out. Zhang Mian was still admiring herself in the mirror when she felt a tickle on her thigh. Turning her head, she found school beauty Lu caressing her leg. What the? How could this scene be so weird? And even a little creepy. Wanwan, your legs feel so smooth. Well, that sentence made it even sleazier. Hey, don't touch me randomly, it tickles. Ha. They played and laughed, but amidst her joy, Lu Yitong felt a tinge of regret. I don't have any new black stockings here, otherwise Wanwan, you'd look even better in them. Black stockings. Zhang Mian suddenly recalled one night when Feng Jun, that guy, while playing games with a girl, joked that if he won, she'd send him a photo in black stockings. So nowadays was everyone into black stockings? And she also noticed something: all these clothes fit her perfectly. At first, when she saw the short t-shirts and strapless tops, so tiny, she thought they would be too tight across the chest. But to her surprise, they fit marvelously. It was as if they had been bought specifically for her measurements. Meanwhile, He Yubai left the Jingxin Lake area, got Yang He's address from another friend, and headed straight to a certain club. The receptionist naturally recognized him. When she heard He Yubai asking for Yang He, she understood and assumed he too had been invited for some fun. She immediately said politely, "Mr. He, please wait a moment. They'll take you to the private room now." Yang He had been having a really rough time lately. After his overseas rental and date with a girl incident was exposed, his father not only cut off his credit cards, but also mercilessly kicked him out of the house. Unable to go home, he had to crash at various friends' places. The upscale club had everything: indoor bowling, a swimming pool, and karaoke in the private rooms. When He Yubai pushed open the door, Yang He was hitting a high note, his singing so off-key, it was beyond words. Others in the room were covering their ears. They simply couldn't endure his lethal vocal performance. Spotting He Yubai at the door, Yang He, having just vented through his high notes, waved him over. "Yo, old He, what brings you here? Great timing. Want to sing along?" He Yubai remained calm, ignoring the invitation. He strode over, bypassing everyone, and stood before Yang He. While the others still looked puzzled, he threw a punch directly at Yang He's face. The sudden scene left everyone else petrified, especially Yang He, whose spiritual shock far outweighed the pain in his flesh. He had never even dreamed that his own good brother would hit him. It was only after He Yubai had landed 3 solid punches that the pain jolted him back to reality. "Damn it. What the hell are you doing, He Yubai?" "What am I doing?" He Yubai sneered. "You hit the nail on the head. I am doing just that." Bam! He struck him again. Seeing the fist coming, Yang He hastily dodged, but it still caught his shoulder, causing him to... What the hell? Is old He serious? Is he trying to kill me? Shen Hao, who was also at that dinner, rushed over to stop him. "Old He, stop. Don't hit him anymore. Stop it now." When he stepped forward alone and saw the others sitting there motionless like wooden blocks, he flared up. "Are you all dead, or just dumb? Get over here and help." The other brothers, as if waking from a dream, quickly got up to restrain He Yubai, while also holding back Yang He, who was still yelling curses. Before being pulled apart, Yang He found an opportunity and landed a punch on He Yubai's left cheekbone. Damn! Yang He spat, feeling that those few punches from He Yubai had nearly knocked his teeth out. This guy is ruthless. Pain also throbbed around his eyes. He was probably already sporting a black eye. Yang He could only blink with extreme caution. Bloody hell. Touching his face, he winced in pain. Then he touched the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, it was bleeding. Enraged, Yang He cursed several times. "He Yubai, you sick bastard. Did I do something to you?" Similarly being held back by the other brothers, He Yubai now spoke with a cold laugh. "Don't you want to know who exposed those dirty little things you did abroad?" Yang He frowned. "You don't mean..." "That's right, it was me. I'm gonna... Let go of me. They'll fight him to the death." The others exchanged glances. They had all grown up together and knew each other's flaws. Yang He's affairs were hardly a secret in their circle, but brotherhood still meant something. They had turned a blind eye and would cover for each other when necessary. Shen Hao couldn't help frowning. "Old He, you've gone too far this time." "I went too far." He Yubai's expression was terrifyingly cold. "If you hadn't stopped me today, I swear I'd have put him in the ICU. Believe me. Come on, try it." Yang He refused to back down even with his face battered and looking ridiculous. Verbally, he would not yield. Once you're healed, I'll beat you back in. Fine. Bring it on. Their childish provocation gave Shun Hao the big brother figure a headache. He intervened. Enough? Everyone stop acting crazy. His roar finally silenced the room. The front desk clerk who had led them in had long been terrified by the scene. These rich second-generation kids could fool around all they wanted, but they couldn't let a life be lost in their club. Shun Hao naturally noticed her, walked over and handed her a few thousand yuan as hush money, threatening in a low voice. You know what to do. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Clutching the money in her hands, she felt a mix of surprise and fear, but could only nod and walk away as if nothing had happened. As the backbone big brother Shun Hao lit a cigarette and finally spoke. Old he, just say what's on your mind. We're all brothers. No need to make such an ugly scene. They had gathered together after a long time only to witness a brotherly fight. Life was indeed damn. Everyone knew that He Yubai had an excellent temperament and rarely lost his temper unless truly provoked. Shun Hao then asked Yang He, did you do something to old he? Do something to him? Damn it. Yang He was so furious he nearly bit his tongue. Bro, how are you blind? And the one who got beaten up here, and you're asking what I did to him? In his rage, Yang He began indiscriminately spewing profanities. I invited him to sing, and the bastard walked in and threw a punch at my face. How unjust is that? He was the one beaten, yet everyone seemed to think it was his fault. Yang He felt aggrieved to death. More wrong than Do-e in the legend. After all, He Yubai had thrown the first punch when he came in, and judging by his state, he might indeed have been innocent. Seeing that He Yubai's agitation had calmed down, Shun Hao continued, Old he, look at what you've done. Even if Yang He is a reckless fool, we're all brothers. Can't we just sit down and talk? Yang He's eyes widened with anger at those words. Did they take him for an idiot? It sounded like a reprimand to He Yubai, but between the lines it was all about him. And how was he reckless? He Yubai ignored Shun Hao. Truth be told, beating someone up today was indeed a bit impulsive. But he had to admit that after venting, the suffocating feeling in his chest suddenly dissipated. He even hadn't expected that one day he'd lose his composure over a girl. No other reason. I promised Jiang Wan I'd beat you up. Yang He had been nursing his wounds and calming his chi, but upon hearing that he completely lost it, holy shit. You beat me up over a woman. Say holy shit one more time, and it'll break your mouth, believe me. He Yubai glared at him, spitting out icy words, as if he would pounce regardless if the other cursed again. In the end, Yang He chickened out. Having known He Yubai for so many years, this was the first time he saw him so unhinged. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall, even a rabbit will bite when desperate. Had I really done something that wrong? Fine, if I did something wrong, I apologize. Yang He chose to back down first, even though he genuinely had no idea what he had done wrong. But being able to drive young Master He this angry, that alone made him something of a prodigy. Because of that dinner you set up, Jiang Wan broke up with me. What the hell? Before Yang He could be shocked, everyone else's eyes turned to him in unison. What are you looking at me for? I didn't go after his girlfriend behind his back. He wasn't a scumbag. The principle of a friend's wife is not to be coveted was well understood. Someone murmured quietly, if you had, you'd probably be in the hospital by now. Yang He. But that dinner had indeed been unpleasant. Yang He felt guilty. He had meant well, but messed up, and now he had indirectly ruined his friend's relationship. Damn, I really am a bastard. He Yubai swept his gaze and noticed Su Ranyue was also there. When their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head. Take care of yourself. Leaving those words, He Yubai turned and walked away. A dull ache lingered on his left cheek. Hopefully he hadn't been disfigured. Seeing He Yubai leave just like that. That's it. He came all the way just to beat me up. Yang He felt a stifled rage stuck in his chest, unable to escape. He might as well have just beaten him to death. The farce came and went in a flash, leaving others wondering if it was all an illusion. Yet when they saw Yang He's battered face, they knew it had been all too real. Shun Hao sighed helplessly. What the hell is this? Having already endured Yang He's dreadful singing, this new incident drained everyone's will to stay. They exchanged farewells and departed. In the restroom, He Yubai leaned on the sink, staring at his reflection. Over time, a bruise had bloomed on his left cheek. He touched it lightly, feeling a faint sting. He had vented his anger by beating the man, yet the ache in his heart remained unrelieved. He knew Yang He wasn't to blame, but after Jiang Wan forcibly ended things and walked away so heartlessly, his rational threads had snapped entirely. He had unfairly pinned the fault on Yang He and nursed a grudge over that previous dinner. If not for that meeting, Su Ranyue wouldn't have misunderstood Jiang Wan, and she wouldn't have gotten angry and ignored him. It was also his own naivety about women. He thought Jiang Wan was willing to see him, meaning she had forgiven him. Yet a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Outwardly she smiled and encouraged him, only to turn around and abandon him so cruelly. This little liar. As for Yang He deserved the beating. Consider it a lesson for his many girlfriends. He wished Jiang Wan would take out her anger on him, let him bear any scolding or blows. All he wanted was for her not to leave again, because this time it would be even harder to see her. He Yubai forced a bitter smile, pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and typed to Jiang Wan, I'm sorry. But soon the system's cold tone informed him that he had lost even the right to apologize. Message sent but rejected by the recipient. Jiang Wan had blocked him. With a crash, the phone shattered on the floor. Jiang Mian, just leaving the girl's dormitory, couldn't help but sneeze. Sniffling, she wondered who was cursing her. She stared at the screen, where He Yubai was locked in her blacklist. Jiang Mian could only apologize in her heart. She was an ordinary soul, cowardly and greedy for money, a shallow lover of beauty and wealth. He Yubai with all his charm fit her desires perfectly. But she had to face reality. They were both men, and there was no need to go down that path. She hoped He would stop being stubborn. She could only withdraw from his world this brutally. As an excuse, Jiang Mian had already decided to say that her cousin Jiang Wan had gone abroad to study. The world was vast, as she doubted He could fly across the globe to find her. Campus beauty Lu insisted on giving her those clothes, and she couldn't refuse such kindness. She suspected these outfits had been bought specifically for this moment. She had secretly observed that her figure and Lu Yitang's were different. In terms of cup size, she was definitely. If these were truly Lu Yitang's own clothes, they would have burst when she tried them on. Having gained several beautiful outfits for no reason, Jiang Mian had no one to share her joy with. If it were something else, she might have boasted to Feng Jun. But she kept it to herself, knowing He Yubai was in the dorm, a man of sharp intellect. If he learned she was close to campus beauty Lu with his clever mind, it would only be a matter of time before her disguise. Back in the dorm, Jiang Mian found no one else had returned. She stealthily hid the clothes in her closet, then went to When he emerged from the bathroom, Chinyu and Feng Jun had just arrived. At the sight of him, Feng Jun's eyes lit up like a dog spotting a bone. He pounced. Little lamb, I missed you. Come give your big bro a kiss. The dorm was too small to dodge. Jiang Mian extended a hand, blocking Feng Jun's face, freezing his eager expression. While little lamb, how can you be so cruel to your big bro? Feng Jun's pretentious tone gave Jiang Mian goosebumps. What mischief are you up to in broad daylight? What's with the fuss? Jiang Mian threatened fiercely, keep this up, and he'll give you to a widow. A widow? Not bad, preferably one divorced with a kid. I could be a stepdad instantly. Feng Jun shamelessly declared, for shame was a foreign concept to him. EW. Jiang Mian pushed him away. Get lost, don't gross me out. Chinyu timely added, you don't know he's been acting like this the whole way. Jiang Mian asked why. Did the art department's heavy energy mess with his hormones and unleash his inner sleaze? Chinyu Eversly nodded. Exactly, that must be it. Uffed. Feng Jun finally couldn't stand it. Damn, you're making me sound like a eunuch with all this hormonal imbalance and sleaze talk. Jiang Mian feigned surprise. Wow, so he actually has dignity and face. Chinyu nodded again. I just learned that too. Enough. If I knew you two were such unfilial sons, I should have splashed you on the wall from the start to save me the trouble. Oh, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Jiang Mian winked at Chinyu. Broach and get him. Before Feng Jun could react, Chinyu grabbed his hands, and Jiang Mian started tickling his ribs. In a 2-on fight, Feng Jun was naturally pinned down. He was all talk and no spine. Watching Feng Jun writhe on the floor, Jiang Mian taunted, not so tough now, are you? Who's the daddy here? Nearly laughing to death, Feng Jun surrendered. I'm wrong, you're the daddy's, I'm your son, ha. Seeing his submission, but as Jiang Mian straightened up, Feng Jun suddenly grabbed his leg. Little lamb, please. Introduce me to your Jiang Mian. Noticing his confusion, Chinyu chimed in. We saw your cousin at the basketball game earlier standing with He Yubai. And then Feng Jun. Well, seems to have fallen for her at first sight. Jiang Mian, what? Ugly refusal. Jiang Mian refused without a second thought. He grumbled inwardly, what is this? A crowd-pleasing effect triggered by good looks. It was hard enough to refuse He Yubai, his roommate, and now another one. So annoying. Back off. Feng Jun immediately retorted, why can He Yubai do it, but I can't? Besides, they're not really dating. Chinyu struck again, do you think you're in any way comparable to old He? Get lost. Feng Jun waved him off, comparisons only piss people off. Besides, little lamb's cousin is single, so it's fair competition. What if she actually likes someone like me? Jiang Mian. Do you even hear yourself? Confidence is good, but one must also know one's limits, Chinyu said. You're just a bit uglier, shorter, and poorer than old He, and yet you think Jiang Mian's cousin would fancy you. I don't read fairy tales unless you're the author. Uffed. Jiang Mian had intended to swiftly dispel Feng Jun's unwarranted ideas, but he didn't expect that their top student Chun would always maintain that rational state of being sober while all others were drunk. A top student indeed. When roasting someone, he used no profanity, yet his sarcastic tone was just right. Feng Jun blushed. So what if I'm a toad lusting after swan meat? Can I? Oh. He had simply given up on himself. When a person abandoned all shame, Chinyu indeed had no way to deal with him. After all, as long as one self-deprecates to the end, one no longer fears verbal attacks. No. This time Jiang Mian directly shattered his daydream. My cousin is going abroad to study in a few days. None of you have a chance. What? Feng Jun was stunned, but quickly caught the word in Jiang Mian's words. You. What do you mean? Didn't He Yubai say he wanted to pursue my cousin? But since she's going abroad, she doesn't want to hold him back. So after the basketball game today, she found a place to make it clear to him. Did He Yubai agree? Why wouldn't he? Jiang Mian almost couldn't help rolling his eyes. This wasn't the oppressive feudal society of old. Did they really think Hyubai could kidnap a girl just because his family was rich? So oldie got rejected. Shinyu looked suddenly enlightened. No wonder I got a message from him saying he won't be staying in the dorm for a few days. Could he really be hurt? Injured? Jiang Mian had no time to sympathize with this fickle young master. It was because he was too soft-hearted to help him initially that so many trivial matters had ensued. The minds of the rich were so hard to fathom. As for a poor person like him, he had to bear both spiritual and material deprivation. Rather than worrying about that young master, he might as well feel sorry for himself. As for that guy, Hyubai, drowning his sorrows in drink was better than drowning himself in a lake. At this moment, Jiang Mian felt that rather than letting Hyubai degenerate into a cold-hearted tyrant, he should first forge a heart as icy as the snow on Kunlun Mountain. The meaning was clear. Jiang Wan was going abroad to study and had already drawn a line with Hyubai. As for that guy Feng Jun, he had even less chance. But after pondering for a while, he suddenly reversed his thinking. So, Hyubai has given up. Then as long as I persevere, I can surely win your cousin's heart and get her. Jiang Mian. Forget it, this guy should just restart. If not, had better remind Uncle and Aunt Feng to quickly create a new account while they're still young. This main account is probably ruined. But Jiang Mian said nothing more because Chunyu gently stopped him from speaking. Let him be. He probably can't get her, so he's just numbing himself into going crazy. Makes sense. Feng Jun. Damn. He was still here after all. Couldn't they say such nonsense behind his back? The next day, 8 a.m., Jiang Mian was rudely awakened by his alarm while still asleep. The dreams he had last night were utterly absurd. Perhaps it was because he had read too many domineering CEO novels and comics when he was young and naive. On top of that, after abruptly rejecting Hyubai, he felt guilty or perhaps uneasy, which caused him to dream. In the dream, he not only turned into a girl, but also revealed the true nature of a heartless woman toying with Hyubai's feelings, deceiving his heart and body, and even ending up pregnant and running away. Then, like a cliché melodramatic plot, she ran, and he chased, both unable to escape. All night, Jiang Mian was half asleep in a hazy state between dream and reality. Finally, this shameful and awful dream ended. He could finally sleep well, and then the alarm rang. This damn 8 a.m. class. Even though he was running in his dream, Jiang Mian felt sore all over as soon as he opened his eyes. After turning off the alarm, he comforted himself by saying he would sleep for just 10 more minutes. At worst, he could skip washing his face and breakfast and just run to the classroom. But it wasn't just a matter of him wanting to sleep. As soon as Jiang Mian closed his eyes, Chunyu, who had finished washing, rushed out and slapped their bed. Don't sleep. We'll be late. He had intended to pretend to ignore it, but Chunyu was persistent and wouldn't stop until he woke them. After being disturbed by Chunyu 3 times, Jiang Mian's overwhelming drowsiness dissipated instantly. Stop hitting him, getting up now. Indeed, sleeping in was something only his soul could enjoy. His body was not worthy. Seeing Jiang Mian get up and get out of bed, Chunyu dutifully went to wake Feng Jun. After a long while, a lifeless voice came from behind the bed curtain. Don't bother me, I'm mourning my lost love. Jiang Mian. Chunyu. You love your ass. Today's 8 a.m. class is Old Taos. If you dare skip, you'll fail directly. Don't you want your diploma? Urged by Chun's merciless reminder, Feng Jun threw open the curtain and scrambled down with hands and feet. That speed was incredible. At this moment, all depression and love had to step aside. See, Chunyu signaled to Jiang Mian with his eyes. Better to believe in ghosts than in Feng Jun's mouth. The love that came out of his mouth. Without even walking 2 steps, in a few seconds it vanished like a fart. The 3 of them rushed downstairs, hoping it was still early enough to grab breakfast at the cafeteria. But as they passed a certain female dormitory, something seemed to be happening downstairs with a small crowd gathered. Jiang Mian was hungry and only had his mind on his meat buns, completely indifferent to everything else. It was Chunyu who suddenly spoke. Hey, that person looks like Zhou Ziyu, who played against old he yesterday, doesn't he? Hearing Chun's words, Jiang Mian, who had just stepped onto the stairs, nearly stumbled and fell. What? Zhou Ziyu? Why is he here again? But Chunyu wouldn't lie. Jiang Mian followed her gaze and saw that the person in sportswear and a cap was indeed Zhou Ziyu. Taking advantage of his height, he stood out conspicuously in the crowd, and judging by his posture, he seemed more like he was searching for someone than waiting. The tall Zhou Ziyu stood at the entrance of the female dormitory, lowering his head to glance at the passing girls. His expression remained dim and unclear, as if he was desperately searching for something. Seeing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but have a thought. Zhou Ziyu isn't here to look for Jiang Wan, is he? This is no good. Of all the stratagems, the best is to flee. Jiang Mian simply ignored him, turned around, and rushed into the cafeteria to buy meat buns first. As for Zhou Ziyu, let him wait if he wants. It's none of her business. All college students have to endure early morning classes, and coincidentally Lu Yitong also had a class to attend early in the morning. As the weather grew colder, many girls disliked washing their hair. Because their long hair was troublesome to wash and took more time to dry, they would go out wearing hats. Lu Yitong stayed up late last night. After letting Jiang Mian try on those clothes yesterday, she felt as if she had opened the door to a new world and became unstoppable. She was browsing online for new clothes to give to Jung Mion, and before she knew it, time had slipped away. There was no time to wash her hair. When the early morning alarm woke her up, she was full of morning grumpiness. She put on a hat and a mask and left with her roommates. Because she was without makeup, it was unlikely anyone would recognize. As they left the dormitory, her roommate shouted excitedly, "Look over there. Look over there. There's a handsome guy." Louis Tong wasn't interested in that. Oh my god, he's holding a lot of breakfast. Is he trying to woo someone, or bringing breakfast to his girlfriend? How sweet, her roommate said indignantly. Why can't I meet such a good man? See, jealousy makes... Louis Tong wasn't interested at first, but hearing her roommate say that the guy bought a lot of breakfast for his girlfriend, she felt a trace of curiosity. After all, in her mind, boys were no different from stinky pigs. But a considerate and gentle boy was still different. Moreover, it was early morning, the wind was cold, and there was frost on the ground. Being able to get out of bed at this time to buy breakfast for his girlfriend, this guy, might actually be good. From small things one can see the big picture. Girls are emotional creatures. Instead of making empty promises, a boy should prove himself with actions starting from small things and paying attention to details. That's what truly moves a girl's heart. Driven by curiosity, Louis Tong looked up. But in the next second, her expression instantly froze. What caring boy? This is clearly that stinky pig, Zhou Ziyu. How could he be here? Oh no. What is he? Thinking of her roommate saying he bought a lot of breakfast, Louis Tong's alarm bells rang even louder. She was no naive simpleton. Zhou Ziyu's blatant, ingratiating behavior was too obvious. Even if she used her little toe, she knew that stinky pig was after Wan Wan. Humph. Louis Tong sneered. Too bad Wan Wan is not a student of the business school. This stinky pig would probably not even get a chance to warm a cold face. Helby stood up. Thinking of this, Louis Tong almost laughed out loud. For these stinky pigs coveting Wan Wan, she wished they would all be rebuffed. A toad lusting after a swan. Because she was without makeup and wearing a hat and mask when she passed by Zhou Ziyu, he didn't recognize her. Louis Tong glanced at the breakfast. He was carrying buns, youtiao, soy milk, spring rolls, shumai. Everything. They were all full of industrial additives made into semi-finished products and reheated. Louis Tong, the double standard, felt a wave of contempt. What kind of caring is this? If he really wanted to ingratiate himself, couldn't he make it himself? Right? How could such a stinky pig cook? Can't even cook, and still has the nerve to covet Wan Wan. Back off, back off. Louis Tong rolled her eyes several times in her mind. After she walked quite a distance, Zhou Ziyu still hadn't noticed her. For a rough, straight guy like him, the difference between a girl with makeup and without makeup was like night and day. Even though Zhou Ziyu tried his best to discern, he still felt that these girls without makeup all looked the same. He even wondered in his mind if the Jiang one he had seen earlier was wearing makeup. The passing girls were all short, and for some reason most of them wore hats and masks. Because he was too tall, he had to keep bending down to identify them. As time passed, the breakfast gradually turned cold, but the person he wanted to find still hadn't appeared. Because of his looks, he had been receiving gifts from girls since middle school. But he had no experience giving gifts to girls. This was the first time he wanted to bring breakfast to a girl. And because it was his first time, he took it very seriously, originally planning to pick expensive and good things. But after searching online, he realized it was more complicated than he thought. Netizen A said, giving food to a girl is the most troublesome. When she's on a diet, she won't eat sweet, spicy, or greasy food, but when she's in a bad mood, she wants exactly that. If you don't understand her mood, no matter what you give, it's wrong. Netizen B said, if she says whatever, how would you handle? Netizen C said, just give her cash as a red envelope, let her buy whatever she wants. Netizen D said, I suggest finding a sugar mommy, then the one who has to worry about buying gifts is her. Netizen E. After agonizing back and forth, he was about to crack from indecision. In the end, he had to ask a brother who had been in a relationship for advice, and the guy immediately gave him a tip. Simple: if you don't know which to choose, just buy a lot. Buying a lot can't go wrong, and she can pick whatever she wants to eat. Zhou Ziyu was instantly enlightened. Then he got up early in the morning, even skipping the taxi. He ran all the way to the business school, while also sweeping through the breakfast stalls along the street. He bought 2 kinds of meat buns alone, one with soup and one without. Worried that the lousy weather would make the breakfast cool quickly, he even sped up his run, but still hadn't seen Jiang Wan. Could it be that she had no class in the morning? Before he could think further, Zhao Lun's WeChat call came in. Bro Zhou, where are you? Skipped morning exercise, fine, but now we're about to have roll call for training. Where are you? I'm still outside and can't make it back in time. Just answer for me when they call roll. But before he could finish, Zhou Ziyu hung up and the coach happened to arrive. Without giving him a chance to react, the coach began. Now starting roll call. Zhou Ziyu, present. The coach frowned slightly. That voice didn't sound right. It sounded like a weakling. Uncertain, he called again. Although his heart was shrinking, Zhao Lin still steeled himself and answered again. The next second, he felt a solid kick on his butt, and then his whole body flew forward. To your mother's head, the coach glared at him. Are you Zhou Ziyu? Zhao Lin, lying on the ground, still covered his, but that was about to split into 4. I what? The coach's eyes were almost shooting fire. You think this is fun, do you? Get over there, 200 push-ups. Zhao Lin immediately begged for mercy. Coach, I was wrong. 300. Woo. Say another word, and it's 400. Zhao Luan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He might as well have been kicked to death just now. The 8 o'clock class was a torment, and Zhang Mian could barely keep herself awake. Old Tao, being an experienced teacher, had mastered the art of making students suffer despite his age. A large portion of the classroom had fallen asleep, yet he seemed oblivious, neither waking them nor bothering to intervene. But on this bitterly cold morning, he insisted on taking attendance. His principle was simple: no skipping class, but whether you listened or not was your own business. After enduring the class, 2 sessions had already taken nearly 2 hours. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, streaming in through the windows, and casting a faint warmth on the people. Despite the crowded classroom, it was still as cold as an ice cellar. Those sitting by the window unanimously pulled open the curtains, hoping to share in the warmth. Old Tao, having finished his lecture, quickly packed up his teaching materials and left. He remained oblivious to the sleeping students in the classroom. Zhang Mian stood up from her chair, stretching her nearly stiff body. A few crisp cracks later, she felt much better. Yubai hadn't returned to the dormitory. Rumor had it he had taken several days off. Before coming, Feng Jun had been rambling nonsense about mourning his lost love, but now he lay on the desk, eyes closed, sleeping like a log. As for the scholar Chen Yu, while everyone else scrambled to avoid the front rows and crowded toward the back, he sat alone in the empty front 3 rows, choosing the center seat. Zhang Mian couldn't help but yawn, her mind full of complaints. Why couldn't humans hibernate on a cold day like this, curling up in a warm bed to sleep? How wonderful that would be. They had no class next period, and this classroom was free as well. So everyone felt at ease sleeping, even though it wasn't as comfortable as a bed. They simply didn't want to move. Zhang Mian also lay on the desk, resting her head on her left arm, and with her free right hand, she opened her phone. Josie, you must have gone back by now, right? Zhang Mian couldn't help but think even if he were foolish, waiting this long would make him realize he had been stood up. She wasn't sure how she felt. After all, she hadn't forced him to bring her breakfast. Although it was all a romantic entanglement caused by the identity of Zhang Mian tried hard to suppress the guilt. Despite being a boy, he had grown up close to girls, making him more sensitive and mature. As the saying goes, nothing good comes from unexpected favors. Zhou Ziyu's actions today were clearly an attempt to pursue Jiang Wan. Zhang Mian's head throbbed. He wished Zhou Ziyu were more shallow and only attracted by appearances. That way, after being ignored for a while, he would realize there was no hope and retreat on his own. But what if he were stubborn and harder to deal with than Yubai? Lost in thought, Zhang Mian didn't notice her fingers aimlessly scrolling through her phone until she opened the school's confession wall. The latest post was exactly about Zhou Ziyu. Someone had taken a photo of him standing under the girls' dormitory, holding a bag of breakfast. Even though the photo was slightly crooked, it didn't make him look any shorter. In the picture, Zhou Ziyu in sportswear was tall and broad-shouldered with a narrow waist. The anonymous poster seemed curious. Can any kind-hearted sister tell me who this handsome guy is? Which college? I've been observing him for 2 hours. He's been standing quietly under the dormitory. I want to know if he has a girlfriend. Thank you so much. The comments below had already piled up. Don't know, I'm a fat otaku allergic to handsome guys. When I see them, I just want to crawl away in the shadows. Looks familiar, seems like a student from the neighboring sports college. His surname is Zhou, I forget the rest. What? People from the sports college eat this well. Is it too late for me to transfer to the sports college now? Upstairs, your abacus beads are almost hitting my face. Put away your dirty thoughts. Wait, this building looks really familiar. Damn. Isn't this the dormitory where the campus beauty lives? The person above is a peeping Tom. Everyone be careful. If any underwear goes missing, it's definitely him. You're talking nonsense. I saw the campus beauty returning to this dormitory, okay? If you keep spreading rumors ill. Don't you see he's holding a bunch of breakfast? Damn. This guy isn't here to deliver breakfast to campus beauty, Lou, is he? So the guy from the sports college is pursuing our school's campus beauty. When this comment appeared, the male students from the business school immediately lost their patience. Damn it. The label sports student was already very attractive, who compared to being a straight man, sports students were popular in any social circle. There was no helping it. The word sports student alone came with a beautifying filter. The vibrant hormones the sweat shed on the track. Just imagining that scene could stir one's heart. Within the same university town, each school competed with each other both openly and secretly. As for the students, they naturally rallied behind their own schools. The sports college was already a target for envy, and now they dared to set their sights on the business school's campus beauty. This was intolerable. For a moment, many male students gathered under this post. Outraged comments poured in endlessly. The commotion was so great that it even attracted Louis Tong. Everyone hoped she would give a reaction, even an explanation. Anything but silence, which would be taken as confirmation. Many male students were prepared if campus beauty, Lou really admitted it, they would go get drunk, and then pee on the sports college's wall to bring them bad luck. But when they refreshed the page, they saw Louis Tong had only commented with a speechless panda head meme. Above it were 4 words, stay away from me. The meaning of rejection couldn't be clearer. For a moment, the heartbroken male students put away their mournful expression. As expected, campus beauty, Lou still loved them. Louis Tong, who was applying lipstick, felt a tickle in her nose and couldn't help sneezing. Luckily she had moved the lipstick away just in time, or she would have turned into a mess and ruined a lipstick. Who was thinking about her? Looking at the comment she had just posted on her phone, Lu Yitang's face was nearly twisted into a bun with anger. What were these people spreading nonsense about? She definitely didn't want to be pursued by that pig Zhou Ziyu. Just thinking about it gave her chills. Gentle sweet girls were so much better. This pig should stay far away from her. Having risen too early even after breakfast, he had to steel himself to stay attentive in class, which inevitably consumed a great deal of energy. Moreover, with another class at 2 p.m., Zhang Mian and his two friends decided to have lunch first before returning to the dormitory, just to avoid the hassle of going back and forth. Especially now that the weather was getting colder, even at noon when the sun hung high, the warm breath from their mouths still turned into white mist. Not to mention the eerie gusts of wind at night howling, as if they were roaring, "I will kill you." Around 11 o'clock the three of them headed back to the dormitory after lunch. Zhou Ziyu was no longer under the girls' dormitory building. It seemed he realized he had been stood up. Zhang Mian wished for his pride to be hurt so that he would never come again. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Mian felt that his bed seemed to possess an invisible magic, as if beckoning him, "Come sleep on me." In an instant, drowsiness overwhelmed him, and after changing clothes he climbed straight into bed. "Make less noise, I need to catch up on sleep. I've been dead tired since early this morning." If humans could hibernate, he would gladly sleep through an entire winter in bed. Looking up, he saw Feng Jun already dreaming of meeting the Duke of Zhou. As for Chunyu, studying was his mission. As a top student, he was determined to outwork everyone. Can't compete. Zhang Mian chose to give up admiring their spirit, but truly lacking the energy. He wondered if he had eaten too much just now, leaving his stomach uncomfortably full. Just before falling asleep, Zhang Mian inexplicably felt a palpitation, as if something was about to happen. It shouldn't be the case, right? Zhang Mian had thought that the alarm clock would wake him up in the afternoon, but unexpectedly a shout from Feng Jun startled him awake. "I fuck his mother. That dog grandson dares to covet my goddess. I'm going to kill him all. What's wrong? What?" Zhang Mian slightly opened his eyes and lifted his head, still dazed. Who's coveting whom? The names swirled in his mind, but still not fully awake. He couldn't match them to faces. Chinyu explained, "Go check the confession wall." Zhou Ziyu sent breakfast in the morning and then lunch at noon. He was photographed twice, both times at the dormitory building of the campus Belle Lu. So what? Zhang Mian grumbled inwardly, just such a small matter is it worth? Wait, Zhou Ziyu, he's here again. Before he could ask, Feng Jun exploded, "So what? Little lamb, listen to what you're saying. Is that humans? The art academy has so many girls who like him, yet this ungrateful dog still isn't satisfied and dares to covet my campus belle goddess. His intentions deserve execution." Feng Jun, muttering and furious, continued to curse Zhou Ziyu as worse than a pig or dog. Zhang Mian had no time to mind his jealous expression. He grabbed his phone from beside the pillow and started scrolling through the confession wall. Good heavens. Just after 12 o'clock, when he had barely fallen asleep, Zhou Ziyu was photographed again and posted on the confession wall. If last time it was an anonymous girl seeking information, this time it should be an anonymous and angry guy. The first words were sarcastic. "Does the physical education college have no girls? Why do one after another come to our business school to chase girls? Sending breakfast wasn't enough, now lunch. Are they going to take over dinner too? Didn't expect physical education boys to be so considerate." While such a sour tone, Zhang Mian opened the photo. The angle seemed to be a top-down shot from the boys' dormitory building, apparently with the zoom pulled in. He didn't know what brand of phone it was, but even with the zoom the pixels were still very clear. In the photo, Zhou Ziyu, probably feeling the midday sun was too hot, had taken off his sports jacket and tied it around, wearing so thin and not afraid of the cold. Worthy of a sports student, a walking little heater with such great physical fitness. Because it was a top-down shot with high resolution, and he was wearing a tight white undershirt underneath. After day of training, his muscles were bulging. The lines of muscle could not be concealed, biceps and chest full of hormonal allure, and even the abs had faint outlines. His slightly tilted crew cut with a casual and nonchalant air was simply full of wildness and tension, instantly becoming the focus of the entire photo, as if everything around had lost its color. A sneak shot turned into a hazy art photo. The first moment Zhang Mian saw this picture, one reaction came to his mind. Zhou Ziyu, is he really that well built? Oh, no. Now is not the time to praise him. Just as he was lost in thought, Feng Jun from the adjacent bed suddenly blurted out, "Little lamb, do you think that dog grandson Zhou Ziyu is handsome?" Oh well. What kind of question is this? A life or death one. Zhang Mian felt that if he followed his heart and said Zhou Ziyu was handsome, Feng Jun would probably stab him the next second. But out of consideration for their roommate relationship and to spare the other's feelings, Zhang Mian had to go against his conscience and answer, "Not handsome. Not handsome at all. Just so-so." Lacking confidence, he had to make up with volume. "Exactly," Feng Jun snorted. "Girls even say where's he handsome? Dead muscles all over. Handsome my ass." Zhang Mian. He decided that when Feng Jun's next birthday came, he would give him a mirror so he could often look at his own ugly face twisted by jealousy. But following Feng Jun's reminder, he went to check the comments section. And what a scene it was. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't checked, but checking gave him a shock. The girls from the art academy actually followed the internet trail and swarmed their school's confession wall. Originally, every school's forum or confession wall would have lurking students from other colleges. It had been peaceful, but today, because of Zhou Ziyu's photos, the art academy girls who had been hiding in the business school were blown out into the open. The comment section was nothing short of a fierce war of words. Ioyo, look at that sour tone. What's this called? Insecure guy broke down, laughing to death. Is this all the tolerance business school boys have? Can't do it themselves and don't allow others to. So hypocritical. Shoo, keep your voice down. If they hear you, they might hang themselves with a rope at your dormitory door. Oh, little fangirls of Zhou are really protective. We're just talking about facts, and you sniffed out the trail so fast. What are you arguing about? Since you like this Zhou thing so much, hurry up and let him collect you all into his harem. So funny. Your precious Appa is pursuing another girl, and you're still so loyal. I'm crying to death for you. The dog upstairs don't bark randomly. I can imagine your jealous faces even through the screen. Yeah. We're so jealous of your precious Appa. Since you love him so much, why don't you pack him up and take him home instead of letting him out to show off? Damn. My stupidity intolerance is acting up. This is the business school's turf. Can these idiots just fuck off? In short, the quarrels had all kinds of insults. Moreover, some directly went back and forth for dozens of floors, leaving one speechless. A war of words ignited by a single man. Zhou Ziyu. This dangerously handsome man. Regarding whether Zhou Ziyu would deliver dinner again, everyone initially treated it as a joke. However, as the comments multiplied, the matter escalated, eventually leading to online bets. Thus, the tone of the thread increasingly deviated, shifting from Zhou Ziyu's pursuit of the business school's campus belle Louis Tong to the betting odds on whether he would deliver dinner. Zhang Mian watched the dozens of comments with bids cascading like an auction. Some even created private groups to facilitate the subsequent bets. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Were young people really this extravagant? But to everyone's surprise, Zhou Ziyu not only delivered dinner, but persisted for half a month. Like Zhang Mian, the business school students gradually moved from initial shock to eventual numbness. Zhang Mian thought this guy really is stubbornly single-minded. Delivering breakfast, lunch, or dinner for half a month was nothing extraordinary. But Zhou Ziyu delivered all 3 meals for half a month, rain or shine, with astonishing perseverance. His figure became a peculiar sight in the business school dormitory area. People's speculation shifted from will he still deliver, to when will he stop delivering. Zhang Mian also felt that this fellow was different, a double whammy of stubbornness and rigidity. Truly a genius. As for the art school's fangirls, they had long harbored deep resentment toward the business school. Consumed by infatuation, they wished they could curse Lu Yitong every day in their dorms. How dare she not accept our prince? Curse you. How dare she stand up our prince? Curse you. How dare she reply with such an emoji, making our prince the laughingstock of the business school? Curse you. Curse you. Curse you to death. Their faces twisted with malice, as if the infamous Granny Rome had come to life. But with a little inquiry, one could understand their overwhelming fury, because they had been utterly humiliated by the business school. The first time over the bet on whether Zhou Ziyu would deliver dinner, they all chose no, while most business school students eager for entertainment and to provoke them naturally chose yes. When a photo of Zhou Ziyu delivering dinner was leaked, they all lost badly. Losing was one thing, but the art school girls refused to honor the bet. After losing, they simply left the group without a word or deleted their comments under the confession wall. In short, they embodied the spirit of the clearer the water, the fewer the fish, the more shameless the person, the more invincible. Of course, the business school students were no pushovers. They wouldn't be bullied for nothing. Since the art school was so brazen, they would just be even more brazen. The business school, known for sharp tongues and quick wits, but everyone overlooked one of their school's top majors, compute, while everyone else was flooding the art school's confession wall and forum with sarcastic remarks and insults. An anonymous expert lurked in the shadows. This expert used a self-made hacking tool to breach the art school's official website, exposing the betting details and various chat records across the confession wall and forum. This strike caught them off guard. Before the business school could even process that their ally was so formidable, the art school itself erupted in chaos. The art school, always proud and concerned with face, was blindsided by the business school's decisive blow. It was said that this scandal reached the higher-ups, enraging many administrators. All for a boy, they had engaged in a fierce online war with a sister college in the university town and even made a shameful incident public. They truly thought they were something. The administration decided to thoroughly address the online issues. If they allowed these students to continue their sour disputes, their lawless behavior might spiral out of control. Within 3 days, experts were brought in to upgrade the college network's firewall and privacy system. Any student caught using the school network to cause trouble in other colleges would be tracked and given a demerit. Of course, the reason for strengthening the firewall was that they would never admit that their own college's security system was so weak, easily breached by a student. They couldn't afford that loss of face. Meanwhile, the fangirls quieted down somewhat. Though they couldn't misuse the campus network, they still had mobile data. Truly a classic case of where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. Knowing these dramas, Lu Yitong, being a girl, inevitably had a few plastic friends around. Even if she wanted to ignore the outside world, those friends would still spill everything with sarcastic remarks. Whether out of jealousy or envy, Lu Yitong wasn't foolish enough to let her true feelings show on her face. Though she appeared indifferent every time she saw Zhou Ziu's figure outside the dorm at meal times, she couldn't help but raise her middle finger. She was tired of saying what a nuisance. When would this stupid pig finally leave? She wished she could buy a butcher's knife right now. Because Zhou Ziu had been around for half a month, Jiang Mian's attention had been so absorbed that he even forgot that He Bai had been absent for half a month. What? Both of them? Don't they have classes to attend? Especially He Bai, a proper CEO, yet so degenerate as if the school were his own property. What if the He group had donated a building to the school? It wouldn't be impossible. Because thinking of He Bai, Jiang Mian casually mentioned this speculation as a joke. But he forgot that Feng Jun was the kind of person who would turn ugly with envy. No sooner had he spoken than Feng Jun sneered, "People are different, as some are born in Rome, while the likes of us are destined to be beasts of burden." Jiang Mian's lips twitched. That self-positioning was quite accurate. Chen Yu, who was studying quietly, pushed up his glasses. "Don't act so noble. Which beast of burden doesn't work hard? Someone like you, lazy, only lying around playing games and spouting negativity. We usually call that a waste." Feng Jun rolled on his bed, roaring, "I'm going to fight you academic types." He was indeed seriously ill. Jiang Mian looked at the WeChat chat still from 3 days ago when he suddenly remembered He Bai's absence and had sent a message asking when he would return. But 3 days had passed with no reply. Could he still be drowning his sorrows? He Bai couldn't be that fragile, could he? Perhaps due to the recent events, Jiang Mian felt a sense of corruption. He even mischievously wondered what drunken ramblings He Bai might utter. He really wanted to see that. A sinister chuckle escaped him. He Bai had not replied to messages for a long time. After persisting for half a month, Zhou Ziu finally vanished as well. I thought life would just resume its uneventful course. However, the campus belle Lu Yitong sent him a message. As the year drew to a close, the affairs of their department's student union had come to an end. To reward everyone for their hard work over the semester, the group wanted to have a nice gathering meal. As for the venue, it had already been decided. A bar. What? A bar? That chaotic, smoky place, and the campus belle actually agreed to go. Obviously, having anticipated the shocked tone, Lu Yitong looked a bit embarrassed. It's a bar, after all. We're in college and considered adults, so going to a bar should be fine, right? Just think of it as broadening our horizons. I heard it's a lot of fun, and I've never been before. I didn't really want to go, but they said we could bring friends along, so I thought, why not have one come with me? Is that okay? Not to mention she had never been. Jiang Mian himself had never been either. Originally, he planned to gradually fade out of their world, even intending to ignore Lu Yitong's message and not reply. But she seemed to see through his thoughts. When he didn't reply, she proposed coming to the Art Institute to find him. Oh my, fine, he would reply. Jiang Mian leaned back in his chair, tilting it on its front legs, and asked his two roommates, "Have you ever been to a bar?" Actually, he just wanted to get some advice, because judging by Lu Yitong's manner, she was determined to have him accompany her. Although he didn't understand why, after a moment of thought, he could grasp the obvious reason. Humans are social creatures. Most of the time, the minority yields to the majority. Eccentrics certainly exist, but they are regarded as outcasts. Within the university, it's a group of young students who harbor an almost mysterious obsession with secrets. Lu Yitong happened to bear the title of campus belle. If she chose not to go with the flow in certain aspects, but insisted on being uniquely independent. One mouth cannot argue against many tongues, and two fists can't withstand four hands. Soon rumors would likely spread that she holds herself aloof as the campus belle, proud and unapproachable. From ancient times to the present, though rumors cease at the wise, those spread by pen and tongue can kill. The reason Jiang Mian lived so cautiously after acquiring the transformation system was his fear that one day he would fall into the vortex of such rumors. He knew all too well the taste of being pointed at by the crowd. Words spoken from mouths can pierce through a person like knives, cutting them alive. He didn't want Lu Yitong to suffer those baseless injuries because she was his best friend. When he was wandering helplessly in a lingerie store after his first transformation, she saw through his distress at a glance and extended a helping hand. For that alone, Jiang Mian would be forever grateful to her. If possible, he wished their friendship could last forever. So he decided to seek some advice, just in case he ended up going. He wouldn't draw ridicule for not knowing the rules and embarrass the campus belle along with him. But he overestimated his roommates. Feng Jun was charging through the canyon gaming and didn't even have time to lift his bed curtain. Never been there. A random bottle of alcohol inside cost me half a month's living expenses. Well, that's because he's broke. Chen Yu didn't pause his no-triding hand. Busy studying, can't spare the time. Well, that's as for He Bai. Oh, he hadn't returned yet. Jiang Mian eventually agreed. Anyway, after much deliberation, he decided he could take this meeting opportunity to tell Lu Yitong that white lie. Following the address she gave Jiang Mian, took a taxi there. At the bar entrance, Lu Yitong was already waiting. Spotting Jiang Mian getting out of the car, she ran over joyfully. Wanwan, you're finally here. Jiang Mian tightened her wool sweater coat. The wind was strong at night, drilling straight into her neck, making her shiver. Is everyone here? I'm not late, am I? Not late, it's just a place to hang out. Coming or not doesn't matter. Lu Yitong said that, but in fact quite a few people had come, most out of curiosity, wanting to see what a bar was like. The music inside was loud enough to give a headache, so she used the excuse to come out and wait. Looking at her outfit, Lu Yitong chuckled. I thought you'd wear a skirt again, the kind that sacrifices warmth for style. No way. Jiang Mian shook her head repeatedly. It's freezing cold like this. If I still go for style, I'll be going from doctor to doctor for rheumatism when I'm old. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Lu Yitong quickly led her inside. It's too cold outside. Oh, let's get in quickly. She certainly didn't mind Wanwan dressing more warmly. In a place like a bar where people seek thrills, there would be no shortage of overconfident men coming to hit on her. The very thought of Wanwan being approached made Lu Yitong furious. Pushing open the bar door, warm air rushed over them in an instant, completely blocking the cold wind outside. But the warm air was mixed with various unfamiliar smells, indicating that there were probably quite a few people inside. Passing through the corridor, as they went further in, the interior of the bar began to unfold before their eyes. Flashing neon lights in various patterns, cacophonous music and chatter, truly creating an atmosphere of decadence and glamour. Jiang Mian carefully followed Lu Yitong, eyes fixed ahead, undisturbed by the surroundings. After they were seated, Lu Yitong introduced her to the others, and everyone exchanged pleasantries. Influenced by the lively environment, Jiang Mian also got caught up in the atmosphere and started chatting and laughing with the group. Fortunately, they were all students living on allowances from home. They just split the cost to secure a booth and ordered the cheapest drinks. On the table of the whole group, there were only a few small bottles of alcohol. If they were to share, probably everyone wouldn't even get a few sips. Indeed, they were still naive, clear-eyed college students. Though they talked about seeing the world and letting loose the moment they saw the drink prices, reason prevailed. Lu Yitong didn't drink. As for Jiang Mian, being out in a place like a bar where all sorts of people gather, one must be cautious. She simply made up an excuse that she was allergic to alcohol. Luckily, the group didn't know much about bar drinks, so they all believed her. Jiang Mian had earlier seen a skit online claiming that bar alcohol has very low alcohol content and won't easily get you drunk, but the prices are ridiculously high. The bar owner would have people stir up the atmosphere, then arrange for servers to push sales, since the drinks wouldn't make people drunk. Once the mood got elevated, customers would keep buying and drinking, having a great time. But when they finally saw the bill, it would be terrifying. Jiang Mian sat obediently in the booth close to Lu Yitong. The concept of men and women should not touch seemed to have gradually been forgotten after she transformed into a girl. She listened to the others chatting, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Because she wasn't paying attention to her surroundings, she didn't know that a gaze was fixed on her. Why was Jiangwan here? Zhou Ziyu, perplexed, downed another glass of wine under the urging of his friends. He had stared for a long moment earlier, certain he hadn't mistaken her identity. That delicate face belonged to the woman who had haunted his dreams for half a month. He had no idea why she refused to meet him, though Zhao Luan, the big mouth, had naturally informed him of the post on the business school's confession wall. He wanted to stick to his principles, but it seemed to have brought trouble to Jiangwan, even dragging the innocent Lu Yitong. The whole affair had seemed doomed from the start, and even his own brothers mistakenly believed he was pursuing the business school's campus belle. He knew he was clumsy with words, terrified of saying too much and being misconstrued by malicious tongues. If Jiangwan heard such rumors, she would misunderstand, so he chose to remain silent. Jiangwan's appearance was like a fleeting bloom of an epiphyllum. The half-month of her absence felt like an empty dream. Though he longed for her, day and night waking up always brought him back to reality. He searched desperately for her, yet couldn't even catch a glimpse. This led him to skip several training sessions, incurring various punishments from his coach. Even after learning the reason, the coach still found it absurd to neglect training for the sake of chasing a girl. But Zhou Ziyu was stubborn as a mule. He obediently accepted punishment while continuing to blatantly. The coach was worn down by his stubbornness. To be honest, Zhou Ziyu was a promising athlete, but he was too single-minded. Once he set his mind on something, he would pursue it relentlessly, refusing to turn back until he hit the wall. In the end, the coach turned a blind eye, only asking that he report his absence. The memory faded and he wanted to persist, but Brother Zhou am seething with hatred. That's right, it was Zhao Luan who dragged me to the bar, claiming he was heartbroken and that brothers had to drown their sorrows together. Oh no, it wasn't heartbreak, but rather Zhao Lun's unrequited crush suddenly shattered. Zhou Ziyu had tirelessly delivered meals for half a month to pursue his own interest. Zhao Luan had also set his sights on a freshman girl. Though he learned she had no boyfriend, he feared his glib tongue would frighten her off. So he decided to take a roundabout approach, mimicking Zhou Ziyu by bringing her meals and warmth. On his first delivery, he used the pretext of getting to know each other to test the waters. The girl accepted, and Zhao Luan thought she was interested. He blindly continued for a week. When he felt the time was ripe to confess, she suddenly found a boyfriend from the art school. Do you know what she said? She said she likes clean, delicate boys. Guys from the sports academy are nice, but with daily training, she can't stand a boyfriend reeking of sweat. Zhao Luan, possibly drunk, was ranting. How could she do this? Toying with the feelings of an innocent boy like me. It's absolutely infuriating. And all the money I spent on meals. As he ranted, he let out ugly sobs, his limbs flailing about restlessly. Zhou Ziyu was annoyed beyond measure. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Luan was his close brother, he would have lost his temper and knocked him out with a punch. Both of them had mouths, but seemed unable to use them. One wouldn't ask, the other wouldn't speak, leading to a huge miss. Brother Zhou. Zhao Luan downed a glass of wine. The surrounding noise was deafening, making his head spin and ears ache, so he unconsciously raised his voice. You might as well stop delivering meals. There's a saying, sincere feelings never hold, only tricks win hearts. Will only end up as their simps. The environment was too loud, but his words were still audible to the brothers near. Seeing their good brother so hurt, they wanted to mock him, but couldn't bear to, so they teased instead. So what's your plan? Zhao Luan snorted. Of course he'll make them come to me. Oh, look who's finally standing up. Hurry up, where's a dog? Go fetch one. Screw you. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter. Thankfully boys are easygoing. After a few jokes, Zhao Luan temporarily forgot his sorrow and continued drinking with his brothers. Zhou Ziyu, though drinking, kept his attention on Jiang Mian. Soon he saw her rise and leave the booth. The indoor crowd was too dense, the air stagnant, and Jiang Mian, having stayed too long, felt dizzy. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, she planned to wash her face and clear her mind. Lu Yitong wanted to accompany her, but was caught up in conversation and couldn't leave. Jiang Mian didn't want to trouble her and said she'd be back soon. Though in school she had indeed gone to the restroom with close female classmates. It was always one for men and one for women. She rose from the booth, gripped her phone, and carefully navigated through the crowd to find the restroom. It was her first time at a bar, and she didn't know the layout. As she walked, she seemed to get lost. She didn't find the bar's restroom, but somehow ended up at the back door. The noise here was much quieter than the front. Jiang Mian's mind, which had been nearly bursting from the clamor, finally found relief. The night wind was strong and drafts seeped through the gaps of the back door, cooling her dazed mind. She thought of staying a while longer before returning when she heard a man's abusive shouts outside. Through the door the sound seemed scattered by the wind. Jiang Mian wasn't one to meddle. There were plenty of scumbags in bars, and she didn't want to invite trouble. She was about to sneak away when she heard the sounds of a scuffle followed by a pained cry of someone falling. At that sound, Jiang Mian was stunned. What's going on? There's a girl's voice. Could it be that the one being beaten outside? Suppressing her shock, Jiang Mian, driven by some unknown courage, crept forward and pulled the door open a crack to peek outside. A man stood with his back to her. In front of him was a long-haired girl sitting on the ground, covering her face. The dim night and the man's blocking obscured her features. But she could hear the man's coarse curses. Fuck your mother, I told you to dress slutty, can't you understand human speech? A cheap whore like you pretending to be innocent. Can't even seduce a man, how much money can you make? And you still want to I'd rather feed them to a dog than give them to a trash like you. As he finished, he raised his fist and landed a heavy blow on her. The scene chilled Jiang Mian to the bone, her teeth chattering with fear. Long-buried memories suddenly resurfaced, nightmare-like recollections flooding back. She felt as if she would collapse to the ground, her legs weak. If being good-looking was a crime, she had suffered the full penalty 10 years ago. Because of his effeminate appearance, Jiang Mian had endured countless malicious acts since childhood. After-school boys with rotten hearts would follow him, uttering obscene words. They would suddenly swarm, dragging him into a nearby alley, shouting to pull down his pants to see if he was male or. Back then he was thin and weak, lacking strength, but unwilling to be humiliated, he clenched his jaw and desperately held onto his waistband. This enraged the boys even more. They cursed and beat him, kicking and punching until they were tired, then finally. This was the pain Jiang Mian least wanted to recall. She thought if she buried the memories, the pain would slowly fade and disappear. But she was wrong. Memories don't vanish, and neither does the pain. These recollections would haunt her like a nightmare forever. If this was the path to courage, she had already taken many steps. Jiang Mian looked up. The scene from 10 years ago seemed to merge with the present, but the victim was no longer her. Her gaze became unwavering. The vow she had made in the past broke through the soil. She was no longer the child of 10 years ago. She would become an umbrella for others and wield a blade against this reign of violence. Calling the police would be best, but given the man's brutality, he wouldn't stop anytime soon. By the time the police arrived, he would have fled. In this situation, she had to stop him herself. Jiang Mian looked around for a tool, but only saw a few odds and ends. A direct assault was impossible. She had to use her wits. Soon her eyes fixed on a soap dish with a leftover piece of soap. She recalled that soapy water in the eyes caused that would be her chance. Without delay, she grabbed the soap dish and searched for a water source. Around a corner, she spotted a random faucet. She tried turning it, and water actually flowed. Jiang Mian's heart leaped with joy. She filled the dish with water, rubbed the soap until it was cloudy, then returned. She kicked the door open and shouted, "Hey, stop." Hearing her voice, the man whirled around, his eyes wide with rage. Seeing her chance, Jiang Mian mercilessly splashed the soapy water at him. "Go to hell." The soapy water hit his eyes, and a burning sting surged. "Fuck, Crippled by the pain, he was forced to bend over and cover his eyes, but still spewed filth. Jiang Mian had no time to finish him off, though excessive self-defense could land her in trouble. Seeing him unable to straighten up, she hurried to check the girl's injuries. It all happened so fast that the girl hadn't reacted. She only saw a splash of vivid color burst into her vision, stirring ripples in her Dead Sea-like heart. Jiang Mian saw the girl's vacant eyes and thought she was stunned. She wanted to help her up, but feared touching. While she hesitated, the girl suddenly cried out, "Watch out behind you." Jiang Mian spun around. The man with the injured eyes was lunging toward them, guided by sound. At that critical moment, a figure shot out from the door like a jungle leopard, his right hand's tiger's mouth wide open, gripping the man's neck, as if lifting a chick, slamming him against the wall, immobilizing him. The clouds parted, moonlight spilled. Jiang Mian saw Zhou Ziyu's sharp, cold brows and eyes, and the veins bulging on his neck from rage. Zhou Ziyu stared at the man he had pinned down, and spoke slowly, his voice like the cold wind of a winter night. "You're looking for death. You're looking for death." This happened so suddenly that Jiang Mian hadn't even processed it before the girl she was shielding behind her let out a blood-curdling scream. It's okay, don't be afraid. This is my friend." Jiang Mian hurriedly comforted her. Zhou Ziyu, with his whole demeanor radiating violence, was indeed a terrifying sight to behold. Not only did the girl just suffer from a beating and couldn't bear to witness more brutality, even Jiang Mian herself felt her heart racing wildly out of fright. Once the girl's emotions had somewhat settled, Jiang Mian asked, "Zhou Ziyu, what are you doing here?" "Drinking. I saw you leaving, so I followed." "Are you all right?" Zhou Ziyu's reply was terse, and perhaps still fueled by his rage, his tone remained cold. After saying this, the hand pinning the man's neck involuntarily tightened. If he had been even a fraction slower, Jiang Wan would have been hurt. Zhou Ziyu's eyes were frighteningly cold. Had Jiang Wan actually been injured, he would have certainly killed this man. How the tables had turned. The same man who had been bullying others with arrogance was now the one at someone else's mercy. Though he stood nearly 1.8 meters tall and could intimidate girls, he was no match for Zhou Ziyu's stature and strength, utterly insignificant. At first being humiliatingly pinned by the neck against the wall, the man kept cursing incessantly. But as Zhou Ziyu's grip tightened, his face flushed crimson, all arrogance evaporated, and he began coughing for mercy. "It hurts. Hurts. Help. I am going to die." Jiang Mian, fearing Zhou Ziyu might actually strangle him, rushed over to persuade, "Loosen up a bit, don't really kill him." Zhou Ziyu glanced at her, said nothing, but obediently loosened his grip. No need to ruin one's life over such a... The man had been suffocated into a mess of tears, and snot, the flowing tears washing away some of the soapy water that had gotten into his eyes, allowing him to half open them and see somewhat. "What now?" Zhou Ziyu proposed. "Bag him, beat him up, and leave him here to rot or die." The man's body trembled violently at the words. With that grip alone, the man could be choked to death. If he were beaten and abandoned here, the freezing night cold outside would surely kill him before he ever saw the sun again. "All right," Jiang Mian nodded in agreement. "Beat him first, then call the police." She had initially planned to go straight to the police and let the law deal with such scum. But seeing the girl behind her scream in terror, Jiang Mian changed her mind. The victim was covered in wounds. Oh, why should this scumbag walk into the police station unscathed? 10 years ago, when she was bullied by those cruel boys, she had hated them bitterly, wishing to repay the pain she suffered 1,000-fold. But time passed, and she couldn't live forever in hatred. Letting go was also a form of courage. Yet she could decide for herself to let go, but not for the girl behind her to forgive this scumbag. Such scum deserved to be beaten to death. Violence might not be the best, but it was satisfying. Look up at the sky, whom has heaven ever spared? Upon hearing he would be beaten and then sent to the police station, the man instantly deflated, groveling and begging for mercy like a coward. But Jiang Mian and the others ignored him as if he were merely a noisy mosquito. Sensing the attention on him wane, and noticing the back door was open, the man suddenly exerted force, wrenched free of Zhou Ziyu's grip on his neck, and turned to flee. He was fast, but Zhou Ziyu was faster. The moment his right hand was freed, Zhou Ziyu's left fist clenched, and before the man could turn completely, he delivered a fierce punch to his stomach. Agony surged through his entire body. The man doubled over in pain, feeling as if his intestines were knotted and about to burst. He opened his mouth wide, spewing what seemed to be sour liquid or undigested dinner. Then his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach. Yet even then the man reached out, crawling towards the door like a writhing maggot. Seeing his restlessness, Zhou Ziyu showed no mercy and kicked him aside. "Oh, help! Murder! Help!" He tried to shout, but each scream only intensified the pain in it, and this alley behind the bar was rarely visited unless something special happened. He had chosen this place to commit his violence, never anticipating it would become the very chopping block where he was now at others' mercy. "Shout one more word, and he'll have him smash your teeth." Jiang Mian shielded the girl behind her, speaking in a calm, indifferent tone. The man turned his head, his eyes venomous, as he glared at Jiang Mian. This bitch had barged in and ruined everything. Zhou Ziyu said coldly, "Stare again, and he'll gouge out your eyes." The man shrank back, clearly terrified by the threat. Zhou Ziyu was not only frightening, but also a man of... Zhang Mian's phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Yitong. Having been gone so long, she was worried something had happened. As soon as she answered, Lu Yitong's urgent voice came through. Wan, where did you go? Why aren't you back yet? Well, an unexpected situation came up. Zhang Mian briefly explained to Lu Yitong over the phone. Following her instructions, Lu Yitong quickly arrived at the back door. When she saw the scene, she was dumbfounded. What was that stinking pig Zhou Ziyu doing here? Who was that girl behind Wanwan? And why was there a sleazy man lying on the ground? Lu Yitong felt like she had turned into a bundle of questions her mind couldn't keep up. Seeing her arrival, Zhang Mian shouted, Tong, be careful. That man is a bad guy. He hits women. Lu Yitong's eyes went wide. He bullied you. Yes. Fine. Just fine. How dare you? Zhou Ziyu, hold him down. As soon as she heard Wanwan had been bullied, Lu Yitong's rage shot straight to her head. Without a second thought, seeing that the man was subdued, she rushed over and began slapping the man's face left and right. You scumbag. He'll teach you to hit women. Cramped from bending over, she simply stomped one foot on the man's chest for leverage. That infuriated him to death. Crazy women. Two crazy women arc. Even Zhang Mian was startled by Lu Yitong's actions. Holy crap. The campus beauty Lu is this fierce. It was only Zhou Ziyu's intervention that finally stopped Lu Yitong. Otherwise, at this rate, the man would definitely end up with a face as swollen as a pig's, impossible to identify even at the police station. I'm calling the police. He'll report you for intentional injury. They'll have you all locked up. Both sides of his face were swollen. The man spoke with a thick tongue. Great, go ahead and call the police, Zhang Mian said with mockery in her eyes. But do you have any evidence? The man's body stiffened. The reason you dared to hit someone here is that you knew there were no cameras, so you could do as you pleased. If it really comes down to it, as long as you stick to no evidence, the worst you'll get is a few days in detention. Am I right? I have no evidence, the man said fiercely, but what about you? What evidence do you have to prove that I hit someone? He wore a smug smile, but because his face was swollen, he could only squint, making him look utterly ridiculous. Zhou Ziyu leaned in and asked, did you record a video with your phone just now? Zhang Mian shook her head no. The situation had been so urgent that if she had taken out her phone to record evidence, the girl would have been beaten senseless by this scumbag. Acting out of urgency, Zhang Mian had no time to think. Her only thought at that moment was to save the girl as quick. Lu Yitong was nervous. What do we do? Though beating up this scumbag was satisfying if he couldn't be brought to justice and was left free to roam. The thought left a bitter taste hard to swallow. I have no evidence. I knew it. The man snorted coldly. I'm unlucky to have run into you today. Despite the intimidating presence of Zhou Ziyu beside him, his confidence swelled. You have no evidence, and neither do I. How about we call it even? You look like students. If you take this to the police, you won't gain anything. Get a record and ITLL be on your file. Compared to me, you'll lose more than you gain. Zhang Mian laughed in spite of herself. Oh, should we thank you for the advice then? No need for thanks. The man feigned modesty, but deep down he had already cursed them all bitterly, especially that little slut hiding behind others. Once he sent these stupid college students away, he would make sure to teach that little bitch a lesson. He would extract repayment for every injury he suffered on her body. Had this fool's brain been knocked silly by Lu Yitong's slap, couldn't he even recognize sarcasm? You should have read more books, you idiot, instead of herding cattle. Zhang Mian's smile vanished as she nodded to Zhou Ziyu. Too much nonsense. Shut him up. Zhou Ziyu agreed, walked over, and clamped his hand over the man's mouth. The man struggled, letting out muffled cries of MMPH. But Zhou Ziyu threatened coldly. Shout again, and he'll crush your skull. He meant it, tightening his grip. This bastard was as cunning as a fox. The moment you let your guard down, he would try to escape. Zhou Ziyu had long lost patience with him. Feeling the pressure of the hand, the man instantly stopped his struggles. So he was afraid of death after all. Zhang Mian said, with no knowledge in your gut, you still think you can fool people? Do you really think everyone else is as stupid as you? We have no evidence, so what? From the way you beat her, this probably isn't your first time, is it? Take you to the police station, and they'll find something. At the very least. She glanced back at the girl behind her. We have a medical report. At the mention of medical report, the man grew agitated. He wanted a report too. That punch to his stomach must have left a huge bruise. With Zhou Ziyu's hand over his mouth, the man couldn't say a word. Seeing Zhang Mian about to call the police, panic set. He couldn't go back to the station. In a sudden surge of strength, he broke free from Zhou Ziyu's grip slightly and shouted at the girl behind Zhang Mian. Are you crazy? Don't you want to buy medicine from me? Stop them. Zhang Mian, about to dial the police, paused at these words. She had nearly overlooked the key point. The victim was the girl behind her. What they were doing was just a roadside intervention. The decision to call the police and have the man taken away was theirs alone. From start to finish, the victim had not taken. Zhang Mian hesitated. Though the man was foolish enough to be momentarily fooled by the medical report, without conclusive evidence, he would ultimately escape serious punishment. This girl was both the victim and the crucial witness. If they made a big scene and brought him to the station only to have her shrink back or refuse to testify, it would all be for nothing, a one-sided effort. Jiang Mian said gently, "You are the victim. The decision whether to call the police and have him taken away should be yours." Though she abhorred such brutality, she was no saint. If she made the effort and the other party chose to back down or be weak, it would be a waste. This time she could pull the girl from the mire, but if the girl's resolve wasn't firm, she would surely fall back, and again and again and again. Jiang Mian gambled. If the girl said to forget it, she would leave immediately. Good advice is wasted on a doomed soul. Knowing it was an abyss, yet refusing to struggle free, no amount of help from others would matter. Fortunately, emboldened by Jiang Mian and the others, the girl's gaze gradually grew firm. "I said I would earn money to buy medicine, but I never agreed to scam people with you." Having mustered her courage, she deflated immediately after speaking. Sensing her trembling, Jiang Mian recognized the state well, trauma-induced aftermath. She quickly wrapped an arm around the girl's shoulder, soothing her, even blocking her view of the man. The fool on the ground tried to speak again, only to have Lu Yitong kick him in the groin. "Shut your stinking mouth." She had come to the bar with Wan Wan to see the world, and this bastard had ruined it. She was already on edge, and now her patience was gone. There were no cameras in this hellhole anyway. Hitting him was pure profit. The man's face contorted into a rainbow of agony, but with his mouth covered, he couldn't even scream. Seeing him writhing on the ground, clutching his crotch, even Zhou Ziyu felt a sympathetic pang in his own groin. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian called the police and briefly explained the situation. Within 10 minutes, they were all taken to the police station for statements. Before being put in the car, the man kept shouting, "I want to file a complaint. They subjected me to vigilante justice. Especially that little bitch. She slapped me and kicked my balls. What do you wanna?" The officer escorting him turned cold. "Shut up. You can talk at the station. Cause more trouble, and he'll charge you with obstruction of justice." Hearing this, the man reluctantly fell silent, but still glared at Jiang Mian and the others. For their part, they couldn't be bothered with the fool. At the station, an officer came over to take the girl's basic information. Faced with the officer's questions, she stammered, "My name is Lin Nanxiangai. A male." "Male." Officer Wu, who was taking notes, glanced at him from head to toe, his face full of disbelief. Not only him, but even Jiang Mian and the others were stunned. Since some officers were out on duty, there were not many left in the station. Apart from that man, Jiang Mian and his group were gathered together for questioning, so naturally, they could hear the conversation. Lin Xiangnan had long hair, dressed like a girl, and appeared short and slender. Compared to the somewhat rugged features of a typical male, his facial lines were softer, making him look unmistakably like a girl. "I'm a boy, I have." Facing the police, he was visibly nervous, but he knew that under these circumstances he absolutely could not lie. Sensing his unease, the young officer Wu tried to calm him down and gradually shifted the topic. "Do you have your ID card with you?" Officer Wu wanted to verify his age, and then based on the medical report determine the severity of the case. "No." Lin Xiangnan shook his head, pointing at the man being questioned on the other side. "He took my ID card and forced me to scam people for money. When I refused, he started hitting me." His voice grew softer as he spoke. "Assault and theft of personal property. That was a serious crime. For these two charges alone, the man would face at least 3 years behind bars." Lin Xiangnan, for some reason, suddenly felt a surge of grievance. His voice choked up, unable to utter another word, and tears streamed down his cheeks like broken pearls uncontrollably. He wiped his face with one hand while murmuring, "I'm sorry," but his voice was already hoarse, barely making a sound. In the grip of overwhelming sorrow, tears became the only outlet for his emotions. Jiang Mian didn't know how to comfort him, so he simply wrapped an arm around his shoulder and gently patted him in silent consolation, trying to convey strength through that gesture. Zhou Ziyu watched this scene, feeling a twinge of jealousy. If that person were a girl, it would be fine, but he was a man, and Jiang Wan was standing so close, patting and comforting him. He himself had been so brave and impressive just now. Why didn't Jiang Wan praise him? He felt a deep sense of unfairness. Having gleaned a useful clue, Officer Wu decided to let Lin Xiangnan take a moment to compose himself. He grabbed a few tissues from the table and handed them to him, then got up and walked into the interrogation room. As he pushed open the door, he heard the man protesting loudly, "Officer, I'm innocent. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I didn't do anything." In the small interrogation room, his loud voice echoed, irritating Officer Zhao, who was taking notes. Such scenes were a daily occurrence. Every suspect who came in would first cry out about being innocent. Officer Zhao was about to slam the table and shout when he saw Officer Wu enter and whisper a few words in it. Officer Zhao then tapped the table. "The victim said you not only assaulted him, but also stole his personal property. His ID card is on you, right?" "What ID card? I don't know anything about it." The man immediately shook his head in denial, but the flicker of panic in his eyes did not escape Officer Zhao's notice. "Luo Biao." Officer Zhao slammed the table hard. "Do you know the consequences of playing dumb and obstructing police work?" The sudden roar stunned the man called Luo Biao. Before he could react, Officer Zhao gestured to the others, and the young officer immediately understood. Without a word, he pinned Luo Biao to the table and began searching his pockets. "What are you doing? Why do you have the right to search me? Do you have a warrant?" Luo Biao struggled desperately, but how could a single man overpower a trained, physically fit police officer? Searching a thug like you doesn't require a warrant, Officer Zhao said, slapping the record pad on his face. Watch too many TV dramas, huh? You, Luo Biao stiffened his neck. You're insulting my dignity. Dignity aside for the moment. Soon the wallet from his pants pocket was pulled out. Upon opening it, besides a small amount of cash and several credit cards, the officer found not only Luo Biao's own ID, but also it was Lin Xiangnan's. Officer Zhao held up the ID and asked, "You said you didn't know about it. Explain." I. Luo Biao felt like needles were pricking his back. He stammered for ages, but couldn't produce a coherent response. From the moment he lied, the scales of justice had already tipped. Officer Zhao, not wanting to waste time, tossed the ID to a young officer. Check it in the system. He suspected Luo Biao had a criminal record. The man's slick, whining behavior suggested he might have other skeletons in his closet. The officer assigned to the task left the room. When they pressed Luo Biao further, he refused to speak. Fine. Officer Zhao stepped outside, lit a cigarette, and let the nicotine chase away the day's fatigue. Through the swirling smoke, his thoughts were unreadable. The world was vast, full of wonders. Having spent decades in the police station, he had seen everything, both what he should and shouldn't have. His mind had long been tempered stronger than the average person's. As one cigarette burned out, the young officer who had gone to check the system hurried back. "Director, Zhao, I've found it. Luo Biao, born in 93. 2 years ago, he was convicted of burglary. Since the amount was small and no casualties occurred, he was sentenced to 1 year and 2 months. He was released not long ago. During a citywide crackdown, he was caught running an illegal gambling den with others. Due to the large sums involved, he got 6 months in detention. Moreover, he's a lazy gambler. No sooner was he out than he hit the gambling tables again." Officer Zhao snorted coldly. "Well, looks like he's itching for a return visit." According to Lin Xiangnan, he met Luo Biao in an online chat group. Lin wanted to buy some medicine from him, so they added each other as friends. After private messaging, Lin said he didn't have enough money. Luo Biao claimed he could help, but when they met, he not only took Lin's ID, but also tried to force him into a honey trap scam. When Lin refused, Luo Biao beat and cursed him. Officer Zhao seized on the key point. What medicine? A prohibited substance not sold on the market. The young officer was about to explain further when a commotion erupted outside. Officer Zhao was about to step out and see what was happening when an officer ran over. "Director, Zhao, there's an elderly woman outside. She came in crying and making a scene, insisting we've arrested the wrong person. Her son. Arrested the wrong son." Officer Zhao almost couldn't keep a straight face upon hearing this. In this day and age, someone actually comes to the police station to claim kinship. After a brief calculation, he understood clearly. Luo Biao probably had other accomplices who, upon seeing him arrested, were too scared to act rashly. But to find out the situation, they deliberately went back to inform Aunt Luo. "Come, let's see what's going on." Suppressing the urge to light another cigarette, Officer Zhao walked forward. In the lobby of the police station, Aunt Luo, afraid the officers wouldn't know who her son was, wailed and cried, blurting out anything. "Comrade police, you've arrested the wrong person. My son Luo Biao hasn't done anything wrong for a long time. He's reformed since getting out of prison. You're really wronging him." They had handled plenty of civil disputes, so the officers on scene dared not approach rashly. Although ordinary folks wouldn't try to blackmail the police, once they grabbed hold of you, your ears would be bombarded until you be. Moreover, if they mishandled the situation and provoked the elderly, they might end up assaulting a police officer, which would complicate matters further. So the officers could only try their best to calm her down, not daring to get too close to Aunt Luo. "I am calm. My son hasn't done anything wrong. What right do you have to arrest him?" Over and over, all she heard were the officers telling her to calm down. Aunt Luo's patience finally ran out. Relying on her loud voice, she began shouting recklessly, "Where's my son? What have you done to him? Let me tell you, don't think you can arrest people just because you're police. We ordinary folks are not to be bullied. If you don't release my son, he'll complain to the higher-ups. There's an old man I dance with in the square who knows your director. If you don't release my son, he'll have your director fire all." Such scenes played out almost daily, and Officer Zhao was used to it. People who think knowing some nobody and listening to their tall tales gives them a powerful backer. Every time he saw this, he deeply agreed with that saying, like father like son, or like mother like daughter. However, filled with inner thoughts facing Aunt Luo as a civilian officer, Zhao still effortlessly put on a smile. "Oh dear, what's all this fuss about? Auntie, let's talk nicely. Hey Xiao, why are you so blind? Don't you see Auntie is tired from shouting? Quick, fetch a chair for Auntie to sit." Officer Zhao said politely. "Auntie, are you thirsty? How about some water? Drink what? My son is still lost." The other officers, being police, weren't easily intimidated. If they could be scared by a few words from Aunt Luo, they might as well change careers. Probably among everyone present, only Aunt Luo herself believed her own nonsense. Emboldened, she became even more insolent. Of course she wasn't stupid. She paid no heed to the young officers present. Seeing Officer Zhao speak, she knew he was in charge, and directly grabbed him. "Are you the one in charge? Where's my son Luo Biao? What have you done to him?" She looked around. The police station had too many rooms, all with. Aunt Luo didn't know where the interrogation room was. Grabbing Officer Zhao's arm, she tried to rush inside, while looking around. I tell you, my old man knows your director. If you don't want to lose your jobs, let my son go. What right do you have to arrest him? She brushed past Officer Zhao, trying to drag him along, but he didn't budge. Unconvinced, she yanked again, but Officer Zhao stood rooted to the spot. What do you mean? Aunt Luo ran out of patience and looked up at Officer Zhao, only to be startled by his gaze. What do you want? Why are you glaring at me? Are you going to hit me? I don't care whether your old man really knows the director or not. Right now you're crying and making a scene in the police station, grabbing hold of me. Do you know this is assaulting a police officer? Officer Zhao's tone turned cold. Based on your behavior, I can directly handcuff you. Go ahead. Handcuff me if you dare. Aunt Luo threw off his arm, plopped onto the ground, and started flailing wildly. No justice. Police arresting people. We ordinary people have no way to live. I did nothing, and he wants to handcuff me. Reason can't prevail against a brute. Officer Zhao turned to leave, and Aunt Luo, who had been wailing, immediately jumped up. Where are you going? Officer Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Why do you care where I'm going? You can't leave. Aunt Luo tried to grab him again. You're not going anywhere until my son is released. Weirdos appear every year, but this year there are especially many. Officer Zhao suppressed his anger. There was plenty of work piled up. He didn't have time to waste on an old woman. Once Luo Biao's case was cleared up, he'd be sentenced and sent to prison. Did Aunt Luo really think throwing a tantrum would make everyone indulge her? If he couldn't deal with her, he could at least avoid her. Officer Zhao was about to turn and run when he saw Lin Xiangnan coming out of the medical room upstairs. The police officer in charge of the check walked over and reported the results. Although the cold weather made her wear more clothes, the injuries on the victim are evident. Multiple bruises on the ribs and lower back. Fortunately, they avoided the face and didn't injure the head. What secret whispers are you sharing? Before the officer could finish, Aunt Luo exploded again. Auntie, I'm letting it slide because of your age. But if you keep making unreasonable trouble, I don't mind sending you in to stay with your son. Officer Zhao showed her the handwritten medical report, and Lin Xiangnan. Your son Luo Biao is suspected of intentional injury. The victim's medical report is already out. How can you shamelessly claim he's wrong? What medical report? I've never heard of it. You're just bullying an illiterate old woman trying to scare me with this nonsense. Let me tell you, no way. Then she looked at Lin Xiangnan and spat venom. Umph. I know my son better than anyone. This little slut looks like a whore, obviously in the flesh trade. In our days, such trash would have been drowned in a pig cage. My son must have been seduced by her. This bitch must have two-timed him, deceived his feelings. Why shouldn't she be? Aunt Luo spewed insults. Did this slut promise you some benefit? Why are you so biased towards her? Huh, shameless harlot. Can't keep your legs together, seducing men everywhere. Watch out you catch a disease and rot all over. This was a blanket attack on everyone present, and many officers' faces darkened. Zhang Mian couldn't hold it in anymore. She saw Lin Xiangnan turn pale from the verbal abuse. If not for the officer supporting her, she might have collapsed. Life is boring, a toad criticizes humans. Sorry, she was about to go all out. Zhang Mian stepped forward, her sneer perfectly mimicking. Auntie, you should watch your mouth, or else your son might have children without anuses. Oh, I forgot. Zhang Mian deliberately covered her mouth. With a son like yours, can he even get married? Forget sons, he'll be lucky to have a daughter. Probably end up without descendants. Then she deliberately blinked at Aunt Luo. To deal with shameless people, you have to be more shameless. You little bitch, shut your mouth. Do you think I want to tear that filthy mouth of yours apart? Upon hearing Zhang Mian's curse against her son, Aunt Luo was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with fury. There was no other reason. These words struck her rawest nerve. After the new year, Luo Biao would turn 30. At that age in the countryside, a man would have fathered at least 2 or 3 children, with the eldest already old enough to run errands. It was only after moving to the city and growing accustomed to a better life that Aunt Luo's standards became picky. She treasured her son like a precious gem, finding no village girl worthy of him. A few years ago, she finally found someone she deemed satisfactory. They were on the verge of marriage when Luo Biao, that idle street loafer, was sentenced for burglary. The girl's parents had already disapproved of his unemployment. When the imprisonment came to light, they called off the engagement, disregarding their daughter's affection. By the time Luo Biao was released, the girl had married another man under her family's arrangement, and her child was Aunt Luo was truly anxious now. Luo Biao was the only son of the family, the apple of her eye. Her husband had passed away years ago from illness, and with her son still unmarried, her dream of holding a grandchild remained unfulfilled. Even if she closed her eyes forever, she wouldn't have the face to meet her husband below. Zhang Mian's words had detonated a bomb in her minefield. Cursing wasn't enough. She lunged forward with claws bared, determined to tear Zhang Mian's pretty face if she couldn't rip that mouth apart. These women were all vixens trying to seduce her son. The moment she lunged, Zhou Ziyu shielded Zhang Mian behind him, his body like a wall of flesh. Aunt Luo slapped him several times, but Zhou Ziyu felt nothing, like being bitten by a mosquito, neither painful nor itchy. Bitch. Slut. Hiding behind your wild man, you dare spout nonsense. They'll kill the 2 of you filthy adulterers. Aunt Luo's eyes bulged with rage, but she couldn't move Zhou Ziyu, so she could only vent through curses. In fact, back when Aunt Luo started her tantrum, Officer Zhao had subtly signaled Officer Wu to turn on the body camera. This was for exactly that moment. If they had handcuffed her without evidence from the start, it would make the police appear lawless, arresting citizens without cause, inciting public resentment. But now it was different. The camera recorded everything. Aunt Luo had first caused trouble at the station, then initiated a physical assault. Upon receiving Officer Wu's "Okay" signal, Officer Zhao immediately dropped his courteous demeanor. Fearing the younger officers might hesitate, he picked up a pair of handcuffs himself. As Aunt Luo raised her hands to strike again, he swiftly pinned her arms behind her back and cuffed them. The entire motion was fluid, as if completed in an instant. Aunt Luo barely registered what happened. She couldn't believe the policeman had actually handcuffed her. When she snapped back to reality, she twisted and struggled just like her son Luo Biao. "Why are you cuffing me? Are you all sleeping with that little slut? Why not drown her in a pig cage instead of harassing an old woman? Are you trying to show off your authority?" Helpless dogs always bark the loudest. Facing her filthy insults, Officer Zhao's face turned cold. "Annie, watch your mouth. Creating trouble at the police station, assaulting others, and now slandering officers. Are you afraid of having too few charges? Don't try to scare me." More curses erupted from Aunt Luo's mouth. Despite her age, she was as agile as ever when throwing a fit. Cursing and charging around, she forced the officers to dodge while trying to restrain her. Suddenly, she knocked over a stack of documents, scattering them everywhere. When she charged toward Zhou Ziyu again, he didn't flinch. The police had their reservations, but he didn't. The moment Aunt Luo called Jiang when a slut rage had already kindled in his heart. As she bent down and rammed her head forward, Zhou Ziyu spread both palms, one pressing down on her head, the other grabbing her shoulder. With a twist of his hands, he turned Aunt Luo around her back, facing him. He was disgusted by the filth spewing from her mouth, afraid of being poisoned by it. Zhou Ziyu's eyes darkened. The hand on her shoulder suddenly tightened with force. A sharp pain shot through Aunt Luo, turning her curses into pig-like squeals. "Ah! My shoulder! Murder! Help!" Hidden behind Zhou Ziyu, Jiang Mian secretly reached around his side, grabbed whatever part of Aunt Luo she could find, and began pinching and twisting. Aunt Luo's pig-like screams came in waves with vibrato. She suddenly remembered she could kick backward, but the pain in her shoulder and body made it impossible to find the right angle to strike. Zhou Ziyu's body stiffened as well, because Jiang Mian, trying to secretly punish Aunt Luo, had her arm pressed tightly against his waist. Due to years of training, he was in excellent shape. In this cold weather, he wore only a thin undershirt and a light down jacket. His side was the most ticklish sensitive spot. Zhou Ziyu could clearly feel the protruding bone of Jiang Wan's elbow rubbing against the solid muscles at his waist. It was ticklish and tingling, especially when he realized that the person in such close contact was Jiang Wan. His entire being felt electrified, as if every hair on his head stood on end. As his breath grew heavier, the strength in his hands involuntarily increased. Aunt Luo had just managed to figure out which direction to kick. But suddenly the force on her shoulder intensified sharply. She felt as if the bones in her shoulder were about to be crushed. All thoughts of kicking vanished, her legs gave way, and she dropped to her knees. "Help! He's going to crush me to death." Officer Zhao wanted to kick every gawking policeman. "Are you all idiots? What are you standing there for? Go!" The officers snapped out of it and rushed over to separate them. Even though Aunt Luo had just endured torture, when she looked up she realized she was the one being ignored. All the policemen were concerned about whether Zhou Ziyu was injured. The sight nearly made her faint from rage. But with her hands cuffed behind her back, she couldn't even fall backward properly. Worse, treated like a criminal, no one cared why she had screamed so loudly. Instead, they pinned her down tightly, fearing she might cause more trouble. Even though her shoulder was free from the grip, Aunt Luo felt it was ruined, as if it no longer belonged to her. Her tantrum had not only failed to free her son, but had also landed her in trouble. The infuriating outcome made her blood pressure spike, leaving her dizzy. Amid the officers' concern, Jiang Mian rubbed the tip of her nose guiltily. She wasn't injured. In fact, she had vented her anger thoroughly. Because Aunt Luo's outburst had drawn the door to Luo Biao's interrogation room had been left open. When he saw a policeman dragging a figure past the door, Luo Biao was stunned. That person being dragged like a dead dog. Wasn't that his mother? With Aunt Luo making such a scene, both she and Luo Biao would likely have to endure some hardship inside. Moreover, after Luo Biao's arrest, his accomplices would probably lie low and hide for a while. If they wanted to catch those remaining fish that had slipped through the net, the police would naturally make good use of Luo Biao's. On the surface, this case appeared to be intentional injury, but in detail, it was about organizing and coercing others into engaging in illegal and criminal activities. Such a nature was even more heinous. Such a malignant tumor must be eradicated. After all, the slogan of the anti-crime campaign was not empty talk, it had to be implemented. Jiang Mian was initially worried that if they had to give a statement, their identity information would be recorded. Being exposed in front of everyone would make her want to move to another planet. Fortunately, considering they were still students, they were only asked a few simple questions to get a rough understanding of the incident. and they tacitly omitted the part about beating Luo Biao behind the bar. After all, there were no surveillance cameras and no evidence. Who could prove they had used violence? As for Luo Biao, he not only had a criminal record, but the victim's ID was also found in his possession. Coupled with his mother's noisy behavior, the truth of this case was already set in stone. No matter how much he denied it, it would be futile. Officer Wu registered Jiang Mian and the others' contact information, including phone numbers and addresses, and instructed them not to leave the province without permission for a week. If the police station needed to summon them, they had to be available at any time. As long as they didn't check her ID and cause her to die of embarrassment on the spot, Jiang Mian would guarantee that her phone would be on 247 without any issue. After the ordeal with Aunt Luo and the final questioning, they ended up spending nearly 2 hours at the police station. Lu Yitong sighed. We didn't get to see the world at the bar, but we got to see it at the police station. Jiang Mian pointed to 8 characters on a wall and said to Lu Yitong, do you want to stand under that and take a picture? Consider it a souvenir of your visit. Lu Yitong turned to look. On that wall were the words confess and receive leniency, resist, and face severity. It was imposing and majestic, inspiring awe and reverence. Oh, Wanwan, you're so annoying. Lu Yitong pouted and waved her little fists. Of course, no matter how small or soft her fists were, she would never land them on Wanwan. Even though they were joking around, they kept their voices low because they were in the police station. The busy officers paid no attention to them. The figures darting between the desks were the very foundation of the nation's peace and stability. Lin Xiangnan was taken to the infirmary by the officers to get his wounds treated. After he came out, their group was finally allowed to leave. Outside the police station, Lin Xiangnan kept his head low, twisting the hem of his clothes with his fingers, his heart filled with anxiety. In the sudden turn of events, he had been forced to reveal that he was a boy. But now he was terrified that Jiang Mian and the others had only helped him because they mistook him for a girl. Even more afraid that when he looked up, he would see their eyes filled with suspicion, doubt, and scrutiny. Having received help, he certainly needed to express his gratitude. His mind was full of thanks, but he had no idea how to voice them. After summoning his courage, he still stammered, thank you. The word I got stuck. Even if he wanted to repay them, what could he possibly offer? He didn't even have money for medicine. Jiang Mian looked at his bowed head, sensing his fragility and low self-esteem, but she couldn't truly empathize. Rather than pity, it was better to treat him normally. To ease the atmosphere, she pretended not to notice anything and spoke in a casual tone. Can you get back by yourself? Yes, Lin Xiangnan nodded. Jiang Mian's voice was very gentle, without a trace of sarcasm, completely different from any voice or tone he had ever heard. Somehow he lifted his head slightly, and Jiang Mian's figure immediately came into view. Night had fallen, and the city lights were glowing. Jiang Mian stood with her back to the soft street lamp as if bathed in its light. Her eyes were bright like stars, her deep pupils filled with openness and composure. She was nothing like those who looked at him with judgment. How dazzling she was. Lin Xiangnan thought to himself. He had never met a girl like this. If only he could become someone like her. Perhaps inspired by Jiang Mian's gaze, Lin Xiangnan spoke again. A friend is coming to pick me up. Thank you. After saying that, he bowed to Jiang Mian and the others like a nervous child. Even with a humble and fragile demeanor, he wanted to express his gratitude as best he could. Nan. As Lin Xiangnan straightened up, he heard a familiar voice calling him. He turned and saw who it was, a smile lighting up his face. A Qian. So this must be Lin Xiangnan's friend. But this friend made Jiang Mian raise an eyebrow. What a small world. Wasn't this the boy in women's clothing that she had bumped into on the road when Zhou Ziyu was clinging to her like a leech after the competition? The impression was deep, so Jiang Mian remembered him. But what made her recall instantly was probably because he seemed to have only one set of women's clothing. Last time they met, he was wearing this outfit. Now he was wearing the same one. If Lin Xiangnan hadn't kept mentioning that he wanted to buy medicine, Jiang Mian would have thought they were cosplaying. A vague answer floated in her mind, but she couldn't grasp it. This is my friend Zhang Qian. A Qian, these are the kind people who helped call the police. Lin Xiangnan made the introductions. After the police questioning, he knew Jiang Mian and the others' names, but he still dared not address them directly and simply used kind people instead. Hardly kind, Jiang Mian said, acting as if it were their first meeting. We just did a small favor. Thank you so much for preventing Nan from suffering greater harm. The boy named Zhang Qian also bowed to express his thanks. His voice was the same as last time, as if he was deliberately pinching his throat. After the thanks, an awkward silence fell over the group. At this point, they should have parted ways and headed home. But Jiang Mian couldn't help asking Lin Xiangnan, what is that medicine you want to buy? No beating around the bush, no deliberate probing. It was as direct as her clear eyes crashing into his heart and rippling through it. Nan. Noticing the worry in Zhang Qian's eyes, Lin Xiangnan shook his head gently to indicate he was fine. Then, meeting Jiang Mian's gaze, he uttered the answer that seemed shameful and would make anyone's expression change. I'm a medicine girl. The medicine I want to buy is actually the sugar pills that can help us change. But the moment he finished, he regretted it. He was terrified that those clear, clean eyes would show disgust and repulsion. Yet the next second Zhang Mian spoke in a tone as if discussing an ordinary topic. Did you manage to buy it? Not yet. That man lied to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xiangnan could feel his voice turn hoarse. It was the eruption of emotions after experiencing deception, hurt, and grievance. He couldn't even control his mouth anymore, and just continued instinctively. Actually, I wish he had kept lying to me. That way I would still have hope. Why couldn't he just keep deceiving me? I promised I would work hard and earn money to buy the medicine, but... Before he could finish, Zhang Mian rushed over and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. At that moment, wordless comfort reached its peak. Compared to the insignificance of words, this was a redemption that pierced through their bodies and touched their souls. Leaning on Zhang Mian's shoulder, Lin Xiangnan had no inappropriate thoughts. He simply relaxed little by little under her gentle pats. It was so warm. He felt as if he had seen an angel after enduring suffering. But his nose tingled, and something seemed about to spill from his eyes. Lin Xiangnan squeezed his eyes tightly, afraid that if tears fell, the angel would see his pitiful tear-streaked face. I wasn't crying. Lin Nangxiang's tone carried a hint of stubbornness. When he opened his eyes again, the moisture had already been forced back. Yes, you are very brave. Zhang Mian smiled gently and praised him. After a night of ups and downs, Lin Nanxiang felt like a small boat adrift. It seemed that at this moment he had finally reached a warm harbor. The human heart is greedy. He wanted to absorb even more warmth. But soon an abrupt voice shattered the beautiful illusion. I've never hugged her that long, and he got to do it all. Hearing the jealous tone, Zhang Mian knew without a doubt was this the possessiveness of a sports student. Despite being extremely bothered inside, he could only speak in a pitiful tone. Hearing this, Lin Nanxiang awkwardly released his embrace of Zhang Mian. He knew that his male body would still be looked upon with disdain. Yet he was fortunate, for today he was blessed by God. Not only had an angel descended beside him, but she had also miraculously favored him. Zhang Mian shot a glance at Zhou Ziyu, thinking he was utterly absurd. She could hug whomever she wanted. What business was it of his? Receiving Zhang Wan's displeased look, Zhou Ziyu felt guilty and dared not meet her eyes, so he silently turned his head away. Lu Yitong had been immersed in this sentimental scene, her eyes also red. But this perfectly good atmosphere was forcibly shattered. After sniffing, she glared at Zhou Ziyu with displeasure. Get this oblivious stinky pig out of here. Get out. Lin Nanxiang carefully tugged at Zhang Mian's sleeve. Sister Zhang, your boyfriend really cares about you. He didn't find Zhou Ziyu's words hurtful. Instead, he envied Zhang Wan for having such a boyfriend. He would protect her and secretly get jealous. His straightforward personality really matched hers. Lin Nanxiang knew that he might never have a sweet love in his life, but seeing others' affectionate scenes still filled his heart with happiness. The words, boyfriend, sounded like heavenly music, making Zhou Ziyu look at Lin Nanxiang with much more favor. But he still got jealous that the other was too close to Zhang Wan. For some reason, after speaking those words about his identity, Lin Nanxiang suddenly felt a relief, as if a heavy stone had finally fallen. Previously, he would tense every nerve like a hedgehog bristling with spines. He cared about how others looked at him and minded the tone of their voices. But this spiny hedgehog dared not fight back against those bad people. He could only protect his fragile heart from harm. Yet after telling Zhang Mian these things, he felt completely at ease. The raised spikes were temporarily put away. He wanted to try to get close, not wanting this warm angel to be hurt by his... Since it was getting late, Lin Nanxiang had Zhang Qian to accompany him, so they parted ways. On the way back, Lu Yitong quietly leaned close to Zhang Mian. Wan with them around earlier, I was embarrassed to ask. What is a Yangyang? A Yangyang. Zhang Mian took out her phone and searched online, then handed her the result. Look. Oh my, that's too dangerous. Lu Yitong skimmed the text. Those cold words made her heart ache. Does this harm? Not only does it harm, but the damage is especially severe. Trying to change what is innate by artificial means, defying the natural order, invites irreversible backlash. That's really too dangerous. Lu Yitong was somewhat puzzled. If it's so terrifying, why do they still insist on change? Probably because rather than suppressing themselves and living that way as time goes by, it's better to bravely be themselves. A wind blew in their faces, stirring up withered leaves on the ground. Zhang Mian spoke softly. Tong, do you think they are disgusting? No, Lu Yitong shook her head. I just think they are pitiful. Although they bravely be themselves, they also bear a lot. Indeed, they bear a lot. Families' incomprehension, others' cold stares, society's rejection. Like rats and insects hiding in the sewers, they are not accepted by the world, longing to embrace the sunlight, yet fearing being scorched by its heat. If that's the case, don't sympathize with them, otherwise the phrase bravely be yourself would seem too weak. Like flowers, they just want to fully bloom their beauty. Lu Yitong smiled and linked her arm with Zhang Mian's. Wan, you know so much, and now you say, not at all, I've always been this profound. They exchanged smiles, and the previously gloomy atmosphere instantly. It wasn't that Zhang Mian knew a lot, it was that the former him, after being humiliated by those bad kids, was told he could become a Yangyang. She only later realized that cursing isn't just blurting out swear words. Humiliation is also a form of abuse. Because of this, she had actually searched online for information about Yangyang. The vast world has many unknown facets, and she happened to discover this one. Gazing at the street shimmering in colorful neon lights, Jiang Mian thought, if this transformation system were given to Lin Nanxiang and others like him, it would be the most suitable. They could freely be themselves, living elegantly and happily with a different identity. To openly experience the right to love and be loved. How wonderful that would be. But life is impermanent, and there are no ifs. If possible, Jiang Mian would probably keep the secret of the transformation forever. She knew well that paper cannot wrap fire. She just hoped that when the secret was revealed, she would be able to face it calmly and strongly. Perhaps because of Lin Nanxiang's situation, she empathized and became inexplicably sad. Beside her, Lu Yitong shrank from the wind and clung to her even tighter. This scene made Zhou Ziyu behind them envious, but he only dared to think about it in his heart. A straightforward guy with desire, but no courage. As luck would have it, the next second Jiang Mian seemed to have a sudden inspiration and turned back to glance at him. In the meeting of their eyes, guilt-ridden, Zhou Ziyu quickly waved his hands. I didn't do anything. Jiang Mian looked puzzled. What do you want to do? Lu Yitong heard the commotion and turned around as well. Unlike Jiang Wan's confusion, her gaze was clearly filled with displeasure and hostility. I just want to walk you back to school. What a coincidence, this stinky pig had the same idea as her. Who did he think he was? Marshal Tianpeng instantly turned into a flower guardian. What? Since both of them wanted to see her back to school, and the art academy wasn't far, since no one thought of taking a taxi, they might as well just walk back. Along the way, Lu Yitong wished she could cling to Jiang Mian like an octopus. As for Zhou Ziyu, though envious, he dutifully fulfilled his role as guard. Under the streetlights, the three of them cast long shadows. Zhou Ziyu followed behind, subtly shifting his position, so that his shadow and Jiang Wan's were tightly intertwined. He was a man easily satisfied. Even this was enough. Taking out his phone, he aimed at the ground and pressed the shutter, capturing this moment. Before the gates of the art academy, the entrance remained unclosed. Some students, weary-faced, hurried back to their dormitories with coats tightly wrapped, while others, impeccably dressed, strolled out of the campus gates, ready to indulge in nightlife. This was youth, an age to squander without restraint. Jiang Mian's eyesight was sharp. As she approached the gate, she spotted a figure standing in the distance from afar. In half a month, his posture remained as upright as ever. Amidst the flow of people at the entrance, he seemed to isolate himself from all around. Jiang Mian hadn't expected to encounter He Yubai under such circumstances. He appeared to have lost a bit of weight. That memory of the confident and affable master, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, as if changed yet unchanged. His slightly long hair was no longer meticulously styled, free from the taint of alcohol and tobacco. A cigarette now dangled between his fingers. He brought it to his lips, took a drag, then exhaled the smoke with practiced ease. This was a side of He Yubai Jiang Mian had never witnessed. The shadow of confidence and flamboyance had quietly receded, replaced by a profound sense of dejection and despondency. His brows and eyes were hidden behind the smoke, making it impossible for Jiang Mian to discern the emotion in his gaze. Yet as the smoke dissipated, those dark pupils resembled a vortex of a black hole, threatening to suck one in at any moment. A decadent, refined scoundrel, but the aura of abstinence never wavered. He still seemed like the familiar master, yet in these brief days apart, something had shifted. He shed the greenness of youth. The nascent maturity carried an undertone of magnetic allure. One, he murmured. As she could see him, so He Yubai spotted her. In an instant, he resembled a child caught red-handed in mischief. He tossed the unfinished cigarette to the ground, trampling it out, while frantically waving his hand to disperse the lingering smoke around him. It seemed an instinctive act, as if he didn't want Jiang Wan to witness him in this state. The world around them clamored, yet his eyes held only Jiang Mian. Everything around seemed frozen. He slowly lifted his foot and walked toward her position. The wind tousled the bangs over his eyes, and Jiang Mian felt her heartbeat pause for a beat. A moment that could be called a glance, spanning 1,000 years. Jiang Mian had often pondered what exactly her feelings toward He Yubai were. Had there ever been any love intermingled? Probably not. The familiarity between them was merely rooted in their 2 years as roommates. Admittedly, He Yubai was the most ideal choice for a life partner. But Jiang Mian had seen the outcome with Lin Xiangnan. All she could do was flee and flee again. There would be no conclusion between her and He Yubai. She would return to her ordinary life and let the identity of Jiang Wan disappear from the world forever. Before she could finish, He Yubai strode over quickly. In a flash of dimming and brightening light, she found herself enveloped in his arms. "You finally come back. I've been waiting for you." He clung to her tightly like a spoiled child, like a man dying of thirst in the desert who had finally found an oasis. He greedily inhaled the scent that belonged to Jiang Wan. After all, he had long ceased to be the person he once was. Good manners and rules could all go to hell. Being shorter than He Yubai, Jiang Mian had to tilt her head back as far as possible. Yet inwardly she couldn't help but complain. Was this guy made of iron chains? He was suffocating her. The smell of smoke lingered, impossible to dispel quickly. With every breath, Jiang Mian's nostrils were filled with the scent of He Yubai cigarettes. Besides the smoke, there was also his unique fragrance, a cold spring breeze with a woody undertone at the base. Jiang Mian had always remembered it. The mingled scents seemed to weave an untold story. When did you start smoking? She asked. I've been a bit troubled, He Yubai replied without loosening his hold. If you don't like it, I'll quit. So cheesy. So this was what it felt like when Master he spoke sweet words. But the moment and place were hardly appropriate. Too many eyes were on them. Jiang Mian didn't want to stay in his arms any longer and struggled to break free. Caught off guard earlier, she hadn't had a chance to look closely. Now she noticed. He Yubai's complexion was still haggard with unshaven stubble on his chin. It had scratched her neck just moments ago, prickly and rough. And on his left cheek was a fading bruise. Had he been in a fight? Jiang Mian suppressed the urge to reach out and touch it. Why are you here? I've been here all along. His gaze never left her. I searched for you for half a month. Jiang Mian was bewildered. Wait. Had Zhou Ziyu and He Yubai planned this together? One waited at the business school, the other at the art. She felt numb. I finally found you. A look of relief washed over He Yubai's face. Strangely, hearing this made Jiang Mian overwhelmed with guilt. No matter how much He Yubai wished to ignore, the onlookers Zhou Ziyu and Lu Yitong did their utmost to shine like 800-watt light bulbs, blindingly bright. Lu Yitong rolled her eyes internally. Such an act. Exploiting Wan's soft heart, pretending to be so wronged. If this swine ever entered the entertainment industry, she'd be his #1 anti-fan. Zhou Ziyu despised him inwardly. If he weren't thick-skinned, he couldn't compete with this pretty boy. Such a damn act. Jiang Wan had already cut ties, yet he still came cuddling and hugging. He wanted to punch him in the face. Both of them silently cursed in unison. This dog of a man was truly a dog. He Yubai's gaze was so intense it practically clung to Jiang Mian. Lu Yitong couldn't stand it any longer. She stepped in to change the subject. It's too cold outside. Wan, you should head back to the dorm early. As she finished, Zhou Ziyu and He Yubai said in unison, I'll walk you in. They froze for a moment, then glared at each other with undisguised hostility. Actually, I can go back on my own. Jiang Mian raised her hand to signal. Could they please stop ignoring her? She had her own hands and feet. She was perfectly capable of taking care of herself. The wind was strong enough tonight, as she wished this tense atmosphere would dissipate. I don't feel at ease, He Yubai said, followed by Zhou Ziyu unyieldingly. Neither do I. Lu Yitong had already clenched her fists. These two pigs better not push her. Their little schemes were so transparent, they might as well have hit her in the face. Did they think she couldn't see through them? It's getting late. You should head back too. I'm going in now. Since they ignored her, she would ignore them right back. Jiang Mian turned and hurried away. Jiang Wan, He Yubai called after her, are you going to disappear again? What did he mean? An uneasy premonition surged in Jiang Mian's heart. True to her fears, He Yubai spoke slowly. I've had people look into it. In the entire art academy across all departments, there is no one named Jiang Wan who matches you. What do you mean? Lu Yitong was a bit stunned. Wan, aren't you a student of the art academy? Zhou Ziyu was also completely baffled. Hadn't this pretty boy known Jiang Wan even earlier than him? Didn't he know that Jiang Wan was in their business school? No. Since she's in the business school, why are they now passing by the art academy? Zhou Ziyu, even if his mind was slow to catch up, knew clearly that the business school was close to their sports academy, while the art academy was a long distance away. Jiang Mian turned around, her face appearing calm and undisturbed, as if she didn't care about He Yubai's words. In truth, she was already roaring with thunder of fury inside. Why did he suddenly expose this? Oh, it gave her no mental preparation at all. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Jiang Mian was so angry she wanted to pound the wall. Little person A and little person B jumped out at this moment. Little person A said, quick, transform back into a boy and scare them to death. The result was that Jiang Mian slapped it away with a single blow. Go to hell. Little person B said, don't listen to its nonsense. Quickly cover your disguise and run now. Jiang Mian rubbed her forehead. A word from you is like Zhuang Zhou with a cleanse, utterly pointless. These two high-quality male college students, both over 185 centimeters, one of whom was a sports student who trained daily. In her two short little legs, she still wanted to escape. What? How to run? Run with my life. Damn it. I finally used the Art Academy title to have a place to transform, but now it's gone again. No one cares. No one loves. She's going to become a little cabbage in the field. Regarding the matter of investigating you privately, I apologize to you. He Yubai looked at her, his eyes seeming to carry a hint of pleading. But can you tell me, who are you really? Classmate He, you have crossed the line. Jiang Mian took a deep breath as if to bolster her courage. After all, Master, he now looked like he was ready to explode at any moment, so she dared not provoke him easily. Trying to reason with a male creature who has lost his reason is simply asking for trouble. Before I pretended to be your girlfriend, even by the Jingxin Lake, that time I clearly expressed to you that our relationship was purely transactional. I accompanied you to the party and you paid me the due compensation, so we are even. However, I also need to say sorry to you because I did deceive you. I am not from the Art Academy. Jiang Mian seemed to think of something and simply changed the topic. Besides, since I didn't get into university, I am now just a social idler. Tell one lie, and you have to cover it with countless lies. With that, Jiang Mian simply made the lie even bigger. She had indeed thought of playing dumb, claiming that she was going to study abroad, and that the reason they couldn't find her information in the school was because her student records had been transferred. But on second thought, He Yubai, with the power of the He family, could even easily access the school's student information, let alone if she made an excuse about studying abroad. Perhaps without even investigating, he could just ask the teacher in charge of the archives, and everything would be revealed. She had already lost one layer of identity protection, as she absolutely could not be exposed again. With that said, Jiang Mian prepared to turn and leave. He Yubai couldn't help but want to follow on. Classmate, he please stay. Jiang Mian showed him a faint smile. It was a beautiful face, but He Yubai inexplicably felt that the smile was filled with distance and coldness. Let me guess what you are about to say, classmate. The smile on Jiang Mian's face did not fade, as if she were discussing something trivial. I guess, classmate, you will definitely say that you like me, want to pursue me, and don't mind my status as a social idler. Plus, you are the young master of the He group, so if I follow you, I will have no worries about food and clothing, and all my sorrows and troubles will be solved. Am I right? Non-committal, but that was indeed what He Yubai was thinking. If Jiang Wan were with him, he would absolutely pamper her in the palm of his hand, not letting her suffer any hardship or fatigue. Even though He Yubai didn't respond, seeing his silence, Jiang Mian knew that her words had hit the mark. Soon she withdrew her smile. But classmate, he who has been raised in a greenhouse, have you considered that it is only you who doesn't mind my identity, not your family? As for your parents' hurdle, how will you get past it? He Yubai was taken aback. Sorry, I haven't thought that far ahead. Of course you haven't thought that far. Since she was already wearing the guise of a villainous NPC, Jiang Mian simply spoke more bluntly. In your mind, master, you must think that just dating is enough, and you don't really care about what comes later. After all, dating doesn't necessarily lead to marriage, and then you can just find some excuse to get rid of me. Am I right? That's not what I mean. Listen to me. He Yubai was also getting anxious. I absolutely have no intention of playing with your feelings. I like you and pursue you with all sincerity. I can do the ideological work of my parents. Master, he who has never experienced the hardships of the world, do you think life is like a fairy tale? Do you think sincerity can move mountains and fill seas? Can it make your parents accept me? Or do you think love can conquer all? With our unequal social status and the mismatch of family backgrounds, I would rather accept 10 million your parents throw at me to leave you forever. Damn it, I should have made a detour to his house on the way back after the dinner with He Yubai that day. If I had revealed this ambiguous relationship to his parents at that time, I would definitely be holding an easy 10 million in my hands now. Regret. He Yubai said aggrievedly, why won't you believe me? How much is trust worth? Since her villainous persona was already maxed out, she might as well stack the gold-digging buff too. Jiang Mian's face was full of disdain. After all, classmate, what you want now is to win me over. If your words aren't even more beautiful than singing, how could they move me? But we are not children anymore. Save the fairy tale princess and prince scenario. Besides, I am just a woman who is blinded by money. My time is very precious. Sorry, classmate, but in my book, dating without the intention of marriage is just, see you not. Jiang Mian's words conveyed the message very clearly. I only have eyes for your family's money. After this series of operations, she finally managed to immerse herself in the role. Jiang Mian flicked her hair, turned around calmly, and carefreely hailed a taxi, and got in to leave. In short, the main message was don't love me, no results. A great drama unfolds. The protagonist has already left, leaving the supporting characters staring at each other in confusion. He Yubai clenched his fists. I won't give up. He gave a disdainful snort. Zhou Ziyu couldn't help but laugh. Then you might as well give up. He Yubai turned to look at him, but Zhou Ziyu was unafraid and continued recklessly. Didn't you just hear what she said? She only likes your family's money. She never cared for you. At least I managed to pursue her with money. What about you? He Yubai walked toward Zhou Ziyu. They were about the same height, standing face to face, their eyes locked in hostility. A muscle-bound man with nothing but strength. Zhou Ziyu was instantly enraged, grabbing his collar. You son of a bitch, you want to fight? The tense atmosphere spread, causing many bystanders to whip out their phones and start filming. He Yubai laughed in anger, but the smile vanished instantly. He grabbed Zhou Ziyu's wrist. You're not worthy. Both of them were secretly exerting force. Even Zhou Ziyu was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the pretty boy to be so strong. He had originally thought the guy was weak and that a gust of wind could knock him over. These two love-struck idiots. Lu Yitong quietly moved her steps, distancing herself from them. She was terrified of being mistaken for knowing them. Wan hasn't even indicated who she'll be with yet. Here, they are inexplicably fighting. Are they crazy? Because of the commotion, more onlookers gathered. It immediately attracted the attention of the security guards at the art college gate. They came over and saw two male students apparently in a fight. Several guards rushed forward and pulled them apart, saying things like, let's talk it out. In fact, even without the guards, the two wouldn't have actually fought. Due to his family upbringing, He Yubai had always believed that fighting was the most foolish act, especially getting into a physical fight himself. That would be even more foolish, a self-defeating move. If it can be solved with money, it's a minor problem. He remembered that when he was a child, after his identity as the eldest son of the He group was spread, one day his driver suddenly couldn't make it, so he had to go home by himself. On the way, he was stopped by a few thugs who had been following him. Under the pretext of collecting protection money, they snatched his bag and rummaged through it. Since he didn't like carrying cash at the time, after they took a few dozen yuan in change, he was also subjected to verbal abuse. After returning home, he took out his piggy bank and used a few thousand yuan to make a deal with a more notorious. Later he heard news of those thugs. They had gotten into trouble and were beaten up by someone else crying and screaming. After that, there were no more thugs collecting protection money around the schools. From then on, He firmly believed that if there was still an unsolvable problem, it was because he hadn't earned enough money. Zhou Ziyu just wanted to scare the pretty boy. The school coaches still had high hopes for his future, and he didn't want to end up with a police record over such a trivial matter. Finally, under the persuasion of the guards, both let go. Treating them as juniors, the guards checked that neither was injured, and then comforted them, telling them not to dwell on it. They used cliches like boys should be magnanimous and friends after a fight to try to patch things up. When leaving, He maintained his usual cold expression. Since Jiang Wan was gone, he couldn't be bothered to give that fool a good face. What the hell? After catching several cold glances from Zhou Ziyu nearly jumped up. This pretty boy is putting on airs, isn't he? He was just acting like a whiny little bitch, and now he's giving me the stink eye. Lu Yitong looked up at the sky in exasperation. You two pigs are equally bad, okay? She thought, it's getting late, I should go too. This place was not safe to stay, as she also wanted to slip away. Hey, you're both leaving, then what about me? Zhou Ziyu scratched his head. What the hell is this? Forget it, I'm leaving too. Damn, he felt like such a fool. He had originally thought that because of the confession wall incident, Lu Yitong had been forced to take the blame. He hated owing favors, especially when it involved implicating a girl. He had planned to apologize to Lu Yitong, but then found out that Jiang Wan wasn't from the business school, so the dorm incident last time was a joint deception by the two of them. Fuck. He had diligently waited outside the dorm for half a month, hoping to move her with time, only to find out that he had only moved himself. Thinking of his bootlicking behavior, he felt like an idiot. Fuck. But then he thought of He the pretty boy who had also been searching at the art college for half a month and got the same result. He probably felt even worse, wanting to die. Huh. As long as the pretty boy felt bad, he himself would feel great. Jiang Wan is better suited to someone honest and reliable like him. She should stay away from that two-faced pretty boy, or she'll suffer. Zhou Ziyu mentally labeled himself with various good boyfriend tags, and with each tag, he belittled He He almost portrayed himself as the most suitable and perfect candidate. At this moment, Jiang Mian sat in the taxi, still looking unhappy. She felt she couldn't pull off the role of a vicious female supporting character. Forcing herself to say those deliberately hurtful words, she didn't know if He was hurt, but she felt terrible. She really was too kind. While she was pouting and staring blankly, Lu Yitong suddenly called her on WeChat. Wan, are you okay? She asked cautiously. I'm fine. Liar. Jiang Mian tried to make her tone sound carefree since she had put on an act earlier. She couldn't let anyone see through it now. I'm glad you're okay. And I want to ask, can I still hang out with you in the future? Lu Yitong's tone was very cautious. Jiang Mian's heart ached. If she had hurt two people in one day, that would be too much. Her soft-hearted weakness kicked in. Of course, we're best friends. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, Lu Yitong felt a huge weight lifted. Of course, who knows girls best? Girls, of course. But it's good that Wan can stay away from those two pigs. The taxi's heater was cranked up high, making Jiang Mian feel almost dizzyingly comfortable after hanging up the phone. The middle-aged driver kept the cabin dark, illuminated only by the occasional street lamp outside. Yet Jiang Mian couldn't get a clear look at his face. Half asleep, she felt someone caressing her thigh, dismissing it as a hallucination from sitting too long in that position. After she shifted her posture, the sensation of being touched vanished, but soon it returned, persistent and unwelcome. Exhausted from her earlier performance, she had hoped to rest, only to be plagued by this irritating illusion. Jiang Mian's fiery temper flared beyond control. With a burst of fury, she snapped open her eyes and glanced down. Damn it! That single glance nearly made her explode with rage. What do you think you're doing? Her sharp cry shattered the silence of the cabin. The driver's hand froze mid-caress, then withdrew awkwardly. I saw you sleeping and worried you might be cold, so I thought to ask if you wanted a blanket. Jiang Mian nearly laughed at his excuse. If he wanted to ask, why not just wake her? Or even nudge her? Instead, he had been groping her thigh for minutes. This was blatant sexual harassment. Streetlights cast a glow on the driver's face. A seemingly honest middle-aged man. But appearances could be deceiving. How could he do something so disgustingly vile? She had always thought such harassment reports were far from her having been male before. Now, as a woman, after enduring arrogant and self-absorbed men, it was only a matter of time before she encountered a lecherous creep. The thought of that old man touching her thigh made Jiang Mian both furious and amused, as if she had swallowed a mouthful of flies, utterly nauseated. Gazing out the window, she was uncertain where they were heading. As the vehicle moved, she had to suppress her anger for now. If she provoked him recklessly, a sudden brake or sharp turn could cause the car to roll over. This wasn't a police action movie with green screens and special effects to create explosive visuals. If the car rolled, it would be a near-death experience. No joke. And she didn't want to be dragged down by this scumbag. Let him die alone, a waste of society. After weighing her options despite cursing inwardly, Jang Mi-yeon played along. Do you have a blanket? Give me one then. She feigned calmness, pretending not to notice his harassment. The driver visibly relaxed. The blanket is on the back seat. Just turn around. Knowing he was a lecher, Jang Mi-yeon grew wary. She quickly grabbed the blanket covering herself and decided not to feign sleep anymore. Turn off the air conditioning. The cabin is stuffy and makes my head heavy. She suspected the driver had turned it up deliberately to lower her alertness through drowsiness. Fortunately, the driver complied without excuse. Silence enveloped the car, and Jang Mi-yeon hoped he would stop and that they would reach the destination soon. She couldn't provoke him, yet demanding to stop might arouse suspicion. Outside, darkness reigned, and even with streetlights it was hard to see any passers-by. In such cold, if the old lecher grew aggressive, her legs were no match for his four wheels. For now she had to endure, but Jang Mi-yeon miscalculated. The creep, far from stopping, began again. Pretty lady, you didn't sound happy on the phone. Did you fight with your boyfriend? His condescending tone reeked of paternalism. What business of his was it if lovers quarreled? Jang Mi-yeon, it's not a fight. He's just too possessive, she improvised. He doesn't trust me to go out alone at night. He called to yell at me earlier. If he saw me with another man, he'd grab a knife. The driver was left speechless. After an awkward chuckle, he said, kids are always hot-tempered. For a good relationship, you need to compromise. Men mature late. When he reaches my age, he'll know how to care for you. Jang Mi-yeon nearly retched at his disgusting tone. She thought backing off would ease things, but instead it emboldened. Overwhelmed by revulsion, she dropped the pretense. Stop the car. I'm getting out. Why get out? The lecher replied, oblivious to her anger, even enjoying her tantrum. I'm not a bad guy. Think about it. You needed a ride and you got into my car. That's fate. Fate my ass. Jang Mi-yeon cursed. I want out. Stop the damn car. Don't be mad, sweetie. You'll regret not cherishing a man like me. How about you let me touch you one more time, and he'll waive the fare. Jang Mi-yeon sneered, screw your mother. She knew exactly what this scum was scheming. His just a touch was a mere test. Once unsatisfied, he would secretly film evidence to blackmail and escalate his greed. Curse this bastard. Though his face was smiling after her refusal, he lightly pressed the accelerator, hinting at acceleration. Was he planning kidnapping and assault? Driven mad by loneliness, he had lost all reason for his base desire. Jang Mi-yeon refused to let this scumbag succeed. Before the car gained speed, she gripped the handbrake on the left and yanked it hard. Before the driver could react, the car screeched to a halt. Despite his efforts to steady the wheel, the vehicle veered. On the driver's side, it crashed into a roadside fire hydrant, deploying the airbag with a loud bang. The noise startled Song Hwaiji, who was driving toward them. He had spotted the car earlier, expecting to pass by, but the accident happened so fast. His professional instinct kicked in. He pulled over, jumped out, and rushed to help. But as he ran, the passenger door opened, and a young woman stumbled out. Seeing her unsteady steps, Song Hwaiji quickly steadied her. When she lifted her head, her star-like, soul-stirring eyes pierced his heart unexpectedly. All around was silent. The sight felt like glimpsing a deer in the deep forest. Are you all right? Song Hwaiji asked hurriedly, but the only response he received was a wave of the other's hand. I'm fine. Jang Mi-yeon felt her mind spinning. The impact was more severe than crashing into a bumper car. As for injuries, that old rogue probably fared worse than she did. Before the car screeched to a halt and flew off, she had already seen his large face smack directly into the steering wheel. If the timing hadn't been so inappropriate, she would have burst into laughter. A car accident was no joke, and Song Hwaiji feared she might have undetected internal injuries. He quickly helped her sit on a roadside curb, and considering she was a girl and the cold, wet ground would be harmful, Song Hwaiji took off his coat without a word and laid it on the ground. The cold wind outside helped clear Jang Mi-yeon's dizzy mind, but her body still struggled to stay steady. This passerby who had rescued her wanted to help her sit down, and she had already resigned herself to a frozen bottom. But in the next second, instead of the expected cold touch, she felt something soft and warm. Jang Mi-yeon looked up. His coat was gone. Glancing down, she realized she was sitting on it. Also, the warmth was his body heat. Such a considerate gesture made Jang Mi-yeon warm up to him. A timely favor was deep. Even if she couldn't repay it, she should at least recognize her benefactor's face. Jang Mi-yeon looked up and saw him wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Her gaze traveled down to a high-necked white turtleneck sweater that complemented his pale skin, and his full soft lips looked kissable and easy to bully. Whose male model was out on a late shift. So dedicated. This inexplicably embarrassing feeling of infatuation. Damn, this guy seemed even hotter than Master He. Oh no, stop those thoughts. It must be that old rogue's influence making her vulgar. Damn, she wanted to slap herself awake. Rest here for a while. He'll go check on that man over there. After settling her down, Song Hwaiji got up again, but Jang Mi-yeon tugged at his trousers. Cough, don't go. Jang Mi-yeon cleared her irritated throat. That's an old rogue in there. If you go rescue him, he might take advantage of you on purpose. Song Huaiji. Had he been too absorbed in his studies and fallen out of touch with the world? How come modern girls were so startlingly straightforward? Earlier in the car, Jiang Mian had considered turning back into a boy to scare him to death. But then she thought about today's world. Boys needed to protect themselves too. What if the old rogue got even more excited realizing she was a guy? In the past, she had been bullied by those kids, but now looking at Song Huaiji's face, she felt sure he'd be bullied by the two meanings of bullying were very different. Before Song Huaiji could ask what happened, the driver's side door opened, and the old rogue got out cursing. Even though his forehead was broken and blood dripped from his face to his neck, he still bellowed angrily. What the hell are you doing, you crazy bitch? Don't you know how dangerous that is? Are you trying to kill me? So let's talk this out calmly. Seeing the man furious with blood all over his face, an eerie sight in the dark, Song Huaiji immediately stepped forward to appease him. Accidents are something none of us want. Let's settle things peacefully. How about we sit down and calm ourselves before talking? Calm my ass. The rogue driver's anger flared. I nearly died, and you dare tell me to stay calm. Fine. I get it now. You two are in cahoots, aren't you? No wonder this crazy broad looks like such a slut. So you planned a honey trap to screw me over, huh? Now my car is wrecked. If you don't pay up, we'll call the cops and have both of you bastards arrested. Hearing the foul language, Song Huaiji's face turned cold. You made two mistakes. First, our dispute has nothing to do with our parents. You shouldn't have badmouthed my mother. Second, compensation is negotiable, but you can't insult people. Apologize to this young lady. Apologize. Was he serious? Jiang Mian thought he was incredibly brave. Even though the old rogue was so furious that more blood poured from his forehead, this handsome guy could still reason without flinching. Truly a role model. The old rogue had ranted a bunch, yet received such a composed response. It felt like punching cotton, and it gave him a throbbing headache. What if I don't apologize? You gonna fight me? The rogue driver walked over full of provocation. Go ahead, hit me. You look like a sissy. Are you even fully grown? As he spoke, he reached out to shove Song Huaiji. But just as his hand was about to make contact, Song Huaiji sidestepped, grabbed his arm, bent down, and flipped him over his shoulder. Before the rogue knew what hit him, he was slammed onto the ground. Disoriented, he was in so much pain that sweat poured out, and he couldn't speak. Sorry, Song Huaiji let go calmly. I've taken Taekwondo. Jiang Mian was utterly stunned. She almost wanted to applaud him. Amazing. What was this? A gentleman skilled in both letters and martial arts. A double whammy of physical and mental attacks. Since you want to call the cops, let's go to the station and sort things out. Song Huaiji took out his phone to call the police. This move completely baffled the rogue, who had only threatened to call the police out of anger to scare them. If the matter went to the station, not only would his car take time to fix, but if his rogue behavior was discovered, he'd have a criminal record. The neighbors would find out, he'd lose face, and his job would be gone. He was about to beg for mercy, but unexpectedly, Jiang Mian grabbed Song Huaiji's hand. First, forget about calling the police. As much as she wanted to lock up that scumbag for 10 days or 2 weeks, better yet get him a record and notify his family to humiliate him thoroughly. But she had already been to the police station tonight. She didn't want to go a second time. It wouldn't just be questioning. They'd have to check injuries and submit ID for registration. Just thinking about the terrifying scene of her identity being exposed made Jiang Mian shake her head 1,000 times. She absolutely couldn't be more humiliated than that old rogue. But what about his harassment just now, He didn't cause any actual harm. Jiang Mian smirked slyly, and I secretly recorded it. I have evidence. If we have evidence, why let such a villain off? Song Huaiji blinked his clear eyes and asked seriously. Damn, this guy was even more stubborn than Zhou Ziyu. Helpless Jiang Mian had to put on an act again, weakly clutching her forehead, as if about to collapse. My head feels so dizzy. Maybe it's a side effect. The moment she said it, she wanted to bite her tongue. Damn, she must have hit her head too hard. She couldn't even get a simple excuse right. But Song Huaiji actually believed her, because in the next second Jiang Mian felt her body lift as he carried her in a princess hold. What's happening? Aren't you feeling unwell? We need to get to the hospital quickly. It's inconvenient to hail a cab here. Better take my... Like a considerate medic, Song Huaiji put her in the car and even fastened her seatbelt. Whatever, she'd never waste money on male models anyway. For now, she'd just enjoy treating her benefactor like a male model. As for that old rogue, let him go cool off somewhere. Watching the two drive away, he stared at his wrecked car, the cold wind whipping against him. A harsh reminder that none of this was an illusion. But what was he supposed to do about his car? Having just escaped from the old scoundrel's car, she was compelled by circumstance to suddenly board this handsome man's vehicle. Jiang Mian cast a few furtive glances, noting that the man was fair-skinned and youthful, with an air of profound knowledge in his brow. But who could be certain that someone who appeared upright wasn't a villain? After much deliberation, though he had helped her, one thing was separate from another. She would repay his kindness another day, or for now she needed to find a way out of the car. I'm not a pervert. Song Huaiji pushed up his glasses and preempted her before she finished. Nor a lecher or a rogue. How can you belittle yourself like that? I haven't said anything yet. Jiang Mian spoke in an utterly serious tone, attempting to clear her own name. He tilted his head to look at her large eyes, which seemed to be filled with words like believe me quickly. Song Huaiji couldn't hold back a quiet, stifled laugh. Jiang Mian found it odd. What are you laughing at? Aren't you curious why I said that just now? At the traffic light, the car slowly came to a halt. Song Huaiji rested one hand on the steering wheel, shifting the topic. Why? Jiang Mian was successfully diverted. Because I happened to notice. Song Huaiji turned to her with a slight curl of his lips. From the moment you got in until now, you've sneaked glances at me 3 times. The first time you pretended to brush your hair. The second time you faked rubbing your eyes. The third time you looked directly through the rearview mirror. As his words fell, Song Huaiji even laughed at his own speech. Given the earlier situation, you must have secretly suspected in your heart whether I might also be a perverted hooligan with a hidden face. Am I right? Though framed as a question, his tone was firm. Damn. Was this man a psychology PhD? Or could he read minds? Or even read minds? He was like a tapeworm in her stomach. All her little thoughts had been uncovered by him. But even if he guessed correctly, Jiang Mian would never admit it. Am I the kind of person who projects his own pettiness onto a gentleman's heart? You are my savior. With your model-like physique and face. What model? What physique and face? Song Huaiji's face darkened with lines of disbelief. He was once again taken aback. He had no choice but to interrupt again. Miss, may I ask your surname? My surname is Jiang. No need for formality. This feeling was truly marvelous. Those terms like your esteemed surname and no need for formality that elders often used when suddenly employed by herself gave her the illusion of instantly becoming an adult. Then Miss Jiang, do you know your acting is really terrible? Huh? When? Just now when you praised me as a model. Fortunately, the dim cabin concealed his features. Song Huaiji uttered those 2 words dryly, and a flush of red flashed across his face. Jiang Mian blinked. Can I call you a model? You're missing the point. But your point is exactly model. Song Huaiji was left speechless and simply changed the subject. Should I take you home or back to school? Huh? Weren't you supposed to take me to the hospital? Jiang Mian, who had just won a small victory, was secretly pleased. She almost didn't catch up when she heard that. You didn't even want to go to the police station, so would you agree to go to the hospital? Song Huaiji then deliberately said, if you want to go to the hospital, I can turn around right now. Hey, no, not the hospital. Jiang Mian quickly waved her hands. Going to the hospital for a checkup would also require registration. When she had to produce her ID card, where would she go? The men's clinic or the women's clinic? So I told you your acting is really terrible. Song Huaiji curved his lips, enjoying Jiang Mian's genuine reactions, which carried a touch of adorable playfulness. Having regained the upper hand, his mood improved. Smug. How could there be such a smug man? Jiang Mian wanted to get out right now. She really didn't want to stay in the same carriage with this smug childish freak any longer. You haven't answered me yet. Home or school? Just drop me off here. Jiang Mian's home was not in this city. As for school, the identity Jiang one had already been successfully expelled by herself. All right. Before Jiang Mian could react, the car whooshed and pulled over to the side of the road. Then the next second, Song Huaiji not only unbuckled her seatbelt, but also got out himself. He walked around the front of the car and opened the door for her with thoughtfulness. Miss Jiang, please. What? She had just casually said that, and he actually did it. Looking at his kind expression, Jiang Mian forced a smile. Thank you. Anyway, this year was full of absurdities, so meeting a few weirdos was normal. Jiang Mian consoled herself, stepped out, but before she could steady herself, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, and her legs gave way, nearly sending her to her knees. But halfway down, she was caught by a pair of strong arms. Close call. Almost a lightning bolt of pain straight to the top of her head. Are you all right? Thank you. They spoke at the same time, a question and an answer in uncanny synchronicity. After a moment of silence, Song Huaiji asked again, injured your leg? It seems I twisted my ankle. Jiang Mian tried to stand on tiptoe, and a stabbing pain immediately shot through her right ankle. Seeing her frown, Song Huaiji nodded. Just as I thought. A pulled ligament. Just as he thought. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. If you knew, why didn't you warn me earlier? That was just my personal judgment, Song Huaiji explained with logical reasoning. Since you didn't want to go to the hospital, I wasn't sure if my guess was correct, so I had to test it this way. Test it this way. Test. This way. Damn. Was she a guinea pig? Well, thank you very much. Though Jiang Mian wore a smile, her words were gritted. You're welcome. Song Huaiji's expression remained unchanged. Respecting others' fates is my consistent principle. Fuck. Jiang Mian was so angry she nearly choked. She really wanted to clench her little fist and beat him to death. Such a rational man. Dating him would surely be exasperating. She wondered which poor girl would be so unlucky in the future. She was now 200% certain that this guy was definitely not a villain. He couldn't even fake a smile. If he were a bad guy, he would surely get a bad review. Need help? Song Huaiji helped her back into the passenger seat. There's a first aid kit in the trunk. Yes, Jiang Mian nodded in frustration. This man acted like he came from abroad. Couldn't even pick up on polite pleasantries. Song Huaiji had expected her to coyly say something like, I don't want to trouble you, but unexpectedly her brain seemed to have turned a corner. It seemed she had finally realized her poor acting and simply decided to stop pretending. He brought the first aid kit from the trunk, rolled up his sleeves, and crouched in front of Jong Mi-yeon. After removing her right shoe and sock, he took out the safflower oil for bruises. Since we're not in the hospital, I can't borrow anesthetic wet gauze. If it hurts too much when I rub it, please bear with it. So saying, he poured some safflower oil into his palm, warmed it with the heat of his hand, and then pressed it against Jong Mi-yeon's ankle, massaging and resetting bit by bit along the bone. His hands were very warm, while her own foot was cold. When Song Hwaiji touched her ankle, it felt like being scalded by the heat, and she involuntarily flinched. Does it hurt? Song Hwaiji looked up, a hint of doubt in his eyes behind the lenses. No, actually it didn't hurt, just felt a bit hot. The other's hands were hot. Even if it hurts, bear with it. A pulled ligament is no small matter. Only when the bruising is worked out and blood circulation is smooth can it gradually recover. Every time she heard words like bear with it, Jong Mi-yeon couldn't help but get emotional. Blame it on too many romance novels and comics in her childhood, which made her mind prematurely mature and dirty. She half-jokingly said, when your technique is poor, do guys always tell girls to bear with it? She meant it as a joke, but Song Hwaiji looked up with a serious expression. Please rest assured, Miss Jong. When it comes to treating a pulled ligament, I am very professional. Well, that killed the conversation again. A man so devoid of romance. Whoever dates him in the future will surely be bored to death. She truly pitied that unfortunate sister. But as he had said, his massage technique was indeed good. Jong Mi-yeon's originally tense nerves gradually relaxed under his steady kneading. Staring at Song Hwaiji's dark-haired crown after marveling at the quality of his hair, Jong Mi-yeon couldn't help but let that question pop up in her mind again. My surname is Song. Oh, brother Song. As soon as she said it, Jong Mi-yeon wanted to throw her own mouth. What kind of nonsense was she calling him? Brother Song. Why not Brother Gift? It reeked of street gangs. Go ahead. Noticing Jong Mi-yeon's hesitation, Song Hwaiji urged her to continue, paying no attention to the address. Since he didn't mind, Jong Mi-yeon decided not to be shy either. Brother Song, in that situation earlier you rushed to help without a second thought. Song Hwaiji answered without looking up. Professional ethics. It happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to think. I just dashed over. Are you a doctor? No. Then a teacher? Yes, congratulations, you're right. But no prize. You. What a cold joke. Jong Mi-yeon really wondered how someone so young could enjoy telling such awkward, corny jokes, and have such a peculiar personality. But she truly wouldn't have guessed he was a teacher. However, his assertive nature was indeed suitable for educating students. She figured that at his school's honor roll, teacher Song would likely be listed every year. After a moment of silence, Jong Mi-yeon spoke again. Even though you're a teacher with high moral character, weren't you afraid I might take advantage of you? For example, falling into your arms, accusing you of hitting me, and extorting a few million from you. Just that. Isn't that enough? Then you're not too greedy. Was that a compliment or a sarcastic sneer? Jong Mi-yeon tentatively asked, should I say thank you for that? Having finished the massage, Song Hwaiji stood up, pulled a few tissues from the dashboard, and wiped his hands. Seeing this, Jong Mi-yeon thought, don't ask, my mind is already dirty. After packing the first aid kit, and making sure Jong Mi-yeon could put on her own shoes and socks, and that the pain from the sprain had eased, Song Hwaiji slowly explained, first, I'm not afraid you'll extort me. Judging by your appearance, you're not bad looking. Being extorted by you wouldn't be a loss for me. Second, I'm not afraid you'll extort me for money. My father is the vice president of a hospital. If you don't mind, you can have an injury report done at any time, everything based on evidence. Also, I have 2 uncles who run law firms, so I have nothing to worry about in a lawsuit. So he looked at Jong Mi-yeon. Do you understand? I understand. Jong Mi-yeon nodded repeatedly. She understood everything. She was just a lowly underling. One more thing, Miss Jong, I want to tell you. Huh? Jong Mi-yeon frowned slightly. Was he going to charge her for the consultation and massage? Then she might as well go hire a male model. Young ladies shouldn't drive dirty jokes so casually. It's not very elegant. It took Jong Mi-yeon a while. Damn. So you understood it all along, and were just pretending. Song Hwaiji raised an eyebrow slightly, and placed an index finger before his lips. And don't curse so casually. It's not very cute. Alright, you may leave now. He put the medical kit back into the trunk, and Song Hwaiji began to dismiss her. Leave? Jong Mi-yeon simply couldn't follow his train of thought. My foot is in such a state, and you're actually kicking me out. She wiggled her foot, showcasing its limp and lifeless state, her eyes fixed on Song Hwaiji, as if to say, do you even hear yourself? Just a moment ago she had categorized him as a good person, and now he pulls this stunt. But faced with Jong Mi-yeon's resentful gaze, Song Hwaiji simply filtered it out. 20 minutes ago, I asked whether you wanted to go home or to the hospital, and you said to pull over because you wanted to get out. 1 minute ago, due to the sudden situation of your ankle ligament sprain, I treated it, and now it's fine. Logically speaking, you can now go and do what you wanted to do 20 minutes ago. Alright, Jong Mi-yeon immediately cut him off. Brother Song, are you actually a robot produced by research experts? Song Hwaiji didn't understand. Why do you say that? The way you report things is exactly like an emotionless. Jong Mi-yeon analyzed seriously. I think you shouldn't be a teacher. You should become the personal assistant to the chairman of a listed group. If there are 365 days in a year, you could work non-stop following your boss around. Dating someone like this would definitely make one die of loneliness. Even in the mainland, you'd end up in a long-distance relationship. Once again, she felt sorry for that poor sister she had never met. After hearing Zhang Mian's well-reasoned analysis, Song Huaiji paused, then spoke again. So are you leaving or not? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mian instantly became furious. Not going. In her anger, she only got slightly angry. Why aren't you leaving? Song Huaiji couldn't help asking, even though the person in front of him had already been angered into a puffy face. This scene reminded him of the gradient cat his little niece kept. Usually looking laid back and sleepy, but if provoked it would also bare its teeth and glare like this. Isn't that a nonsense question? Zhang Mian said through gritted teeth. Look at this place. There's no village ahead and no one behind. Where could I go? Follow this sidewalk straight ahead. Zhang Mian, are you serious? Just walk for half an hour. You won't see a village, but you'll definitely see a shop. Zhang Mian, you're not joking, are you? Oh, that's not quite right. Given your current walking posture, with an inconvenient leg and unable to take big steps, you might need nearly 50 minutes. Zhang Mian, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Song Huaiji acted as if he didn't hear, gesturing, please. It'll please you. Forget it, cursing is too uncivilized. Zhang Mian simply chose to shut up. It's just walking for an hour. What's the big deal? Brave little sheep, she's not afraid of difficulties. After psyching herself up, Zhang Mian tried to stand up. He indeed wasn't boasting. After a round of massage techniques, the right ankle no longer hurt. Walk if I must. Who's afraid? At worst, after this guy drives away, she could secretly hail a taxi back. It couldn't be that she'd run into two sleazy old thugs in one night, could it? Thinking this, Zhang Mian felt no more worries. Just as she was about to step forward and walk away, the next second, Song Huaiji pressed her back into the seat, then helped fasten her seatbelt and closed the car door. His movements were smooth and fluid. Zhang Mian only felt as if something had flown past her eyes, and then she was back in the car. Shortly after, Song Huaiji also returned to the driver's seat. Zhang Mian asked in confusion, you? Just a joke. Miss Zhang wouldn't mind, would you? Song Huaiji curved the corner of his mouth at her, speaking with an expression of total justification. So this was his way of retaliating against her earlier joke. What? Oh my God. How could there be such a childish man? He can even be a teacher. A kindergarten one. Could children understand his lame jokes? At this moment, Zhang Mian only felt that this brother sitting beside him was far from being a glorious teacher of the people. At best, he was a 1.8-meter giant infant, and an extremely childish one at that. After the car started, Zhang Mian asked again, where are you taking me? To a place where you can find a shop. Damn, looks like they can't have a proper conversation. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mian felt awkward. She had no idea what had gotten into her today. She felt entirely affected and ridiculously pretentious. After careful thought, she realized it might be because she had never met someone like Song Huaiji, someone who doesn't act on emotions, but lets rationality dominate his mind. Watching him tell lame jokes with a straight face, yet remembering every small thing and every word others said, Zhang Mian thought. His memory was really good. After thinking it over, since she had received his kindness, saying thank you was only proper. Zhang Mian, thank you. You're welcome. Between them was a tacit understanding that needed no words. She said thank you, and he seemed to know what she was thanking him for. Don't you want to ask me why I refused to go to the police station back then? You must have had your reasons. Since you didn't want to talk about the situation at the time, there was no need for me to pry. I'm not that ungrateful. Song Huaiji then added, besides, I also said that respecting others' fates and letting go of the urge to help is my principle. For example, if you had been unconscious at the time, I would have unhesitatingly called the police and sent you to the hospital, but you were conscious, able to decide your own whereabouts. So why should I impose my will on you? He spoke methodically, but Zhang Mian found it amusing. Why do you sound like an old man? With your personality, before marriage, would you also have to divide property with the woman? Not taking a penny more, and if it's less, she must give it back. You're overthinking. Hearing her laugh, Song Huaiji also smiled. I'm not that petty. If I get married in the future, I would actually hope my other half can be a bit materialistic. Why, Zhang Mian couldn't help turning her head. Youth is priceless. I would rather she be with me for my money. Song Huaiji's voice was pleasant. After all, enduring love is rare, and the 7-year itch is common. She can covet my money, my good looks, or even my family background, but she must not covet my kindness. If one day love fades between us, I will withdraw my kindness toward her. Song Huaiji turned to look at her. Wouldn't that be too unfair to her? It seemed cold and ruthless, but upon careful reflection, it didn't sound unreasonable. Many years later, Zhang Mian would still recall this scene of conversing with Song Huaiji in the car. It was only then that she suddenly understood. What Song Huaiji taught her was not to distinguish love and hate clearly, but to build her own heart strong. Time is ruthless. It flies by, rapidly changing everyone's appearance and weakening even the most solid emotions. Yet it can never defeat the still actively beating and powerful heart within the chest. I apologize, Song Huaiji said with a light laugh. Is it perhaps inappropriate for me to bring up this topic? He seemed to have spoken a bit too much. The young woman before him was at that exquisite age of blooming beauty. If she were to be likened to a flower, this was the moment she should be displaying her full radiance. A too rational interpretation of emotions was hardly suitable for sharing with her. At her age, a maiden with a budding heart would still hold onto romantic illusions. Not at all. Jiang Mian gently shook her head. To be precise, she had inadvertently steered the conversation this way. This feeling was distinctly different, as though two completely disparate souls had suddenly encountered each other. This sensation was unlike when she was with He Yubai or Zhou Ziyu. The point of divergence manifested clearly in the way they interacted. With He Yubai, she seemed to treat him merely as a good buddy and roommate, teasing him while fearing that he might see through her. With Zhou Ziyu, she clearly never steered their relationship toward romance. After all, if feelings are not mutual, one party is bound to be let down. As for this Song Huaiji, Jiang Mian felt that interacting with him was a wondrous experience, as if they were friends who had never met before. In his presence, she didn't need to deliberately conceal anything. Because facing his rationality, the mask she so carefully crafted became utterly exposed. The feeling Song Huaiji gave her was a sense of ease. Even as strangers, they could still converse comfortably. He always said her acting was too poor, but the truth was that he himself was not one to pretend. Thus he was better at summoning candor with candor. Jiang Mian felt she had almost figured out his temperament. No matter when she spoke or what words came out of her mouth, this older brother Song seemed unshaken and could handle it with ease. Since you're being so frank and rational, Jiang Mian cleared her throat, I've decided to tell you another secret. I'm all ears. That is, Jiang Mian turned her head. I actually never recorded anything. I know. The expression on Song Huaiji's face was as placid as Jiang Mian had imagined. As if this were hardly a secret at all. Even with some psychological preparation, Jiang Mian couldn't help but be astonished. You knew that too. Of course. As I said, Miss Jiang, your acting really is terrible. Jiang Mian. She suddenly felt that being so forthright might not be such a good thing. It left others utterly embarrassed. Falling in love with someone like him would definitely be devoid of fun. Any planned surprises would lose their charm. She truly pitied the unfortunate sister who would end up with him. But if that sister happened to suffer from PMS, the two of them would surely lead a particularly interesting life. At the thought of Song Huaiji being driven to his wits' end, Jiang Mian almost burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? We're here. Get out of the car. Huh, we're here. Where? Jiang Mian snapped back to reality and realized he had already pulled over and stopped. At the place where I work. The place where you work? Wasn't that the school? Why come back to school so late at night? Oh, she got it. After all, young people often have a little absent-mindedness. That was normal. Let her guess, maybe he forgot his charger at school, or maybe he left his lesson plan behind. Jiang Mian was lost and thought, a mysterious smile on her face. Song Huaiji looked at her with amusement. What kind of expression is that? Are you saying bad things about me in your mind? How could I? Jiang Mian's face changed instantly. Am I that kind of person? Song Huaiji pondered for a moment before firmly saying, you are. Get lost. But when Jiang Mian got out of the car, she was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the business school? Why, you're a university professor? Jiang Mian almost lost her voice. Yes, why? Don't I look it? In what way do you look like one? Gentleman-ered, fair-skinned, wearing a pair of glasses. He was the spitting image of a scholarly gentleman. He seemed perfectly suited for waving his arms and teaching children to sing in a kindergarten. Jiang Mian could even imagine him starting the tune, Dig, 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 in the little garden. Hearing that childlike nursery rhyme and looking at his face, what a perfect fit. But someone like that just told her he was a university professor. And of all places, at the business school. What a small world, Jiang Mian couldn't help thinking. Song Huaiji saw her expression and raised an eyebrow. Why do you look so skeptical? Do you think someone like me is better suited for teaching kindergarten kids to sing? Damn. Jiang Mian was shocked. How did you know that again? But as soon as she said it, she quickly covered her mouth. It was absolutely ridiculous. Her innermost thoughts were guessed by him. Did she even have any dignity left? It's written all over your face. Song Huaiji curled his lips. Also, girls shouldn't curse. It makes you oomph. Jiang Mian lowered her hand. Has Teacher Song never heard a saying? Oh, cuteness is worthless in the face of sexiness. So, with a rebellious streak, Jiang Mian deliberately struck a pose. Teacher Song, why not use a different word to instruct me? Maybe then I'd be more receptive. I'm sorry. Song Huaiji was as rational as ever. In such cold weather, everyone's wrapped up like dumplings. Faced with your thoroughly insulated self, I honestly can't come up with any word other than cute. Well, the pose was wasted. Brushing off some pet hair from his clothes, Song Huaiji spoke again. I forgot to ask. Are you a student at the business school? What if I said yes? Then you'd better hurry inside. The dormitory curfew is approaching. What if I said, then you'd best go home or back to your school. It's too late, and it's unsafe for a young woman to be out alone. Wow, what a textbook response. Jiang Rebellious Mian persisted. What if I said I'm homeless? The police station is staffed 24 hours. You can crash there for the night, and once morning comes you can continue your wandering journey. How can a mouth as warm as 37C utter such cold words, eh? Song Huaiji. He was finally rendered speechless, and for some reason Zhang Mian felt a sense of achievement. Seeing her laugh so happily, Song Huaiji couldn't help chuckling. If you were my student teasing your teacher like this, make sure you failed the final exam. Then it's a good thing I'm not your student. She said this, then dropped her smile and asked seriously, what subject do you teach? An open elective course, appreciation of art paintings. Zhang Mian smiled. I suddenly feel you're still more suited for teaching children songs in kindergarten. Then I'd still prefer instructing university students like you with such clear and foolish eyes. He'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. My pleasure. You're welcome. Maybe she could find time to attend his lecture. It was probably quite unique in style. Though Zhang Mian still chatted and laughed with him on the surface, a knot of anxiety tightened in her heart over the impending dormitory curfew. Especially the dormitory matron. Each time she passed by the window these days, she could sense a palpable gloom radiating from the woman. If she returned even later, she would once again have to exhaust her eloquence pleading at the door. Seizing a plausible excuse, Zhang Mian parted ways with Song Huaiji without a hitch. Yet before she left, he asked, Miss Zhang, could you grant me a definitive name? I'll tell you when we meet next time. Promise. Promise. Then I wish you a good night. You too. Good night, teacher Song. Watching Zhang Mian's bouncing silhouette as she trotted away, Song Huaiji did not notice the curve already tugging at his lips. In truth, there was one thing he had deceived Zhang Mian about. He was not yet a formally appointed instructor at the business school. His presence tonight was merely to settle into the faculty dormitory in advance. His graduation thesis remained without direction. His professor, preoccupied with traveling, had no time to supervise him and simply granted him a 6-month leave, telling him to go wherever he pleased, even back to China. After consulting with his family and thinking of his long unseen parents, he chose to return home. Whether this period was for relaxation or simply a break, so be it. Yet after staying at home for a week, boredom quickly set in. In his own words, having been perpetually busy and fulfilled since childhood, the sudden idleness now stirred a sense of guilt in his mind. It so happened that his father knew the university's vice president, the two were close friends, and thus an appointment was arranged for him. With his academic credentials and capability, teaching an elective course was more than sufficient. Consider it an early adaptation to the work life. At least in his view, being a university professor was a rather relaxed job. During his tenure, he could also continue pondering his graduation thesis. The differences in customs Western minds always roamed with wild, unbridled imagination. Song Huaiji recalled that just before his return to China, his old professor had teased him with a touch of whimsy, perhaps after you go back you might meet the person you'll spend your life with. At that time he paid it no heed. After all, someone destined to be your lifelong companion. The odds of such a meeting were infinitesimal. Yet perhaps it was due to his long sojourn abroad that Song Huaiji's mindset had shifted somewhat. He had never believed in fate, for destiny was something to be seized through one's own efforts. But he did believe in serendipity. For some things, when they happen, it feels as if fate has arrived unstoppable. Could this Miss Zhang possibly be his serendipity? Song Huaiji let out a silent wry laugh, calling her his student that he could believe. Zhang Mian truly dashed back to the dormitory, just in time, a mere second before the matron locked the door. From a distance he saw the matron about to secure the lock, and he sprinted, a full-out charge, flying through the entrance. Still he could not escape a torrent of scolding from the matron. Back in the dormitory, just as he had anticipated, Scholar Chen was studying with the utmost composure amid the uproar of a certain classmate's wild cries from the gaming battlefield. Finding tranquility in a storm, truly a genius. Upon seeing him return, Chinyu removed his earbuds. Zhang Mian. Suddenly a voice burst from the bed curtain. Above you, bastard, take your father's blade. Chinyu paused. He said, fuck, why won't the support heal me? That marksman is as useless as a pile of shit. Why do you care about him? I'm the jungler. Come support me. Chinyu paused again, then calmly rose, walked to the curtain, and yanked it open with a sudden force. A small hidden world was abruptly flooded with light, and Feng Jun let out a startled scream. What are you doing? Chinyu gestured for silence with a deadpan expression. If you keep shouting and making a racket, I can only guarantee that in this dorm room there will be at most 3 living, breathing creatures. Okay, I swear I'll be quiet now. Feng Jun, seeing that his tone was no joke, immediately cowered and complied. It wasn't that he couldn't take Chinyu in a fight. It was that after binge-watching too many short videos, he was well aware of how formidable these academic elites could be. If you clashed with someone hot-tempered, at worst the other party would snap and hack you with a blade. The final outcome, 1 dead and 1 in prison. But if you clashed with someone whose brains were devilishly sharp, you could end up gasping your last breath in your sleep one night. Even more terrifying if they wished your corpse might never be found. How terrifying! Feng Jun made a zipping motion across his lips, then obediently drew the curtain back. Zhang Mian was barely able to react. Brother Chen, what did you do to him? How else could that guy be so agreeable? Nothing, Chun, said earnestly. He's been fairly obedient lately. Obedient? Just look at that threat. No profanity, yet so chilling. Feng Jun, lying in his bunk, dared not voice his fury. How could a man with a 37C mouth utter such terrifying words? After confirming Feng Jun was quiet, Jiang Mian asked, what were you about to say? He Yubai said he needs to see you, at the far end of the corridor to the right. Jiang Mian was puzzled. Can't he say whatever it is right here in the dorm? I don't know, Chen Yu replied, settling back into his seat. Maybe it's inconvenient here. Go find out. Jiang Mian was reluctant to step out. Both ends of the hallway were open to the air, and a gust of wind hit him every time he pushed the door open. Was this the damn sense of ritual that rich people had? Did they have to talk under the moon and flowers? Jiang Mian didn't understand, but he obediently walked over anyway. At the end of the corridor was a small door so badly broken that it had simply been removed. On that tiny balcony stood He Yubai, his figure exuding a hint of loneliness. Lost in thought, he seemed not to notice Jiang Mian's arrival. He Yubai stood straight, hands in his pockets. Far away on a building across the distance, a huge billboard blazed with a kaleidoscope of colored lights. Jiang Mian glanced toward it, then turned his gaze back to He Yubai. In the profound stillness, a sudden intense impulse surged within him. A burning curiosity to know what was going through He Yubai's mind. But before he could react, He Yubai's gaze shifted abruptly. A breeze ruffled He Yubai's hair, and Jiang Mian clearly heard him call out, "Little lamb." Yet the tone was not as it used to be, as if something was missing or perhaps something had been added. Before he could reply, He Yubai already approached him. But he was given no chance to speak. He Yubai cornered him directly. Who is she really? Jiang Mian knew who he was referring to, but he simply had no way to explain. In an instant, remorse and shame flooded his heart. He should never have made that joke. It was his fault. He had opened Pandora's box in He Yubai's heart, releasing the man's covetous greed. Lowering his head, Jiang Mian's mind swirled with 1,000 thoughts, but all he could utter was, "I'm sorry." He heard He Yubai's voice laced with a faint self-mockery. "I almost believe that you two really are cousins, because the way you say sorry, your demeanor and tone, are so alike." Jiang Mian knew in his heart that he was a sinner. He dared not lift his head to meet He Yubai's eyes. He knew that within them must be brimming with sorrow. Even though he could be carefree and heartless in front of everyone, he still couldn't face He Yubai. Unless he could make Jiang Wan disappear forever. Forget it, she doesn't want to see me. I can't blame you. After all, back then you were just trying to help. Jiang Mian speculated that when He Yubai had been gazing into the distance earlier, his heart must have been filled with words he wanted to say and questions he wanted to ask. But now not a single sentence could be uttered. A feeling Jiang Mian understood all too well. Watching He Yubai's retreating figure, he couldn't help adding, "He Yubai, I'm truly sorry." The other said nothing more, merely walking away with a pretense of nonchalance, waving a hand in a show of indifference. After that cryptic conversation with He Yubai, Jiang Mian could clearly feel the atmosphere in the dormitory sing. Originally, they were all overly quiet by nature except for Feng Jun, who when gaming couldn't help but be boisterous. But lately even he had grown quiet. The main issue was his loose tongue. He simply couldn't resist stirring up trouble. Seeing the dorm's already strange atmosphere, he still couldn't control his mouth and had to speak. Even if he had to speak, he just had to hit the nail on the head and stride straight into He Yubai's minefield. At that time, Feng Jun, unable to bear the eerie silence in the dorm, blurted out, "Little lamb, did young master, he fail to woo your cousin?" Unaware of the many events that had transpired, his eyes were especially clear and foolish when he asked. Good heavens, this matter had almost become He Yubai's taboo, yet this fool still rushed to break it. Jiang Mian really didn't want to answer this question. He silently put on his earphones, pretending not to hear. If he said yes, Feng Jun would be happy, but it would be a slap to He Yubai's face. If he said no, or that he didn't know, given this guy's brainlessness, he would certainly keep pressing, and then He Yubai would probably escape. Might be shameful, but it worked. Feng Jun, unable to get a reply from Jiang Mian, was about to suppress his curiosity and press further. Suddenly, He Yubai on the other side turned his head and stared at him coldly, his gaze icy and terrifying. Somehow under that look, Feng Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, he seemed to have discovered a secret he shouldn't know. Finished. If one day Chen Yu couldn't stand him and did him in, young master, he would definitely be an accomplice. Scared out of his wits, Feng Jun stayed quiet for several days. Time passed day by day. Lu Yitong no longer appeared, and Zhou Ziyu seemed to have vanished as well. Only he and He Yubai as roommates still met each other frequently. In these uneventful days, Jiang Mian even wished that Jiang Wan was just a dream he had. But the message from Lin Nanxiang pulled him back to reality. In the text, Lin Nanxiang succinctly explained the reason. As for how he got his number, it was because when the police made records, he had kept a sharp eye and memorized it. It seemed they had caught Luo Biao's accomplices, and the police station called him in for identification. Zhang Qian had to work and had no time. He had no other friends nearby, and was too scared to go alone, so he thought of Jiang Mian. Since there were no classes today, Jiang Mian found a place to transform first, then called back, "Hello, Lin Nanxiang." The voice on the other end was uncertain. "Sister Jiang Wan, is that you?" "It's me, not my mother." A light little joke eased the other's nervousness. "Sister Jiang Wan, I'm really sorry, I know this is troublesome. Where shall we meet?" As she had said before, there is no perfect empathy in this world, so she couldn't fully understand Lin Nanxiang's humble and timid nature. Barren land can yield two kinds of flowers, either thrive strong, delicate, and bright, or wither halfway ground into mud. But she couldn't demand that Lin Nanxiang, who had suffered, must live like the first kind of flower. Zhang Mian still couldn't quite handle the other's guilt-laden tone. Fortunately, Lin Nanxiang didn't continue, but said the meeting spot was at the police station entrance. Half an hour later, they met at the police station door. A few days apart, Lin Nanxiang hadn't changed much. From afar, he looked like a docile little sister next door. The other complimented Zhang Mian, "Sister Zhang, one, you've become even prettier. What a sweet mouth." Zhang Mian smiled and exchanged a few jokes with him. But in her heart, she pondered, though many praised her beauty, she felt little. Perhaps she had heard too many nice words and was nearly immune. Lin Nanxiang, unaware of Zhang Mian's thoughts, only felt the saying was true: loving someone is like tending a flower. That brother surnamed Zhou must love Sister Jiang Wan deeply. Nourished by affection, Sister Jiang Wan grew more beautiful. Unwittingly paired off, luckily, Zhang Mian's flawed system had no mind-reading ability, or she wouldn't know how to explain. If she had to explain, she might only say it was the beauty of caring nothing for others' lives after rejecting He Yubai. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the police station together. Lin Nanxiang's appearance was striking. As soon as he showed up, the officer in charge approached Lin Nanxiang. Right. Lin Nanxiang nodded in response. "Follow me," the officer explained as they walked. Luo Biao cooperated after several interrogations and finally confessed. "Based on his clues, we caught the other accomplices. Come see if you recognize them." Intimidated by the officer's authority, Lin Nanxiang only nodded meekly. Zhang Mian muttered inwardly, "Of course, he cooperates." Both mother and son were locked up. If he remained stubborn, soon he and his mother would be singing the iron-barred window song across the cell partition. Through the one-way mirror, 4 men stood in the opposite room. Unable to see the mirror side they all wore in different. After careful identification, Lin Nanxiang shook his head with certainty. "I don't know them. I've never even seen them." Confirming he wasn't lying, the officer notified a colleague and led them out. "According to our interrogation, their confessions match Luo Biao's. They said Luo Biao followed you into the bar while they waited outside. After you lured someone out, they would tail you to the hotel for a badger game." The officer's words were concise, but the implications were chilling. Zhang Mian stole a glance at Lin Nanxiang and saw his face had turned pale with fear. Reflecting, if he hadn't fought back, but chosen to collude with them, his fate would be theirs. "It's okay, it's all over." Zhang Mian gently patted his back. "Thank you, Sister Jiang Wan." Lin Nanxiang turned and forced a smile. Zhang Mian said bluntly, "If you can't smile, don't. You look terrible like that." Knowing she was joking, and that this distraction worked better than trivial comfort, Lin Nanxiang finally showed it. Since the case was clear, Lin Nanxiang as the victim only needed to sign the file, and the legal process could proceed. While signing, Lin Nanxiang couldn't help asking, "How long will they be sentenced?" "Not sure yet, but at least 3 years," the officer replied offhandedly, seeing his delicate demeanor. In truth, Luo Biao and his gang could face multiple charges, so the sentence would only be longer. Though the weather was cold as if snow would fall, when Zhang Mian and Lin Nanxiang walked out of the station, the clouds suddenly parted and sunlight poured down like rain. It illuminated not only the earth, but also their bodies. Zhang Mian suddenly recalled a saying and spoke unconsciously, "The sunlight is the fairest of all. It shines impartially on everyone, exposing the wrongs of the wicked and allowing the good to live in innocence." Lin Nanxiang felt as though his tear ducts had a switch, at the slightest touch tears would fall. He thought Zhang Mian was an incredibly powerful person. Her magical lips with a single utterance could command the joys and sorrows of others. "Sister Jiang Wan, I'm leaving." "Where to?" Seeing her casual tone, Lin Nanxiang felt a weight lift from it. He was not good at handling farewells, so he hadn't told Zhang Qian about his departure. "I plan to move to another city, but some secrets needed to be spoken or they would suffocate a person. So he chose to tell Zhang Mian." "Is Zhang Qian going with you?" "No." Lin Nanxiang shook his head. "He has a good life here. There's no need for him to drift with me." "When do you leave?" "The bus at 3 p.m. That's soon, only 2 hours left. You'll go back to get my luggage." "He'll go with you." "Okay." Though they had only known each other for a short while, they felt like old friends. On the way back, Zhang Mian listened quietly as Lin Nanxiang told his life story. He said his parents died early in an accident, and as a child he lived with his uncle, but his aunt was harsh, disliked him, and openly criticized him. The sense of security he lacked during his growth was oddly found when he started wearing women's clothes. After that, his thoughts changed strangely. He wanted to become a girl, so he grew his hair long, dressed in women's clothes, and secretly worked odd jobs to buy candy. In others' eyes, he chose to live as an outcast, and his aunt, who hated him, despised him even more. Zhang Mian stood downstairs, hearing the middle-aged woman's furious shouts, "Get out! You damn pervert! Neither male nor female, disgusting freak, monster! Why don't you just die?" It was his family matter, so Zhang Mian didn't interfere. She waited quietly until Lin Nanxiang came downstairs. "Sorry," he pretended not to care for keeping you waiting, Sister Jiang Wan. "Not at all. Did you bring everything?" "Yes." Calling it luggage was generous. It was just one simple suitcase. He glanced back. "She always yelled harshly, but I know they had a hard time too, having to support me, a burden. I can't forget their kindness." They at least gave me a shelter when I was young. For that alone, I want hate her. As he spoke, an empty bottle was thrown from upstairs, landing not far from Lin Nanxiang, accompanied by his aunt's roar, "You get out now. Hope you get hit by a car. Let's go." Lin Nanxiang looked at the place he had lived for nearly 10 years and finally turned away. He ignored the torrent of foul curses that followed. Those disgusting, filthy, rotten people or things had once blocked his path, but once he stepped past, he realized they were trivial, unable to hinder his steps. Zhang Mian saw him off at the station. Real life wasn't like a movie. Zhang Qian didn't suddenly appear. "Have you decided where to go?" "Not yet. I'll take it one step at a time." "That's fine. The destination matters, but don't miss the scenery along the way." Waving goodbye to Lin Nanxiang, watching his receding figure, Zhang Mian recalled a saying, "The world is vast." I rose and walked away, and thus found peace. If one likens a person to a speck of dust in the vast cosmos, then Lin Xiangnan's departure would be the most insignificant of trifles. As the weather grew colder, the final exams for each course arrived as scheduled. Zhang Mian truly could not fathom why there were still final exams in university, and even if there were, why couldn't they be concentrated into one block? Why must there be 1 or 2 exams per week? His major had 6 exams spread across 4 weeks. When the last exam ended, the first snow of the year fell over the university town. The weather is such a curious thing. Just last night, it was a scene of bleak, cold winds, yet upon waking this morning, the world outside was already draped in a blanket of silver white. As a child raised in the south, such snowy vistas were a rare sight to cherish. Compared to Zhang Mian's eager excitement, the other 3 roommates seemed quite accustomed to it. Forgot to mention, aside from Zhang Mian, the other 3 were from the north. Xinyu packed his things while saying, "Back in my hometown, even this much snow is considered light." Feng Jun gestured, "Similarly in my area, it's about the same. When the snow falls heavily, the depth can reach this high." Unlike Zhang Mian's envious expression, they showed little interest. With the exams over, the school issued a notice ordering all students to leave within 2 days, and the dormitory gates would be locked the day after tomorrow. Yubai's home was in this city. With just one phone call, a driver could come pick him up in a family van. Yet he had packed early a very simple backpack. After all, with the wealth of this young master, he could casually buy a house wherever he wished. Anything related to money was effortless for him. Yubai bid farewell to the others, agreeing to reunite at school when spring came next year. Though still naive college students, they had learned to speak like adults, exchanging comforting words like "Take care on the road," and "Let me know when you're home safe." When his gaze passed over Zhang Mian, Yubai merely nodded at him, not mentioning the matter of Zhang Wan again. Zhang Mian smiled back, "Take care on the road." "You too." Polite, yet carrying a certain detachment, not typical of roommates. Zhang Mian thought to himself, he should have let it go by now. Since Yubai left early, only Zhang Mian, Xinyu, and Feng Jun remained in the dorm. Xinyu and Feng Jun had bus tickets in the afternoon, while Zhang Mian's was for tomorrow morning. With the semester ending, other dormitories were frugal with electricity, counting down the days until they left campus. But their dorm, thanks to the generous Yubai, had a year's worth of electricity paid up front. While others paid monthly, Yubai covered the entire year. Even on these cold days, with the air conditioner running constantly, the power never cut off. For this reason, the 3 of them had secretly speculated just how much had Yubai paid for electricity. The dorm was warm and cozy, making all 3 drowsy. Finally, Chunyu slapped the table and decided, "Let's go eat together." Originally, this dorm dinner should have included Yubai, but since he left early, he missed out. The 3 didn't go far. They found a small restaurant near the school. At the table, Feng Jun initially wanted to order some liquor. A dinner without a little drink just didn't feel right. But Xinyu refused, and Zhang Mian said he didn't drink, so Feng Jun had to give up. As they ate, other customers came in, and seeing them brush snow off their heads, they knew it had started snowing again outside. The restaurant buzzed with warmth. Feng Jun ate until his face was flushed. Zhang Mian and Xinyu were also slightly sweating. "I really envy Yubai," Feng Jun said with a wistful look. "One phone call, and the family driver comes to pick him up. Not like us. It's snowing again, and we have to carry heavy bags while trudging through the snow to catch the bus. Different people, different fates. You haven't even had a drink, and a few dishes are making you this tipsy." Xinyu glanced at him. "Besides, transportation is so convenient now that you don't have to run to the station on foot. What are you complaining about?" "I'm not complaining," Feng Jun said with righteous indignation. "I was just making a casual remark." "Then you should be remarking about your grades," Zhang Mian said, taking a sip of his drink and sharing a little gossip with Xinyu. "This guy sat next to me during yesterday's exam. He put his head on the desk and fell asleep less than 10 minutes in. The paper was completely blank, as if he was afraid of wasting his pen ink." Xinyu nodded. "I saw that. He really should worry about his grades and pray that the course instructor will give him a break, or else he'll have to retake the exam." "Oh, you guys don't know this." Feng Jun chuckled. "At the start of the term, the teacher said that attendance and homework assignments account for 60 of the final grade. I barely wrote anything on the exam, but I never missed class." Zhang Mian asked, "Weren't you busy every day carrying girls up the ranks? What about your homework assignments?" Xinyu chimed in from the side, "He copied mine." Speechless, Zhang Mian gave him a thumbs up. Forget it, I'll toast my buddy Chun for all the favors he's done for me this semester. Feng Jun raised a glass of soda, his words so impassioned that one might think he was a company chairman at a. Seeing his frivolous demeanor, Jiang Mian leaned toward Chunyu and whispered, "What are you hoping to gain?" "Hoping he'll keep out of trouble. If he causes a mess and the counselor calls me, and I'll make sure our dorm only has 3 breathing creatures left. Long live Brother Chun." After the dinner, Chunyu and Feng Jun set off for home. With nothing to do that evening, Jiang Mian began a thorough cleaning of the dorm. Though a winter break would leave the dorm covered in dust anyway, tidying up was always good. And soon during the process, Jiang Mian discovered the first surprise. Actually, it wasn't much of a surprise. He found a book in the corner under his desk, a book borrowed from the library lab. When it came time to return it, it had mysteriously vanished. Afraid that delaying would increase the overdue fine after failing to find it, he eventually had to pay to purchase the book. Some laws indeed don't lie. Things you can't find now will inevitably appear in some unexpected place in the future. And now it had appeared. Wiping the dust off the cover, Jiang Mian noticed a search-friendly label on the back. Since he had already paid and made it his own property, the label could be removed. The dorm was small, but inspired by finding that book, Jiang Mian tried to pay more attention to the corners and crevices. Time flew by as he busied himself. Due to the snow, it grew dark earlier outside. The next morning, after checking everything was in order, Jiang Mian took his luggage and locked the door. He took a photo and posted it on his social feed with the caption, "See you next year." Jiang Mian's hometown was a small town in the south, blessed with picturesque landscapes and nurturing waters. To lead the locals toward prosperity through hard work, the government had transformed this town into a tourist destination. As the high-speed train drew closer to home, Jiang Mian could see through the window that the snowy, bleak scenery was gradually receding. Because his hometown enjoyed spring-like weather year-round, when sunlight pierced through the clouds and met Jiang Mian's eyes, he knew home was near. Opening his moments, he saw that the post had already garnered many likes. Among them were He Yubai and the other 2. Scrolling down, they, like his other friends, had left comments such as "safe" to serve the many tourists. Though the town had a high-speed rail connection, its limited land area meant that local transportation was diverse. There were waterways for boating, tricycles for navigating, alleyways, and rickshaws that appeared on special holidays. The cornerstone of prosperity was diligence, and fortunately the townsfolk were honest and capable. Exiting the station, Jiang Mian spotted his father's pickup truck parked by the roadside from afar. Jiang Xingya was about to call his son to ask where he was, but when he raised his phone and looked up, outside the window, Jiang Mian's smiling face appeared. "Dad. Hey, you're here so fast. I thought I'd have to wait a bit longer." Jiang Mian walked around to the other side, opened the door, and got into the passenger seat. "I spotted our car as soon as I came out of the station. Your mother and I almost got the time wrong. Good thing we came early, or you'd have had to walk back." Jiang Xingye didn't want to admit that he had actually forgotten the time, and he refused to accept his wife's remark that he was getting forgetful with age. After much thought, he decided to arrive at the station a bit earlier than necessary. "Anyway, the town is small. I could just hail a tricycle and get home," Jiang Mian reassured him. "Don't worry, I'm a grown-up now. Oh, I won't get lost. Still remember when you were little? You were so good-looking that those uncles and aunties tried to lure you with candy, and you almost got into someone else's car." Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. "I've told you many times. They didn't trick me with candy. They snatched my candy away and wouldn't give it back, so I chased after them." Why did they still remember these things, and why did they always get the details wrong? And in their eyes, was he really such a gluttonous little foodie? Father Jiang didn't argue, he just chuckled. Since he had already picked up his son, it was time to head home. Patting the family pickup truck, Jiang Mian asked, "Are we going to pick pomelos later?" The rainfall this year was good, so the orchard's pomelos are bound to be sweet," Jiang Xingye said, having lit a cigarette at some point. "Your third great-uncle ordered a few dozen caddies. Well, pick them and deliver them to him." The third uncle, Jiang Mian's father referred to, wasn't a blood relative. The town was small and neighbors were like family. Every household got along harmoniously. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Over time, they became even closer than real relatives. Jiang Mian counted on his fingers. Although his family had few relatives in town, they addressed many elderly folks as uncle or great-uncle. After delivering pomelos to third great-uncle, the other uncles and great-uncles would also ask for some. Fortunately, they never took advantage of the Jiang family. They always paid for whatever they took. The Jiang family owned a small orchard halfway up the mountain, where they grew pomelos and peaches that ripened in different seasons. The orchard wasn't large, and its yield only brought in a modest income for the family. Since the land had been handed down from ancestors, no matter how hard or difficult it was, Father Jiang wanted to hold on to it. Though many advised him to sell the orchard and open a shop in town, he always declined with a smile. Jiang Mian sometimes thought that his father must have his own reasons. Though the ancestral legacy wasn't valuable antiques or treasures, the orchard carried memories spanning generations. Disappearance was not what was frightening, forgetfulness was. Perhaps whenever the townsfolk caught sight of that orchard, they would instinctively realize, "Ah, this is the Jiang family orchard." That perhaps was the meaning of existence. Jiang Mian was taken home, first by his father, where his mother had already prepared a meal. Father Zhang unloaded his suitcase from the truck but didn't enter the house. He turned around and drove off to the orchard. As soon as he stepped inside, Zhang Mian couldn't help shouting, "Mom, what delicious food have you made? It smells amazing. Knowing you were coming home, I specially stewed a free-range chicken. Come and taste it." Zhang Mian's mother was a simple woman, and seeing her son return naturally made her happy. The town's landscape was exceptionally nurturing. Though she was aging and a few wrinkles had appeared at the corners of her eyes, she still retained her charm and had a rosy complexion. The chicken was still simmering in the clay pot. Worried that Zhang Mian might be hungry after the long journey, she wiped her hands clean and ladled out some broth for him. "Try the soup first. I've just added some herbs. The chicken will need a bit more time." Without guessing, the herbs must have come from Uncle Wen, who ran the Chinese medicine shop next door. Though the town had a large hospital, the nourishing environment meant that people rarely suffered from serious illnesses. Moreover, adhering to the ancestral adage of living off the mountains, many preferred the restorative effects of Chinese herbs. Having grown up as close neighbors, Zhang Mian had been exposed to these things since childhood. He guessed that the chicken soup must contain herbs like angelica and goji berries. While the soup was being slow-cooked, Zhang Mian carried his luggage upstairs and started organizing. Lying on the bed, inhaling the familiar scents, he sighed. There was nothing quite like the comfort of being home. Just as he was wondering whether to take a nice bath first and then enjoy the delicious chicken soup, his mother called from downstairs, "Mian Mian, come down for dinner. The chicken soup is ready." "Coming," Zhang Mian replied. After bustling around for a while, he had broken into a light sweat. The southern climate was indeed warmer, especially in his hometown. Even during the new year, no one wore particularly heavy. Shedding his thick coat, Zhang Mian changed into a lighter outfit and went downstairs. The clay pot retained heat well, the chicken had been stewed until tender, and a gentle poke with chopsticks caused the meat to fall off the bone. A layer of oil floated on the soup's surface along with plump goji berries. With a gentle stir, the aromas of seasonings and herbs melded together. Zhang Mian took a deep breath and felt an instant wave of comfort. Indeed, it was just as always, the taste of home. After dinner, Zhang Mian strolled around the neighborhood. Along the way, he encountered many familiar faces exchanging warm greetings and pleasantries. Perhaps it was the town's soothing aura that calmed his mind and body. After returning home and taking a shower, he felt drowsiness creeping over him. When he awoke, it was already afternoon. The sunlight outside was dazzling, tinged with a warm orange hue. Father Zhang hadn't returned yet, and Mother Zhang was also not at home. Perhaps it was because he slept too comfortably, or perhaps because he didn't know what to do after waking up. Zhang Mian decided to laze around, tossing and turning in bed while playing with his phone. Not until the sun set in the west and Mother Zhang returned from outside did he stretch and yawn as he got out of bed. The residents of the small town mostly led regular lives. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, though he couldn't tell which household was cooking, the aroma of food drifting through the air was unmistakable. On the rooftop across the way, a large orange cat was swaying its tail leisurely, dozing off. The afterglow of the sunset seemed to gild the town with a layer of gold. How beautiful! Zhang Mian leaned on the windowsill, unable to help but marvel. The wind blowing and also set the wind chimes hanging in his room ringing. The sound of a small truck approached from afar, then came to a halt in the yard. Father Zhang was back. With a patter of footsteps, Zhang Mian ran downstairs. Father Zhang was washing his face at the faucet in the yard, while Mother Zhang stood by handing him a towel. After a day's hard work, his face was flushed red from the sun, and even after washing, the redness showed no sign of fading. "Didn't go out this afternoon." Father Zhang wiped his face clean and returned the towel to his wife. "No, I felt a bit sleepy after the bath and took a nap." Zhang Mian then asked Mother Zhang, "Mom, what's for dinner?" Although it was already winter, the seasonal fruits and river fish in the town were still fresh and delicious. Before Mother Zhang could answer, Father Zhang laughed and teased, "Your mom said you almost devoured a whole chicken at lunch. How can you be hungry so soon after sleeping all afternoon without moving?" Zhang Mian replied earnestly, "Sleeping also consumes energy." Father Zhang chuckled outright. Mother Zhang watched the harmonious father-son scene with a smile. "We're not eating at home tonight. Your great-uncle heard you were back and invited us to his place for dinner. That means great-uncle must have found something delicious in the mountains and rivers again." In Zhang Mian's memory, this great-uncle was nearly 60, but still vigorous and spirited. In his youth, he was bold and daring, always venturing into the rivers and mountains. He once ate a wild mushroom of unknown origin, foamed at the mouth, and nearly became hemiplegic, but luckily he was rushed to the hospital in time. Though he was saved, his wild nature remained unchanged, much to the exasperation of Great Auntie. The two of them had bickered from youth to middle age, and now they were nearing old age. Despite their loud quarrels every few days, they had never thought of divorce. Rather, their arguments seemed to strengthen their bond. Perhaps the people in this town were too reserved in expressing emotions, never straightforward. They only conveyed their feelings through small matters, whether by bickering or through actions. Both only wanted to make it clear to the other, "I truly love you." Mother Zhang spoke again. "This afternoon I ran into your great auntie, and she said Susu misses you very much." Great-uncle's surname was Meng, and the Susu mother Jiang referred to was his daughter born in his later years, Meng Su. Let me tell you that daughter of his is just like him when he was young. Wild and untamed, Father Jiang said while rinsing his mouth. Old Ming told me before that the little girl doesn't study well, and even skipped school to go to the city for some activity called something. Anyway, it's just some fad these kids like, wearing colorful clothes and dressing up as characters from cartoons. Jiang Mian couldn't help interjecting cosplay. All right. Father Jiang immediately said, that cost thing you mentioned. It's normal for kids to have hobbies, but I don't understand why they're into this stuff. When old Ming and his wife saw the photos from that so-called comic convention, they nearly had a heart attack. They couldn't fathom what these kids were dressing up as, some carrying swords and guns and others wearing clothes that were almost non-existent. Old Ming showed me those photos. There was one guy bare-chested wearing a wild boar mask, and he was smart enough to cover his face out of shame. If it were me, I'd have sent that pervert straight to the police station. A wild boar mask. That's a Beto thing. Jiang Mian's lips twitched slightly. Was Susukin really into such hardcore stuff now? I heard about this from Susu's mom too, Mother Jiang sighed. Old Ming finally had a daughter after so long. How could he bear to scold or hit her? As long as she's safe and sound, he lets her do as she pleases. Turning to Jiang Mian, she said, you get along well with Susu. Your great auntie wants you to help out. Make her study hard and stop doing cosplay. Not exactly. They just want her to balance work and rest. Play when it's time to play, but still keep up with her studies. Mother Jiang explained. You know your great-uncle and great-auntie aren't well educated. They don't know how to communicate with the child. They hope Susu can be like her brother like you. Get into a good university and see the world outside. It's always good for a girl to broaden her horizons. She can't stay cooped up in this small town forever. And since you kids have common topics, Susu feels close to you. If you talk to her nicely, she'll definitely listen. Jiang Mian, suddenly burdened with this responsibility. Father Jiang wasn't pleased. What's wrong with this town? What's wrong with staying here for life? The outside world isn't as simple as you think. She's a girl with no street smarts. If she goes to a big city, what if she gets cheated? If you ask me, she'd be better off staying here living a peaceful life. Mother Jiang shot him a glance. Why are you so worked up about someone else wanting to educate their daughter? You're just bored. Then she turned to Jiang Mian and tattled, good thing you're not a girl. If you were, your dad would be worrying at home every day. Oh, I wonder if someone's bullying my precious daughter. Oh, I wonder which scoundrel will steal her away. Oh, I wonder if my precious daughter is eating well at school. Father Jiang's face reddened. That's old Ming, not me. Stop filling the kid's head with nonsense. The moment that topic came up, Jiang Mian felt a bit uneasy. A face seemed to flash through his mind. To be precise, it was he who had stolen someone else's boy. The two households were not far apart, merely a few steps away. Worried that Aunt would prepare a lavish spread for them, leaving her to manage all by herself. As Jiang's father returned home early, Jiang's mother decided to go over and lend a hand. She packed some pomelos in a bamboo basket, and the family locked up and set off. In a small town, social circles are narrow. People referred to each other as so-and-so's dad or so-and-so's mom, using the children as identifiers. It made recognition much easier. Thus, for the Jiang family, the locals knew only two things: the Jiang Orchard and Jiang Mian. On the way to great-uncle's house, they inevitably ran into acquaintances. The greetings were always like, oh dear, Mian Mian seems to have grown taller. Mian Mian gets more beautiful every day. I don't know how your parents managed it. Is college fun, Mian Mian? When will you graduate? In the eyes of these elders, he was still a child. He simply answered whatever they asked, leaving other topics for his parents to handle. By the time they reached great-uncle's house, Jiang Mian's face was almost stiff from smiling. These uncles, aunts, and elders were far too warm. He could barely cope. Once inside great-uncle's house, another round of greetings ensued. For instance, you came, but why bring anything? Or, it's all because Mian Mian is so filial. He heard the orchard's pomelos were ripe and insisted on bringing some for great-uncle to taste. Unjustly saddled with the responsibility, Jiang Mian could only endure great-uncle's affectionate gaze while replying with a smile, since I've brought them, great-uncle, please don't stand on ceremony. Truly a college student now. The way you speak and act is different indeed. Great-aunt emerged from the kitchen holding a cup of tea for Jiang Mian. Wait a bit longer, auntie is already cooking. Since you're back today, your uncle caught some fish and shrimp from the river. Jiang Mian smiled sweetly. Then I must taste auntie's cooking properly. Oh my, what a good boy. Great-aunt's fondness for him grew with every glance. Jiang's mother had already rolled up her sleeves. Auntie, let me help too. As the women busied themselves in the kitchen, Jiang's father and great-uncle sat in the courtyard smoking and chatting. Jiang Mian looked around, but didn't see Ming Su. He called toward the kitchen. Auntie, where did Su go? Probably off playing, as she'll be back for dinner. Turning to Jiang's mother, she muttered, she's in high school now, but still like a wild girl. Out all afternoon. Jiang's mother laughed. She's still a child. Let her play if she wants. Great-aunt felt unsettled. She's never home now. If she gets married later, she probably won't even bother to visit her parents' home. Look at you talking nonsense again. Su is still so young, still in school, and now you're dragging marriage into it. Jiang's mother could only shake her head. If you ask me, you're really lucky. Mian Mian is a blessed child, good-looking, obedient, and sensible. Great aunt sighed before shaking her head. But my youngest daughter, I can't control her anymore. Her father has spoiled her rotten. Listening to her complaints, Jiang's mother teased. You're always fussing about the youngest. What about the older one? Don't even mention that one. Speaking of her eldest son, great aunt started complaining again. That brat must be dating someone. He called a few days ago saying he won't come home for New Year's this year. He's going to travel somewhere up north to ski. Skiing in the dead of winter. Isn't that just idle boredom? At this, great aunt sighed again. The eldest was obedient as a child, but now he's grown rebellious. The youngest is even worse. Not a single one gives me peace. I must have owed them in a past life. Sure enough, just as the food was served, Meng Su returned. The moment she entered and saw Jiang Mian, she was ecstatic. Mian Mian, when did you get back? I just arrived. Great aunt poked her daughter's head with a finger. You've forgotten your manners. Call him brother Mian Mian. Nye. Meng Su stuck out her tongue. I like calling him Mian Mian. Besides, he's only 3 years older than me. Why do I have to call him brother? Little smart aleck. I can't be bothered with you. Your father has spoiled you rotten. Great uncle, who had been innocently dragged into it, smiled and gestured. Come, everyone sit down. Don't be shy. Mian Mian, eat plenty of river fish. I hear fish is good for the body and the brain, so I caught a lot especially for you. Meng Su helped bring out the dishes and retorted, Dad, you don't know this, but fish only have a 7-second memory. How can eating them boost your brain? You might get dumber instead. What nonsense are you talking, child? Great aunt wanted to give her a beating. The older you get, the less manners you have. Spouting all kinds of nonsense. Then she turned to Jiang Mian's family. Everyone eat up. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. So many people in town eat fish, and none of them have turned into idiots, have they? Meng Su snorted. I read that in a book. Then the book also says students should study hard and improve every day. Have you done that? Hearing that her mother was about to bring up her trip to the comic convention again, Meng Su immediately backed down, sat down at the table, and picked up her bowl. Uncle Jiang, Auntie Jiang, don't be shy. Eat more. Mian Mian, you two eat quickly. Later come play with me. Great aunt felt like opening her daughter's head to see what she was always thinking. All day long you just want to play. The teacher said in the group chat that your monthly exams are coming up. You're not studying, just running around like a wild thing. Meng Su stuck out her tongue and wolfed down her rice. Great aunt wanted to say more, but with Jiang Mian's family there, she had to hold back. After dinner, Meng Su pulled Jiang Mian into her room and closed the door. This was her own little world. Throwing herself onto the bed, Meng Su finally sighed in relief. Good thing you were here today. Otherwise, however long this meal lasted, my mom would have been nagging me the whole time. Jiang Mian smiled and comforted her. That's because great aunt worries about you. I'm already this old, what's there to worry about? Meng Su pulled a face. She's always controlling me, nagging about this and that. It's so annoying. My brother was smart. After graduation, he chose to work far away. I heard he's not coming home for New Year's this year. He's having a great time while I'm stuck here suffering. Meng Jing, you bastard, how could you do this to me? It's so unfair. Seeing her getting more and more outrageous, Jiang Mian warned. If you shout any louder, you'll bring your mom in here. All right. Meng Su quickly covered her mouth. The room quieted down, and Jiang Mian took a proper look around. Just as his mother had said, this little girl was really obsessed with cosplay. The walls were plastered with anime posters, and a few cosplay costumes hung there. On the desk were several photos, all of her cosplaying at conventions. Mian Mian, do you have a girlfriend in college? Jiang Mian, absorbed in looking, was caught off guard by the question. Me? No, I don't have a girlfriend. So no one's chasing you? Jiang Mian shook his head. I'm not sure. Then among the people who like you, are there more boys or girls? Wait. Jiang Mian was taken aback. What kind of question is that? Meng Su had somehow put on a pair of glasses and pushed them up like a pro. Don't ask so many questions. Just. Jiang Mian's mouth twitched. Are you cosplaying a detective? Sigh. Meng Su sighed. Mian Mian, you're so good looking. You probably attract more boys, right? Jiang Mian didn't want to answer. This. I'm really not sure. But the next second, Meng Su suddenly stood up and leaned in close, startling him. What's wrong? Mian Mian, Meng Su spoke with an air of worldly wisdom. You have to protect yourself out there. Even if boys want to pursue you, be reserved and take your time choosing. A boy's youth is precious. Remember, pick one who is both handsome and rich. If you can't get his heart, at least get his money. Well, he actually could think of someone who fit that description. No. How could he have such a dangerous thought? Get out of his head now. How do you know so much? No, I mean, Jiang Mian quickly shook his head. How do you know about boys' things? Have you forgotten? Meng Su casually flipped her hair. I'm a Fujoshi, and I've been wondering for a long time whether you'll ever meet your Prince Charming. Jiang Mian, thanks a lot. This topic was far too dangerous. Jiang Mian quickly changed the subject. How did you suddenly get into cosplay? Meng Su, caught off guard, followed his lead. I just wanted to try something new, and it turned out pretty fun. Is that so? Jiang Mian casually pointed at a cosplay costume on the wall. That outfit is pretty. What's it cosplaying? It's a succubus. SUC. Cubus. The expression on Jiang Mian's face was predictable. Yeah, but unfortunately my chest isn't big enough. It was a waste of the fake tattoo I had on my belly. No, no, no. I don't want to hear this. Jiang Mian felt his ears were about to malfunction. But before he could cover his ears, Meng Su went straight for the kill. If I had a 36D figure ID by high heels and cosplay a mature lady style. It felt like a blow to the heart. Jiang Mian clutched his chest in pain. Was he destined to never escape the obsession with 36D in this life? During his stay in his hometown, Jiang Mian continued to live a leisurely life. Far from the bustling metropolis, the air of the small town soothed his body and mind. Since he was at home, he dared not sleep in recklessly understanding well the truth that distance creates beauty. To avoid incurring Mother Jiang's displeasure, he would inevitably wake at dawn amid the clamor of streets and alleys. Whenever free, he would help at the family orchard and ride along with Father Jiang in his pickup truck to lend a hand. As a tourist destination, the small town was never short of visitors year-round. The pomelos harvested from the orchard could be sold at stalls as local specialty delicacies. A region nurtures its people, and the produce from his family's orchard was undeniably delicious. After tasting the pomelos, Jiang Mian praised them unreservedly. Unfortunately, Father Jiang lacked business acumen, and the limited yield of the orchard's pomelos made wholesale sales impossible. So he could only rely on neighborly ties, giving some here and some there, and set up a modest roadside stall. With nothing else to do, Jiang Mian ended up taking charge of the stall. Though it was winter, the town's temperature rose instead of falling, and the blazing sun hung overhead. After days of exposure, Jiang Mian felt his vision blurring. He borrowed a straw hat from Uncle Wen next door, one that Uncle Wen had woven himself. Uncle Wen always wore his self-made straw hat when gathering herbs in the mountains. As he put it, at his age, his head could no longer withstand wind or cold. Though the town rarely saw snow, it had many rainy seasons requiring some caution. Yet such advice seemed far from Jiang Mian's concerns. After nearly 10 days of vending, few pomelos had been sold. Since they were from his own orchard, Father Jiang could not tend to them single-handedly, so their appearance was naturally inferior to commercially grown ones. Jiang Mian could shamelessly claim they were a local specialty, but the tourists were not fools. They merely glanced and walked away. Those patient enough to taste the sweetness would occasionally buy a few. It was like fishing with Jiang Taegong's hook. Only the willing took the bait. But Jiang Mian was not overly greedy. He would sell whatever he could. After all, Father Jiang said the pomelo money would be his pocket change. One day, as Jiang Mian tended his stall, many passers-by came and went, but few paused at his pomelo stand. Enjoying the leisure, he scrolled through moments on his phone. Many posts featured snow. Feng Jun had uploaded a short video of a snowball fight with younger relatives, while Chen Yu helped his mother freeze cabbages in a snow-covered yard. Then there was He Yubai, fully clad in winter gear, posing for skiing photos on the mountain. Human joys and sorrows were not connected. Jiang Mian merely found others too noisy. By comparison, Jiang Mian finally understood why people resented the wealthy. He not only resented the rich, but also those who could have snowball fights at home. Shaded by the brim of his straw hat, Jiang Mian only saw a shadow pass by his stall and then stop. "Customer, would you like to buy some pomelos? These are from my family's orchard. Not the best looking, but the flesh is sweet. The price is reasonable. How about buying more?" He had intended only a casual politeness, but a glance revealed the person was wearing brand-name shoes. Don't ask how he knew. Thanks to young Master He in the dorm, he learned just how lavishly the wealthy could live. A seemingly ordinary pair of sneakers could cost tens of thousands. Damn, he had only wanted a casual purchase, but upon seeing those shoes, he changed his tune. Buy a lot. His envy turned his eyes red. But not all tourists were rich. He could hardly tell fake shoes from real ones. So he decisively looked up to study the person's face. Their eyes met, and both were stunned. "He Yubai, little lamb. What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" "Fine, forget the unison." Jiang Mian seized the moment. "Weren't you skiing? How was the sun so strong it had scattered his vision? Did he misread the name?" Jiang Mian immediately pulled out his phone, reopened the moment's feed, and found the post. The name was He Yubai. No. Seeing the post was from yesterday, he was stunned. "Skiing yesterday got boring, so I flew over here to hang out." He Yubai bent down, picked up a pomelo from the stall, and examined it. "Skiing? Boring. So he flew here to play." Jiang Mian felt another blow to his chest. So the wealthy could speak with such deadly casualness. Not noticing Jiang Mian's reaction, He Yubai asked, "Why are you selling pomelos here?" Driven by life's pressures, Jiang Mian sighed deliberately. "I'm no rich second generation after all. I can't just fly around because skiing gets boring." He Yubai raised an eyebrow. "Are you being sarcastic with me?" "How dare I?" Jiang Mian shook his head. "What if young Master He gets angry and buys up my whole stall?" A light chuckle escaped He Yubai. "Fine, tell me. How much for the pomelos? Since we're roommates, I'll give you a friendly price." Jiang Mian held up one finger. 100 yuan each. He Yubai almost laughed. "I may have money, but I'm not stupid." He picked up a pomelo. "This one's not even as big as my hand, and you want 100. Superficial. That's superficial, you know." Jiang Mian argued. "Why judge by appearance? You need to taste the flesh. It's extra sweet, totally worth the price." "Is that so?" Jiang Mian nodded solemnly. Then why is there a sign here that says 350 per jean? Hiyubai pointed at the cardboard written with a marker. But Jiang Mian showed no embarrassment at being caught. He simply tossed the cardboard away, muttering hypocritically, I wonder which unlucky soul left this sign here. Almost cost me a loss. Hiyubai found it amusing. Little lamb, do you know what you resemble now? Moi. A big bad wolf, trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood. I rather like that metaphor. Shamelessness was his specialty. Seeing Jiang Mian's sly grin, Hiyubai shook his head with a smile, then pulled out his phone and quickly scanned the QR code to pay. Looking at the amount, 3000 yuan. Good heavens. How many pomelos would he need to sell to earn that? Truly money belonged to the mundane, and as a mundane man Jiang Mian was overjoyed. His expression turned sycophantic. Young master, he just give me your orders. Anything within my power, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Really? More real than gold. Then bring Jiang Wan before me. Damn. Do I look like someone who would sell out others or myself for money? You do. I can add another 0. Let me just pack your pomelos first. He nearly yielded to the tyranny of money. Better change the subject. Knowing he was evading, Hiyubai didn't press. No rush for the pomelos. This is my first time here. Show me around. A tour guide. That I'm good at. As long as it wasn't about Jiang Wan, Jiang Mian was all enthusiasm. Since the government encouraged the entire populace to prosper, stalls could be seen everywhere in the small town. As long as they didn't obstruct traffic, the city inspectors simply wouldn't intervene. Jiang Mian had set up a small stall. Fortunately, he had the foresight not to bring too many pomelos. Now he could easily pack them into the bamboo basket and carry it away. Have you eaten? Jiang Mian asked while busying his hands. No, Hiyubai crouched down to help as well. I'm tired of airport food. It's perfect that I ran into you here. Now I can sample the local delicacies. Damn, how infuriating those words were. At the airport, a place that burned money, even the smallest food stall started at 100 yuan. And this guy said he was tired of it. How infuriating he was. Envy of the rich. He truly wanted to envy the rich every moment. Hiyubai glanced slightly and caught Jiang Mian's sking expression and unexpectedly spoke, cursing me in your heart again. How could I? Master, he is handsome and wealthy. He might not even deign to appreciate our town's cuisine. Though Jiang Mian verbally denied it, his sarcasm was practically written on his face. Little lamb, Hiyubai's eyes held a smile. Have you never flown before? So what if I haven't? Jiang Mian said somewhat defiantly. The high-speed rail from here can take me to school. Besides, to take a plane, he would need to transfer to the outskirts of the city, which meant crossing half the city just to board a flight. Since the high-speed rail could get him there, why go through all that trouble? Moreover, Jiang's mother didn't want him to fly, saying that thing flying in the sky wasn't safe. If Jiang Mian actually boarded it, she would be worried sick for the whole day. Hiyubai raised his hand in denial. I didn't mean to mock you. I just wanted to explain something. Explain what? Hiyubai cleared his throat with great seriousness. I always buy business class when I fly. As a VIP, I have free buffet access. So I don't need to spend extra money on food. That's it. That's it. Damn. Jiang Mian fumed. You are deliberately showing off your wealth. How you finally admit you're envious of the rich. Don't wrongly accuse me. I'm a person who values frugality, Jiang Mian argued in his defense. I just think you're too extravagant. Being rich is impressive, but economy class is also practical. I also think him too wasteful. Hiyubai extended his hand toward him. Then give it back. Give what back? The 3,000 yuan from earlier, Hiyubai said thoughtfully. I suddenly think these pomelos are too expensive. If I save the money, I could go to a 5-star restaurant and eat until I'm half full. How can you renege like that? Moreover, he would rather spend the money at a 5-star restaurant than buy his pomelos. What about our dormitory bond? Jiang Mian clutched his phone, face full of indignation. Then I must thank Master Jiang for your words. They instantly enlightened me. Hiyubai's smile was infuriating. No way. Jiang Mian snatched the pomelo from his hand, tossed it into the bamboo basket, hoisted it onto his back, and turned to run. But Hiyubai's long arms and legs were too much. He grabbed the basket and made Jiang Mian run in place. Let go. No, keep running. How doggone. How could this guy be so childish? Whether Hiyubai was intentionally exerting pressure or not, Jiang Mian felt the basket was impossibly heavy. After a stalemate for a while, Jiang Mian was completely out of breath. I'm done. I concede. I'm exhausted. He'll just give your money back. As he was about to pull out his phone to transfer the money, he felt the weight lift from his shoulder the next second. Hiyubai directly snatched the basket and with a show of proper form slung it onto his own back. Just kidding. Hiyubai raised an eyebrow with a light smile. I'm hungry, let's go. Where should these pomelos go? Take them home first. Jiang Mian rubbed his sore shoulders silently, complaining in his heart what a childish young master. Hiyubai was naturally taller than him. Standing in front of him, Jiang Mian had to look up slightly to see his face. Unaccustomed to the basket's loose straps, Hiyubai could only grip the shoulder part with his right hand to stabilize it. Jiang Mian could clearly see the veins slightly bulging on his hand from the tight grip. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and lead the way. Hiyubai turned back to look at him and saw Jiang Mian staring at his right hand. What's wrong with my hand? Right here, Jiang Mian pointed at the bulging veins. I was wondering if I poked a needle in would blood spurt out. Hiyubai was speechless. Then he couldn't help pinching his cheek. Just lead the way. If you're going to talk properly. Why do you people all like pinching my face? Jiang Mian rubbed the pinched spot in protest. The feel is pretty good. Hiyubai, feeling the softness and texture at his fingertips, gave a fair evaluation. So I should thank you. You can if you want to, I don't mind hearing it. Get out, get out, get out. The two returned to Jiang Mian's home. As expected, his father and mother were both out. Jiang Mian helped Hiyubai set down the basket from his back. I knew my parents wouldn't be home. You're out of luck. You won't get to taste my mother's cooking. I'm not in a hurry to leave. Hiyubai took off the basket and dusted his hands. Then when do you plan to leave? Though there wasn't much food left at home, he could at least pour a glass of water for the guest master. Seeing the blue Doraemon cup Jiang Mian handed him, Hiyubai hesitated a little. Don't worry, this cup is new. I have a whole set at home, Jiang Mian said teasingly. I never thought that master he really is like the domineering CEOs described in novels. A bit of a clean freak. Hiyubai frowned. What novel? Nothing, Jiang Mian urged him. Drink up. You can't keep me holding this. A straight guy like this wouldn't know anything about CEO romance novels. Even those CEOs probably didn't know why they were called domineering. This place was a different world from the north with higher temperatures. After walking and talking, Hiyubai was genuinely thirsty. Since the cup was clean, he didn't resist much, said thank you and took it. The water in the cup wasn't much, he drank it all in one gulp. Watching this vigorous manner, Jiang Mian always recalled that news story a man wanted to pursue a nurse in the hospital, so he pretended to be ill to talk to her, but the old doctor saw through him and said, young man, you're so strong you could kill an ox. After drinking, Hiyubai wiped his mouth and looked at Jiang Mian with some confusion. What are you smiling at? Nothing, nothing. Jiang Mian smiled without speaking. He couldn't very well praise Master He for being strong enough to kill an ox, could he? After locking the yard gate, Jiang Mian took Hiyubai to the town. Since the other wanted to taste authentic local food, Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't take him to restaurants. Instead, he took a different path and went to a noodle shop. Upon entering, Jiang Mian greeted the busy old man by the stove. Grandpa Nyo, I've brought a friend to eat your peth. Grandpa Nyo, over 1.7 meters tall, was thin like many old men, with hair a mix of white, nearing 80 years old, but because he ran this noodle shop, he seemed to have endless energy. By the stove, he still seemed sharp-eared and clear-eyed, skillfully scooping noodles out of hot water, then plating them with seasonings and garnishes. Hearing Jiang Mian call him, he looked up and smiled. I won't fuss over you, just find a seat. Hiyubai followed Jiang Mian's lead and said obediently, hello, Grandpa Nyo. Good, good, good. Grandpa Nyo's face was full of kindness. All good children. Come sit anywhere. They'll make noodles for you right now. This noodle shop was like a sparrow, small but complete in all its parts. Due to age, the furnishings, like Grandpa Nyo himself, bore the marks of time, yet what remained was an endless sweet aftertaste. Jiang Mian and Hiyubai found a seat by the wall. It wasn't meal time, so there were only 2 or 3 customers. Grandpa Nyo worked quickly and soon brought over 2 bowls of pulled noodles. After setting the noodles on the table, Grandpa Nyo looked at them both and joked, Mian Mian sure knows how to pick friends. Not only are you good-looking yourself, but the friend you found is also so handsome. Hiyubai was a bit flattered. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Mian deliberately said, Grandpa, don't praise him, or he'll get cocky. Grandpa Nyo chuckled. If I had been that handsome when I was young, I definitely would have gotten cocky. After laughing and chatting for a while, Grandpa Nyo said to Jiang Mian, after the new year, Mian Mian will be a year older. Grandpa wants to wish you academic progress and good health in advance. I don't expect you to make big money, but may everything go smoothly for you. Same to you, Grandpa, Jiang Mian said with a beaming smile. I also wish Grandpa peace, happiness, and a long life. I don't want you to work too hard, just as long as you are always happy. These 2 sentences were spoken in dialect which Hiyubai couldn't understand, but from the slightly happy smiles on their faces he could tell. This was the romance unique to elders bestowing upon the younger generation, conveyed in the tender language passed down through the small town. As they were talking, another customer entered. Grandpa Nyo told them to take their time and turned to attend to the new guest. Young master, he please have a taste. Jiang Mian pulled out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the bamboo tube and handed 1 pair to him. The noodles Grandpa makes are delicious. I've been eating them since I was a kid, but I'm not sure if you'll like them. As he spoke, Jiang Mian used his chopsticks to mix the noodles and seasonings in the bowl together. The reddish, oily substance, whether it was chili oil or a mixing sauce, was unclear, but after Jiang Mian's vigorous stirring, the noodles in the bowl seemed to don a new coat, with even the shredded cucumber and minced meat garnishes all coated in the red oil. It looked incredibly appetizing. Perhaps it was because he had been bickering with Hiyubai earlier, but his stomach was already growling. Now staring at the bowl of noodles, Jiang Mian found himself involuntarily swallowing. Leaning close to the bowl, he took a gentle sniff, the familiar aroma from his memories. So fragrant. Not to mention domestically, Hiyubai had traveled to many places abroad. Though he had tasted many local specialties, every single one of them was enjoyed in upscale restaurants. This was the first time he had eaten in such a small shop. It involuntarily reminded him of the time when, due to his busy academic schedule, his tutoring sessions would end close to midnight. On the way home through the car window, he could see the barbecue joints still bustling with business. Groups of shirtless men devouring skewers of grilled meat while downing draft beer. In his mind, these roadside barbecue stalls were often synonymous with the words unhealthy and unsanitary. Because of his strict family upbringing, though he often caught the aroma of barbecue as he passed by, he had never once tried it. Perhaps it was also due to his misophobia. Seeing the environment of those street stalls, he truly found it hard to take a bite. So when he saw those men eating with such blissful expressions, he genuinely couldn't understand. Is this stuff really that delicious? Seeing Hyubai frozen in place, Jiang Mian picked up a bundle of noodles with his chopsticks and was about to put it in his mouth. Eat. What are you waiting for? The next second, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I get it. Young master, he has servants attending to him at home. I didn't take that into account. Suppressing his own desire to eat, Jiang Mian reluctantly set down his own noodles, took the bowl in front of Hyubai, stirred it well, then stood up and leaned over to feed him. Open your mouth, young master. Come on, What is this? Is he feeding a child? Hyubai's face was full of dark lines. He seriously suspected that Jiang Mian had watched too many of those crazy internet marketers. Looking at the noodles being lifted and offered to him, Hyubai directly turned his head away. Put it down first. This felt really strange, especially since the scene was so bizarre. There seemed to be other customers watching, and Hyubai's face couldn't hold up. I told you to open your mouth, so just open it. Why are you being so fussy? His good intentions were taken for granted, and Jiang Mian was getting angry. He had even condescended to serve this young master, so why did he have so many issues? And maintaining this posture was really tiring. But then he thought again, could Hyubai's family be even more twisted? Could it be that the servants had to kneel to serve him? I can't do that. Jiang Mian resisted in his heart, and the thought slipped out of his mouth. Can't do what? Hyubai frowned, but seeing that Jiang Mian was still standing in that strange posture, he directly spoke again. Just sit down first. Just then Grandpa Nyo, who had finished collecting money, turned around and saw this scene. His eyes were puzzled. What's wrong? Mian, can't your friend use chopsticks? Without a second thought, Jiang Mian replied, he's a rich kid. He probably only knows how to use a knife and fork to eat steak. That's enough. Jiang Mian. Hyubai couldn't stand it anymore. Sit down right now. Oh, fine, I'll sit. Why are you? Jiang Mian muttered softly. Meanwhile, Hyubai turned to Grandpa Nyo and explained, Grandpa, don't listen to his nonsense. I know how to use chopsticks. You know how to use chopsticks. That's good. Grandpa was about to get you a fork. Hyubai's face was full of dark lines, barely suppressible. He gritted his teeth at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, from now on watch less of that trashy content. I do have servants at home, but they each have their own duties. I have my own hands and feet. I don't need them to wait on me. On the contrary, he hated it when the servants at home touched his things without permission. Once a certain Annie didn't know that there was a specialized washing machine for underwear and socks. She took it upon herself, saying things like, the washing machine isn't clean, and then proceeded to hand wash his underwear and socks. When he found out, he was so furious that he didn't even check if the underwear and socks were clean. He simply had someone throw them all away. Since his clothes were all foreign brands, he sent someone to the duty-free shop that very day to buy new ones. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Mian simply returned the bowl and started eating his own noodles, mumbling with his mouth full. I kindly fed you, and you snapped at me. No wonder you're single and wifeless. He was not being fierce at all. Hyubai really didn't understand. If heavy snow were falling in the town right now, he would be more wrong than doughy. And what did that have to do with him being single and wifeless? Indeed, the words of the ancients never deceived him. Only women and petty people are hard to raise in this world. Jiang Mian might as well change his name to Jiang the Petty. Jiang Mian wasn't actually that aggrieved, he just complained. I've never even served my own parents like this. If you don't appreciate it, fine, but you had to yell at me. No wonder you'll be single for life. Was he about to escalate things? Hyubai helplessly rubbed his forehead. If it were Feng Jun or Yang, he sitting opposite him is showing such an unreasonable face, he would have kicked them out without a second word. But the other person was Jiang Mian. Those who were familiar with Jiang Mian were right. He was indeed very good looking. An ugly person throwing a tantrum is an eyesore, but a good-looking person throwing a tantrum instead appears to have a certain charm. The difference between the two is self-evident. Hyubai considered himself an ordinary person, an ordinary male, so naturally he was not immune to this common weakness. He did indeed have more patience for beautiful things or people, but that also depended on his mood. At least his mood was good now. After slightly adjusting his emotions, Hyubai chose to lower his head and apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I just accidentally raised my voice a bit. Jiang Mian was as pretty as a girl. He had originally thought the other would act like some tsundere little girls covering their ears and saying, I don't want to hear it, and such. He even sighed, ready to be more patient, when Jiang Mian blinked his eyes and said, I know, so you'd better eat your noodles quickly, or they'll get cold and clump together. Hyubai. So what was this all about? How could he act so indifferent, making his own earlier imagination seem unnecessary and even unreasonable? But after being spoken to like that by Jiang Mian, he seemed to have even less appetite. Seeing that he still didn't pick up his chopsticks, Jiang Mian couldn't help asking, "What's wrong? Do you rich people pray over your food before eating?" "No." Hiyubai hesitated for a moment before speaking quietly. "This should be clean, right? It won't give me an upset stomach, will it?" "What are you thinking?" Jiang Mian swallowed the noodles in his mouth and sniffled. "Grandpa has been running this place for so many years. I've been eating here since I was a kid, and I've never had a stomachache. If it were really unhygienic, his shop would have closed down long ago." Jiang Mian's eyes were so resentful, they seemed to say, "If you dare to not believe me, you're dead." Seeing him say that, Hiyubai couldn't refuse anymore. He tentatively picked up a bundle of noodles and brought it to his mouth. Jiang Mian asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Pretty good, right? Grandpa never cheats his customers. He puts plenty of seasonings and garnishes in the noodles just to get that flavor." Hiyubai bit off the noodles from his chopsticks and chewed a few times. The noodles, coated with the fragrance of the seasonings, spread directly in his mouth. The tongue is the organ that best tastes flavor. After tasting it, Hiyubai nodded. "Not bad, quite tasty. I told you Grandpa's skill is unquestionable. Eat up." Under Jiang Mian's enthusiastic hospitality, Hiyubai, on the principle of not wasting food, finished the entire bowl of noodles. Then that afternoon he got a stomachache. After squatting in the restroom for an entire afternoon, Hiyubai's face had turned pale. When he pushed open the door and stepped out, his legs were trembling slightly. "Are you okay?" Jiang Mian stepped forward to support him. "Not really." Hiyubai said, his feet feeling somewhat unsteady as he leaned halfway against Jiang Mian. "I feel like I'm about to collapse from dehydration." Jiang Mian clicked his tongue. "Don't you rich folks feast on delicacies every day? Abalone lobster. Sometimes you're not even afraid of parasites devouring raw marinated sashimi without a second thought. And now you're laid low by a bowl of noodles from Grandpa Nyo. Can you put aside your class resentment for a moment, given my current state?" Jiang Mian was shorter and slender, so Hiyubai dared not shift his full weight onto him, fearing he might crush the smaller man. He could only support himself with his own legs while explaining, "At least those raw marinated dishes are handled before being served to ensure freshness and hygiene." "What do you mean by that?" Questioning the hygiene of Grandpa's noodles. If not for the fact that Hiyubai was currently an invalid, Jiang Mian might have dropped him on the spot. Catching the subtle threat in the other's tone, Hiyubai quickly backtracked. "It's not Grandpa's fault. It must be my own stomach issues." "I think so too," Jiang Mian said, supporting him as they walked slowly. "Grandpa's shop has plenty of customers from out of town, and none of them got sick. You're the first." Jiang Mian teased him with a laugh. "Looks like those internet memes aren't lying. If you can handle a flood of fortune, you can't escape a flood of bad luck either." Hiyubai wanted to be angry, but he had no strength left. He felt deeply aggrieved. "You're so heartless. I'm in this state, and you can still laugh. Oh right, I almost forgot. This guy is the future CEO, young master. How could I mock him so casually? After all, he has his pride to maintain. All right, no more laughing." Jiang Mian felt like a doting father having to coax the child and worry. Still, he couldn't resist adding, "Hiyubai, let me tell you something. Go ahead. Guys should work on their leg strength. Look at you. You can't even stand steady. A bit weak, huh? How can a CEO be inadequate? A CEO should be able to go 7 rounds in one night. My legs are just numb from squatting. What does that have to do with leg strength?" Hiyubai's face darkened. "And you've never tried, so how do you know I'm weak?" Being called weak was something Hiyubai could not accept, and his tone turned serious. Jiang Mian gave him a thumbs up. "As expected of you. I was just hinting, and you went straight to the explicit. Turning a baby bus into a bullet train, that's some speed." Hiyubai couldn't help but smile. It was the first time he realized Jiang Mian was so sharp-tongued. He had underestimated him before. "Little lamb," Hiyubai called out. "Moi, did you deliberately put laxatives in my noodles?" "How could I?" Jiang Mian defended himself with righteous indignation. "If I were to add anything, it would be pesticide." Hiyubai was speechless. Then through gritted teeth he said, "Fine. You're ruthless." Watching him suffer in silence, Jiang Mian laughed even more heartily. It had to be said that in terms of family background, character, and upbringing, Hiyubai was truly an excellent partner. He recalled what Song Huaiji had told him, to covet what truly existed in the other person. Though it sounded cold, it was a sobering remark. And Hiyubai happened to meet those criteria. Who would have thought that this future CEO was still an innocent young man? Jiang Mian looked at Hiyubai with genuine admiration, wondering who would be so fortunate as to win over young Master He in the future. As a guest from afar, and Jiang Mian's classmate and roommate, Hiyubai should have greeted Jiang's parents properly, but after an afternoon of stomach troubles, he had indeed become the weak person Jiang Mian had described. Fortunately, after drinking a few cups of warm water, the diarrhea eased somewhat, though his complexion remained poor. After learning what had happened, Jiang's mother pretended to scold Jiang Mian. "You really are something. Your classmate is so uncomfortable, and you didn't even buy him some medicine." Jiang Mian defended himself. He was in such bad shape. How could I leave him? What if he fell into the toilet? I'd have to fish him out. He had assumed it was just ordinary diarrhea. A few trips to the bathroom would fix it. Who knew that young Master He would be so exceptional? The more he spoke, the more outrageous it became, and Hiyubai's face flushed slightly. After all, being a first-time guest and monopolizing the bathroom all afternoon due to an upset stomach was indeed embarrassing. What nonsense are you talking about? Unable to tell good from bad, Jiang's mother angrily smacked Jiang Mian. If you weren't going to buy medicine for your friend, couldn't you at least find the medicine we have at home? We have antidiarrheal medicine at home. How was I supposed to know? He was away at school all year round. How could he know where his mother kept the medicine? As if this isn't your home too. You don't know a thing. Jiang's mother turned to look for it. Wait here. We'll find it. Auntie, no need. Don't go to any trouble. My stomach is fine now. Hiyubai felt guilty. The stomach issue was his own problem, and he hated to impose on others. Of course your stomach isn't acting up anymore after an afternoon of diarrhea. But doesn't it hurt? Jiang's mother said. I saw you clutching your stomach just now. You must have a stomachache from all that diarrhea, right? Let Annie get you some painkillers. Hiyubai felt a warmth in his heart. His hand on his stomach had been an unconscious gesture, but he hadn't expected Jiang Mian's mother to notice. Thank you, Auntie. Since she had already insisted, Hiyubai couldn't refuse anymore. Don't mention it. It's nothing. Jiang's mother liked well-behaved, sensible children, especially this young man, who was so pleasing to the eye. Watching her go upstairs, only the three men were left in the room. As an elder, Jiang's father liked to start a conversation when the atmosphere grew cold. Xiaohe, what do your parents do? My parents are in business. Hiyubai answered vaguely. He had been to classmates' homes before and had been asked the same question by their parents. Back then he didn't understand the nuances of social interactions, so he answered whatever was asked in great detail. But when the adults learned how wealthy his family was, though they said nothing explicitly, Hiyubai could read the subtle changes in their expressions. He understood the art of reading people. The human heart cannot be tested, so now Hiyubai preferred to keep his answers simple, not wanting others to think business is good. I have no head for business myself, Jiang's father said with a smile. So what kind of business does your family do? Hiyubai paused. He had thought that answer would suffice, but Jiang Mian's father continued to press, leaving him momentarily unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Jiang Mian came to his rescue. Dad, his family runs a company. A big company. Jiang Mian emphasized the words, big company, and Jiang's father nodded thoughtfully. A big company, huh? That's not something you can explain in just a few words. Indeed, there's always someone better. Going to a big city for school is a good thing. At least it lets you see the world and recognize how outstanding others can be. Jiang's father's tone was reflective, indirectly praising Hiyubai. As they chatted, Jiang's mother came back downstairs. Strange, I can't find the painkillers. Jiang Mian took the opportunity to mock her. Mom, you were just scolding me, but you can't find them yourself either. Quit your sass. Go, Jiang's mother ordered. Go to Uncle Wen's shop next door and buy some painkillers. Okay, Jiang Mian replied. Sure enough, after spending so much time at home, he felt his mother was starting. Soon Jiang Mian returned, followed by Uncle Wen. Hearing that Jiang Mian's classmate had diarrhea and needed painkillers, Uncle Wen knew that medicine could be poisonous. One couldn't just take it casually. Uncle Wen was worried, so he came along to explain this to Jiang's mother. After carefully examining Hiyubai and asking a few questions, Uncle Wen concluded, it's not food poisoning. It's caused by a change of environment. No need for painkillers. They'll go back and brew a bowl of herbal medicine for him. He'll be fine after drinking it. Even Hiyubai was taken aback when he heard that. Having traveled across the globe since childhood, this was the first time he learned that he could suffer from diarrhea due to acclimatization issues. Truly, reality is stranger than fiction. At dinner, since Hiyubai had an upset stomach and little appetite, Jiang's mother simply ladled him a bowl of hot soup to warm his stomach and ease the pain. After the meal, Uncle Wen had finished brewing the herbal medicine. Indeed, the modern era was far more convenient. One no longer needed to shout across doors and streets, disturbing the neighbors. A simple voice message on WeChat sufficed. Jiang Mian grabbed a napkin, wiped his mouth clean, and went out to fetch the medicine for Hiyubai. In a white porcelain bowl sat the nearly full medicinal broth, pitch black and opaque. Carrying it back, Jiang Mian walked with a grimace, for the pungent odor of traditional Chinese medicine was simply overwhelming. The He family had professional physicians who made house calls. Hiyubai had always taken Western medicine since childhood. Though he had heard of herbal medicine, this was his first time facing it. The smell, which seemed to pierce straight through the crown of his head, nearly made his eyes bulge. Jiang Mian set the bowl on the table. Drink it quickly. Uncle Wen specially let it cool a bit, so it's not too hot. Hiyubai hesitated. I have to drink the whole bowl. Of course, Jiang Mian nodded. This is actually a small amount. You don't know, when I was a kid, whenever I caught a cold or got sick, my mom would have Uncle Wen brew herbal medicine for me. A bowl this big, Jiang Mian gestured with his hands. I had to drink it 3 or 4 times a day for several days in a row. Recalling those days of swallowing bitter herbal concoctions, Jiang Mian felt quite impressed with his own endurance. Hiyubai's expression darkened further. He hesitated and asked, can't I just drink less? Seeing him dithering, Jiang Mian suddenly understood. Oh master, he don't tell me you're afraid of taking medicine. I'm not afraid. Hiyubai's eyes betrayed his reluctance. I just can't stand the taste. At this point, head, rather just take some painkillers. Moreover, just the smell of the herbal medicine seemed to have already alleviated his stomachache. What's so hard to accept? Let me help you. The thought that the invincible master he was actually afraid of drinking herbal medicine felt like discovering a new continent to Jiang Mian, and his mood turned mischievous. Do it like this, Jiang Mian demonstrated. I pinch your nose with one hand so you won't smell it, then you tilt your head back and open your mouth. Meanwhile, I lift the bowl with the other hand and just pour it down. No, no, no. Hiyubai shook his head, his face full of refusal. Don't be scared, Jiang Mian coaxed slyly. Here, darling, time for your medicine. If you're going to use that line, then I do really have to suspect you secretly added some DDVP into the medicine on your way. Jiang Mian's eyes crinkled with laughter. Guess. No. Then drink up. No, my stomach doesn't hurt any. Hiyubai turned his head away, unwilling to even look at the bowl of herbal medicine. Seeing him acting like a child, Jiang Mian had no choice but to turn to his mother for help. He called out toward the kitchen where Jiang's mother was washing dishes. Mom, Hiyubai. Hearing that Jiang Mian was about to tattle, Hiyubai got anxious and shot him a glare. Jiang Mian stopped mid-sentence, curved his lips into a smile, and asked softly, drink. Hiyubai really didn't want to, but after a few seconds of silence, Jiang Mian opened his mouth to continue tattling. He'll drink. Hiyubai finally conceded, the two words squeezed through gritted teeth. Then drink it while it's hot. If it gets cold, the effect will be diminished, and he'll have to bring you another bowl. Jiang Mian's smile turned cunning. He urged while subtly threatening. Under the threat of an extra bowl, Hiyubai dared not delay any longer. He lifted the bowl and drank it down in one gulp, not daring to pause lest the bitter taste of the herbal medicine hit his tongue. After finishing almost defiantly, Hiyubai deliberately turned the bowl upside down, just to prove to Jiang Mian that he had indeed drunk it all. Good boy, what a brave little treasure. Jiang Mian clapped theatrically, deliberately speaking in a baby voice, as if coaxing a child. Hiyubai's face darkened. I just drank that, don't make me throw it all up. From the kitchen came Jiang's mother's voice. Mian Mian, what did you call me for? Nothing, Jiang Mian replied. I just wanted to say that Hiyubai has finished his medicine, so he should head back to the hotel. Did you book a hotel? Though he said that, Jiang Mian wasn't sure, so after speaking to his mother, he turned to ask Hiyubai. Yes, I had my father's assistant book one before I came. I had forgotten. The other party was a rich second generation with everything from food and lodging to travel taken care of. He was just worrying unnecessarily, Jiang Mian muttered inwardly. Going back to the hotel? You're staying alone. Jiang's mother walked out of the kitchen, drying her hands. Hiyubai nodded. Yes, I'm traveling alone. Then staying alone at a hotel won't do. Originally thinking he just had a bad stomach, learning it was due to acclimatization, Jiang's mother felt this was no trivial matter. You're not used to the climate here, and you're not feeling well. Staying alone in a hotel is too risky. What if you get a fever or headache in the middle of the night? Jiang's mother directly declared, just stay at our place for now. You can share a room with Mian Mian and sleep in his bed. They were having a perfectly normal conversation. How did it suddenly turn into keeping him here? Jiang Mian was shocked. His bed was only 1.5 meters wide. If Hiyubai, such a big guy, slept in it, he'd have to bed down on the floor. Jiang Mian really wanted to take a good look at his mother. Was she really his own flesh and blood? Hiyubai's face showed embarrassment. He had never stayed over at someone else's house before, so he could only decline with an excuse. The hotel's already booked and paid for. It would be a waste not to use it. Can't you get a refund? Hiyubai wasn't sure, but to avoid being kept, he shook his head. It was an online transfer. It's non-refundable. How about this? Jiang's mother pondered for a moment, then pointed at Jiang Mian. Tonight you go with little he to the hotel and sleep with him and look after him a bit. Jiang Mian's eyes went wide. Me? Of course you, who else? Jiang's mother said matter-of-factly. He's sick, and since you're roommates, you live together at school anyway. Looking after him for one night won't hurt. Besides, hotel beds are big enough. Jiang Mian wanted to argue that this master he was strong enough to wrestle a bull to death. He didn't need any looking after. But Jiang's mother had the final say, and so it was decided. Packing his toiletries and clothes, Jiang Mian was sent off by his mother like that. Not long after the two left, Grandpa Nyo came to the door. Hearing that Hiyubai had suffered from diarrhea all afternoon after eating his braised noodles, Grandpa Nyo was truly frightened. But unable to find the young man, and only remembering that the lad was Mian Mian's friend, he hurried to the Jiang residence to inquire. Having made braised noodles for nearly a lifetime, if he ended up harming someone in his old age, he would be a true sinner. Fortunately, after Jiang's mother explained the situation, Grandpa Nyo was relieved. The night in the small town was as lively as the day. The lights on both sides of the lake reflected on the water, making it shimmer even more brilliantly. Hiyubai asked his assistant for the hotel's location and then inquired Jiang Mian where it was. The latter simply shook his head, admitting he had no idea. You live right here, and you don't know where these hotels are? Hiyubai found it somewhat unbelievable. Who says that just because you live somewhere you have to know every building around? Jiang Mian argued in his defense. Our place may not be big, but as a tourist area it's constantly being developed. And these developers have only started building things up in the last few years. Jiang Mian finally confessed. If you ask me about some old shops or streets, I do know where they are. But who remembers the name of a hotel? I have a home to go back to. Why would I need to remember it? Dear young master, just use your navigation. As he said this, Jiang Mian had already pulled out his phone and opened the navigation app. As they searched for the route and started the navigation. Head north, drive 300 meters, then turn left. Head west, drive to the traffic light intersection, then turn left. Good heavens, the navigation routes were different too. Hiyubai couldn't help but complain. Is it easy to get lost while strolling around your small town? It's hard to say. Jiang Mian finally didn't refute. After all, the town has too many alleyways and small roads. If outsiders want to take shortcuts, they have to pray that the end of those paths isn't a dead end. In a big city, navigation could still lead you astray, let alone in this small town. What if after passing through some alley you found a dead end on the other side? How about we each follow our own navigation, Jiang Mian suggested, and meet up at the entrance of the destination hotel. Great suggestion. Don't make it again. He hadn't checked the navigation before, but now he realized the place was 4 or 5 kilometers away. Walk there on foot. Was he crazy? Even if his legs hadn't cramped up from diarrhea today, Hiyubai wouldn't walk that distance. Did he really think the money in his pocket was just for show? Seeing them standing helplessly by the roadside, a tricycle driver, who was picking up passengers at night, stopped by. Handsome guys need a ride. The tricycle was an electric model sheltered from wind and rain, but the seats looked too cramped. Hiyubai frowned slightly. He actually preferred to take a taxi. He was about to decline when Jiang Mian asked, first, can you go to this hotel? He held up his phone to the driver. The man squinted at the address, then nodded repeatedly. I know this hotel very well. Lots of tourists come here and book rooms there. Since it was doable, Jiang Mian started negotiating the fare. The driver gave a fixed price, 35. Uncle, don't try to fool me, Jiang Mian argued. It's such a short distance and you want 35. Are you deliberately overcharging? What nonsense are you spouting, kid? The driver got anxious. We've always had this price. The Market Supervision Bureau can vouch for it. We never cheat you tourists. That would ruin our reputation. If no guests come in the future, how will we make a living? Jiang Mian was about to say he was a local and couldn't be fooled, but Hiyubai stopped him. Driver, you can go. We won't take the ride. Then why did you waste my time haggling? You're ruining my business. The driver barely held back from rolling his eyes. But before he could leave, Jiang Mian stopped him again. Don't go yet. We do want to take the ride. Now the driver was confused. So are you taking it or not? We'll take it. No, we won't. They shouted simultaneously, then looked at each other in bewilderment. All right, you two are interesting. Let me see who wins this argument, then he'll know who to listen to. Are you stupid? Jiang Mian whispered to Hiyubai. Why not take it? With the driver watching them, Hiyubai couldn't reveal his true thoughts, so he evaded. The space is too small. It'll be too cramped for the two of us. So, let's take a taxi instead. A taxi? Jiang Mian's eyes widened. Dear young master, he please open your eyes and look around. What taxis can you find in our little place? I saw on the app that there might be. Might be what? Jiang Mian frowned. Can you get a taxi? With these crowded streets, do you believe that even if a taxi is just a few hundred meters away, you could wait half an hour for it? That exaggerated. Hiyubai had never experienced such a thing, so naturally, he didn't know how absurd it could be. Exactly. That's why taking this kind of electric tricycle is the best deal. No traffic jams, no congestion. If there's an emergency, you can even take a shortcut through the alleys. Jiang Mian analyzed it thoroughly. Seeing the tall young man still hesitant, the driver urged, have you two decided yet? I need to pick up my next fare. We've decided. We'll take the ride. But even as they agreed, Jiang Mian still wanted to negotiate the price. How about 30? 35 really isn't taking advantage of you two. The driver thought they would just get on and head drive off, but this handsome young man was stubborn about the price. He was getting tired of it, but Jiang Mian wouldn't budge. 25. Damn, the price was going even lower. The driver was really getting annoyed. It's 35. If you don't take it, forget it. His face turned cold. Were these two young men deliberately messing with him? All right, then since you won't reduce it, we won't take the ride. Jiang Mian expressed regret and declined, then said to Hiyubai, the roads here are too congested. Taking a taxi is really inconvenient. Let's walk to the main road and hail one there. With that, he grabbed Hiyubai's arm and started walking. Hiyubai was completely confused. So were they taking it or not? Jiang Mian's steps were small, and he was silently counting in his mind. Sure enough, after just a few steps, the driver rode his tricycle over again, ready to negotiate with Jiang Mian. Handsome, how about this? Let's both compromise. 33 deal. Jiang Mian didn't even turn his head. 25. Then forget it. At 25 I'd lose money on the electricity for this trip. The driver waved his hand in refusal. Seeing that Jiang Mian said nothing more and continued walking with Hiyubai. Are we really going to take a taxi? I was just teasing him. Wait a bit longer, he'll definitely catch up. Hiyubai. Jiang Mian walked unhurriedly. Bargaining requires patience. As long as you outlast the other party, you win. Besides, there were plenty of tricycle drivers in the small town. If this one didn't work, he could haggle with the next. He could understand, after all, young master, he came from a wealthy family and was used to luxury. The taxi fare was nothing to him, less than a drop in the ocean. But Jiang Mian was a local born and raised here. He knew whether the driver was overcharging or not. He had initially offered 30 because he knew the fair price. Otherwise, he would have ruthlessly cut it down to 20. As Jiang Mian had predicted, just as they had walked a short distance, the driver caught up again. But his tone still clung to pride. Fine, fine. 30 it is. I'm really impressed by you, kid. Such a sharp tongue. But since you two look likable, just earn a little less. Alright, thanks, uncle. The streetlight shone on Jiang Mian's bright crescent-shaped eyes, making him look like a little fox who had just pulled off a clever trick. A flicker of something passed through He Yubai's mind. That expression seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It was like Jiang Wan. He Yubai, what are you spacing out for? Get in the car quickly. Jiang Mian's voice urged in his ear. By the time He Yubai came to his senses, Jiang Mian had somehow already gotten on the tricycle and sat down. The driver truly felt he had encountered two peculiar young men tonight. Oh, okay, He Yubai said, and with his long legs he stepped over and squeezed onto the vehicle. It had to be said. Was He Yubai's eye equipped with a ruler? Jiang Mian had thought that although the seat cushion looked a bit small, it wouldn't be particularly cramped. But after He Yubai sat down, he realized, oh my, it was really cramped. Couldn't this vehicle be made bigger? But he was weak and small and couldn't push against the other person. He could only pat He Yubai's shoulder. Can you change position? I'm about to be squeezed out. The movable area in the back of the tricycle was already limited, and sitting crosswise front and back was not ideal. Since Jiang Mian was on his left, He Yubai, upon hearing this, could only lean his body to the left, placing his left hand behind Jiang Mian, that is on the backrest. With his long arms and legs, being squeezed onto this tricycle was like an adult getting into a baby stroller. He couldn't move his body and felt very uncomfortable. But seeing Jiang Mian's pained expression, He Yubai found it somewhat amusing. You chose this yourself. Even if it's cramped, just bear with it for now. Jiang Mian clicked his tongue. This is a small electric tricycle. Don't drive so fast, be careful, we might fall. But after saying it, he felt it was too unlucky and spat repeatedly. In riding in a car, I shouldn't foolishly say such unlucky words about flipping. Pity there was no wood on the vehicle, otherwise he would have knocked on wood a few times. He Yubai. As expected of a foolish college student, naive and easy to deceive. If words could really bring misfortune, then every human in the world would be a prophet. The surrounding street market was too noisy. The driver in front couldn't hear clearly what they were saying, only vaguely catching something about flipping. You two handsome young men, don't worry. Uncle here has been riding for over 10 years, absolutely steady, there's no way he'll flip. The driver slightly turned his head, paying attention to the road ahead, while loudly assuring them. Truly a middle-aged man, who must be strong all his life. Amidst the bustling market with crowds coming and going, those driving private cars could hardly move an inch. Seeing this, He Yubai finally understood why Jiang Mian hadn't let him take a taxi. So many people wave after wave like chives. Even if the car drivers honked their horns, the vehicles didn't advance. Close call, they almost got trapped in the crowd. And at this moment, the little tricycle proved its usefulness. Relying on its small size, the driver maneuvered the tricycle nimbly through the crowd. Even on narrow roads it drove, without yielding. Although the driver was having a great time, it really made things difficult for Jiang Mian and He Yubai on the back seat. Because it was so cramped, after changing positions, it looked very much like He Yubai was holding Jiang Mian. With an unexpected left turn, He Yubai, unable to steady himself, lunged toward Jiang Mian. At the next intersection, a right turn made Jiang Mian unable to resist, lunging toward He Yubai, colliding with his chest muscles. Shit! What was this feeling of both hard and soft? After being pressed down several times and pouncing onto He Yubai, Jiang Mian finally couldn't help shouting, "Driver! You'd better ride slower. We're not in a hurry." Not in a hurry. Why didn't you say so earlier? The driver said with some reproach. I thought you were in a rush to get back to the hotel. I've been riding like I'm about to spark flames. Jiang Mian. Wait, why did that sound weird? After slowing down, they also drove onto the main road. The road instantly widened, and they no longer had to endure sudden braking or swaying left and right like bumper cars. At this time, the driver in front started a conversation instead. Where are you two handsome guys from? This was probably a universal trait of drivers everywhere. They liked to chat with passengers, even if there was nothing to talk about. I'm local, my friend is from the north. He Yubai was a CEO after all, who for topics that were irrelevant to him, it was better for the younger one to speak. The north is a good place, but unfortunately the snow in winter is so heavy and thick it's freezing cold. It's more comfortable here, the temperature is nice and warm all year round. After the driver expressed his feelings, it slowly dawned on him. You're local. Yeah, Jiang Mian said in confusion. What's the problem? You're local, and you don't know how to get to that hotel. Seeing how good you are at bargaining and being frugal, you might as well ride a bicycle from home and take your friend yourself. He Yubai raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Mian, only to be glared back. I don't know where that hotel is. The navigation routes we both got are different. A local like you still needs navigation. Can't you walk there even with your eyes closed? The driver's words seemed so matter-of-fact. Jiang Mian could only respond speechlessly. Obviously you've been riding here for over 10 years. Your sense of direction is definitely better than his. Jiang Mian knew it. The insult of a local not knowing the local building locations would come sooner. He was about to explain, but He Yubai already stepped in to smooth things over. Driver, you don't know. He has a terrible sense of direction. There are many places in the small town he doesn't know. No wonder. Young fellow, how come you have such a bad memory at your age? The driver's tone was slightly regretful. Jiang Mian shot him a sharp glare. Don't kick me, when him down. Just telling the truth, Hiyubai muttered childishly. Why didn't you ride a bike to take me? Sitting here is so cramped. Jiang Mian also gritted his teeth and whispered, I don't have a bike at home. Even if he had a bicycle, there was no way he could carry Hiyubai. Just imagining that scene. Hiyubai's long legs dangling on both sides of the back seat, while he with his short legs pedaled huffing and puffing in front, making this young master condescend to ride a bicycle. The thought of that scene was simply terrifying. After getting onto the main road, the hotel was not far away. Jiang Mian suddenly remembered something, his eyes narrowing with a smile. Hiyubai, I seem to have saved you money just now. As for this benefit, shouldn't you give you the 5 yuan you saved? Jiang Mian, great. I was just joking casually, but I didn't expect to expose your stingy nature. Jiang Mian said it with such anguish his acting was really convincing. Hiyubai found it amusing. His left hand resting on the backrest pinched Jiang Mian's left ear, applying a little pressure. Stop saying such ungrateful things. You've swindled me out of several thousand today. That was a business transaction. Do you even believe that yourself? I do. Jiang Mian was almost putting his hands on his hips to show how confident he was. After some back and forth talk, they arrived. Jiang Mian, having been tossed around on the road, was already desperate. He nimbly jumped off the tricycle. You go check in first. I'm going to the restroom. I can't hold it anymore. But because he ran too fast, he didn't even notice his phone had fallen onto the seat. Hiyubai picked up the phone and shouted to him, your phone fell. But Jiang Mian had already sprinted to the hotel entrance in big strides, deaf to his shouts. Helpless Hiyubai could only keep it for him. After scanning the QR code to pay and getting off the tricycle, Hiyubai finally turned his attention to Jiang Mian's phone. After a few glances, he thought to himself, why does this phone look so familiar? After Jiang Mian finished washing his hands and stepped out of the restroom, he found no trace of Hiyubai in the hotel lobby. Had he left without him? He hadn't waited at all, had he? Worried about keeping the other person waiting, Jiang Mian had rushed out without using the hairdryer. But now, with no one in sight and his hands still damp, he simply shook them dry as he walked toward the front desk. Excuse me, but may I ask if a certain handsome man surnamed he has already taken his room key and left? The front desk attendant was a young woman with a round face. When she looked up and saw a boy as charming as Jiang Mian, she unconsciously softened her tone. I'm sorry, but we're not allowed to disclose our guest information. I'm not some troublemaker or debt collector, Jiang Mian explained. He's my friend. I just stepped away to the restroom, and when I came out he was gone. The front desk girl blinked twice, thinking to herself, indeed, with looks as good as yours, you're probably the one who'd get bullied by a bad person. Darn it. All those steamy novels she'd been reading while slacking off at work were making her imagination run wild at the sight of this boy. She felt like she was sprouting a whole new brain. Since he's your friend, you can call him to come pick you up. Hotel policy really doesn't allow us to disclose guest information. Despite the professional smile on her face and her calm demeanor, her mind was already a whirlwind. A friend? At this hour of the night? Coming to a hotel? Was it what she thought? Oh, darn it. The newly grown brain wasn't enough. Oh right, I almost forgot my phone. Jiang Mian thanked her and silently praised the hotel for its conscientious. But after rummaging through his pockets for a while, he still couldn't find his phone. Jiang Mian's eyes went wide. What the hell? Where's my phone? While patting his pockets, he dashed back to the restroom. After searching high and low, there was still no sign of it. Seeing his anxiety, the front desk girl kindly reminded him, I saw you rushing in from outside just now. Maybe it fell outside. Jiang Mian's mind exploded. If it had fallen outside, that would be manageable. But if it had fallen in the tricycle driver's vehicle, he was done for. He hastily thanked her, turned around, and pushed open the hotel door to rush back out. Silently, he prayed it hadn't fallen into the vehicle. These days you never know a person's true nature. If the driver was reasonable, he might return it, but there was no guarantee. He wouldn't demand a few hundred yuan as a reward. If the driver was difficult, the phone would probably be turned off immediately, and he'd never see it again. Besides, it wasn't an iPhone. It didn't have built-in tracking. Even if he reported it to the police, it would take a lot of effort to locate it. Damn it. He really should have checked the almanac before going out tonight. He shouldn't have gone out at all. While praying, Jiang Mian carefully scanned the path he had taken. When he looked up, he saw Hiyubai still standing not far away. Just as relief began to wash over him, he realized the tricycle driver had disappeared, and his mood plummeted instantly. Oh my. His emotions swung wildly in an instant. He was going to have a heart attack at such a young age. But when he looked closely, he noticed that Hiyubai was holding what appeared to be his phone. The next moment, ecstasy surged through him again. As for the heart attack, it could wait. You scared me, Jiang Mian exhaled in relief. So you found my phone. He walked over to Hiyubai and reached for his phone. But the other man shifted his hand, leaving Jiang Mian grasped. Jiang Mian was confused. He thought Hiyubai was about to play some childish game again, and was about to tell him to stop. But Hiyubai suddenly turned his head, his eyes carrying a scrutinizing gaze. Why does this phone look so much like Jiang? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian's left hand gripped his left trouser pocket, tightly managing to suppress his shock and keep his expression from slipping. But inside it was already a stampede. Damn, had He Yubai figured it out? Was he about to be exposed because of a phone? Wait. Jiang Mian snapped back to reality. It was just a phone. There was still room to maneuver. Calm down, he must stay calm. He Yubai's tone held 7 parts interrogation and 3 parts bewilderment. He was about to say more, but Jiang Mian snatched the phone from his hand. Jiang Wan. Is Jiang Wan all you can think about? Isn't there anyone else? Jiang Mian's voice was clearly annoyed. There are only so many phone brands. Is it so strange that I have the same model as this so-called Jiang Wan? He pointed at the iPhone in He Yubai's hand and said seriously, are you telling me only you, the young master, can use an iPhone while no one else can? He Yubai was momentarily stunned by the rapid-fire retort. I was just making an offhand comment. Why are you? The scrutinizing gaze had now transformed into left eye spelling unreasonable and right eye spelling troublesome. Jiang Mian was speechless. When things defied reason, something was afoot. He hurriedly calmed himself down inside. He Yubai was no fool. Playing mind games was pointless. The more he tried to evade, the more suspicion he'd arouse. So to protect his cover, Jiang Mian quietly took a deep breath and decided to risk a bold move. Since the young master, he was so fixated on Jiang Wan, he would use that to his advantage. After hearing He Yubai's words, Jiang Mian deliberately lowered his head with a look of remorse. He had already crafted his speech, now he just needed to play it out step by step. Since we're being honest here, He Yubai, I owe you an apology. Jiang Mian's voice was tinged with regret. I must have been out of my mind to let some woman I met online help you. I really. The 5 words I'm a huge idiot that followed were too shameful to utter. He was having such a hard time. Lying required him to curse himself. Probably no one in the world was more aggrieved than him. Why did you ask her? Because Jiang Mian declared with the resolve of a martyr. If the mission succeeded, she would split the reward with me 50-50. He Yubai, the big victim, was speechless. So not only had he been deceived by a girl, but his good roommate was also for a 50-50 split. He had sold him out. He Yubai's emotions were so tangled, he didn't know what to say. It was supposed to be a business deal, but she went and messed with emotions. What a lying fraud. Jiang Mian hung his head low, his tone carrying both reproach and righteous indignation. After all, he was cursing himself, so he held back in the end. Then he waited silently for the other to speak, because the tense silence was quite tormenting. After a long while, he heard He Yubai let out a slight sigh, and then a warm sensation touched his left ear. He Yubai was pinching his ear. All right, I'm not angry. Really? Jiang Mian looked up at him tentatively. After all, with the truth laid bare like this, wouldn't a future CEO tycoon consider it a deep shame? How could he bear it? But He Yubai did bear it. What a good man. This time he wanted to give the young master a thumbs up. Really? He Yubai nodded, but soon pinched his cheek and raised an eyebrow. Besides, if you don't understand, don't go around slandering girls. I chose to like her of my own accord. And you played a part in this mess, so don't shift the blame. Jiang Mian was silent. From that tone of settling old scores, he knew He Yubai was still putting on a front. He felt he was having it too hard, having to curse himself just to tell a lie. When bad luck struck, even drinking cold water could get stuck in his teeth. He was enraged. Why was this considered a risky move? Because Jiang Mian was deliberately diverting the topic, whether by being unreasonable or making a scene. In any case, he could not let He Yubai continue dwelling on Jiang Wan's matter. Since the CEO cared so much about his pride, Jiang Mian intended to expose the truth. Since He Yubai was so fond of Jiang Wan, Jiang Mian would deliberately speak ill of her. Based on his speculation, he believed He Yubai would not tolerate such behavior. Fortunately, his guess was correct. He Yubai's attention was indeed diverted, and Jiang Mian's words were quite apt. Though no 2 snowflakes are identical, 2 identical phones certainly exist. I'm sorry, He Yubai rubbed his temples. Perhaps I was overthinking. It seemed that whenever Jiang Wan was involved, he easily fell into an emotional whirlpool. Can we go in now? Jiang Mian pointed at the hotel entrance. After all, he was not a pampered young master from a wealthy family. Though he had initially been reluctant to follow his mother's instructions and come to the hotel to look after He Yubai, now that he was here, the frugal genes within him were practically surging. The thought that every hour spent in this prepaid hotel would recoup some of the cost made him restless, yet the 2 of them stood outside like fools, rambling on and staring at each other. The hotel room had a bed, chairs, and a sofa. Why not sit inside instead of standing outside? Thinking of the time and money wasted, Jiang Mian could no longer bear it. If young master he refused to move, Jiang Mian was tempted to simply drag him inside. Let's go. The topic of Jiang Wan was thus glossed over as He Yubai turned and walked toward the hotel entrance. Jiang Mian followed behind, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had underestimated He Yubai. The young master was as meticulous as a needle, catching even the faintest traces. Should he simply replace the phone? But Jiang Mian quickly dismissed the idea. It would waste money and might arouse He Yubai's suspicion. He could explain the identical phones as a coincidence, but suddenly switching phones would draw attention, potentially making He Yubai uneasy. That approach would seem deliberate. After much thought with no solution, Jiang Mian gave up. After all, the most dangerous place is the safest, so shouldn't the most dangerous minefield also be the safest? By the time he came to his senses, Hiyubai was already handing his ID to the front desk receptionist. Are you two checking in together? She asked with a smile. Hiyubai nodded. Together. Then he'll need both IDs. One person alone. In reality, it was merely a formality. Even if one person checked in with their ID and another entered later, the front desk would hardly notice. After all, with so many hotel guests daily, the receptionist couldn't remember every face. But since this handsome man had made the request, if the other guy didn't have his ID, she could do nothing to help. The surveillance cameras had captured everything, so, without registering both IDs, she couldn't assign the room. Yet a hint of anticipation stirred within her. Could it really be what she imagined? Your ID. Hiyubai turned to ask Jiang Mian. Not sure if I brought it. Before he finished, Jiang Mian pulled his ID from his pocket. Jiang Mian. It seemed his mother had prepared, thoroughly knowing he'd need an ID for the hotel. As he handed it over, the receptionist's hands trembled slightly. No way, no way. Was this really a scene straight out of a romance novel? She nearly squealed in excitement. With trembling hands, she swiped their IDs, then stole a few glances at them. One tall, one short, clearly the dominant and the submissive. One handsome, one charming. The dynamic was unmistakable. And this Mr. He was simply stunning. Even his ID photo was ridiculously good-looking with sharp features and blazing eyes. Was this a real-life version of a CEO and his sweet little wife? Uncontrollable tears nearly dripped from the corners of her mouth. Earlier she had wondered if Jiang Mian had brought his ID. If not, he might have been dragged to the hotel halfway by this handsome Mr. He. Forced love. She was all for it. If he had brought it, then this hotel trip was likely voluntary. A cold, aloof CEO, tenderly entangled with his sweet little wife. Holy crap. She was even more into that. And because she was still on shift, she had to maintain her professionalism. Otherwise, recalling the imaginative scenes from romance novels, she might just faint from a nosebleed. The floor behind had just been mopped by the cleaner, and Jiang Mian didn't notice the slippery surface. After registering, he took his ID, turned, and took a step, only to have his soul slide out from under him. As he was about to fall, Hiyubai, standing behind, swiftly caught him. Careful. The sudden move had Hiyubai simply wrapping his right arm around Jiang Mian's chest. But to the receptionist, her eyes widened instantly. He hugged him. The CEO hugged his soft, dazed little sweetheart. Oh my God, she was about to die. To witness such a thrilling scene in real life. She wanted to scream and call over everyone who read such novels to see this moment brimming with uncontrollable maternal smiles. This had to be pure love, not some dirty transaction. Once those two stepped through that door today, she would lock it and swallow the key. While waiting for the elevator, Jiang Mian casually looked around. He noticed the receptionist seemed to be making a cheering gesture, her lips mouthing, "Go for it, Jiang Mian." Once inside the room, they inserted the keycard, and the lights illuminated the entire suite. Holy crap. Jiang Mian couldn't help but be stunned. Did your dad's assistant book you a presidential suite? Indeed, money could make the devil grind the mill. The distinction between rich and poor, grandeur and ordinary, was immediately apparent to the naked eye. As the power came on, the curtains automatically drew open. Damn. Fully automated. Jiang Mian was utterly shocked, but before he could recover, he heard the sound of trickling water from the bathroom. He rushed in to see. What the hell? The bathtub was automatically filling with hot water. Jiang Mian was completely dumbfounded. Was this the power of money? Yet despite Jiang Mian's astonishment, Hiyubai remained nonchalant. You've never stayed in one before. Hearing that matter-of-fact tone, Jiang Mian clenched his fists. Damn it. His resentment toward the rich was about to surge again. So what if I haven't? Look at you acting all high and mighty. Jiang Mian snorted, then collapsed onto the bed as if boneless. He was dying to test how soft the presidential suite's bed was. He let his body fall onto the spring mattress, its plush softness bouncing him slightly. When he landed again, he felt as if he had sunk into a cloud, soft and supple. Jiang Mian let out an involuntary sigh of contentment. I've decided I'll die right here. I'm not leaving, not going anywhere. The soft bed made him instantly drowsy, but just as his eyes were about to close, Hiyubai frowned and yanked him up. Don't dirty the bed. Take a shower first. Jiang Mian. Damn. He was being rejected. Early the next morning. Having maintained an early rising routine since returning home, coupled with a pressing need to relieve himself, Jiang Mian awoke in a daze. The moment he opened his eyes, his mind inexplicably stalled for a moment as he gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. Jiang Mian found himself asking the classic trio, who am I? Where am I? What is this place? He tried to sit up, only to discover that he seemed to be bound, unable to move in it. Had he encountered a ghostly barrier in broad daylight? Startled by this absurd thought, Jiang Mian instantly snapped awake. Turning his head, he saw Hiyubai's face right beside him, alarmingly close. Right, he remembered. He had been ordered by his mother, Madame Jiang, to accompany Hiyubai at the hotel for the night. Yet he had ended up sleeping like a log the entire night. Recalling this, Jiang Mian felt a pang of shame. Young master, he sound asleep with his eyes closed, seemed to shed a hint of his aristocratic air, gaining a touch of scholarly gentleness. Apart from that time, when he transformed into Jiang Wan and deliberately teased and provoked him, this was the first time he had been this close to Hyubai. Looking closer, he noticed that not only was the other's skin flawless, but even his pores were barely visible. His brow appeared cold and firm, but because Jiang Mian's attempt to get up seemed to have disturbed him, Hyubai couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, his thin lips pressing together. This was so different from the young master he usually seemed like a defenseless big boy. Oh no. Lost in thought, Jiang Mian suddenly snapped back to reality. Now was not the time to admire Hyubai's sleeping face. He needed to get up and go to the bathroom. His bladder was about to burst. He struggled to get up again, but this only provoked strong dissatisfaction from Hyubai. Eyes still closed, Hyubai spoke in a hoarse voice, "Stop messing around." Those simple 2 words carried a hint of who wanted to cause a fuss. Jiang Mai was utterly speechless, thinking, was this guy pretending to be some domineering CEO with morning crankiness? Real CEOs were supposed to be made of iron, pulling all-nighters for work and evolving past the need for sleep. And he was still lazing in bed. What kind of CEO was that? Jiang Mian felt his own morning crankiness rising. Anger crankiness. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm about to burst. Jiang Mian struggled to get up. But after Hyubai spoke, Jiang Mian felt the sense of restraint on him seemed to intensify. Wondering what was going on, he looked down and was nearly infuriated. Good grief, what kind of genius was this young man? One blanket wasn't enough, he had somehow gotten another one. Jiang Mian could understand if it was a northern habit preferring to sleep with separate bedding. But sleeping was one thing, but wrapping himself up in one blanket and then clinging to Jiang Mian like a koala hugging a tree using both arms and legs. That was too much. Jiang Mian felt like he was being wrapped up like a zongzi. No wonder he hadn't slept well all night, feeling like he couldn't breathe and unable to turn over. Yet the bed was so comfortable that he couldn't bear to open his eyes. If not for being woken by his bladder in the morning, he wouldn't have known he was enduring such torture. That scoundrel had lied to him. Before going to bed last night, they had asked each other about any bad sleeping habits, like snoring, grinding teeth, or talking in sleep. That Hyubai had claimed their dormitory habits were all fine. Screw that. What was fine about this? Not only was he wrapped up like a zongzi, but the slightest movement made his whole body feel stiff and aching all over. And the infuriating part was that this guy was still sleeping obliviously beside him. If only his hands weren't trapped in the blanket, he would have already slapped Hyubai's punchable face left and right. With his physical strength restricted, Jiang Mian could only clear his throat and take a deep breath. Bye. This roar full of rage exploded right by Hyubai's ear. What's wrong? Hyubai's eyes snapped open instantly, and he sat up abruptly in bed. Seeing Jiang Mian staring at him with wide eyes, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. What's gotten into you so early in the morning? Go back to sleep. Before Jiang Mian could even start speaking, Hyubai lay back down. The feeling of restraint, gone for only a few seconds, instantly swept over him again. Aorg. Jiang Mian felt like cursing. Get off me right now. I need to go to the bathroom. I can't hold. I'm going to wet the bed. Hyubai's ears endured the onslaught, finally sobering him up a bit. He then rolled to the side, no longer pressing down on the blanket wrapped around Jiang Mian. Freed at last, Jiang Mian didn't want to waste time hitting him. He hurriedly got up and rushed into the bathroom. After relieving himself, he finally felt liberated. Thank goodness. Jiang Mian let out a long sigh. He had almost thought his bladder was going to burst. When he came out of the bathroom, Jiang Mian saw that Hyubai had somehow rolled back over and was now pressing down on the spot where he had been lying. This sight reignited the anger he had just suppressed. He rushed over, grabbed the pillow from the head of the bed, and slammed it onto Hyubai. It's all your fault. You held me all night. I couldn't sleep at all. I'm more exhausted than after running 1,000 meters in the fitness test. Arg. This commotion naturally woke Hyubai up. Stop it. A sharp shout startled Jiang Mian. Hyubai sat up from the bed, rubbing his aching temples. What the hell is wrong with you so early in the morning? You've been to the bathroom, can you just calm down? His brows were deeply furrowed and his expression was grim. Anyone woken up like this would feel uncomfortable. Scolded like this, Jiang Mian felt wronged. What do you mean I'm going crazy? Look at what you've done. What did I do? Hyubai kept admonishing himself internally. The other was a little lamb. He couldn't lose his temper, otherwise he would have tossed him out the window long ago. That blanket. Jiang Mian pointed at the blanket that had wrapped him like a zongzi. You have the nerve to say you sleep well. You wrapped me up and bound me with your arms and legs all night. I almost thought it was sleep paralysis. I was miserable all night. The more Jiang Mian spoke, the angrier he got, and his confidence returned. And you dare to yell at me. If anyone should feel wronged, it's me. You feel wronged. Hyubai was now fully awake. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, he was almost amused by this little fool. Come on, let me help you recall what happened last night. Rewinding to last night, after they had both showered, Jiang Mian watched as Hyubai came out with a towel wrapped around his lower half, holding a dry towel to dry his hair. He had seen the other's chest and abdominal muscles several times before, and Jiang Mian felt he could now treat them with equanimity. Hyubai thought Jiang Mian was waiting for him and reminded him, if you're sleepy, go ahead and sleep. Don't wait for me. That doesn't seem right. The hotel is your treat, and my mom told me to look after you. It would be awkward if I fell asleep. Though his words expressed reluctance, Jiang Mian's body was honest. He collapsed directly onto the soft bed and stretched comfortably. Seeing this, Yubai just smiled and said nothing. His wet hair was already half dry. Next, he just needed to apply some hair oil and slowly blow dry it with low heat and low air. This was a hair care technique he had learned from his personal stylist, which helped prevent damage while blow drying. Just as he was about to turn back to the bathroom to blow dry his hair, Jiang Mian, lying on the bed, suddenly sat up and asked, "Young master, do you have any bad sleeping habits?" "Bad habits? Like grinding teeth, snoring, or talking in your sleep?" "No," Yubai shook his head. "We're dorm mates after all. We've lived together for so long, and I've found everyone's habits are pretty good." Hearing this, Jiang Mian recalled, "That's true. A few times when I stayed up late in the dorm, I didn't hear any of you snoring or talking in your sleep." Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh. Our dorm is truly the most harmonious, godly dorm ever. He even suspected that while Feng Jun was a noisy one, he never snored, ground his teeth, or talked in his sleep, who otherwise Chunyu would have thrown him off the upper bunk long ago. Confirming that their sleeping habits were all fine, Jiang Mian lay back down on the comfortable bed and fell asleep peacefully to the hypnotic hum of the hairdryer. When Yubai finished tidying up in the bathroom and lifted the covers to get into bed, he found Jiang Mian sprawled out like an octopus, lying in a spread-eagle position, looking utterly content and sound asleep. Yubai was speechless. This scene made Yubai laugh, though Jiang Mian was right. He didn't snore or grind his teeth, but he would unconsciously turn into an octopus and take over the entire bed. It seemed he had to book another room. Yubai picked up the bedside phone and called the front desk to explain his request, only to be told, "Sorry, there are no rooms available." What else could he do? He had to move Jiang Mian back. But seeing the other's amusing sleeping posture, Yubai first took a photo with his phone before taking action. Then, tossing the phone aside, Yubai began to rearrange Jiang Mian's octopus-like limbs properly, at least to reclaim his own sleeping space. Fortunately, Jiang Mian didn't wake up from all the fuss. He just smacked his lips, turned over, and continued sleeping. Finally able to sleep, Yubai turned off the light and lay down on the bed. After a whole afternoon of suffering from diarrhea, and then being kept by Jiang's mother out of excessive hospitality, he had been forcing himself to stay alert. Now, with his entire body and mind relaxed, drowsiness swept over him. He didn't know how long he had slept when Yubai was awakened by the urge to urinate. Checking his phone, it was exactly 1:30 in the morning. He had probably drunk too much water today. At dinner, seeing he was uncomfortable and had no appetite, Jiang's mother kept serving him soup. After dinner, Jiang Mian brought him a large bowl of herbal medicine, which he downed in one gulp. Being woken up by the urge to urinate in the middle of the night was within Yubai's expectations. As he prepared to get out of bed, he felt something pressing down on him. Turning on the light and lifting the blanket, he was almost rendered speechless. Jiang Mian had shifted diagonally in his sleep, his legs gradually encroaching on Yubai's side. That wasn't all. His legs stretched over and his feet, like a pair of chopsticks, clamped down on Yubai's thigh from above and below. Yubai was speechless. Was he a dish? He pushed Jiang Mian's legs away, got up to relieve himself in the bathroom, and then dutifully straightened Jiang Mian's sleeping posture before going back to sleep. In the latter part of the night, Jiang Mian suddenly turned over again. First, a leg pressed against Yubai through the blanket, then an arm swung violently, hitting Yubai's chest. That sudden blow nearly knocked the breath out of Yubai. When he woke up and saw it was only 4 o'clock, he held his forehead and questioned his life. Looking at Jiang Mian's sleeping posture, he knew he wouldn't get a good night's rest. Thankfully, the blanket was between them, otherwise that leg press might have cost him dearly. Left with no choice, Yubai called the front desk again to ask for another blanket. Forced awake twice in one night waiting for the blanket to arrive, Yubai felt he could have fallen asleep on the sofa. In contrast, the ungrateful Jiang Mian slept soundly, undisturbed by any noise. Fortunately, the waitress didn't keep Yubai waiting long and soon delivered the blanket. Yubai had planned to spread 2 blankets and sleep separately without interference. But just as he lay down and was about to fall asleep, Jiang Mian kicked off the blanket and landed a foot on his butt. Even a clay figurine has its temper. Yubai, the young master, finally lost it. He grabbed Jiang Mian's blanket, wrapped him up like a zongzi, hugged him entirely, and fell back onto the bed to continue sleeping. Perfect. Now there was no more commotion. Throughout this, Jiang Mian slept like a log. Back to the present, after hearing Yubai's account, Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. How could I sleep like that? You must have some sleepwalking habit and wrap me up like a zongzi. Before he could finish, Yubai grabbed the phone, tapped the screen a few times, and showed him the photo of the octopus. Jiang Mian was momentarily speechless, but tried to resist. Who knows if you deliberately posed me like that for the photo? Again, before he could finish, Yubai took the phone, tapped a few times, and showed him photos of the chopstick legs and the blanket kicking. This time, Jiang Mian had nothing to say. Sorry, my fault. Why didn't you book another room? Jiang Mian looked a bit embarrassed. With such solid evidence, he couldn't deny it anymore, and quietly changed, no rooms available. How could such a big hotel have no rooms? Jiang Mian trailed off as realization dawned. Among the tourists from all over coming to the small town, there were likely many hidden wealthy merchants and tycoons. Since they were rich, they naturally preferred good food, good things, and good lodging. Even He Yubai's father's assistant knew to book a presidential suite for him, let alone those people. Moreover, the hotel didn't have many presidential suites. Even though rarity made them valuable driven by such profits, some were still willing to pay for them. Thinking it over if he were to make He Yubai book a standard or regular room. Hiss. The thought was terrifying. Jiang Mian deeply realized he was a sinner, a big villain who had taken over someone else's nest. I'm sorry. Jiang Mian pouted, pounced onto the bed and hugged He Yubai's thigh through the blanket. Young master, I was wrong. I wronged you. I really. Too painful. Yesterday, to avoid revealing his identity, he had to indirectly curse himself, and today, he had to continue. What heavenly law had he broken? Why was bad luck finding him everywhere? So hard. Stuttering without finishing, He Yubai didn't press further. Forget it, since we found out early, we can cure it early. Jiang Mian. Truly the young master, what a sharp tongue. Seeing He Yubai rub his temples, he knew the other hadn't slept well last night. Putting himself in the other's shoes, if someone had tormented him all night, he would have probably killed them. Feeling guilty, Jiang Mian tried to make amends. Young master, how about I give you a massage? He Yubai wanted to refuse, but turning his head, he saw Jiang Mian's face full of, please, this is my way of making. He changed his mind. Alright, should I lie on my back or stomach? On your stomach, Jiang Mian suggested. He'll massage your shoulders and push your back, so you can close your eyes and sleep a bit more. He Yubai had no objection and obediently lay on his stomach, closing his eyes. Jiang Mian got on the bed, straddling He Yubai's body with his legs on either side, still through the blanket. Even through the blanket, he could feel the soft, firm curve beneath him. He couldn't help but chuckle. He Yubai, I didn't expect you to have such a nice butt. Suddenly teased, He Yubai's face flushed. Feigning displeasure, he said, shut up. If you're going to massage, do it quickly. Jiang Mian giggled, but didn't stop his hands. Though the technique wasn't great, it did help He Yubai relax. He closed his eyes, thinking silently. Thank goodness Jiang Mian told him to lie on his stomach. He hadn't expected the other to straddle him for the massage. If he had said to lie on his back, that would mean sitting on his. P.S. I ended up writing 5,000 words again today. The lecherous author quietly drove the car. Interpret it yourselves. He Yubai closed his eyes, thoroughly enjoying Jiang Mian's half-hour massage. By the time the other stretched languidly, his expression glowing with renewed vitality, Jiang Mian's arms and fingers ached from exhaustion. Don't ask. If you must, the answer is he simply didn't want to talk. Originally had intended to give a perfunctory 10-minute massage, but this master, he had to take it so seriously. The moment Jiang Mian's hand stopped, He Yubai raised an eyebrow and questioned with a hint of skepticism. The implication in his tone was unmistakable, almost as if he were pressing his face close to Jiang Mian's and demanding, so you stirred me up all night, and you plan to make amends with just a 10-minute massage. Jiang Mian. How could that be? I was just thinking of switching to a different spot. Go on then. Hearing He Yubai's commanding tone, Jiang Mian silently mouthed curses behind his back, itching to gesticulate wildly and put an end to him. But the next second, haven't started yet. At He Yubai's query, Jiang Mian could only force a smile. Right away. Those 4 words were ground out through gritted teeth. And so with every slightest pause or delay, He Yubai's questioning arrived punctually. It infuriated Jiang Mian so much that he couldn't help but increase the pressure, hoping to pinch the other until he felt pain and retreated out of agony. But the result was contrary to Jiang Mian's expectations. After this intensified massage, He Yubai found his body even more relaxed. Instead, he complained somewhat. If only you'd used this strength from the start. For the first 10 minutes, I thought you'd skipped breakfast and were weak. Turns out you had the energy after all. Jiang Mian. Damn it. He had truly shot himself in the foot. He hated it. Head tried to get back at the other, but only ended up with even sorer arms and fingers. After half an hour of such dutiful massage, He Yubai was brimming with energy, while only he, longing to collapse exhausted onto the bed and catch some extra sleep. He Yubai sprang vigorously from the bed and headed to the bathroom for a shower. How exquisite this young master was, taking so many baths every single day. Jiang Mian grumbled inwardly, silently drawing circles as he cursed, be careful. Too much washing might make your skin sensitive, or washing your hair too often might cause hair loss. Thus, after over 10 minutes, He Yubai emerged from the bathroom completely refreshed. Seeing Jiang Mian still lying in bed, he went over and pulled him up. Stop sleeping. We're going to your place later. Jiang Mian reluctantly lay back down. Why are we going to my place? To thank Annie Jiang. He Yubai was already getting dressed for caring so much about me yesterday. He was still pondering whether to buy some fruit, some supplements, or both. As the old saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it. Though the He family was immensely wealthy, He Yubai had grown up with his parents rarely around. His father was busy with work and social engagements, while his mother was occupied with flower arranging, tea tasting, or discussing clothes, bags, and jewelry with her friends. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that in Hiyubai's over 20 years of life the time Head spent with his parents might be less than with the household staff and butler. He indeed possessed many things ordinary people could never have and had reached heights others could scarcely touch. In others' words, he was a child born in Rome, born at the finish line. Yet the lack of familial affection remained an irreparable gap in his childhood memories. Forced into early maturity, no one could glimpse the profound loneliness within him. It was a place his parents had never ventured. But just yesterday, on such a simple and ordinary afternoon, he met Mother Jiang and finally understood what familial love felt like. Silent and subtle, that must be maternal love. It was a care he had never seen in his own parents, who only cared about his grades, how his tutoring went, and even skipped parent-teacher meetings every year. Their cold treatment was like going through the motions, merely aiming to raise a satisfactory product. But Mother Jiang was different. She was the most ordinary of countless mothers, yet such a plain and common elder could attentively notice his discomfort, softly urge him to eat more, and meticulously find medicine for him, or arrange for Uncle One to help examine and brew herbal remedies. He recalled how Jiang Mian always envied his wealthy background, and Hiyubai found it amusing. He actually envied Jiang Mian's family more. Though the Jiang family wasn't wealthy, Uncle Jiang was a wonderful person, approachable, and without the airs of an elder or the scheming of a businessman, able to joke around with the younger generation. And Auntie Jiang went without saying. After interacting with her yesterday, Hiyubai felt his heart warmed thoroughly. Had almost let his low emotional intelligence and clumsy words fail her kindness. He envied such a family atmosphere where children and parents could discuss things harmoniously. Why thank only my mom? Jiang Mian's face darkened. If I followed you all the way here to take care of you, as my mom said. Why not thank me too? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became. He raised his two hands, looking utterly battered and weary. I just helped you massage for half an hour. My hands. Hiyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you even hear what you're saying? I said. But before Jiang Mian could finish, Hiyubai held his phone up to him, even kindly scrolling the screen with his finger. Photos of an octopus, photos of chopstick-like legs clamping someone, photos with no trace of sleeping posture. Jiang Mian. Hiyubai asked considerately. Need me to help you recall further? Actually, you've misunderstood me. Anyway, he couldn't take this loss. He had to avoid it. Jiang Mian sat up from the bed and began to explain, or rather extricate himself solemnly. I mean, at this hour my parents have already finished breakfast and gone out. There's no point going now. We might as well have breakfast here at the hotel. This excuse was half true. Jiang Mian didn't want to suffer a direct loss, and he was also eager to taste what a presidential suite's breakfast was like. Had heard they even bring food to the room on a cart. At that moment his envy of the wealthy was thrown to the winds. He just wanted to savor the breakfast here quickly. Hiyubai was about to say something like, hotel breakfast is just so-so, ooh, I'm tired of it. But seeing the eager sparkle in Jiang Mian's eyes, he swallowed his words. What others delighted in was something had long grown weary of it. Conversely, what he cherished might be something other, like familial love. Really want to eat. Jiang Mian nodded vigorously. Then have it sent up. Hiyubai picked up the landline and made a call, clearly requesting 2 breakfasts delivered to the room. The hotel dared not refuse the requests of a presidential suite guest, especially over just 2 breakfasts. Even if he asked for more, it would be fine. Soon the doorbell rang. A waiter arrived with a small cart. Hiyubai opened the door, said, "Thank you," took the cart. Jiang Mian looked closely. The breakfast had likely been heated before delivery, as a wisp of steam still. It was so exquisitely made that Jiang Mian couldn't name a few items. He only recognized 2 portions of pasta, several croissants, pan-fried buns with sesame seeds, cream puffs, egg hot dogs, and 2 servings of fruit and milk. Everything was colorful. No wonder it was the VIP treatment of a presidential suite. The class was through the roof. Hiyubai urged him, "Go wash up quickly, then eat the breakfast while it's hot." Jiang Mian reluctantly refused. "But I don't want to wash up now. Oh, I just want to eat." "Are you sure?" Hiyubai pointed at his hands. "You just gave me a massage. Are you sure you don't want to wash your hands before eating?" "What's there to wash? I trust you, master. Here are definitely clean." Jiang Mian smiled with narrowed eyes. "Even if I don't use my hands, you can feed me, can't you? Isn't that right? It's just a matter of 1 chopstick." Then he obediently opened his mouth. I don't have the habit of feeding others. You'll have to eat yourself." Hiyubai finished his bite and speared a piece of yellow peach to taste. Jiang Mian immediately snorted, cold and heartless. "I was just joking. If you want, feed me, fine. I'll eat myself." Seeing Hiyubai eat with refined grace, Jiang Mian didn't want to fall behind. He jumped off the bed and dashed to the table. While eating, he mumbled indistinctly, "When you want to feed me in the future, humph. You won't have the chance then. Don't come crying later." Though he spoke unclearly, Hiyubai understood perfectly and merely curled his lips faintly. "I never go back on my word." The young master, he had indeed forgotten a saying, words may become prophecy, just as he didn't know how quickly the tables could turn. But that, of course, is a story for another time. Jiang Mian initially intended to emulate Hiyubai's refined manner, savoring his breakfast with slow, graceful bites. But upon trying, he realized that such a demeanor was utterly insufferable. Indeed, elegance is a quality cultivated from childhood. As a late bloomer learning on the fly, he simply couldn't be bothered with such pretentiousness. After finishing breakfast, Hyubai sat at the table and politely wiped his mouth with a napkin. Zhang Mian, however, was like a gluttonous pig possessed, collapsing onto the bed immediately after eating, patting his slightly distended stomach. He seemed reluctant to stop. It's a pity my stomach is too small. There's so much delicious food left, but I simply can't eat anymore. After saying this, he let out a loud belch as if no one else were present. At that moment, all rules and decorum were cast aside without a second thought. The consequence of eating too much was that Zhang Mian's thoughts nearly became porcine. He couldn't help but wonder what's so bad about being a pig. Eat when full, sleep when full. Such a divine life is what humans should enjoy. The room fell silent. Hyubai took out his phone and tapped the screen with a serious expression, seemingly occupied with some task. Having consumed a fair amount of starch and fructose on an empty stomach, Zhang Mian's insulin levels rose, making him drowsy and on the verge of sleep. Just as he drifted into slumber, Hyubai yanked him upright. The surroundings seemed to spin before his eyes, until once still Hyubai's face appeared before him. What is it? Zhang Mian yawned sleepily, then stretched luxuriously. But his eyelids remained half-closed, his entire demeanor listless, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him without any effort on his part. Seeing him like this, Hyubai shook his head with a helpless smile and patted his shoulder. Hey, stop sleeping. We need to go to your place. What exactly do we need to go to my place for? Zhang Mian's face crumpled in annoyance, almost whining stubbornly. Didn't I tell you? My parents aren't home. What's the point of going? You said yesterday you were a good tour guide. Now you want to bail out. Hyubai clicked his tongue. Can't you let me take it easy? Zhang Mian yawned again. Before you woke up, you insisted on sleeping more. Now that I want to sleep, you won't let me. He flopped back onto the bed and muttered, so hypocritical. Who's to blame? Relying on his long legs, Hyubai didn't bother kneeling on the bed for leverage. Instead, he bent over slightly, reached out with both hands, and pinched Zhang Mian's cheeks. It's your fault for keeping me up all night. Now you want to sleep soundly. No way. With his cheeks pinched, Zhang Mian mumbled indistinctly, Master, you're so petty. Hyubai leaned in closer. What did you say? His tone carried a veiled threat. Sensing danger, Zhang Mian chose to close his eyes and feigned idiocy, babbling nonsense. You like babbling nonsense, do you? Hyubai chuckled lightly. After saying this, Zhang Mian felt the hands on his face withdraw. He thought Master he had given up, but who would have guessed? The next second, Hyubai's hands grabbed his waist and began tickling his sensitive spots. Ha ha ha. Help. Ha ha ha. Let go. Let go. Ha ha ha. Zhang Mian writhed on the bed like Bai Sujin after drinking Realgar wine, his voice cracking from laughter. But Hyubai's hands didn't stop. Instead, he said with amusement, You liked babbling nonsense, didn't you? Go. No more. I won't say it anymore. Ha ha ha. Please let go. Ha ha ha. Do you know you were wrong? Wrong. I know I was wrong. Ha ha. Hyubai deliberately asked again, What were you wrong about? I shouldn't have stayed in bed. Oh, I should have gone home with you. Ha ha ha. Though this wasn't within Zhang Mian's initial thoughts, since the question was asked, he went along with it. But unexpectedly, Hyubai said, Wrong answer. Punishment doubled. Where was I wrong? Hyubai ignored him, tickling not only his waist, but also his armpits. Zhang Mian was so tickled he writhed like a loach sprinkled with salt, rolling back and forth on the bed until his cheeks nearly froze from laughter. After a good, while deeming the punishment sufficient, Hyubai finally released him. At that moment, Zhang Mian was like a fish stranded on the shore, half dead and utterly exhausted, panting. Hyubai leisurely went to the bathroom to wash his hands, then returned to look down at Zhang Mian. Your mistake was not answering properly when faced with a question. Don't fob me off with nonsense like ba. Understand? Zhang Mian. I understand your grandmother. This bastard just wanted to mess with him on purpose. Zhang Mian glared at him defiantly, cursing inwardly with great venom. As for why he didn't dare to voice it, because he simply didn't dare. Ignoring Zhang Mian's utterly harmless glare, Hyubai turned around to clear the leftover breakfast from the table. Hurry up and change clothes. We're leaving right away. Leave your head. Zhang Mian shook his little fist behind Hyubai's back. I wish I could punch you. But alas, that thought remained just a thought. Even if he had the will, he lacked the strength to overpower him. He was about to obediently change clothes when his mind suddenly wandered and a mischievous, wicked impulse surged within him. Watching Hyubai's back, Zhang Mian revealed a mysterious smile. Little bastard, I can't beat you, heathen, but I can sneak attack. With that thought, Zhang Mian immediately got up from the bed, stood upright, and searched for a spot to tickle. Once he locked onto a target, he prepared to charge forward with outstretched hands. But unexpectedly, the first to strike fell first. Because he lunged too eagerly, his right foot slammed directly into the edge of the bed. That was solid wood. The pain's signal, though delayed, arrived. The moment the agony hit, Zhang Mian's previously triumphant expression twisted into a mask of agony. Ah, my foot. His right foot lifted from the pain, leaving only his left foot to support his balance. Zhang Mian was about to pitch forward. Fortunately, Hyubai heard his cry of pain and immediately turned around. He caught him just in time. Jiang Mian tumbled into Hiyubai's arms. His chest was soft, but it still knocked the breath out of his face. What's wrong with your foot? Jiang Mian shook his trembling right foot. I hit it on the bed frame. Hiyubai asked tentatively, can you stand? No, it hurts. Truly trying to be good only brought bad luck. The moment a wicked thought crossed his mind, but now that he had already paid such a painful price, he was determined to tickle Hiyubai's sensitive spots today. Jiang Mian's heart churned with determination, his eyes growing resolute. Now that he was in Hiyubai's arms, it was the perfect opportunity to tickle him. Without further ado, Jiang Mian was about to act. But the next second, Hiyubai pushed him out of his embrace, passed his hands under Jiang Mian's armpits, and lifted him up by the arms. Jiang Mian. Because of his injured right foot, he had to press the sole of his right foot against his left knee, while his arms were spread wide like a golden rooster standing on one leg. What was this supposed to do? But Hiyubai, unaware of his thoughts, bent down to examine his right foot, frowning slightly. It's quite a bad hit. Looks like it might bruise. Wait. Jiang Mian was a bit embarrassed. Sure, it hurt, but master, did you have to look at him like he had a terminal illness? Can you stand or sit on your own? Hiyubai asked. Jiang Mian looked at his current awkward pose and replied euphemistically, seems a bit difficult. Then Hiyubai gave him a push, and he fell back onto the bed. Then just lie down for now. They'll call the front desk to send. Forced to lie on the bed, Jiang Mian thought. So does love disappear? This big jerk. The ointment for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis was out of stock, so the staff sent a bottle of safflower oil for traumatic injuries instead, which should have a similar effect. Since it was a winter vacation part-time worker, when delivering the oil, the young man couldn't help but sneak a peek into the room. This college student with clear, foolish eyes couldn't help but fantasize, could it be that these two guests fought over how delicious the hotel breakfast was? That didn't seem likely in a presidential suite. But then he thought perhaps the rich have peculiar little quirks that ordinary people can't imagine. Hiyubai took the oil from the worker, completely unaware of the absurd thoughts running through the other's mind. The medicine is here. Let me rub it on for you. Since it was a brand new bottle, after unscrewing the cap, a piece of tinfoil was stuck to the opening as a seal. Hiyubai tore off the foil and turned around to find a trash can to dispose of it. Jiang Mian, sitting up on the bed, happened not to notice. Seeing Hiyubai's back turned, he decided to settle old and new scores together. Human beings are creatures of obsession. Just like Jiang Mian, once he vowed to tickle the other no matter what obstacles or setbacks he faced, he would achieve it. With that thought, Jiang Mian's heart churned again. Ignoring the pain in his right foot, he stood up and stealthily crept. Just as his hands were about to reach Hiyubai's waist, the latter suddenly turned around, holding the bottle of safflower oil. Because Jiang Mian was too close, he collided directly into him, splashing a patch of safflower oil onto his chest. Hiyubai. Jiang Mian. A portrait of utter shock. Why does this always happen? Why? Because of this commotion, Jiang Mian was on the verge of tears. Was the heavens themselves conspiring against him? Why did you suddenly appear behind me? Hiyubai looked at Jiang Mian's chest, where his clothes were soaked with medicinal oil. Though slightly startled, he was more puzzled than anything. Ah ba. Jiang Mian helplessly forced a silly grin. He certainly couldn't tell the truth that he had been up to no good, could he? Hiyubai. Drenched in that medicinal oil, Jiang Mian now resembled a walking bottle of red flower oil. Even without moving, the scent could travel far. Moreover, the room's windows were closed, creating a completely sealed environment. The potent aroma of the medicinal oil was so overwhelming it could be called intoxicating. Hiyubai felt as if he might be knocked unconscious by the fumes. He hurried to open the window for ventilation, then turned to look at Jiang Mian. That stare startled Jiang Mian, who quickly crossed his arms over his chest. Wait, you're not thinking of throwing me down too, are you? Perhaps the creature known as boy was simply a combination of mischievousness and childishness. After seeing the slightly panicked expression on Jiang Mian's face, Hiyubai also felt a surge of wicked amusement. He smiled faintly and said, you guess. Guess my ass. Although Jiang Mian knew that Hiyubai would never do anything illegal, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other might come up with some sly and twisted method to torment him. After 2 days of consecutive bad luck, Jiang Mian decided that once he got home, he would dig out that almanac thing and carry it with him from now on. Hiyubai slowly approached, his hands already resting on Jiang Mian's shoulders. Jiang Mian was so frightened he nearly screamed, help. But the next second, Hiyubai simply pressed him down into a chair. Jiang Mian had already imagined it all. Even if the other wouldn't throw him out the window, he would probably rush over and directly rip off his clothes. This young master with a cleanliness obsession, if he weren't currently traveling and forced to simplify everything, would probably have even the oxygen he inhaled filtered through an air purifier at home. Now reeking of red flower oil, Jiang Mian had long since caught the other's subtle frown and expression of disgust. He had fantasized about being stripped completely bare, but things didn't seem to be going according to his imagination. Hiyubai crouched down in front of him. Besides throwing you out the window, what other villain have you imagined me to be? No, nothing. Jiang Mian, as if out of the loop, simply continued to grin foolishly. Nothing. Yubai poured a little red flower oil into his palm, rubbed his hands together to warm the oil with his body heat, and then began to massage Jiang Mian's injured foot. If there's nothing, why did you shout so loudly just now? You even yelled help. Jiang Mian was speechless. It was all because those domineering CEO novels he had read had twisted his thoughts. But this young master, he seemed to have been raised quite well free from the various nasty habits of the domineering CEOs in old romance novels. Either they would coldly turn their face at the slightest disagreement, order someone killed if their cleanliness was threatened, smash things in a fit of rage, throw money at the female, lead to show off strutting around, attracting a flock of socialites. But in reality, they were just 8-meter-tall childish infants doing the most despicable things under the guise of love, causing him to create such an embarrassing misunderstanding. At this moment, Jiang Mian inwardly scorned those unrealistic old domineering CEO novels. Are you cursing me in your heart again? Yubai's sudden words instantly snapped Jiang Mian back to reality. Not at all. How could you think that of me? That's so upsetting. If sincerity were a finishing move, then Jiang Mian's affected acting at this moment just looked utterly ridiculous. While massaging his instep, Yubai mimicked his tone only more exaggeratedly. Not at all. How could you think that of me? That's so upsetting. Jiang Mian. Ears. His ears. He needed to wash his ears. Seeing Yubai shake his head while imitating him, Jiang Mian felt both his eyes and ears were being assaulted. Fortunately, Yubai didn't dwell on such trivial matters and simply concluded with one sentence: a petty person measures a gentleman's heart with his own. Jiang Mian. Oh, damn. What he said made perfect sense, and he couldn't argue. He didn't know where Yubai had learned the technique, but it was gentle yet quick. After just a few minutes of massage, Jiang Mian no longer felt pain. All right. Yubai got up to wash his hands in the bathroom. Now, let's go back to your place to change clothes. Okay. After all that trouble for a whole morning, he was the one who ended up humiliated. Jiang Mian had resigned himself to fate. Going home was fine. Probably this hotel just wasn't fated to be with him. Once he entered, everything went wrong. He lowered his head and sniffed the clothes on his chest. Oh my God. That intoxicating smell of red flower oil shot straight to his crown. He wondered if they had added too much essence. After smelling it for a while, his sense of smell had become numb. He couldn't wait any longer. While Yubai was washing his hands, Jiang Mian quickly put on his shoes and socks. When Yubai came out and looked at the bed, Jiang Mian was nowhere to be seen. He turned his head and Jiang Mian was already at the door waving at him. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Yubai. He didn't know who had been dawdling all morning. Now that his clothes reeked, he was finally eager to go home and change. Becoming a walking bottle of red flower oil, not only did he stink up the other people in the elevator, but even walking through the lobby, many people frowned and covered their noses. So embarrassing. If the hotel cleaning ladies knew, they would definitely curse him in their hearts. For no reason, he had caused them extra work. Standing at the hotel entrance, Yubai seemed to deliberately tease him. Take a taxi or continue with the three-wheeler. Let's take the three-wheeler. It's easy to get stuck in traffic during the day. Although on the surface, he answered calmly, Jiang Mian was already rolling his eyes internally. A taxi? Would the taxi driver, smelling the red flower oil on him, even let him get in? He was just asking pointless questions. Just like last night, they took the three-wheeler again. This fully ventilated mode of transport did have its advantages. In the back seat, although Yubai and Jiang Mian sat close together, the wind from passing by really did blow away any smell of red flower oil. When they arrived at the doorstep, Jiang Mian jumped off the three-wheeler and prepared to quickly go shower and change. But the next second a voice came, Yo-ho. Mian. Jiang Mian turned towards the voice and upon seeing the person exclaimed in surprise, Brother Meng Jing, when did you get back? The person before them was none other than Meng Su's elder brother Meng Jing. He was the eldest son whom Auntie had mentioned, the one who had gradually grown rebellious as he aged. Yubai quietly paid the bill while sizing up the newcomer. He was slightly shorter than Yubai, with a clean, neat crew cut. His features were strong and masculine, his complexion even, and his eyes were large and bright. I got back last night. What about you? Meng Jing wasn't exactly Jiang Mian's childhood playmate. He was several years older, so they hadn't really played together. Moreover, when Meng Jing was a child, he was the king of the kids, with many little ones recognizing him as their leader and happily trailing behind him. Jiang Mian was one of them. From childhood to adulthood, because of the relationship between their families, Meng Jing had always looked after him like a big brother doting on his little sibling. He would bring him candy and snacks, take him to have fun in the mountain township, and when Jiang Mian was bullied, he would step up like a hero to get justice. Thinking about this, Jiang Mian's mind wandered. He still remembered being dragged into an alley by a few bad kids and bullied. Since they attended the same school, and Meng Jing was only 2 grades ahead of him. Later, Meng Jing somehow found out about it. One day after school, when those bad kids were walking home together, he quietly followed behind them. As they passed that alley, he suddenly burst out and shoved all of them into it. From his bag, he pulled out a wooden stick he had prepared earlier and mercilessly beat them all, overwhelming them completely. Since Meng Jing was still just a child, his strength was limited, so although those kids looked terrifyingly bruised and swollen, their injuries were not all that severe. except for the one who had led the bullying, whom Meng Jing had knocked out a few teeth. He knelt on the ground, crying loudly, with a mix of saliva and blood from his gums trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Meng Jing inexplicably became famous from this fight. News spread to the school, and rumors evolved until he was hailed as the school's top bully. The gossip grew more and more outlandish over time. Before that, however, the parents of the beaten children also came knocking. The police couldn't do much about it since Meng Jing was still young and the injuries were minor. No matter how they looked into it, it didn't meet the criteria for filing a case, so they could only suggest a private mediation. Needless to say, after the police gave these reasons, those parents were all furious. They talked about mediation, but instead went straight to Uncle's house to cause a scene. Knowing they were in the wrong from the start, Uncle made Meng Jing kneel for a day, and then offered apologies to those parents with a forced smile. But when Uncle demanded that Meng Jing apologize, he refused. With a cold face, he snapped back at the parents' paw. "You're nothing but shameless wretches from rotten stock, producing those ill-bred, filthy beasts. It's only because I'm young and weak that I didn't beat them to death." These words left the parents nearly breathless with rage. Uncle's face turned black as he pulled out his belt to hit Meng Jing. Zhang Mian remembered the scene clearly. Annie tried to stop Uncle from using violence, while he himself rushed over and hugged Meng Jing, crying and begging Uncle not to hurt him, not to hit brother Meng Jing. Seeing this, Uncle was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't hit or scold. The parents naturally wouldn't let it go and became even more brazen, demanding compensation. "Why should we pay you?" From the TV shows and cartoons they'd watched growing up, they'd learned that good always triumphs. But brother Meng Jing had stood up for him. He was a hero. So why did they have to pay these aggressive, foul-mouthed people? Zhang Mian was seething with indignation. Suddenly drawing courage from somewhere, he not only argued back, but also lifted his clothes, revealing that the marks from the beatings on his arms and body were still there, now blue and purple. Father and Mother Jiang had originally come to help the Meng family's side, but they never expected to see their own son. Mother Jiang couldn't contain herself. She rushed over and examined Zhang Mian's body. Although they were just old wounds nearly healed at that moment, tears burst forth from her eyes, and she grabbed Zhang Mian, demanding to know what had happened. Maybe it was because of the unfair treatment toward brother Meng Jing, or perhaps he had been holding in a pent-up anger all along. Even with his small frame, Zhang Mian straightened his back and sternly denounced the bullying he had suffered from those back. In those early years, bullying among classmates was often dismissed as malicious jokes. The word bullying hadn't yet been coined. Those bullies who inflicted pain on others under the guise of joking never faced any punishment and simply grew up without restraint, leaving the victim to lick their wounds alone, spending a lifetime trying to heal the broken heart. Even after Zhang Mian revealed such evidence, those parents still shamelessly insisted that it was just a joke among kids and that roughhousing among boys was normal. When Mother Jiang heard that, something inside her snapped. She charged forward, grabbed the hair of the mother who had just spoken, and slapped her twice. "He'll show you normal. You call your son out here, and he'll jokingly beat him too." Women may be gentle, but when it comes to their children, they become fierce. Behind every troublemaking kid, there's sure to be a troublemaking parent. These parents who tacitly condoned their children's violence were in some ways even more despicable than their children. Mother Jiang's sudden outburst threw the scene into chaos. Father and Mother Jiang, who had originally come to mediate, ended up being the ones to start the fight. Uncle and Auntie instead stepped in to pull people apart, albeit in a biased manner. The scene erupted so suddenly that Zhang Mian was stunned by his mother's ferocious side. Meng Jing stood up from the ground, told Zhang Mian to move back, and then rushed into the fray. "Don't you dare bully Uncle and Auntie Jiang." Taking advantage of his small size, he moved like a slippery loach among the adults. When the parents weren't paying attention, he would either pinch their thighs hard, kick them in the buttocks, or if a hand came near, he would snap at it with his teeth. In an instant, the yard was in an uproar filled with screams and shouts. In the small towns of earlier times, the folk were just this simple and fierce. Because the police couldn't handle certain matters, many people chose to resolve things their own way. In the end, the commotion in the yard was so loud that the neighbors, afraid someone might get killed, quickly called the police. At the police station, the whole situation left the officers astounded. "So let me get this straight, your kids bullied his kid, so this kid's brother beat up your kids, and then you parents went to their house demanding compensation and ended up getting beaten yourselves. Is that about right?" The battered parents nodded vigorously. Yes, my foot," the officer said, exasperated. "Logically speaking, you were the ones in the wrong from the start. How could you have the nerve to ask for compensation? But we got beaten too. Who's to blame? You're the ones who shamelessly went there demanding money. You deserve, and think about it, your kids teamed up to bully one person. Well, it was just a joke among kids. Boys aren't that fragile. Then how about I give you a beating and see if you're tough? With all that time you spent demanding compensation, why didn't you spend it teaching your kids right from wrong? Truly rugged places breed stubborn folk." The officer realized that reasoning with these people was useless. It was a classic case of the scholar meeting the soldier. All reason fell on deaf ears. Zhang Mian had no idea what transpired later at the police station. It was only after Meng Jing returned that he recounted the events. As he spoke, he imitated the policeman scolding the parents, and Zhang Mian's grin stretched, so wide it nearly reached his ears. After this incident, 3 of the bullies who had tormented Zhang Mian transferred schools directly. They had no choice but to leave. Not only had the police reprimanded them, but the scene had escalated to the station. Moreover, Zhang's mother, still seething with anger, stormed into the school a few days later, berating the negligent homeroom teacher and the school leadership. Initially, they thought Zhang's mother was overreacting, dismissing it as mere childish squabbles. Yet when they saw Zhang Mian's injuries and the hospital report, they fell silent. In the end, the 3 families felt too ashamed to remain in the small town, and soon after they slunk away. As for the remaining 2, their roots ran deep in the town. Generations had lived there, so even if they faced disdain, they had to grit their teeth and stay. Later, the school administration approached Zhang's mother, claiming the bullying had caused psychological harm and suggesting Zhang Mian transfer to another school. Zhang Mian was unaware of this. The homeroom teacher never spoke to him about it. He later heard it from his father. His mother had flatly rejected the proposal. Why should my child be the one to transfer? It was others who did wrong. Why should he bear the consequences? Zhang's mother's tone was resolute. Since her child had done nothing wrong, why should he choose to run away? If he fled once, he would flee countless times on the path of growth. What difference would that make from a coward? Finally, she criticized the school's behavior. Trying to quell the storm in such a manner was a disgrace to a place that should nurture and educate. In short, the person sent to propose the idea was chased away by Zhang's mother in humiliation. When Zhang Mian heard this, he genuinely wondered if his mother was really not well educated. How could she have uttered such a powerful, ringing statement? And time proved Zhang's mother right. She made Zhang Mian strong on his journey to adulthood, rather than choosing to escape in weakness. It was a stroke of luck, perhaps. Once the story spread, no student dared bully Zhang Mian. After all, he not only had a fierce mother, but also a school bully for a brother. There were plenty of amusing incidents. Those boys who wanted to curry favor with Meng Jing would seek out Zhang Mian, buying him snacks and lending him prized game consoles, all in the hope that had put in a good word with Meng Jing. What are you grinning about? Zhang Mian was chuckling at the old memories when Meng Jing pinched his cheek and raised an eyebrow in question. Coming back to himself, Zhang Mian still smiled. I remembered when I was bullied as a kid, and you stood up for me, Meng Jing. That memory was so distant, and at Zhang Mian's reminder, Meng Jing recalled it too. He ruffled Zhang Mian's hair, laughing. I was quite wild back then, and your great aunt gave me plenty of beatings. Hey! Zhang Mian dodged his hand with a laugh. I'm all grown up now, Meng Jing. Stop messing up my hair. Oh, so you're getting sick of me now, huh? Meng Jing snorted. Who was it that as a kid was like a little shadow following me everywhere? I went sweetly, calling out, brother Meng Jing. Zhang Mian pretended not to hear. That definitely wasn't me. Still pretending, huh? Meng Jing reached out to ruffle his hair again. But seeing He Yubai standing nearby, he suppressed his playful urge and asked, and who is this? This is my classmate, He Yubai, Zhang Mian hastily introduced. He just arrived in town yesterday. He's here on vacation. Then he turned to He Yubai. This is Uncle's son, the older brother I grew up with, Meng Jing. Hello. Pleasure. They shook hands but couldn't help sizing each other up. Meng Jing was straightforward. He liked to speak his mind. After releasing He Yubai's hand, he asked Zhang Mian with a grin, Yin, tell me honestly, is he really just your classmate? To be precise, he's my classmate and roommate. Zhang Mian, without catching the insinuation, answered directly, classmate and roommate. And he came all the way here for a trip. Meng Jing pretended to think, stroking his chin, then asked He Yubai, are you our Miamian's boyfriend? Afraid of being nauseated by the smell of safflower oil on the road, Zhang Mian had grabbed a bottle of water from the hotel. Now the wind had died down, and the oily scent wafted again. He twisted open the cap and took a sip, only to spit it out at the question, coughing uncontrollably. He Yubai was equally stunned by the question. Seeing Zhang Mian choking beside him, he didn't know whether to help pat his back or answer first. Well, don't worry, I've got the tightest lips. I won't breathe a word. Meng Jing mimed, zipping his mouth shut as he spoke. He squinted with a smile. This classmate of yours has good taste. He's taken a shine to our Yin. Having finally stopped coughing, Zhang Mian stepped forward and shoved Meng Jing's slightly leering face away. Stop talking nonsense, Meng Jing. My classmate is straight. Even with his face pushed aside, Meng Jing kept digging, but straight guys can fall for cute boys in dresses too. The word dress instantly triggered Zhang Mian's memory of Jiang Wan. He quickly covered Meng Jing's mouth. What dress? Get lost. I'd rather die than wear one. These two siblings were absolutely insane, each more unhinged than the last. Zhang Mian suddenly understood his great aunt's feelings. Seeing his insistence, Meng Jing turned to He Yubai. He Yubai, you really don't like our Zhang Mian? He Yubai, somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat. My sexual orientation is normal. Zhang Mian thought, well, that's blood. How could it not be normal? This wasn't in some fictional world. Where would you find so many twisted alpha CEOs and high-octane compulsory love plots? I see Meng Jing's expression drooped as if bored. Guess I was overthinking. What? Zhang Mian squinted. Has brother Meng Jing's taste become so unique that he now likes cute boys in dresses? How is that possible? Meng Jing said solemnly, if I liked anyone, it'd be cute girls in skirts. Jiang Mian snorted. Pervert. That's not perversion. That's natural-born manliness. Then catching the whiff of safflower oil on Jiang Mian, he leaned in and asked, "Are you injured?" With that he reached to pull at Jiang Mian's clothes. In broad daylight, Jiang Mian couldn't bear it, struggling to defend his modesty while shouting, "Stop. I'm not hurt." But Meng Jing still treated him like a child. "If you're not hurt, why do you smell so strongly of safflower oil?" The embarrassing scene at the hotel flooded back, but faced with Meng Jing's expression that demanded a reasonable explanation, Jiang Mian knew he couldn't bluff his way out. He mumbled, "I accidentally spilled safflower oil on myself at the hotel." "You were at the hotel, and you accidentally spilled safflower oil on yourself?" It was a perfectly ordinary sentence, yet strung together it somehow shocked several times. Meng Jing's mouth twitched. "I've heard of dripping candle wax, but this is the first time I've learned that safflower oil can be part of a play. You youngsters, how creative." Jiang Mian. His ears. They were polluted. "I'm going to shower and change." Without lingering, Jiang Mian dropped that line and fled. He Yubai wanted to follow, but Meng Jing stopped him. "He Yubai, are you really not interested in our Mian? He Yubai's face screamed, "Help, how am I supposed to answer this?" "Don't be nervous," Meng Jing smiled slightly. "I have photos of Mian in a dress, when he was little. Want to see?" "No need," He Yubai declined politely. "I don't have that kind of hobby." Everyone did foolish things when they were young, but the thought of looking at photos of Jiang Mian wearing a skirt as a child struck him as utterly perverse. Watching the other enter the Jiang residence, Meng Jing felt a pang of regret. Why couldn't he find a kindred spirit? Of course, he wasn't the sort of degenerate who fantasized about Jiang Mian being a girl. It was just that his own sister and the sister in his imagination were vastly different, forcing him to shift his target. Other people's little sisters when in elementary school would still chase after their brothers, acting cute, asking for hugs, and calling them brother. But his sister Meng Su was an anomaly. Not only did she dash all his brother-complex fantasies, she also called him a pervert. In elementary school, she even declared she had a crush on a girl in class and vowed to marry her when she grew up. This utterly shattered and crushed his Dao heart. Fortunately, there was still Jiang Mian. From a young age, Jiang Mian was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally obedient. Whenever he chased after Meng Jing, calling him brother, Meng Jing felt his heart melt. Later, to further indulge his little quirks, he secretly used his saved allowance to buy Jiang Mian a little dress. The moment Jiang Mian put it on, Meng Jing felt, he was dead. This was absolutely the little brother. Oh no, the little sister in his heart. "Brother Meng Jing, I'm a boy. Why did you buy me a dress?" Young Jiang Mian asked that question. But that single brother Meng Jing melted Meng Jing completely. As for the boy, the dress, all of that could step aside. He hugged Jiang Mian like one would hug a cat, nuzzling and kissing, getting up close and personal with the sister of his imagination. It was utterly satisfying. So when he saw Jiang Mian bringing a boy home, Meng Jing instantly slipped into character again. His good little sister brother had brought back a boyfriend. In short, he was completely stunned. After questioning carefully, Meng Jing outwardly said, "Oh, so this classmate, he doesn't like our Jiang Mian. Whatever, doesn't matter. But deep inside, damn, our Jiang Mian is so cute and so pretty, and you don't like him. Who do you think? Are your eyes growing on top of your head, or what?" Originally, he had wanted to invite the other to look at photos of Jiang Mian in a dress, hoping to make him see reason. Don't let Meng Jing's slight smile fool you. In his mind, though, open your eyes wide, you little brat, and see properly. Look at our Jiang Mian's temperament and face. How dare you reject him? Unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. What are you acting so cocky for? If you don't need those eyes, donate them. In conclusion, Meng Jing's verdict on He Yubai: ungrateful, insensitive, ungracious. And he silently swore that this kid had better stick to his words forever. If he ever changed his mind, humph. If he dared step through that door, he'd kick him out directly. 10 minutes later, Jiang Mian came out after his shower. Since his earlier clothes were stained with medicinal oil, he was too busy washing to fetch fresh clothes, so he simply changed into the pajamas on his bed. Seeing Jiang Mian emerge from the room in his pajamas, He Yubai couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? A suitable hairstyle could greatly boost a guy's appeal, so Jiang Mian also kept his hair a bit longer. But for someone with sharp features like He Yubai, a meticulously styled haircut enhanced his aura even more, making the contrast between before and after a shower more apparent. Or for someone with strong chiseled features like Meng Jing, whether letting his hair grow long or cutting it into a buzz cut, it hardly affected his looks, just a shift between rugged and tough. But Jiang Mian was the opposite. With his soft features and that fluffy short hair, he had a boyish charm reminiscent of a young Japanese idol. It was a cloudy day today, stretching into the distance, not a speck of azure could be seen. The clouds floated high, not likely to bring rain. Jiang Mian stood in the yard, drying his damp hair with a towel. The pajamas seemed a size too big, hanging loosely on Jiang Mian, draping down quite a bit. Under the wide pant legs, his pale and blush-toned ankles were visible. Jiang Mian was very thin. That was He Yubai's first thought upon seeing this scene. Though his eyes were large and his face still had a childish plumpness, his body seemed to belong to a different person than his face. But after a moment's observation, he felt it wasn't so much that Jiang Mian was thin, but rather that his frame was. He didn't put on much weight, his skin was pale and lean. Though he was already a college student by appearance, he still seemed like a wet behind fears young boy. After asking that question and receiving no response from Hyubai, Jang Mian stopped paying attention, assuming he was just lost and thought about something amusing. With his back to the other, Jang Mian diligently dried his hair, so he didn't notice when Hyubai came up behind him. When a pressure suddenly touched his shoulder, Jang Mian jumped in fright. "Oh my god. Why don't you make any sound when you walk?" Hyubai quickly withdrew his hand. "You scared me. You're the—" Jang Mian felt like rolling his eyes in exasperation. "If you have something to say, just say it." Creeping up like a ghost without a sound, suddenly grabbing my shoulder. "Good thing I don't have a heart problem, or I'd be on the ground waiting for you to feed me a heart pill." If he didn't know that the other was a pampered young master who might lack basic social skills, Jang Mian would have seriously wanted to pry open his skull and examine the wiring inside. After waiting a while with no reply from Hyubai, Jang Mian lost the mood to keep drying his hair. He turned around. "Nothing," Hyubai said, rubbing his nose awkwardly. "I just think your pajamas are pretty cute. They suit you." "Oh, my mom bought them. She said a store was having a huge clearance sale, and since the quality was good, she got a few sets for everyone in the family." Jang Mian shook his head, seemingly oblivious to any double meaning in Hyubai's words. His damp hair was heavy from the moisture, and the shake caused the strands to slap against his forehead and eyelids, stinging and itching at the same time. Not only in their dorm, but even in the class, everyone called Jang Mian by the nickname Little Lamb. Now his cream-colored pajamas were printed with sheep patterns. Little Lamb paired with Little Lamb pajamas. Rather than being irrelevant, it was absolutely perfect. Jang Mian suddenly lowered his head, using the fingers of his left hand to comb the hair at the back of his head forward, while his right hand held the towel to wipe away the hidden moisture between the strands. But seeing this, Hyubai inexplicably stepped closer, reached out his right hand, and touched the nape of Jang Mian's. Although Jang Mian wasn't startled this time, he still flinched as if shocked by electricity. "What are you doing? Your neck is so thin. It feels like it would snap with a little force." Jang Mian was speechless for a moment before squeezing out a few words through his teeth. "Are you insane?" The scene was so bizarre that even without turning her head, Jang Mian felt a chill run down her spine. No way. The genetic predisposition of the overbearing CEO hidden within Hyubai was beginning to revive. With his hand on his own neck, was it a sign of Yandera bloodlust or violent destruction? He wanted to move, but the next second Hyubai called out, "Don't move." Jang Mian was so startled that she dared not stir. Could someone explain how mere acclimatization could trigger a genetic transformation? They remained frozen for a while, as Hyubai pinched, squeezed, and kneaded her nape. Jang Mian endured it, thinking to herself that this was indeed the touch of a perverse CEO. Every move was torment. Unable to fathom his intentions, Jang Mian bore it in silence, reminding him softly, "Remember, you have a thing about cleanliness. Since you've touched me, don't you dare bite later." Hyubai was bewildered. What perversion was she imagining now? He let go and remarked leisurely, "You're just as thin, but without the fur. The feel is off." Jang Mian was furious. "You scared the hell out of me, and you're sighing about the wrong texture." She regretted holding a towel instead of a hammer. She wished she could turn around and whack him twice. "My apologies." Jang Mian turned with a forced smile, her eyes blazing with anger. "One, I said go, the other to hell." To emphasize her fury, she flipped him off. The universal gesture needed no explanation. Her mood ruined, she turned to blow dry her hair and change clothes, but Hyubai stopped her. "I didn't mean it that way. Let me explain." "Explain what?" Jang Mian snorted. "That you have a peculiar fetish for furry creatures." Hyubai, oblivious to the term, retorted bluntly, "Not really. I prefer hairless ones." Jang Mian cursed her own quick understanding of the innuendo. Seeing her stay, Hyubai explained, "Sorry, when you were looking down, I remembered a kitten I had as a child. From behind, it looked so small and frail. I couldn't help petting it when it ate." Jang Mian found this acceptable. At least his pet wasn't as bizarre as lizards, snakes, or crocodiles. He just imagined her as a cat. "What happened to the cat?" she asked. "It was abandoned by its mother, huddled pitifully by the road. After 3 days, no one claimed it, so I brought it home. A vet treated it, and we nursed it back to health." Hyubai's expression darkened. Later it grew lively. "One day a servant forgot to close the door, and it ran off. It never came back. Maybe it preferred freedom." He smiled faintly. Jang Mian sighed. "When I was young, we had 2 big black dogs at home. They were lean and long-legged like police dogs. They'd jump on me whenever I came back. But dog thieves poisoned and took them away. Never saw them again." She cursed the thieves angrily. Memories linger even when unsummoned. Hyubai merely smiled at her indignation, saying nothing. But he had lied. The cat hadn't run away on its own because he never saw it grow up. After hiding it for a month, his father found out. "As the eldest son of the He family, you must learn to be strong and self-reliant to pursue your own desires," his father had said. "Not waste time with weaklings, or you'll become useless." He ordered the butler to have the cat taken away. On that day, young Hyubai hid by his window, watching the cat cage loaded into a car as it drove away. His small hands clutched the curtain tightly, but he lacked the courage to stop it. Now grown, in the designated heir, he could indulge his every whim. Yet he never kept another pet. The childhood void left a permanent scar on his heart. Adults often impose their will on children, thinking they'll forget in a few days. But children remember, for a lifetime. What use was his strength or ambition? The He family was vast, yet he couldn't keep those he loved. They stood in the courtyard silent, lost in regret and remembrance. Meng Jing returned home for a fishing net and creel only to find the yard thick with an odd atmosphere. "What are you two doing?" he asked, startling them. He Yubai turned away and Jiang Mian coughed. Brother Meng Jing, after sharing childhood tales, they felt an unexpected kinship. "I'm going fishing in the river. Wanna come?" Meng Jing waved his tools. The river was the same one where Uncle often fished. At the end of the city's waterway, heavy rains had raised the water lines, submerging the usual banks. "Now," Jiang Mian hesitated. "It's almost lunchtime." Meng Jing sighed. "Mian, you've changed. You used to follow me everywhere, saying you'd fly to the sky with me. Now you won't even come. I still have photos of you in a dress as a kid. So cute." Fine. Jiang Mian interrupted. "He'll go." She couldn't believe he still kept those photos. Meng Jing was relieved that Mian was more obedient than his sister Meng Su. "Can you fish, He Yubai?" "Wanted He Yubai fishing." The image was too surreal to imagine. Given his background, he probably never saw a fish alive before tasting it. Seeing He Yubai's bewildered expression, Meng Jing asked, "You don't know how to fish?" He Yubai pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "Should I know how to?" Meng Jing. Jiang Mian. Well, that conversation was effectively dead. Jiang Mian stepped in to mediate. "My classmate is just a rich second-generation heir. If he wanted fish, he'd have a chef cook it and serve it right at the table. Why would he need to catch it himself?" The wealth gap. It was nothing but a wealth gap. Before Jiang Mian's reminder, Meng Jing's first impression of He Yubai was that this young man seemed quite refined. He was tall with fair skin, yet his demeanor didn't come across as effeminate. Instead, it carried a subtle air of nobility. Though Meng Jing often mocked himself as a country bumpkin from the town, having seen little of the world. And as he grew older, he became increasingly rebellious. Still, he had managed to get into a university through his own efforts. Crossing different platforms would broaden his horizons and perspectives. With the elevation of knowledge, the spirit would also become richer. University was like half a society where people of all kinds gathered. Due to their family backgrounds, an invisible barrier had long divided them into different classes. What Meng Jing saw outside were the uncouth habits that even the nouveau riche couldn't shake off. Likewise, those who considered themselves extraordinary were nothing but armchair strategists, all talk and no action. Those with true nobility were free-spirited, neither arrogant from immense wealth nor devastated by loss. This so-called nobility was probably the confidence that came from identity and family background. Perhaps it was Jiang Mian's imprecise introduction that tagged He Yubai with the label of a rich second generation. These days, that label had become synonymous with a derogatory term. Although in Meng Jing's view, He Yubai lacked many of the bad habits typical of rich heirs, this label still prevented him from feeling any goodwill toward him. Especially when he saw that He Yubai seemed to have no tongue and needed Jiang Mian to step in and smooth things over. This caused the rich second-generation heir with the surname He to lose even more points in his impression. "What's so hard about fishing? We have tools now, no need to go into the river with our bare hands like savages." Meng Jing smiled on the surface but sneered inwardly. What a pampered young master. "I don't believe catching a fish will make you lose a piece of flesh. Can't fish? Then I'll make sure you do." The desire of a sibling protector had taken over, and Meng Jing even silently criticized Jiang Mian's. Finding someone rich was fine, but a man should be upright and strong. "What's with this delicate, pampered look?" Thinking this, Meng Jing kindly added, "It's okay if you don't know how. He'll be here to teach you, guaranteed." A question mark slowly appeared over He Yubai's head. He couldn't help but turn to look at Jiang Mian, as if asking with his eyes, "What's this all about?" Jiang Mian signaled back with his eyes, "How should I know?" It was no wonder that Annie would worry about these two children. As Meng Jing grew older, his personality became more and more inexplicable. Especially now. He always liked to bring up the photos of him wearing a dress as a child. Who didn't do foolish things as a child? Jiang Mian gritted his teeth inwardly. He had treated the other as a good big brother when he was young, only to find out he was being taken for a fool. Being tricked into wearing women's clothes as a child was no big deal, but when those photos were brought up again after growing up, he felt it was a huge humiliation. He had his dignity, and Meng Jing always kept bringing up words like cross-dressing and little skirt. The memories of transforming into Jiang Wan and wearing women's clothing came flooding back, making Jiang Mian so embarrassed he wanted to turn into a scream chicken on the spot. Seeing the two of them exchanging glances, Meng Jing maintained a cold expression and suddenly spoke. "Classmate, here you going or not?" He Yubai couldn't help but look at Jiang Mian again. "I'm asking you, why do you keep looking at Mian?" Meng Jing added another demerit in his mind, no assertiveness. He couldn't make decisions on his own. Bad review. He Yubai wasn't stupid. Seeing the other insist on this matter repeatedly, he could finally understand. The other's intention was clearly to force him to go, but he was very puzzled. Why did he have to be brought along for fishing, and why did he have to be taught how to fish? Could this be a town tradition that all outsiders must follow? Are you going? He Yubai asked Jiang Mian. Of course Mian Mian will go, Meng Jing interrupted, answering for him. When we were kids, every time we went fishing he would stay by the shore guarding the fish basket waiting for me to return with the catch. Remembering the times they went fishing together as children, a look of longing appeared on Meng Jing's face. I still remember how Mian Mian liked to follow me around back then. Every time I surfaced from the river and showed off the fish I caught in my net, he would jump for joy on the shore, shouting, "Brother Meng Jing is amazing." Enough, Jiang Mian quickly stopped him. He'll go, okay. He was utterly embarrassed. Could Meng Jing's major in college be performance art? And his voice as a child was never that nasal. Hearing Meng Jing imitate his childhood voice in a nasal tone, Jiang Mian wanted to pinch his own philtrum hard to keep from fainting from anger. With the leverage in the other's hands, he had no choice but to comply. Then he'll go too. Seeing Jiang Mian agree, He Yubai nodded as well. He had just checked the time. It wasn't lunchtime yet, and Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang wouldn't be back for a while. Moreover, because Jiang Mian had spilled red flower oil on himself and rushed home to bathe and change clothes, he hadn't even prepared a thank you gift. Since Brother Meng Jing invited them to go fishing, it reminded He Yubai of the saying, "The gift may be small, but the thought is important." Although he could afford expensive gifts, thinking of the two elders' simple nature, it might scare them. He had long heard that this small town was blessed with outstanding people. If he could catch a few fish with his own ability, fish meat was nourishing, and perhaps the other party would be more willing to accept it. With this thought, He Yubai actually began to look forward to the fishing moment. Unnoticed by him, Meng Jing let out a soft snort in afterthought. Mian Mian goes, so you go. If Mian Mian didn't go, would you not go? Meng Jing added another demerit in his mind: no sense of responsibility, no assertiveness, and he liked to hide behind and be a fence-sitter. He felt that this classmate he might have no other advantages besides being rich. Meng Jing couldn't help but feel relieved that this guy was straight and Jiang Mian wasn't a girl. There would be no spark of that kind between them. If Jiang Mian were a girl with her beautiful appearance, this guy would probably use his decent family background and looks to disguise himself as a sweet-talking beast in human clothing. Thank goodness. Meng Jing consoled himself like this, but he didn't know that one day the situation he least wanted to see would suddenly happen before his eyes. Meng Jing had not originally planned to include Jiang Mian and He Yubai in his scheme. It was purely a spuro-themit decision. He had simply intended to take his tools and stroll leisurely to the riverbank. Now with 2 extra people, they would need to rely on transport. After they agreed to join, Meng Jing returned home and rode out his father's 3-wheeled cart capable of carrying goods. This incited a scolding from his mother. Even after he had driven the cart far away, he could still hear her shouting from behind. "You're always running off every day? Ride carefully. If you break this cart, your father will break your legs." "Don't worry," Meng Jing yelled back. "The old man can't." After yelling those cheeky words, Meng Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing. If his father had been there, he would probably have smacked him on the back of the head. He drove the cart to Jiang Mian's doorstep, where the two were already waiting. After changing clothes, Jiang Mian and He Yubai stood together, and due to their respective appearances, they seemed somewhat fooey. Not a match. Not a match at all. Meng Jing shook his head repeatedly to banish that terrifying thought. To be honest, this was He Yubai's first time riding a 3-wheeled cart. Catching sight of the vehicle, he couldn't help voicing his doubt. "We're going on this." Seated in the driver's spot, Meng Jing sneered inwardly. "If you're not keen, you can run there. The cart is convenient. It can carry people and goods," Jiang Mian said while steadying the frame, swinging one leg up with ease. "You've never ridden one." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Mian realized he had asked a stupid question. For a young master like he, any outing would likely start with a luxury car. If such a cart were placed in the He family garage. Imagining that scene. Sorry, Jiang Mian himself found it too cringeworthy to behold. He Yubai had traveled over rough roads in luxury cars before, but this was his first time on a 3-wheeled cart, and he discovered it could be so bumpy. Not due to bad roads, but because once the cart started moving, it involuntarily shook his whole body along with it. He Yubai found it hard to adjust to such a jolting ride. In contrast, Jiang Mian across from him remained complete. He couldn't help asking, "Don't you find it bumpy?" "It's okay, all 3-wheeled carts are like this." Jiang Mian glanced at him and countered, "Are you feeling unwell? Nauseous?" "No," He Yubai shook his head. "Just a bit dizzy from the shaking." He wasn't so delicate that he couldn't tough it out. Though the ride was bumpy, the cart was fully ventilated. When he felt dizzy, he simply craned his neck and let the wind blow in his face. Their words in the back were scattered by the wind, and Meng Jing, driving up front, didn't hear them. Otherwise, he would have mentally given He Yubai a thumbs down, thinking getting uncomfortable over such a trifle. What kind of man is that? Following the waterway to its end, they encountered fewer pedestrians and vehicles. After all, visitors from afar only wanted to experience the local charm. Only the local fishing enthusiasts would fish along this river. But to fish in peace, those seasoned anglers always chose remote and rugged riverbanks. because the spacious shores had long been taken over by people with no manners, and those folks were more prone to leap into the river at the slightest provocation, with them kicking up such a ruckus who could fish quietly. Watching those naked men splashing around in the river catching fish, many anglers wore expressions of disdain, silently praying that these people wouldn't swim into their fishing zones. Meng Jing, who had no manners at all, jumped off the cart the moment they arrived, carrying his fishing gear, and peeled off his clothes with lightning speed. Then, as usual, he charged into the river with a net. This spectacle left He Yubai dumbfounded. Pointing at Meng Jing's retreating figure, he asked Jiang Mian, "So, to catch fish you have to get naked?" "It depends on the person." Jiang Mian thought for a moment and explained. "Brother Meng Jing and his friends are used to going into the river like this. If you'd rather not, you can just roll up your trousers and try your luck along the bank." Then he handed He Yubai a long-handled net and encouraged him good luck. Before He Yubai could even roll up his trousers, Meng Jing surfaced from the river, wiped the water from his face, and yelled to the shore, "What are you hesitating for, He? Just take off your clothes and come in." The words, "I don't want to go in the river," rolled on He Yubai's tongue, but saying them seemed improper, so he changed his reply, "I can't swim." The other had kindly brought him to fish, but this method was too hard for him to accept. Though he could swim, he really didn't want to enter this river. But to avoid causing misunderstanding, he had to find a plausible excuse. Floating in the water, Meng Jing was silent, filled with a torrent of curses he wasn't sure he should utter. His enthusiasm for fishing evaporated. Meng Jing came ashore, his underwear already soaked and clinging to his skin. "If you can't swim, no problem. They'll teach you." He spoke like an elder brother, wiping the dripping water from his face as he talked. He Yubai remained speechless. No matter what he said, this guy just wouldn't let up. He racked his brain, but couldn't think of another refusal. If he stayed silent, he'd end up rolling in the river. If he spoke, he'd feel terrible for snubbing the other. Just when he was caught between a rock and a hard place, Jiang Mian interjected at the perfect moment. "Brother Meng Jing, leave him alone. He only just recovered from the local ailments with Uncle Wen's herbal medicine yesterday, and now you want him to go fishing in the river. Are you really not afraid of making him sicker?" Hearing this, Meng Jing looked He Yubai up and down, deliberately drawing out his words. "Oh, so you've been suffering from the climate, have you?" He Yubai was baffled. Was this guy being sarcastic? He had never met this brother Meng before. How could he have offended him? Even if he was slow on the uptake, He Yubai could now sense that the other seemed to harbor some hostility toward him. But why? From the moment they met, the man had been chatting about childhood memories with Jiang Mian, then naturally insisted on taking him fishing, offering to teach him this and that. He turned to look at Jiang Mian beside him. Could the problem lie with Little Lamb? He Yubai recalled that when they first met, Meng Jing had inexplicably asked if he was Little Lamb's boyfriend. At that time, he thought it was just a joke. Since Jiang Mian was so pretty, perhaps it was an elder brother's teasing, or maybe Meng Jing was just overly open-minded and familiar. But now looking back, it was rather unsettling. Especially after getting a negative answer, the way the other looked at him had become, what the hell? He Yubai's heart jolted. Could it be that Brother Meng had a crush on Little Lamb, and mistaking him for a rival, because he thought something was going on between them? Realizing this, He Yubai felt an indescribable unease in his heart. To be fair, the Little Lamb and this Brother Meng had grown up together, innocent and carefree. Moreover, with the general liberalization of public thought nowadays, people were more accepting of relationships between men. But He Yubai couldn't help thinking, what if Meng Jing liked Jiang Mian and the Little Lamb didn't reject him? An instant discomfort seized him, a strange urge to be angry. Yet he couldn't understand why he felt this way. After all, he was nobody to Jiang Mian, nor could he make decisions for him. If Jiang Mian truly wanted to be with someone, he had no standing to refuse. The more he thought, the more agitated He Yubai became. He stopped paying attention to Meng Jing, and Jiang Mian picked up the long-handled net that Jiang Mian had handed him, removed his shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers, and headed toward the riverbank. "I won't take off my clothes to go into the river, I'll just try my luck along the edge." With those words, he walked away without looking back. He Yubai muttered inwardly, "Anyway, if they've taken a liking to each other, I might as well do a good deed and not be a third wheel here. They'll leave them some alone time." Meng Jing still wanted to insist on teaching him to swim, but seeing the other leave without turning back, he felt a lump in his chest that wouldn't go up or down. He turned to Jiang Mian and asked, was he scared by water as a child? Does he have a psychological shadow? How could his face change so drastically at the mere mention of teaching him to swim? Maybe he thinks the river water in the wild is dirty and full of bacteria, Jiang Mian explained. Given how wealthy his family is, building a swimming pool at home would be a piece of cake. Not clean. Meng Jing sniffed himself. I just swam a lap and came up. There's no smell on me. Didn't we used to bathe in this river every day as kids? Jiang Mian corrected him. You did, not we. Although he didn't have He Yubai's germophobia, he at least valued. As a child, he had followed Meng Jing, the leader of the pack, around all day. They were a group of carefree little brats, and every unknown corner of the town became a place for their adventures. Catching fish in the river, picking fruit on the mountain. They were full of boundless energy back, then using their short little legs to explore and satisfy their curiosity. Of course, among them some kids did things that seemed perfectly normal at the time, but now struck them as incredibly foolish. They used to love walking along this river from downstream to upstream on weekends and holidays. Then a few of them would stand at the upstream bank, pull down their pants, and pee into the river. A bunch of tiny kids would even compete over who could pee the farthest, as if that would give them a sense of superiority and satisfaction. Of course, Jang Mian never took part in such foolishness. Even though he was young at the time, he felt that doing such things was simply too absurd. And what was even more absurd was that after they finished peeing and competing, they would go back to the middle of the river to catch fish. At that time, when Jang Mian saw them all strip naked and plunge into the river, a certain thought was struggling to surface in his mind, but he couldn't quite articulate it. Now thinking back on those things, he felt like rolling his eyes at Meng Jing. Peeing upstream, and then going to the middle reaches to bathe and catch fish. Didn't they think they'd smell like piss? And now that the town had developed, the things discharged into the river were far more than just urine. It was probably full of various chemicals and additives. Yet brother Meng Jing could still lie through his teeth. Jiang Mian was too lazy to argue. Seeing He Yubai trying his luck seriously by the riverbank, Jiang Mian quickly thought of a way to distract Meng Jing. Brother Meng Jing, shouldn't you get into the river and catch some fish? Let me tell you, my classmate has always been lucky. Don't let him net a fish before you've even caught one. Don't brag, Meng Jing scoffed. Fish may not have good memories, but they're not stupid. There's no way they'd swim to the shore for him to catch. Just wait. He'll get in the river and catch a few for you to see, so you'll know my skills. Without caring about the discomfort of his wet underwear clinging to him, Meng Jing charged into the river. With a splash, his entire body plunged into the water. Jiang Mian shook his head with a slight smile, as expected of the former innocent child leader. So easy to fool. Seeing Meng Jing, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of Zhou Ziyu. Their personalities were quite similar. If Zhou Ziyu were here, hearing brother Meng Jing's boastful tone, his competitive spirit would probably be impossible to suppress. With no one else around, even the air grew quieter. Jiang Mian didn't get out of the car, he simply leaned back against the seat. The clouds weren't leisurely, but formed a continuous vast expanse. He tilted his head up and gazed at them quietly. As the breeze drifted, the clouds gradually shifted from their original positions. A few bird calls suddenly came from the nearby thicket. Fortunately, Meng Jing was relatively quiet. While fishing knew otherwise, with his easily startled nature, the birds on the shore would have long since flown away in panic. After dozing with his head tilted for a while, he suddenly heard a plop from nearby. It sounded like someone had fallen into the river. Jiang Mian smiled with his eyes closed, thinking, who could be so stupid as to fall in the river? That would be quite the oddity. But as he smiled, the next second he abruptly opened his eyes, sat up straight, and looked toward the riverbank. Sure enough, what came into view was exactly He Yubai, who had fallen into the river. Oh my god! He had actually witnessed the embarrassing moment of the young master but he had only been excited for a moment before suddenly remembering. Well, this wasn't really anything special after all. The young master, he had lost his composure in front of Jiang Wan many times before. At the time when he saw the other's reddened eyes, his mind was still full of perverse thoughts, wanting to bully the young master, even more. I'll spit it out, spit it out. This was no time to be thinking about those things. The young master, he had fallen. And he had fallen into the river. At first when he saw this, he wanted to pretend not to notice despair, He Yubai's face. But his eyes accidentally met the other's. In a flash, he turned his head away. He averted his gaze. But the next second, He Yubai's voice still came, little lamb, come help me. I think I've sprained my ankle. This time Jiang Mian couldn't avoid it anymore. He got out of the car and ran to He Yubai's side. Which foot is sprained? He Yubai looked up and raised an eyebrow, not going to hide anymore. Jiang Mian. You saw it, but why did you have to say it out loud? Jiang Mian roared inwardly, doesn't he have any dignity? Fortunately, He Yubai didn't expect an answer from him and directly replied to his earlier question. I wasn't paying attention to my step. I stepped on a very slippery stone and fell. It seems my right foot is sprained. Can you get up by yourself? He Yubai tried, but couldn't put any weight on it, so he shook his head, no. Because the weather wasn't too hot, He Yubai was wearing casual clothes, a white long-sleeved shirt and black trousers. Now that he had fallen into the river, his trousers were almost completely soaked. His shirt was also wet, clinging to his body, and the white fabric was translucent, failing to conceal the outline of his abdominal muscles. Seeing He Yubai like this, Jiang Mian felt he simply couldn't control his own mind. The images that emerged in his mind were truly unworthy of the young master. Fortunately, he wasn't drunk this time, so he still had enough sanity to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, he really wanted to ask He Yubai, if the He family wouldn't go bankrupt, would he be willing to play the role of an underwater male mermaid with abs at the aquarium? He Yubai shook his hand, finally snapping Jiang Mian back to reality. What were you daydreaming about? He Yubai frowned. I can't get up on my own. I need you to help me out. Jiang Mian nodded hastily. He draped He Yubai's left arm over his own neck, exerted a gentle force, and with the other's cooperation hauled him out of the water. As he helped He Yubai back toward the tricycle, the latter suddenly asked, earlier when you were spacing out and didn't respond to me, what were you thinking about? How could he possibly say something like wondering if He Yubai could work as a mermaid at an aquarium? Jiang Mian chose to stay silent, only shaking his head ruefully. Nothing much. Just thinking how delicate you are, Master He. Yesterday you had to drink herbal medicine because of the change in environment, and today you mysteriously twisted your ankle and need a bone setter. Fortunately, Hyubai had only twisted his right foot and still had some strength. With Jiang Mian's support, he slowly climbed onto the tricycle. After putting Hyubai's shoes and socks on the vehicle, Jiang Mian climbed aboard as well. Worried that Hyubai might have injured a bone, he decided to get him home as quickly as possible. The keys had been carelessly tossed by Meng Jing onto his discarded clothes. Jiang Mian intended to inform him, but when he looked up, he saw Meng Jing surfacing from the water. Unfortunately, he was too far away. Before he knew it, Meng Jing had already swum a considerable distance. Helpless Jiang Mian could only shout across the gap, "Brother Meng Jing, my classmate twisted his ankle. He'll take him back first and come get you later." He wasn't sure if his voice carried, but he saw Meng Jing wave in his direction as if agreeing. Without further hesitation, he inserted the key into the lock, accelerated, and turned. Just before leaving, he called out again, "They'll drop my classmate off and be right back. Keep fishing here for now." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Meng Jing waving even more vigorously. But given the distance, Jiang Mian couldn't make out what he was saying. He simply responded vaguely, "Don't worry. It's just a twisted ankle. They'll take him to Uncle Wen's for a bone setting right now. See you later." With those words, Jiang Mian pedaled the tricycle away with Hyubai in tow, all in a flurry. When Meng Jing finally scrambled ashore, he was so furious he jumped up and down on the spot. "Why are you in such a rush? I haven't even gotten on the tricycle yet." But the only response was the receding figure of the tricycle. In truth, he had caught a fish in the river, but while swimming vigorously, water had accidentally gotten into his ears. That's why he surfaced, to shake the water out of his ears. He saw Jiang Mian shouting at him, but couldn't hear a word. He assumed Jiang Mian was asking whether he had caught any fish, and he excitedly waved his hand to show off but the two of them for some reason were getting on the tricycle to leave. He didn't even have time to clear his ears. He urgently waved at Jiang Mian, signaling them to wait for him. But in the end, he ran up too late. Those two had no sense of loyalty. Meng Jing wiped the water from his face, seething with indignation. Even if this was Jiang Mian's deliberate revenge scheme, did he have to take his clothes too? How was he supposed to get back now? His phone was still in his pants pocket. There was no way he could walk down the street in his underwear carrying a net bag. Good heavens. He'd rather die than parade through the streets like this, enduring the stares of passers-by, even if he did have thick skin. Just as Meng Jing was spiraling into utter despair, a motorcycle screeched to a halt in front of him. The rider flipped up the visor of his helmet and exclaimed in surprise, "Holy crap. Brother Meng, why are you stark naked here? Doing performance art?" When Meng Jing recognized the person, he cursed with a laugh, "Get lost, you. I brought Mian Mian and his friend here to fish, but that brat got angry with me and took off with the tricycle and my clothes." It was a lucky break that it was someone he knew. Meng Jing sniffled and shook off the water on himself. "Xiao, give me a ride, will you? You wouldn't want me to have to run back stark naked, would you?" Well, what?" Seeing his hesitation, Meng Jing slapped him on the helmet. "What's the big deal about giving me a ride? You dare to hesitate? Believe me, you'll strip your bike clean in a second." Xiao was speechless. "Brother Meng, you only went to college up north. How come you're talking all rough now?" "Rough my foot. You're just asking for a thumping." He gave Xiao another slap, nearly knocking off his helmet. "Hold on." Xiao quickly steadied his helmet and explained, "Look, I'm in a hurry myself. I have to go up the mountain for something later." "What's the matter?" "Customers at my brother's restaurant ordered wild mushrooms. He told me to go up the mountain, and do you know which mushrooms are poisonous?" "Of course," Xiao said, though his voice wavered with uncertainty. In truth, he didn't really know. It was just that the restaurant was busy and his brother couldn't get away. Seeing that he was free, his brother had sent him to help, even thoughtfully, giving him photos of which mushrooms were poisonous and which were safe. "You're lying." Meng Jing's finger almost jabbed him in the eye. "You've never been good at lying. Every time you tell a fib, your eyes go all shifty." Stop with the stuttering." Meng Jing patted his shoulder, then swung his long leg over to sit on the back of the motorcycle. "I want ride for free. You're picking mushrooms, right? I know which ones are poisonous. They'll come with you." "Wait, Brother Meng. I was trying to say you should shake the water off your underwear first. I just got this seat reupholstered in genuine leather a few days ago. Don't ruin it with a wet butt. Ruin my foot. Just get going." If he hadn't needed a favor, Meng Jing would have slapped him again. Seeing there was no talking him out of it, Xiao had no choice but to start the motorcycle and take off with him. Over there, Meng Jing was riding in Xiao's car heading up the mountain. Over here, Jiang Mian was pedaling a tricycle carrying Hyubai directly to Uncle Wen's shop. Before the tricycle had even come to a full stop, Jiang Mian was already shouting at the top of his lungs, "Uncle Wen, are you there? My friend sprained his ankle." In the back seat, Hyubai's face flushed slightly upon hearing this. It was mostly because he felt terribly embarrassed. Although there weren't many passers-by, Jiang Mian's shout drew several people's gazes toward him. Shouting as he went, Jiang Mian jumped off the tricycle and glanced at the back seat before entering the shop. Hyubai sat with his head slightly lowered, his clothes and trousers soaked through and dried by the wind, no longer clinging to his skin, but they inexplicably gave him a look of postuleness frailty. He was simply, pitifully endearing. No wonder he was the noble young master. If anyone else had fallen into the water and taken a tumble, they'd be covered in filth and utterly despised. But as for him, despite looking somewhat disheveled, his handsome features made him appear utterly captivating at first glance. If he were cast as a male model with that bruised and broken look, how those wealthy ladies would probably end up fighting over him. The genes of the rich sure are fine. After his musings, Jiang Mian felt that he wasn't too bad himself. After a moment of pride, he turned to enter the shop, but Uncle Wen had already put on his glasses and come out, Mian who sprained their ankle. The two almost collided at the door, but Jiang Mian managed to break in time and led Uncle Wen to the tricycle. It's my friend here. Yesterday he was suffering from acclimatization, and I asked you to brew him a bowl of herbal medicine. Remember? Uncle Wen gave him a reproachful look. Of course I remember. I'm old, but I haven't gone senile yet. Right. Uncle Wen, you're the best. I was just testing you. Jiang Mian grinned. He knew that although Uncle Wen liked to joke around, he was actually young at heart. Other jokes were fine, but when it came to topics about his age, he would always seriously defend himself. In short, he wanted to prove that though he was old, his skills had not declined and were still top-notch. Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. The old man was indeed becoming more childish with age. No wonder they say an elder in the house is a treasure. Upon seeing Uncle Wen, Yubai nodded slightly. Uncle Wen, sorry to trouble you again. What trouble? It's just a sprained ankle, no big deal. Uncle Wen dismissed it casually. After learning it was the right foot, he reached out and felt Yubai's right ankle. He pressed on several spots. Does it hurt? When he applied pressure, Yubai frowned slightly a little. Seeing his expression unchanged, Uncle Wen understood. It's nothing, just a slight misalignment of the bone pulling on the tendon. Hang on. Uncle Wen turned and went back into the shop, emerging with a small white porcelain bottle. He uncorked it, and a strong, peculiar medicinal smell wafted out. Yubai frowned, but out of respect for Uncle Wen refrained from covering his nose to avoid offending him. But Jiang Mian didn't care. He pinched his nose, his brows furrowed in disgust. Uncle Wen, what is this stuff? It smells like medicine, but it's so stinky. This is a good thing. Uncle Wen chuckled. It's a herbal liniment I made myself. For sprained strains or rheumatic pains, rub this on and massage it. Guaranteed relief. Even after that explanation, Jiang Mian kept his nose covered. Uncle Wen had had this hobby all his life. When he was young, the town hadn't yet been developed into a tourist destination, and the mountains were covered with vegetation. Driven by his passion for Chinese herbal medicine, he would go everywhere in the mountains with a bamboo basket to gather herbs, then return home and experiment with medical books. Through self-study and years of practice, he had managed to sustain this Chinese medicine shop. Although he lacked official certification and no one was sure of his true skill, relying on his self-taught knowledge, Uncle Wen had long served as a barefoot doctor in the town, practicing medicine for many years. Reliable or not, the townsfolk had relied on him for years and were still alive and kicking. Now, over a decade later, they were still lively as ever. But before Uncle Wen's explanation, Jiang Mian had thought the liniment might contain the 5 poisons. Though the smell of those would probably be even worse, this little bottle's liniment was not far behind. Uncle Wen poured some liniment into his palm. Once out, the stench grew even more intense. Even with his nose covered and breathing as little as possible, Jiang Mian nearly threw up. As for Yubai, the stench made his face pale, but the young master still endured it. Unable to stand it, Jiang Mian reminded him. Yubai, if it's too smelly, you can cover your nose. If you pass out from the stench, I won't have the strength to carry you out of the car. This made Yubai redden even more, but he could only retort, shut up. Fine, this young master had too many quirks. Pinching his nose, Jiang Mian watched as Uncle Wen spread the liniment on his palm and began to massage Yubai's ankle. As he worked, Uncle Wen explained, first I'll rub out the strained tendon, then it won't hurt when I set the bone. Yubai nodded lightly, alternately holding his breath and taking shallow breaths. After a minute or two of massage, Uncle Wen straightened up and stretched his stiff body. Then, as if noticing something odd, he stared at a certain spot. What are those people doing over there? Where? Sure enough, both Jiang Mian and Yubai were distracted and looked in the direction Uncle Wen was pointing. And at that moment, before Yubai could react, Uncle Wen's hands shot out, gripping his right ankle. A pull, a release, a twist, a lock, and the misaligned bone was reset. Done. Holy crap. Jiang Mian couldn't help blurting out. Had he just seen things? It looked like Uncle Wen's hands had moved so fast they left an afterimage. Yubai was also dumbfounded. My foot. Uncle Wen took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands and corked the small bottle. The bone is set. You can get down and try moving it around a bit. Yesterday, a bowl of herbal medicine cured his acclimatization. Today, a liniment massage and bone setting cured his ankle. Even though the He family had a private doctor on call 24/7, Uncle Wen's healing methods exceeded He. Back home, the private doctor would have wasted time taking x-rays, prescribing painkillers, waiting for results, then choosing a treatment plan. So there are always skies above skies and people beyond people. Was that what this meant? He tried moving his right foot and found it really didn't hurt anymore. Seeing Yubai wanted to get off the tricycle, Jiang Mian quickly went to support him. Once on the ground, Yubai took a few steps back and forth, his expression filled with astonishment. It's really healed. His reaction pleased Uncle Wen, who turned away proudly. Of course it is. Uncle Wen, how much is the medical fee? Let me pay you. Hyubai started to speak, but after pulling out his water-damaged phone from his pocket, stopped mid-sentence. This. Uncle Wen waved dismissively. You youngsters don't need to pay for bone setting. Looking at the useless smartphone, Hyubai borrowed Zhang Mian's phone to call his home landline, which was answered by the... Although Zhang Mian didn't know who was on the other, and he could guess from what Hyubai said. So after Hyubai hung up, he asked in confusion, there's a phone repair shop in town. Why not just get it fixed? Sending a new one seems like too much trouble, doesn't it? A broken phone, just replace it. Repairing is too troublesome. Well, his way of thinking would never align with that of the young. Thinking this, Zhang Mian teased, you want them to deliver it tomorrow. Even if they drove over now, it wouldn't be that fast, unless they came by plane. He had intended to laugh heartily, but Hyubai looked surprised. How did you know I told them to send it by private jet? Did you hear everything? Zhang Mian, how was I supposed to know? I really want to throw down with you rich folks.